Chapter 1. The first encounter in the backyard of London. A glance at Hermione leads to a lifetime of regret. Sunlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the languid figure of a young boy. He stifled a yawn. 3 days had passed since his arrival in London. Yet where was the promised letter? Was that old man deceiving him? With an indifferent gesture, he summoned a cup from a distant table, relishing a sip of coffee. This foreign beverage was surprisingly delightful. Indeed, he was not a native to be precise. He did not belong to this world. His name was Mo Bai, born in 1973 into a middle-class family in a third-tier city in China. After graduating high school in 1991, he successfully enrolled in a rather obscure university, prompting joy and celebration from his family as they sent him off on a departing train. Then, the earth quaked. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit castle, where an elderly man in tattered robes was staring at him. Astonishingly, he had transformed into a 5-year-old child. Fragments of hazy memories flickered through his mind, revealing that this body also bore the name Mo Bai. Now residing in Germany, he was of German-Chinese descent, yet beyond that he knew nothing. Thus began his 6-year existence within the castle known as Nurmengard, where he relied solely on the company of the old man who compelled him to study magic. Yes, this world was indeed imbued with magic. He would never forget the sheer panic and exhilaration he felt upon witnessing the old man levitate a teacup with ease. Time had flown by so swiftly. The boy gazed out the window, observing an unremarkable neighborhood in London Point 3 days prior. The old man had inexplicably expelled him, claiming that a letter would soon arrive, guiding him on what to do next. Until then, he was forbidden from wandering, lest he suffer the consequences of the Cruciatus curse. The chilling voice of the old man echoed in his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He had experienced the agony of that curse once, leaving him bedridden for 3 days and casting a long shadow over his young heart. Resolutely, he vowed never to endure it again. Alas, he had finally escaped the confines of that perpetually gloomy castle. Yet he was still unable to venture out and enjoy himself. In the past 3 days, he had merely strolled around the vicinity, discovering that this was a community populated by ordinary individuals, seemingly oblivious to the existence of magic that, in the old man's words, they were referred to as muggles. Nevertheless, he had finally rediscovered a semblance of normalcy, no longer bound to serve that cantankerous old man like a mere servant. Once the letter arrived, he intended to explore the world beyond. The boy took another sip of coffee. Expellidat armis, expelliard amuse a melodious voice, belonging to a young girl, drifted from below the window. The boy raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to peer outside. It was July, and in the garden of the adjacent house, daffodils were blooming splendidly that a girl clad in a red knit sweater stood amidst the blossoms, clutching a hefty tome in her left arm, her brow furrowed in confusion as she nibbled her lower lip. Sunlight danced upon her tousled brown hair, casting a golden glow. The boy squinted. As if that golden hue had scorched his eyes, he watched as the girl waved a small wooden stick with determination, her brown eyes wide with focus. Expellidat armis. However, only a spark flickered from the tip of the stick, and the girl let out a frustrated sigh. Suddenly, the window swung open. "Are you practicing magic?" came a voice with a peculiar accent from above. The girl instinctively looked up, and there he was, a strikingly handsome Asian boy with deep, swirling black eyes. "What's that?" she asked, instinctively hiding her right hand behind her back, only to remember she still held the magic book in her left, resulting in a flustered state. The boy chuckled lightly. "No worries, I can do magic too. Watch." With a snap of his fingers, the girl's wand vanished from her grasp. She looked up to see him examining her wand with curiosity, waving it about playfully. "I've heard that old man mention it before, but this is the first time I've seen it. It's nothing special. Give it back." Seeing her eyes widen in indignation, the boy felt a playful urge rise within him. "Beg me for it. Will you return it or not?" To his surprise, she was unfazed by his challenge, brandishing her thick magic book as if to strike, wholly unconcerned about the disparity in their abilities. Surrendering with a grin, he raised his hands in mock defeat. "All right, he'll give it back." The girl looked at his charming face adorned with a mischievous smile, and her cheeks flushed momentarily. With a haughty toss of her head, she demanded, "Hand it over." Thus began the first encounter between the young boy and girl. Under the radiant sunshine, in the distance, a figure clad in a purple robe and with a full head of white hair appeared seemingly from nowhere. He observed the playful interaction between Mo Bai and Hermione with a warm and nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. Even witnessing Mo Bai casting spells without a wand did not surprise him, for he recognized this as one of the boy's greatest talents. "Is this the child you spoke of?" Gellert. Chapter 2. So, my family member is an old G? Thus, the young boy became well acquainted with the girl named Hermione Granger. She learned that his name was Mo Bai, an orphan from Germany who had studied magic with an elderly mentor since childhood, never having encountered another wizard until now. In fact, he had never even seen a wand, making her the first wizard he had ever met. Upon hearing this, the girl felt an inexplicable sense of joy within her. It was rather pleasant indeed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, he had spent over 10 days living in this British community. Either Mo Bai taught Hermione the spell that had facilitated their meeting, Expelliarmus, or Hermione enlightened him about the magical world and shared stories of Hogwarts. Gradually, Mo Bai began to form a vague understanding of this realm. On the surface, it was still dominated by ordinary people, among whom a considerable number of wizards mingled. Perhaps due to the historical atrocities of witch hunts, the Wizarding Society, led by the Ministry of Magic, had always aimed to distance itself from human society, striving to conceal the existence of wizards. Presently, 999 out of 1,000 muggles were unaware of the existence of wizards. There were, of course, exceptions, such as Hermione, whose parents were both muggles, yet who had awakened her own magical abilities. In such cases, the parents were granted the right to know, but remained under supervision. In Britain, young witches and wizards like Hermione would receive a letter of admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry when they reached the appropriate age. Hermione had received her letter last year, which meant she was already in her second year. This revelation struck a chord with him. Was the letter he had been asked to wait for really an admission notice? Did that mean he would have to attend school with a bunch of little kids? However, as he observed Hermione engrossed in her book, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans with each blink, the idea of attending school suddenly became less daunting. Mo Bai resolved to find a way to attend that place called Hogwarts. One fine morning, a familiar voice rang out from outside. "White, my parents made breakfast. Let me call you to eat." He leaned out the window and saw the girl standing in the backyard, clad in her nightgown. Her face adorned with a playful expression that seemed to say, "I'm just here to shout. Whether you come or not is up to you." Of course, the frequent visits between the girl and the boy next door had drawn the attention of the Granger couple. Upon learning that Mo Bai had traveled from Germany without any relatives, appearing rather lonely, their compassionate hearts prompted them to invite him over for meals every day. His handsome appearance and polite demeanor endeared him to the couple. As usual, the young boy obediently helped Mrs. Granger set the table and then took his seat. The four of them enjoyed breakfast together like a family, when suddenly there came a knock at the door. Hermione jumped off her stool and hurried to answer it. "Professor Dumbledore, what brings you here?" Mo Bai turned to see an elderly gentleman clad in a purple robe, his long silver hair cascading down, and half-moon spectacles perched upon his nose. A gentle and warm voice resonated. "Miss Granger, I come bearing a message." Hermione appeared somewhat flustered as she led the elder into the dining hall. This distinguished figure was none other than Professor Dumbledore, the most illustrious white wizard of our time and the greatest headmaster in the history of Hogwarts. Hermione began to speak again, revealing a small quirk of hers. When nervous, she would rattle off the knowledge stored in her mind. The last time she had behaved this way, she had inadvertently fallen into his embrace. "I am merely an ordinary headmaster, Miss Granger. Alas, if this were at school, I would certainly award Gryffindor 5 points." Dumbledore's light-hearted yet successfully alleviated Hermione's tension, causing the young girl to smile. "These are my parents," Hermione introduced, as the Granger couple stood up. Though they possessed little knowledge of the magical realm, they recognized that this seemingly ordinary elder was indeed a person of great significance. "Good day, headmaster. Hermione has troubled you at school." "Not at all," Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. "In fact, the astute Miss Granger has been quite a help to me." Hermione then gestured to Mo Bai standing beside her. "This is Mo Bai, correct?" Dumbledore articulated Mo Bai's name in a peculiar yet accurate manner in Chinese. "This is one of the reasons for my visit today." With that, he produced 2 letters, handing one to Hermione and the other to Mo Bai. Hermione accepted her letter without opening it, her eyes widening as she turned to Mo Bai. "Could it be that the person you were waiting for to deliver a letter is Professor Dumbledore?" He shrugged. "That seems likely." However, he turned to Dumbledore for confirmation. "Is this the letter that old man asked me to wait for?" Dumbledore paused momentarily, then a twinkle of humor danced in his eyes, making him appear considerably younger. "If you are referring to the gentleman from Germany, then it must be. This is the acceptance letter from Hogwarts." Hermione exclaimed joyfully, "Mo Bai, we shall be classmates henceforth." He gazed down at the crest embossed on the envelope, shaped like a shield divided into 4 quadrants, each featuring the silhouette of a different creature: a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle. It seemed he had not been mistaken. The old man had indeed sent him to the United Kingdom to attend Hogwarts. But why? According to his own words, he believed his abilities rivaled those of adult wizards. Mo Bai, may I call you Bai? The hearty voice interrupted his musings, and he turned to regard the silver-haired elder. Certainly, sir. Upon inquiring about the elder's identity, Dumbledore had merely deflected, referring to himself as an old acquaintance. This acquaintance evidently carried some mystery. A sudden surge of curiosity swept over him. Professor Dumbledore, do you know who my father writes the weekly? It is I. Came to reply. Mo Bai's expression shifted to one of shock. You and my father are. What kind of relation? This question, though unvoiced for the sake of politeness, was clearly conveyed through his expression. In Dumbledore's eyes, nostalgia and sorrow flickered momentarily as he smiled at him, playfully winking. Mo Bai's gaze turned enigmatic. He had envisioned numerous answers, including the old man's wife, children, or even a lover, all of which he could accept. However, he could never have anticipated that while the direction was correct, the gender was not. The stern, almost sinister old man surprisingly harbored an inclination for the unconventional. Tomorrow, we can venture to Diagon Alley together, as I have arranged to meet Harry and Ron, he exclaimed. Ron Weasley, along with the renowned Harry Potter of the wizarding world, were acquaintances he had heard of from the young girl. These were Hermione's two good friends from their first year, with whom they had shared many experiences, etched in his memory, as both appeared to be male. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. Few muggles are aware that within a dilapidated pub in London, there exists a small storeroom that leads to the most bustling commercial street of the British magical world, Diagon Alley. As Mo Bai emerged through the archway formed by the brick walls, his eyes were opened wide with wonder, for he was a simple villager from the mountains of Germany, unaccustomed to such sights. The street was vibrant, lined with shops of peculiar shapes. He observed a shop with heaps of metallic vessels resembling cauldrons, gleaming under the sunlight. Another shop had a gaggle of children drooling over a broomstick displayed in the window. Mo Bai squinted. Yes, the old man had mentioned that wizards used broomsticks as a means of transportation. How primitive. The throngs of people around him, mostly clad in robes with hoods, appeared far from ordinary. In their midst, the Granger family, along with Mo Bai, seemed somewhat out of place. Many wizards turned their gazes toward the oddly mismatched group, with Mo Bai standing out most prominently, given his East Asian features that contrasted sharply with the Muggle attire. Hermione held her Hogwarts acceptance letter, assertively tugging at Mo Bai's wrist. This is Diagon Alley. You can procure all your school supplies here. She turned to scrutinize the boy's earnest demeanor, her messy brown locks brushing against his face, tickling him slightly. Do you have money? If not, you can apply at Gringotts. Students like you can receive financial aid with this letter. Mo Bai felt in his pocket for a small pouch, which the old headmaster had given him just before his departure, akin to a father providing pocket money to his son. Ah, so is he a father or a mother? The thought sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to dismiss the notion. I have, he replied. Excellent. Hermione nodded approvingly, her expression serious. She promptly turned again now. Our task is to purchase your first-year supplies. Hermione resembled an older sister taking her younger sibling to buy stationery. Yet Mo Bai stopped her. Correction. I need to buy second-year textbooks. What? Hermione gazed at him incredulously. On what grounds do you believe you can skip a grade? The young boy spread his hands, exclaiming, Look, the required textbooks I have written above are identical to yours. Hermione, upon comparison, found this to indeed be the case. How could Professor Dumbledore permit such an occurrence? The girl, her untamed hair gathered in a hasty bun, resembled an irate little lion. What is your relationship with Professor Dumbledore? Hermione narrowed her eyes dangerously, fixing her gaze on Mo Bai. This was exceedingly peculiar. Hermione, a slightly hoarse voice of a young boy, timely rescued Mo Bai from attention. They turned to see a mass of fiery red hair emerging from the crowd. An exuberant little boy with red hair dashed over to Hermione, exclaiming, Hey, Harry and I've been looking everywhere for you. Why didn't you come and find us? Hermione cast a discreet glance at Mo Bai, signaling to him to wait before responding to the boy. Oh, I was accompanying my friend to purchase school supplies. Clearly still a bit irked from earlier, her tone was not the most pleasant. Ron, feeling somewhat awkward, turned towards Mo Bai. Hello, Ron Weasley. Hello, Ron. I'm Bai Mo, just call me Bai. Mo Bai smiled and extended his hand while appraising Ron. Beneath his shock of red hair were a pair of blue eyes, and his slightly round face was adorned with a smattering of freckles, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Ron, on the other hand, observed Mo Bai, who was clad in a fitted black suit, exuding elegance with his handsome Asian features, which made him feel somewhat self-conscious. He brushed his hands against his clothes before shaking Mo Bai's hand. Oh, you can just call me Ron then. Mo Bai smiled amicably, and during their brief encounter, Ron, Hermione's closest friend, left a favorable impression in his mind. No threat whatsoever. Have you bought your books yet? All right. The young girl smacked her forehead. This year's textbooks are Gilderoy Lockhart's books. I can't believe I forgot such an important detail. Seeing Hermione's eyes light up at the mention of Lockhart, Mo Bai felt a twinge of jealousy. Who exactly was this Lockhart? The girl's small mouth began to speak animatedly again, listening to her recount Lockhart's exploits. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Could he really perform apparition at the age of 11? The girl paused, suddenly realizing that the person beside her seemed to possess a more legendary aura. With this thought, her admiration for Lockhart diminished considerably. Suddenly, Ron blurted out, who could possibly perform apparition at 11? If someone could, they would surely be a freak. Montauk Bai. Hermione. Psychoth. Hermione chuckled and quickly covered her mouth. But upon seeing the faint scowl on Mo Bai's face, she could no longer contain herself, bursting into a melodious laugh while playfully patting Mo Bai's shoulder. Ron looked on in confusion. Hermione, what are you laughing at? Oh, it's nothing. Hermione, her cheeks flushed, finally managed to stifle her laughter. Aren't we supposed to be buying books? Let us go. The bookstore was not far, and soon Ron led the two of them, along with the Grangers, to the Leaky Cauldron. Upon arriving at the entrance, they discovered a large crowd gathered outside the bookstore, with a banner hanging on a glass window. Gilderoy Lockhart will be personally signing copies of his autobiography, The Wonderful Me, today. Mo Bai observed the frenzied crowd before him, raising an eyebrow. This individual certainly possesses significant fame. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she tugged at Mo Bai, urging him to purchase the book first before witnessing his charm. The group struggled to squeeze into the bookstore. At last, Mo Bai encountered the entire red-haired Weasley family along with the legendary Harry Potter. Harry appeared rather frail, his messy black hair contrasting with round spectacles, and Mo Bai distinctly noticed the elongated lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. Is this truly the legendary savior? He hardly resembled one. Harry, somewhat reserved, greeted Mo Bai politely but said little else, as Ron pulled him into the crowd to buy books. Upon meeting the Weasley family, Mo Bai had to admit that he initially held a bias against Ron. He had thought Ron's untidiness was solely his own issue. However, it seemed that the entire family shared a similar disheveled appearance. Yet, the harmonious atmosphere among them sparked a hint of envy within him. Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, donned a rather comical little hat and approached Mr. and Mrs. Granger with sparkling eyes, initiating a conversation. Hermione quietly remarked to Mo Bai that Ron's family was pure-blooded wizards. Yet her father seemed to have a peculiar fascination with muggles, often asking him strange questions. Is bloodline truly significant among wizards? Hermione shrugged, non-committal. Suddenly, the crowd within the bookstore erupted into commotion. The two turned to see a pathway, parting in the throng, at the end of which Harry Potter appeared reluctant as a man draped an arm around his shoulder, while another man fervently snapped photographs. Enveloping the scene in a haze of flash, Mo Bai finally beheld Lockhart's true visage. He was clad in a blue robe woven with forget-me-nots, the hue perfectly complementing his eyes. Beneath a cascade of wavy golden hair, his pearly white teeth gleamed under the camera flashes. What a flamboyant man! Observing Harry's distressed expression, Mo Bai leaned closer to Hermione and whispered, "Are you certain he isn't a charlatan?" The boy's warm breath brushed against her sensitive ear, causing a crimson blush to bloom on the young girl's cheeks, leaving her oblivious to his words, only instinctively responding, "Isn't he?" Lockhart was announcing something to the crowd, yet the youths seemed utterly oblivious. Mo Bai's gaze remained fixated on the girl's translucent, now flushed earlobes, pondering their unknown fragrance. Ahem! A cough sounded beside him, and he turned to find Mr. Granger eyeing him with a warning glare. Mo Bai felt his face grow warm with embarrassment, having been caught teasing the man's daughter. Fortunately, Harry emerged from the crowd, struggling under the weight of a stack of books, providing a much-needed diversion. "Thank you, this is quite the task," he said. Harry nodded at him and, clutching a stack of books, made his way to the corner where Ginny, the youngest sister of the Weasley family, stood by her new cauldron. "Here you go," Harry said, shoving the books directly into the cauldron. "I'll go buy new ones. I suppose you are quite proud of yourself, aren't you?" Potter, a boy with slicked-back blonde hair, exuding an air of arrogance, hissed the words with clenched teeth. Harry noticed he straightened his posture, confronting him head-on. "Who is this?" Draco Malfoy from Slytherin House, who had clashed with Potter since their first year. His family belonged to the aristocracy of the wizarding world, staunch believers in blood purity. "Oh." Mo Bai smirked, seemingly accustomed to such behavior. "She looks rather cute when she is shy." In the distance, Harry and Draco stood at odds, and soon Ron joined the fray. Hermione tugged at Mo Bai, saying, "Let us go over there." Clearly, she intended to support her dear friend. However, Mr. Weasley had already appeared beside them, casting a glance at Draco, but ignoring him entirely, instead gripping Ron's shoulder firmly. What are you doing here? These people are acting like lunatics. We should leave. Ah, it's Arthur Weasley. A tall, slender man stood behind Draco, his long, light blonde hair cascading over his shoulders, and his cold, gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Mr. Weasley. Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Weasley pronounced his name slowly and deliberately. The two began to exchange heated words regarding matters of the ministry, much like Harry and Draco had moments earlier. As their faces reddened with anger, Lucius suddenly shifted his focus to the Granger couple standing nearby, scrutinizing them with visible disdain and contempt. Weasley, I never thought you would sink so low as to associate with such people. Mr. Weasley's anger surged instantly, his fists clenched tightly, ready to strike, when a small figure stepped in front of him. Sir, may I ask you to clarify what you mean by such people? Chapter 4. Only dogs emphasize pure bloodlines. Lucius Malfoy stared in astonishment at the boy before him. Although he had an Eastern appearance, his meticulously tailored suit, elegant demeanor, and fluent German accent left Lucius perplexed regarding his origins. After all, in the British wizarding world, German magical families were regarded as more mysterious and formidable. Who are you? I am merely a new student about to enroll, and I would like to request an explanation of what you mean by such people. Lucius snorted disdainfully, a cold smile playing on his pale, pointed face. A pure-blood wizard family associating with those filthy muggles. It's truly a disgrace to pureblood. Upon hearing this, Hermione glared at him furiously, and the expressions of the Granger couple also darkened. And Mo Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. So, you believe that pure blood equates to nobility? Of course, Lucius declared proudly. Mr. Malfoy, there's an old saying from my homeland that I believe you might find quite fitting for your notions of pure blood superiority. Lucius, intrigued, inquired, what is it? And Mo Bai's lips curled into a smirk. We often say, only dogs emphasize pure bloodlines. He lowered his head to adjust his cuffs, his movements graceful and natural. The pedigree of a purebred dog as a pet commanded a high price, indeed a mark of nobility. Beside him, Hermione was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe, while the Granger couple appeared to be stifling their discomfort. In front of them, Lucius's pale face had turned a deep shade of anger, his eyes glinting with malevolence as he fixed an intense glare upon the youth. How dare you insult the illustrious Malfoy family, you filthy, yellow-skinned wretch? As the word yellow slipped from his lips, and Mo Bai's eyes narrowed dangerously. The surrounding crowd suddenly felt an inexplicable weight descend upon them, and in the next moment, the door of the Lehan bookstore shattered as if a colossal beast had burst forth from within, scattering debris everywhere. Lucius, now sprawled 10 meters away on the street, was a pitiful sight. His once elegant attire lay tattered, and his once smooth hair was now in disarray, looking even more disheveled than the despised Weasley family. He gazed in terror at the boy standing before him, coldly surveying him, his lips trembling. Chaos erupted around them. Aside from a few witnesses who had seen the entire ordeal, wizards were screaming as they fled the bookstore, with some even operating away in panic. Those who had witnessed the events stared in disbelief at Mo Bai. Such widespread destruction could perhaps be wrought by an adult wizard wielding a wand. Yet the boy before them was clearly unarmed. And how old could he be? 11? 12? Mo Bai turned to face them, his expression no longer the indifference Lucius had seen, but rather one of innocence and lingering shock. It seems my magic just went out of control. The adults present breathed a sigh of relief. If it were indeed a magical surge, it could be understood. After all, some exceptionally gifted young wizards did exhibit significant magical disruptions, although the boy before them had clearly surpassed the age for such occurrences, and the scale of this disruption was rather excessive. Nevertheless, looking at the shattered storefront, they preferred to believe it was an extraordinary magical outburst, rather than the result of deliberate action. Only Hermione subtly grasped Mo Bai's sleeve, aware that the boy had genuinely been angered, even willing to expose his powers to teach the offender a lesson. Mo Bai turned towards her and smiled, signaling that he was unharmed. Cool. Ron and Harry, having just closed their mouths that had nearly dropped to the ground, rushed over to Mo Bai, gazing at him with curiosity as if he were a rare specimen. When my magic surged, I merely shattered a pile of plates and got a scolding from my mother. Huh. You haven't seen me truly lose control yet. Mo Bai silently scoffed, recalling that at the time, he had been entirely unaware, according to the old man. It had nearly cost him his life, yet he had managed to awaken himself through an effective method. Yes, that effective method was the first time he had felt the sting of a Cruciatus curse. Ron, oblivious to the silent curses being directed at a certain Dark Lord. Looked at Mo Bai with admiration. But that move you made just now was truly satisfying. Did you see how far Malfoy scurried away like a dog? At this moment, Draco staggered towards his father in the distance, his gaze infused with a mixture of hatred, fury, and trepidation. Lucius, having regained his composure, had just sensed a profoundly malevolent aura of dark magic that evoked an illusion of confronting Voldemort. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the presence before him bore no resemblance to Voldemort. He rose to his feet, fixing a piercing stare upon Mo Bai. Mr. Weasley immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Mo Bai, asserting, "Lucius, surely you wouldn't hold a grudge against a mere child over a momentary surge of magical energy?" Yet, Lucius remained silent, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion as he coldly snorted and beckoned Draco. "We are leaving. Please, Lucius," a youthful voice called from behind, prompting Lucius to instinctively halt and turn. He beheld a notebook with a black cover tumble to the ground before him. "It seems you have dropped something, Mr. Lucius." Observing the notebook lying quietly on the floor, he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, but said nothing, simply bending to retrieve it, turning away in silence. Mr. Weasley looked at Mo Bai in astonishment. How did that item belong to him? Mo Bai responded with a slight smile. Ron, standing nearby, exclaimed indignantly, "It might be some sinister artifact of dark magic, intended to cause harm. Nevertheless, it had been neutralized by our Mo Bai, hadn't it?" Mr. Weasley patted Mo Bai on the shoulder, and the young man merely smiled serenely. In terms of sensitivity to dark magic, he could confidently assert that he was the most astute among them. He had indeed sensed a hint of dark magic emanating from that book. Furthermore, Mr. Weasley's instinctive action to shield him had certainly increased his fondness towards the man. Given this, why not lend a helping hand? Chapter 5. A wand must be purchased, even if it doesn't fit perfectly. Meanwhile, Hermione had already taken Mo Bai and the still-shaken Granger couple and slipped away. "Aren't you going to call out to your friends?" "No need to worry about them. Mr. Weasley is here. Our primary objective today is to buy you some things." With the books purchased, it was now time to acquire an item of utmost importance for a wizard, a wand. The boy hesitated for a moment, recalling that the old man had mentioned in a letter a few days prior that he would be sending him a wand, stating that only he could wield it. After all, the young girl was quite capable of using a book as a weapon when provoked. Hermione grasped his hand and led him away, muttering, "You've been using my wand for days now, and you have no idea what truly suits you." The Granger couple watched the two little ones tugging at each other as they walked away, exchanging smiles. "It seems your daughter has found an extraordinary friend." Mrs. Granger linked her arm with her husband's, content that as long as her daughter was happy, that was all that mattered. In the distance, Hermione guided Mo Bai to the entrance of a narrow, dilapidated shop where the golden lettering above the door had begun to peel. Ollivander, the finest wand maker since 382 B.C. Within the dust-laden window, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. Ding! As Hermione pulled Mo Bai through the door, a crisp bell rang from somewhere within the shop. The space was cramped, surrounded by narrow boxes that nearly grazed the ceiling. He sensed a subtle magical aura emanating from each box, reminiscent of the wand held by Hermione. Were these all wands? The elderly man behind the counter regarded the two with a welcoming demeanor. "Ah, welcome," he said, his large greenish eyes fixed on them. "Miss Granger, I remember you, a remarkable young witch. Vine wood, with a dragon heartstring core, 14 inches, am I correct?" "Yes, Mr. Ollivander," she replied. The old man's voice was gentle. The first wand for a wizard was of utmost importance, naturally leading one to seek out Ollivander. He adjusted his glasses, saying, "Let me take a look." Mo Bai felt a sense of resignation as he allowed the elderly man to approach. Ollivander scrutinized his features intently, and as their gazes met, the old man's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen something truly dreadful. He recoiled, inadvertently colliding with the towering boxes behind him. Instantly, the quaint shop was filled with a cacophony of clattering sounds, leaving both young wizards astonished as they hurried to assist the elderly man who had been buried under the boxes. Given his age, surely nothing serious can be amiss, Mo Bai thought. With the support of the two, Ollivander managed to rise, brushing off the dust as he once again gazed into the boy's eyes. "Indeed," he murmured, "I must not have been mistaken. Young man, you are quite extraordinary." The two exchanged glances, and Hermione nodded in agreement. In her eyes, Mo Bai was indeed remarkable. "Choosing a wand for you is both a simple and complex task." The old man furrowed his brow, his expression clouded with concern, as if he faced a dilemma. "Perhaps we should return another day." and Mo Bai felt that the man was rather eccentric and was losing interest in the purchase, especially since the old fellow's wand would arrive in a couple of days. However, Hermione tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "What's the rush? This is your first wand. You should be cautious." Reluctantly, Mo Bai remained still. Noticing this, Ollivander cast a glance at Hermione, his furrowed brow relaxing as a faint smile graced his lips. "Of course, we can proceed." He turned away and shortly returned with a wand. The wand was straight, entirely red, resembling a multitude of intertwined branches converging at the tip. 15 inches, with a unicorn hair core, and the wood is hawthorn, he remarked, glancing at Hermione. The moment the boy grasped the wand, a surge of energy coursed through him, and a barely perceptible black mist began to seep from the wand seams. In an instant, the wand erupted in a haze of dark mist, transforming its aura entirely. A flicker of understanding illuminated Ollivander's eyes, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Typically, I would say the wand chooses the wizard, but for this young man, it appears the wizard has chosen the wand. The fleeting black mist caught Hermione's attention. Yet she remained oblivious to the wand's peculiarity as she looked at Ollivander with a puzzled expression. The elder, however, diverted the conversation. "It is indeed true that white thornwood is not well suited for the crafting of wand shafts, as it is a shrub with a soft texture. Yet through my experiments, I stumbled upon the remarkable compatibility of this material with unicorn hair, which reflects the essence of magic with astonishing fidelity and is less susceptible to interference from other spells. Furthermore, it proves to be quite resistant to the casting of dark magic." Upon hearing this, Mo Bai turned his gaze towards the elder, as he was well aware that his own expertise lay in the realm of dark magic. The elder, however, paid him no heed and continued. "This shrub amplifies the core's characteristics. Those wielding a wand made from it find it nearly impossible to effectively cast dark magic, while it greatly enhances white magic." Mo Bai began to harbor disdain for the wand. Interestingly, the fruit of the white thornwood bears a striking resemblance to grapes, leading many to confuse it with grapevines. "My research indicates that wizards wielding white thornwood wands possess an inexplicable allure to those who wield grapevine wands," Ollivander remarked with a knowing glint in his eye. "Speaking of which, did that old man just mention that Hermione's wand was made from grapevine?" "Ahem," Mo Bai coughed lightly. "I am quite satisfied." "How much does it cost?" "A modest 7 galleons," replied Ollivander, as he observed the young man leading the shy, awkward girl out of the shop. A look of contemplation crossed Ollivander's face. "I hope this wand contributes to a safer, magical world in the future." Just as the two exited the shop, a soft crack echoed, and a tall figure appeared before them. The newcomer was dressed exactly as he had been the previous day, his blue eyes peering through crescent-shaped spectacles at Mo Bai. "Professor Dumbledore?" Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. She had encountered him 2 days in a row. "Good day, Miss Granger. I have a matter to discuss with Bai. May I borrow him for a moment?" "Oh, of course." Mo Bai felt a profound sensation, as if he were being thoroughly scrutinized by Dumbledore's penetrating gaze. Surely, he mused, the professor could not have come for that earlier discussion. Before he could ponder further, Dumbledore's large hand grasped his shoulder. The air crackled with a sound reminiscent of flames erupting, and in an instant, the two vanished from their spot. Chapter 6. A Gamble Concerning the Future. The scene shifted rapidly, and amidst a whirlwind, Mo Bai discovered himself and Dumbledore in an unknown clearing on the outskirts of London. The surroundings were vacant, save for the whispering wind that enveloped the pair. Dumbledore locked his gaze onto the young man's eyes. "That force you exhibited earlier, which disrupted the bookstore, do you have control over it? How do you know what transpired in the bookstore? Were you following me?" Dumbledore smiled kindly. "Not at all. I merely chanced upon the scene." Mo Bai narrowed his eyes, but in the next moment, his head jerked back abruptly, as if struck by an unseen force, leaving him momentarily dizzy. "Oh." Dumbledore observed him with amusement. "So, Gellert has even taught you the legilimency spell? Quite well executed." His assessment was fair. Had we not been separated by over a century, I might have indeed fallen prey to it. "Is that so?" Mo Bai shook his still dizzy head, the impetuousness of youth igniting a spark of defiance within him. "Let's examine this move, shall we?" The youth abruptly raised his right hand, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to surge dramatically, and a blazing fireball materialized between the two. The hue of the fireball was peculiar. It was not the typical bright yellow, but rather a deep azure reminiscent of the ocean's depths, exuding an allure that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very consciousness. Wisps of black mist swirled around its edges. Dumbledore's pupils constricted, disregarding the slight curl of his mustache. Could it be that he conjured a wandless fiendfire? And what of this black mist? Since he was able to withstand the Dementor's kiss and was a friend of that old man, Surely he could manage this as well. The youth clasped his hands together and tugged. The searing fireball instantaneously expanded, warping the air around it as the temperature escalated, creating an illusion of imminent combustion. Dumbledore's hair and beard danced in the rising heat as he marveled at the colossal fireball above him, which twisted and elongated without a hint of excess magical energy escaping. Hovering in the air above them was a magnificent whale, its length spanning several meters. The whale let out a silent roar directed at Dumbledore, its cerulean tail stirring waves of flame in the air as it lunged toward him. At that moment, Dumbledore appeared as minuscule as an ant before the colossal creature. Yet after casting an appreciative glance at the whale, he merely pointed a finger before him and softly uttered a spell. Finite. A brilliant yet gentle golden light emanated from the elder's fingertips, enveloping the entire whale with tenderness. And Mo Bai stood rooted, manipulating the whale with a single claw-like hand. But no matter how fiercely the whale struggled, it could not thwart the advance of the golden light. As the light fully enveloped the whale, it blazed brilliantly before swiftly contracting into a radiant orb. With a soft pop, the orb vanished, as though all that had transpired was but an illusion. Only the cool breeze, stirred by the rapid drop in temperature, carried the lingering warmth, reminding the youth that he had indeed unleashed a fiendfire, a dark magic that even adult wizards seldom wielded. Mo Bai scoffed, I knew it. Dumbledore regarded him kindly. Was Gellert similar in his approach? Almost. Though he was more brutal, came the reply. Indeed, he could be quite savage at times. As Mo Bai began to nod in agreement, a realization struck him. Was his interpretation of brutal the same as Dumbledore's? He quickly suppressed the thought, a shiver running down his spine. You did not summon me here merely to discuss the old man's brutality, did you? Dumbledore's expression turned somber. What the black mist enveloping your fiend fire? And that force you unleashed against Malfoy in Diagon Alley? Are you inquiring about that? Mo Bai retorted. My old man divulged everything to you? This is my greatest secret. He explicitly instructed me to keep it confidential, only to turn around and share it with others. Mo Bai muttered indignantly, extending his slender hand, revealing a wisp of black mist emanating between his fingers. Is this what you sought? This presence of dark magic that ought not to exist? Dumbledore sensed an exceptionally malevolent and ferocious dark magical force emanating from the swirling black mist. Yet this formidable power obediently entwined around the fingers of the young boy, responding to his commands with the precision of a well-trained limb, displaying no signs of losing control. The boy gazed at the black mist coiling about his fingertips, his eyes shadowed with a dark hue. Shortly after his arrival in this realm, he discerned the overwhelming force within him, one that he could scarcely contain. However, the price of this revelation was a quarter of the castle and half of his own life. Had it not been for that old fool, he might have perished within the first year of his arrival. He turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, recalling how the old man initially refrained from teaching him any spells, merely imparting one crucial truth. Should he fail to master this power, it would ultimately claim his life. Clearly, the boy shrugged, expressing his unwillingness to meet such a fate. With a single flourish of his hand, the dark mist dispersed silently, obediently coalescing around him into an eastern dragon that spiraled gracefully, then transformed into a majestic eagle soaring across the sky, followed by a colossal whale gliding through the air, before finally condensing into a black sphere that quietly hovered above the boy's outstretched palm. It took me 5 years to master it, he declared. Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment. The silent power he exhibited was a manifestation of dark magic, a force that typically only appeared in exceptionally gifted young wizards. Due to certain adverse external influences in their youth, they often suppressed their innate magical abilities and resisted their emergence. Yet, lacking proper guidance, they failed to learn how to harness and control their powers, leading to the manifestation of a parasitic entity known as the Silent One. Wizards afflicted by this entity were referred to as the Silent. Generally, the Silent do not survive past the age of 10, for as time progresses, the Silent One only grows stronger, while the young wizards lack the spiritual fortitude to suppress it, resulting inevitably in their demise. Over the centuries, he had encountered a few Silent Ones, even among his own kin. Yet, the boy's mastery over the Silent One was unprecedented. He regarded the boy, whose striking appearance and exceptional talent in dark magic were undeniable. Even the notoriously difficult fiendfire spell was at his command. He could not believe that this was the extent of the boy's dark abilities. It was as if he beheld a dazzling figure from years past standing before him once more, reminiscent of a stubborn student from over 40 years ago. He observed the boy, his eyes flickering with conflict, even hinting at a subtle glimmer of malice. This boy's future was destined to be boundless, whether in malevolence or righteousness, boundless. Indeed, in an instant, Dumbledore seemed to grasp the purpose behind Grindelwald's decision to place this boy in his path. It was a gamble, a wager placed by the greatest dark wizard against the greatest light wizard, concerning the guidance of this boy's future. The stakes involved the very future of the magical world. Grindelwald. Oh, Grindelwald, have you not relinquished your ambition? Is this truly your chosen one? The individual capable of uniting the magical and human realms? He understood that he could not refuse this wager. It is inconceivable for him to allow such a remarkably talented young wizard to transform into a second Voldemort or a third Dark Lord, who may very well be the most fearsome one in history. After all, this individual possesses extraordinary gifts. White, as the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I extend to you a sincere invitation to join us at Hogwarts. And Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Did you not already send me an acceptance letter? For the second year. No less. However, I have a small request. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. What is it? While at school, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using any dark magic, particularly spells directed at others. Very well, and Mo Bai replied, as long as I'm not provoked. Dumbledore arched an eyebrow, and Mo Bai suddenly felt a chill in his mind. Should you violate this, I shall have Gellert personally administer your punishment. Mo Bai glared at Dumbledore in indignation. How could the headmaster employ the soul reading spell on a student? If I were capable, I would certainly give you a good beating. All right then, Mo Bai sighed, I understand. Yet, he secretly felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Dumbledore, much like that old man, could not perceive the memories of his past life, even with the soul reading spell. According to the old man's words, that portion of his memory was shrouded in mist, completely obscured from view, which conveniently aligned with his narrative of amnesia. You summoned me merely to observe the Silent One? Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed. Mo Bai frowned. She can hit quite hard. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and his gaze softened with warmth and kindness. Of course, White. He recognized the most significant difference between Mo Bai and both Grindelwald and Voldemort. The elder's gaze drifted far away to the residence of the Granger family. Love can triumph over all ambition and desire. He was confident that this young man, Mo Bai, would undoubtedly become a pivotal figure bridging the two worlds in the future. Oh, by the way, White, could you assist me with one more small task? Chapter 7, Bird and Serpent. This included a pile of textbooks, the cover of which gleamed with Lockhart's dazzling smile. Preparing for lessons? There is no need for such trivialities. Nurturing a young lady's affections is of paramount importance. Originally, Mo Bai had thought this way, but circumstances did not align with his intentions. Now, he found himself grimacing as he clutched Lockhart's work, Holidays with Witches, while seated beside Hermione, who incessantly recounted Lockhart's astonishing exploits. Gazing at the man on the cover who winked at him, he wished fervently to incinerate him into a pile of ashes. Upon hearing that Lockhart remained unflappable, effortlessly sending a ghoul flying 10 meters with a single gesture, the young man could no longer contain himself and called for a halt. At this point, I feel Lockhart is nearly as formidable as Dumbledore. Hermione had also sensed something amiss, although no one had raised such doubts before. Ever since Mo Bai mentioned it in Diagon Alley, she had begun to perceive the oddity. Lockhart did seem excessively grandiose in his works. Perhaps these tales had undergone artistic embellishment. Mo Bai gently shook the book in his hand, causing the cover, adorned with the image of Lockhart, to flip upside down. I couldn't help but suspect that this was merely a result of his artistic manipulation. As a professor of defense against the dark arts, was he here to teach or to peddle books? Hermione wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Mo Bai rummaged through the pile of books and produced one. If one truly intended to prepare, it would be far more prudent to start from the fundamentals. Having successfully passed the college entrance examination, he was well aware of the importance of foundational knowledge. He placed the book titled Standard Spell Tutorial Level 2 into Hermione's hands, asserting that this was far superior to any extracurricular reading material. Naturally, the diligent Hermione acquiesced. It was quite typical for someone her age to harbor blind admiration for their idols, and Mo Bai felt it was his duty to correct her course. His future partner could not afford to stray and become an infatuated fan. Just as the two found themselves in a conducive learning atmosphere, Mo Bai suddenly gazed into the distance, sensing a familiar yet unfamiliar magical aura approaching him. Hermione noticed his actions and followed his gaze, spotting a small black dot wobbling towards them from the horizon. As the dot drew nearer, they discerned the appearance of its bearer, a peculiar creature with wings, a serpentine body, and a bird's head. Keen-eyed Mo Bai noticed something coiled around the creature's serpentine tail. Is that an alchemy? Do you recognize it? Of course. Hermione proudly lifted her chin. I read about this magical creature in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. This extraordinary being is typically found in the Far East and India and is classified as an XXXX-rated magical creature by the Ministry of Magic. Its body can expand or contract based on spatial dimensions, reaching lengths of up to 15 feet. Hermione eloquently elaborated, while the bird snake glided closer to them. Hastily, Hermione stood up and tugged Mo Bai back a couple of steps. The XXXX-rated magical creature is defined as dangerous, requiring specialized knowledge and skillful wizards to handle it. And they were merely 2 underage wizards, although the person beside her hardly seemed like a minor. Yet, Mo Bai merely gazed curiously at the beautiful creature before him. The bird snake was adorned with shimmering green scales that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Its serpentine body was flanked by a pair of purple wings, and fine azure fur adorned the back of its neck, appearing quite pleasant to the touch. Mo Bai's gaze inadvertently drifted to Hermione's fluffy hair, contemplating which might feel better. Why, this bird snake seems rather fatigued. The diminutive creature, measuring no more than half a meter in length, landed before the young man. Fluttering its wings while its beak slightly parted, a tiny tongue lolling out, evidently exhausted. He noticed that its serpentine tail was wrapped around a wand and a letter. Is this for me? Mo Bai, emboldened by his skills, cautiously extended his hand. Be careful. It's fine, he reassured her. As the bird snake willingly tossed the envelope and wand it was clutching onto the ground before him and then leaned towards the boy. Amidst the girl's gasp, the bird snake darted into the young man's sleeve. He felt a sudden chill at his wrist and, upon lifting his sleeve, discovered that this little creature had considerably reduced its size. After coiling around his wrist a few times, it rested its head there, appearing quite at ease. One could not help but notice how the creature tucked its wings beside its body, resembling a bracelet of intertwined purple and green hues. As for its aesthetic appeal, one could easily gauge it from the girl's sparkling eyes as she drew near. Despite her engrossment in books, she was still fond of beautiful things. Hermione gazed in astonishment at the bird snake, which remained obediently on Mo Bai's wrist. Do you know it? She inquired. No, it's my first encounter, he replied. That is peculiar. The books mention that bird snakes are quite aggressive towards humans who approach them. How is it that it is so docile on you? Montag by Schulgit. I believe the items it brings us may hold the answers. His gaze fell upon a familiar handwriting on an envelope lying on the ground. Surprised, he looked at the little creature on his wrist. You must be exhausted. Did you fly all the way from Nurmengard? The bird snake let out a couple of dissatisfied chirps. Its sound crisp and melodious, akin to birdsong. You have indeed worked hard. Mo Bai bent down to pick up the letter where elegant cursive flowed across the paper, inscribing the words, To, by Mo. Although it was not his first time receiving a letter from the old man, the sight of his name written in that familiar script still felt somewhat unusual. According to his current lineage, this could be considered a familial correspondence. As he opened the envelope, Hermione instinctively turned her head, respecting his privacy. However, her attention quickly shifted to another object on the ground, a wand. The wand was peculiar in appearance, entirely gray-white, with a straight shaft measuring approximately 15 inches, 30 centimeters. Yet, the wand's body appeared as though 2 branches were entwined together, converging at the tip, with faint wisps of black mist emanating from the crevices of the twined branches. One could only commend the notorious trio of point deductions from Gryffindor. Hermione, intrigued, leaned closer for a better look, even reaching out to pick it up. Having just finished reading the letter, Mo Bai's pupils constricted at the sight. Stay away from it. Chapter 8. The explosion of the gas pipeline. Mo Bai's heart tightened as if gripped in a vice. With no time to ponder further, he waved a hand, and Hermione felt an inexplicable force tugging at her, drawing her toward Mo Bai. He opened his arms to catch the girl soaring toward him, enveloping her softly. She felt as light as cotton candy, so delicate that he dared not exert too much strength, fearing she might break. Hermione's small face nestled against the sturdy expanse of his chest, and in that moment, the world around them faded into silence. The only sound was the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat resonating against her, like a tiny hammer striking against her own heart, compelling her pulse to synchronize with his. Are you all right? His voice reverberated within his chest, sending a tingling sensation through her cheeks. I'm fine. In that moment, he silently vowed that within the bounds of his capabilities, he would not permit the delicate, fragrant girl before him to suffer even the slightest harm. They lingered together for a while, until Hermione suddenly came to her senses, struggling to leap from Mo Bai's embrace and casting a glare at him, whether out of shyness or anger. What was that for? With a casual flick of his hand, the boy summoned his wand, which flew gracefully into his palm. This time, Hermione witnessed the phenomenon. From the peculiar gaps of the wand, a wisp of black mist emerged, winding its way toward Mo Bai. The instant the dark mist appeared, a chill enveloped Hermione, as if she were gazing upon the most malevolent entity in existence. "Hey, you mustn't. It's fine," Mo Bai replied with a confident smile. To Hermione's astonishment, she noticed that tendrils of black mist were also emanating from his fingers, intertwining with the other. It appeared as though the two wisps were engaged in a silent conversation. Before long, the two strands of mist converged, and the wand obediently glided into Mo Bai's palm, now resembling an ordinary wand, albeit with a somewhat peculiar design. Hermione stared at him in bewilderment. What was that just now? Mo Bai fell silent, for he understood that, to an outsider, the phenomenon he had just exhibited was exceedingly perilous. He pondered how Hermione would react upon discovering that he was a silent one. After all, in the eyes of wizards, such power was often deemed profoundly sinister, even considered an ominous omen that required total eradication upon its emergence. Perhaps she was unaware of the true nature of the silent ones at present, but with her voracious appetite for knowledge, it would not be long before she uncovered the truth. How would he face her then? Sensing Mo Bai's inner turmoil, Hermione, typically headstrong, dismissed his concerns with a wave of her hand. "Never mind, I'm not interested anymore. Let us continue reading." He was well aware of her insatiable curiosity, the kind that compelled her to delve deeply into any question that piqued her interest. This was something she would inevitably learn about, and it was better to confront it sooner rather than later. He settled beside Hermione and cautiously inquired, "Are you familiar with the concept of the Silent Ones?" "Of course," Hermione replied, tossing her head back with an air of pride, her chin held high. "I read about it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The book states that the Silent Ones are a manifestation of dark magical power. Typically, young wizards under the age of 10, due to their unique circumstances, develop a profound aversion to their own magic and consciously attempt to suppress it, resulting in the formation of the Silent Ones. The power typically manifests as a black mist." As she spoke, her eyes widened in realization, locking onto Mo Bai's. "But it is said that no young wizard with the Silent Ones ever lives past the age of 10. Mo Bai donned a bittersweet expression. "That is because of my master." This was indeed the truth. The reason Silent Ones seldom survive past the age of 10 was that young wizards lacked the requisite mental strength to control such power and were ultimately consumed by it. Under the stringent and even harsh tutelage of his elder, he had managed to master this force within a mere 5 years. Witnessing Mo Bai's pained expression, Hermione's heart softened, leaving little room for concern regarding the malevolence of the Silent Ones. "When you were a child," she wished to inquire but feared touching upon Mo Bai's scars. The young man smiled bitterly. "I do not recall." This was indeed the truth. He genuinely had no idea how his silence had come to be. It was only after his arrival in this world that he discovered he was a silent one, with the first eruption of his silence revealing his nature. Perhaps the original owner had perished in one of those outbursts, allowing him to take possession of this body. Sensing a gentle touch on the back of his hand, Mo Bai looked up to find Hermione's bright brown eyes fixed intently upon him. He gazed at her lips, hoping she would utter something comforting, considering his own plight. "HM? HM?" The two exchanged glances, and, as Mo Bai observed Hermione's innocent demeanor, he felt a sense of complicity. Well then, he thought, he might as well dismiss his earlier pretenses, for Hermione was merely 12 years old and likely did not ponder such complexities. He raised the letter in his hand. "This was crafted especially for me by my father. It seems the wand's shaft is made from some sort of elder tree. Have you heard of it?" Hermione shook her head in confusion. "Then it is probably not very renowned." The focus, however, lay on the wand's core. He waved the wand, and as he did, a faint black mist emerged, lingering in the air, exuding an aura of mystery and darkness. According to him, the remnants of his silent outbursts over the past few years had been collected by his father, preserved through special techniques, and transformed into the wand's core. Thus, this wand could only be wielded by him. Anyone else who dared to touch it would be attacked by the fragments of silence within, just as had occurred moments ago. Hermione glanced at the wand with trepidation. That wand must be quite powerful, right? After all, I've never heard of anyone using silence as a core. Montag by Schulget und Satan. We shall discover its potency through experimentation. He casually flicked his wand toward the grass nearby and cast a thunderous blast spell, a charm that detonates anything it contacts. Normally, with such a casual gesture, it would only create a small crater. However, as magic surged into the wand, he sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he wrapped an arm around Hermione, and in the midst of the explosion, they vanished from their spot. A deafening explosion erupted. The two appeared at a distance, mouths agape. Staring at the site they had just vacated, now transformed into a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter, with charred edges and thick smoke billowing skyward. "My books!" Hermione cried out in despair, recalling that they had been reading just moments before, and now those books were consumed in the heart of the explosion. Yet, upon remembering that some of those books bore Gilderoy Lockhart's name, a flicker of satisfaction ignited within the young man's heart. It seemed they would need to visit Diagon Alley again tomorrow. "I suppose so," he replied. Hermione gazed mournfully at the vast crater and suddenly turned to him. Seriousness etched on her face. "You should stick to that white hawthorn wand from now on." Mo Bai shrugged, conceding, "As you wish. It pairs well with your wand." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, and she huffed, turning away, though her heels betrayed a hint of delight. Mo Bai glanced back at the crater, acknowledging the sheer power that had been unleashed. The Whitewood wand is incapable of performing dark magic, thus it will pose no issue for use at school. As for the Elder Wand, there will surely come a time when it proves useful. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from the room. "Mrs. Granger gazed in horror at the large crater that had appeared in her backyard. Mo Bai scratched his head, pondering whether it might have been an explosion of the gas pipeline. Chapter 9. There are always a few days each month when one feels unwell. Whether the Granger couple truly believed in the gas pipeline explosion, Mo Bai could not ascertain. However, that was indeed the explanation they provided to the police who came to assess the situation. The two children stood at a distance, for no one would attribute such extensive destruction to them. Mr. Granger, being a local dentist, carried considerable credibility. Thus the matter was soon left unresolved. The following day, Mo Bai received a letter while he and Hermione were preparing to venture to Diagon Alley in her backyard. An owl descended from the sky, dropping the letter at his feet before flapping away. They exchanged glances as Mo Bai opened the envelope, discovering several Muggle banknotes tucked within the parchment. "To Bai, as your temporary guardian, I must remind you not to use magic in the Muggle world, especially dark magic. I look forward to seeing you at school, and we shall find a way to address your concerns. P.S. The money enclosed is intended for the Granger couple to compensate for the damaged lawn. Albus Dumbledore." Mo Bai handed the letter and the money to Hermione. After reading the note, she looked at him in astonishment. She had lost count of how many times she had been surprised since their acquaintance, as if this boy perpetually unveiled new marvels. "Dumbledore is your guardian? Well, as you can see," Mo Bai shrugged, revealing that he had only just learned this himself, though it was not entirely unexpected. Dumbledore and his grandfather had been longtime acquaintances, so it seemed only natural for him to assume the role of guardian. Then came Hermione, with her insatiable curiosity, narrowing her eyes at him. Her intense gaze was unexpectedly adorable on her small face, prompting him to playfully pinch her cheek. With a swift smack, she swatted his hand away, shooting him a glare before turning back to her reading, though her flushed earlobes betrayed her embarrassment. Naturally, this line of inquiry was left unresolved. Seeing that Hermione no longer pressed for answers, he let out a sigh of relief. This, however, was a mere facade. The situation was far more intricate than he had portrayed. Although he had gained complete control over the quiet force within him, it was peculiar that, over the past few years, there would be 1 or 2 days each month when it would suddenly erupt. Mo Bai even speculated whether this force had a gender, pondering if he possessed the female variant, which would account for those few tempestuous days each month. In such moments, there were only 2 options. The first was to allow it to rampage unabated. During this time, he remained conscious. Yet everything and everyone within a 10-meter radius would be subject to the chaotic black mist emanating from him, rendering him incapable of control. His grandfather was equally helpless in these instances, merely advising him to keep this secret hidden when he ventured outside, for these days marked his most vulnerable moments. He did not withhold information from Hermione out of distrust. Rather, he wished to spare her from unnecessary worry. After all, as the venerable Dumbledore proclaimed, Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. If need be, he could skip classes for a couple of days and rest in his dormitory. The headmaster was his guardian, and surely slipping out through a back door would not pose any issue. His mother had suggested they save their money for some delightful treats, but to spend it, they would need to exchange it for galleons at Gringotts. He held a certain aversion to goblins, who always seemed to regard them with disdain. The little girl wrinkled her nose, prompting a smile to grace Mo Bai's lips. "Have you forgotten that the Muggle world also offers food, my little witch? Oh, right. After we finish shopping, let's indulge in a grand feast." Mo Bai raised his right arm to his side, inviting Hermione to join him. "Does Mrs. Granger truly allow you to venture alone to Diagon Alley with me? Thanks to you blowing up a bookstore and creating a pit in my backyard. They are quite at ease regarding our safety." Hermione rolled her eyes, though her parents were indeed reassured about their well-being. and Mo Bai felt a surge of joy. This was a positive sign. Then let us proceed. In Diagon Alley, the two young wizards appeared out of thin air, startling those around them. However, they quickly regained their composure. What was the fuss about? It was merely apparition. Who couldn't he manage that? Yet, the realization struck them. Who had cast the apparition spell for these two children? The onlookers exchanged astonished glances. And Mo Bai, however, paid no heed to their stares. He supported the pale-faced girl, gently patting her back to soothe her. My apologies. It is common for first-time apparition travelers to experience discomfort. I assumed you were fine yesterday. But the distance this time was too great. Observing Hermione's ashen face, which suggested she might be ill, he felt a pang of guilt. It's all right, he reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Let us continue. As he nodded and turned, he collided with someone. Being an 11-year-old, he stumbled slightly, but Hermione caught him, preventing him from falling. I am so sorry, truly sorry, came a warm voice. And Mo Bai looked up to see a gentleman who appeared impeccably polite, tipping his hat in apology. Oddly, in Diagon Alley, he stood out not as a wizard, but rather as a noble from the Muggle world. As an apology, may I invite you two young ones for some dessert? No, thank you, and Mo Bai replied, pulling Hermione away, instinctively sensing ill intentions from the man. Watching the two children depart, the man narrowed his eyes, seemingly regretful, before vanishing into the crowd. Mo Bai dismissed the earlier incident from his mind, and the two began to meander through Diagon Alley, first revisiting the leaky cauldron to repurchase the textbooks he had previously ruined. Hermione then insisted on visiting Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The last time, they had been interrupted by Ron, preventing Mo Bai from acquiring his robes. Having never experienced romance in his past life, he was now acutely aware of the trials of shopping with a significant other. Dressed in a flowing black wizard's robe, cinched at the waist with a silver belt that accentuated his tall stature, Mo Bai caught Hermione's attention. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded in satisfaction. Is that sufficient? Mo Bai, appearing somewhat exasperated, replied, I merely feel that these garments have consumed our date time. Clad in a tailored wizard's robe, he suddenly bent down, causing Hermione's heart to race wildly. Who said anything about a date? We're merely out to purchase something. Hermione shot an annoyed glare at the grinning Mo Bai before turning on her heel, leaving him standing there, lost in thought as his hair fluttered in her wake. It seemed he had been a bit too flirtatious lately. The young girl had developed a resistance. Chapter 10. Heart-wrenching. As evening fell, Mo Bai led Hermione to the entrance of the leaky cauldron, holding a box that had been expanded by a disillusionment charm containing all their purchases. Half of the funds provided by Dumbledore had already been spent on this box, rendering it quite valuable. Shall we indulge in a fine meal? He suggested. Absolutely. Courtesy of the pounds the headmaster compensated my family, Hermione replied, sharing a smile with him as their small figures strolled along the street. Before long, they found themselves at the entrance of an upscale restaurant, where the young boy was met with polite rejection by the waiter. The waiter, bowing slightly, addressed the two children. I'm sorry, but we cannot accommodate you without parental supervision. And Mo Bai, though his soul was 24, bore the body of an 11-year-old. And he grimaced at the inconvenience of his youthful form. But we have money, Hermione protested, misunderstanding the waiter's reservations as a fear of them dining and dashing. She produced a stack of pounds, yet the waiter politely declined once more. I'm truly sorry, but it's not possible. The waiter, feeling helpless, understood that allowing unsupervised children in the restaurant posed a risk. Should anything happen, even if the likelihood was slim, he might lose his job. Their choice of dining establishment was of no concern to him, as long as it was not his restaurant. Suddenly, a wave of confusion washed over him, as if a spoon were stirring within his mind. Shaking his head, he chalked it up to fatigue from his recent workload. Mo Bai rolled his eyes. As a master of dark magic, he effortlessly employed the legilimency charm to glean the waiter's thoughts. However, since he was not well versed in its use, it left the waiter feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Very well then, he conceded. Hermione, being a 12-year-old girl, naturally deferred to Mo Bai's judgment at that moment. He then directed his gaze across the street to an ice cream shop. How about I get you an ice cream? He proposed. Yes, I want strawberry. Hermione wrinkled her nose, swatting away the boy's playful gesture to ruffle her hair. Hurry up, she urged, though a smile crept onto her lips unbeknownst to her. Mo Bai quickly crossed the street to the ice cream shop. Even if their dining experience was thwarted, a date should have a sweet conclusion. An ice cream would serve as a delightful dessert. Meanwhile, Hermione stood alone, the space around her empty save for the box containing their belongings, which sat forlornly in place. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed in the stillness. Neglecting the dessert that had fallen to the ground, he swiftly scanned his surroundings. His remarkable eyesight accurately locking onto a distant black vintage car racing past. At the rear window, a familiar tuft of brown hair was unmistakable. It was none other than Hermione. Was it a kidnapping? Or an abduction? His eyes widened in horror, filled with regret for having ventured out to shop. Why had he not remained by Hermione's side? With no time for further contemplation, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and passers-by stared in disbelief as a young boy vanished into thin air before their very eyes. The ice cream vendor rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he been working too hard lately? Was he hallucinating? Meanwhile, in the distance, behind the speeding black car, a figure clad in black and white tumbled onto the ground. His robe torn in half, revealing the boy's somewhat frail shoulders. Fuck! His apparition was not yet adept enough to accurately teleport to a rapidly moving object. Furthermore, his heightened emotions had inadvertently caused a split. Thankfully, only his clothing had suffered damage. His body remained unscathed. Beep! From atop a high building. The boy in black and white fixated intently on the distant speeding vehicle, his jaw clenched tight. In the next moment, amidst a roar of fury, his body began to disintegrate, vanishing from sight and leaving behind a swirling mass of black mist suspended in the air. The black mist pulsed as if it were alive, expanding and contracting as though it were breathing. For the first time, it manifested within the bustling streets of London. In an instant, the black mist swelled to an impressive 100 meters in size before rapidly contracting into a singular shadow that shot skyward. At that moment, the speeding black car had already left the city, traveling into the suburbs, where 3 men clad in black robes occupied the vehicle. Hermione lay slumped in the back seat, her eyes closed, seemingly unconscious from some drug-induced stupor. Beside her sat a well-dressed figure, whom if the boy in black and white had seen, he would surely recognize as the affable man encountered earlier that day in Diagon Alley. The man's expression had shifted from friendly to one of unabashed greed as he gazed at Hermione. The young witch should fetch a handsome price. Rest assured, I have followed them for a day now, and there are no adults in sight, only 2 young boys. At their age, they likely cannot even cast a spell. Posing little threat. This is not our first venture into such dealings. As long as we are not caught in the act, there will be someone to handle the aftermath. After all, that group of wizards is hardly united. Indeed, the man in the front seat ceased his chatter, patting the driver on the shoulder. Be careful. We must deliver the merchandise intact. Trust me, do you doubt my driving skills? Fuck, what is this? The 3 men were horrified to see a thick black mist suddenly engulfing the exterior of the car, swirling chaotically as if alive, rendering everything else invisible. In the next moment, the car windows shattered explosively, and the trio found themselves engulfed in an endless tide of black mist, which wreaked havoc within the confined space. Amidst the chaos, the man in the back seat felt the world spin around him, and in the hazy distance, he could faintly hear the desperate screams of his companions, which were abruptly silenced. As chaos subsided, the man opened his tightly closed eyes, only to find himself lying amidst the grass by the roadside, completely unscathed. Panic surged within him as he scanned his surroundings, discovering that vehicles had been grotesquely twisted by an unknown force, lying in a pitiful heap in the distance. Suddenly, a heavy object fell before him with a thud, and upon glancing at it, terror overtook him. It was his driver, whose skin bore no intact surface, resembling a victim of brutal dismemberment, exposing the flesh beneath, yet curiously devoid of blood. His eyes were wide with despair, his face contorted in agony, suggesting he had endured unimaginable torment before his last breath. Looking up, the man's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Before him, a bizarre mass of black mist writhed ominously in the air, exuding a dark vapor that seemed capable of devouring life itself. A chill enveloped him, and he yearned to flee, yet his limbs offered no support. As the black mist swirled, another corpse was expelled, that of another companion. Witnessing the horrific demise of his comrades, the man broke down, shouting at the black mist before him. What manner of beast are you? Why do you turn against us? Why? Is it you? He recognized the face of a boy, the very one who had been near the prey. At that moment, he had perceived the child as merely a defenseless little brat, never suspecting that this seemingly innocent boy, barely 11 years of age, was a harbinger of doom. What else could it be? Who dares to steal my people and question me? The boy looked down upon the fallen man, his eyes devoid of warmth. He produced a wand, emanating a swirling black mist. I shall not inquire about your origins or your intentions in abducting others. I will learn soon enough. But before that, with a flick of his wand, his voice was as cold and unyielding as ice. Crucio, a jet of green light, laced with darkness, surged into the man's body, eliciting a scream that transcended human capability. He writhed on the ground in agony, a cacophony of torment escaping his lips. The man felt as if every nerve in his body had ignited, an indescribable pain consuming his blood, his marrow, every part of him. Aya! But the boy remained unmoved. The curse's green light illuminated his indifferent face, his black pupils absorbing all light as though they were a bottomless abyss. The man twisted in agony, clawing at the earth. His nails dug into the ground, lifting with the exertion, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Kill me. Please, just end my suffering. He wished for the boy to grant him a merciful release, but the boy seemed impervious to his pleas, intensifying the green light further. May I take him off your hands? Suddenly, a melodious and clear voice resonated behind the boy. Startled, the boy, consumed by rage, acted without thought, swiftly turning to unleash his most potent curse upon the shadow that had appeared behind him. The air screamed as if pierced by an unseen force. Avada Kedavra! The mixture of black and sickly green light struck the figure that had suddenly materialized behind him, and it fell to the ground, lifeless. This lethal spell jolted the enraged boy back to reality. What had he done? He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the writhing body on the ground before him, devoid of any emotion. The abductor had taken Hermione, a fate he rightfully deserved. Yet, he had just unleashed the killing curse upon an innocent soul. The Avada Kedavra, aptly named, left no chance for survival for its victim. The boy's pupils quivered violently. In his eyes, any means employed against the one who had seized Hermione was justified. However, the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents was an entirely different matter. Clenching his wand tightly, a wave of intense nausea surged from his heart to the top of his head, forcing him to double over, trembling and retching uncontrollably. Is this your first time taking a life? A voice, gravelly yet youthful, reached him from behind. Mo Bai turned, suppressing the urge to vomit, and discovered a boy of similar age standing not far behind him. The young man possessed short, light blue hair and striking blue eyes, his slender frame clad in an elegant blue noble's attire. However, a flaw marred his beauty. His right eye was concealed beneath a black eye patch, suggesting an injury. At his feet lay a silent figure. Oh, it seems you feel remorse for slaying an innocent bystander. The boy appeared perceptive, quickly discerning Mo Bai's thoughts. Mo Bai paused, rendered speechless, standing motionless. Rise, Sebastian. Surely your morbid curiosity has been satiated. Yes, my lord. The same elegant voice responded. At this, Mo Bai turned in astonishment, his eyes wide as the figure, who should have succumbed to the killing curse, suddenly straightened, standing upright. Clad in black servant attire, with half-long black hair cascading over his forehead, the man was strikingly handsome, particularly due to his extraordinarily vivid crimson eyes that shone under the moonlight. It was as if the crimson glow had cast a faint blush upon the moon itself. He elegantly adjusted his attire, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Mo Bai. I sincerely apologize for the fright I have caused you. Mo Bai noticed a six-pointed star emblazoned on the white glove of the man's left hand, subtly emanating a red light. Who are you? Regardless of their identity, this man was undoubtedly not human. When he had unleashed the killing curse, it had been fueled by a murderous intent directed solely at the captor, amplified by the elder wand in his grasp. Not even an ordinary person, much less an elder, would have emerged unscathed from such an encounter. The boy stood firm, his hands resting upon his staff, the head adorned with a silver skull. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Charles Phantomhaven, and this is my butler, Sebastian Michaelis. The butler, named Sebastian, performed a graceful bow. Your butler is no ordinary individual, Mo Bai remarked, only to be seized by another wave of nausea. Charles frowned. Is the aftermath of your actions truly so overwhelming? One could say that. And Mo Bai coughed a few times, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. It appeared that some remnants of flesh had found their way into his mouth during the recent skirmish, leaving him feeling somewhat nauseated. Sire gazed at him in stunned silence, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. Is it not guilt for the slaughter of innocents that troubles you? Guilt? And Mo Bai smirked, acknowledging a slight pang of it. Yet your servant did suddenly emerge from behind me. Even in death, he has brought his fate upon himself. Moreover, considering he was not yet deceased, any lingering guilt had been entirely erased. And Mo Bai shrugged and raised his wand. So, what brings you here, gentlemen? Or do you seek what your servant suggested? He gestured towards the convulsing man on the ground. Sire took a couple of steps forward. Indeed, we have come for him. Might the esteemed wizard be willing to part with him? We could exchange his identity. And Mo Bai scrutinized him for a moment. Since you acknowledge me as a wizard, you should also understand that acquiring what I desire from him would be rather effortless. Xiaer's smile was innocent, yet a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. I am well aware of a wizard's capabilities, but but this individual is merely a pawn in the organization behind him. You would garner little useful information. Is that so? Mo Bai twirled his wand and suddenly pointed it at Xiaer. You must possess a wealth of knowledge. Do you not? Sebastian swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiaer, his fingers clutching 3 gleaming kitchen knives, his eyes, now a dark crimson, fixated on Mo Bai. The presence of an exceedingly sinister aura emanated from Sebastian, distinct from any magical force. It was an insidious essence that seemed inescapable, even causing Mo Bai's innate calmness to dissipate, sensing an impending threat. Xiaer stepped out from behind Sebastian. Esteemed wizard, I believe it would be prudent for us to converse. Wouldn't you agree? Mo Bai retracted his wand, choosing not to respond immediately. He turned to check on Hermione, relieved to see her complexion healthy and her breathing steady. You need not worry about your friend's safety. These individuals will not harm the cargo before it is sold. Not even with the anesthetic, which is derived from spices and poses no risk to human health. Montauk Bai paused it, then conjured multiple protective charms around Hermione, and even cast a cushioning spell to enhance her comfort before turning back to Xiaer. Please elaborate on what you mentioned regarding the cargo. Xiaer cleared his throat. My family has served the royal family for generations. I have been commissioned to investigate a series of missing persons cases, primarily involving young girls aged 10 to 14. Upon hearing this, Mo Bai inadvertently glanced at the sleeping Hermione beside him. These individuals operate with great secrecy, and communication between upper and lower echelons is highly restricted. We have only just managed to trace this individual. However, Xiaer spread his hands, casting his gaze towards the 2 grotesque corpses and the man sprawled on the ground with vacant eyes. It appears that there is little left to be gleaned. Mo Bai furrowed his brow, contemplating that he could glean all that from the depths of the man's mind. If such were the extent of the conversation, then it would be best to conclude it here. He approached the man, prepared to settle the matter of his name. What if I were to suggest that the origins of this case may very well lie within the realm of sorcery? Mo Bai halted in his tracks, though he did not turn around. What does that have to do with me? Do you not wish to personally seize the culprit who has harmed your friend? While we can address the criminals of the human world, we are powerless to intervene in the affairs of the wizarding realm. Mo Bai glanced at Sebastian, questioning whether his presence would change the situation. Sebastian smiled. Due to an ancient covenant with a respected human, I am unable to interfere in any matters concerning the wizarding world. Ancient. The man appeared to be merely in his 20s. Surely, he cannot be a vampire or a werewolf. The old man seemed to have mentioned that such beings existed in this world. So, you seek my assistance in investigating within the wizarding world? Charles regarded him. Is that permissible? I apologize, though I would be eager to assist. I prefer not to meddle in others' affairs. I have already avenged my friend's grievance. However, the principal offender remains at large, and your friend may still become a target. Mo Bai lifted Hermione, resting her head against his chest. Then let them come and try. No sooner had he spoken than Mo Bai and Hermione vanished from sight, leaving only the servant and master standing silently beneath the moonlight. Do you believe you will assist us? Who can predict the future? All I can do is accompany you as we gaze toward what lies ahead, until the very end, my lord. A derisive laugh escaped Charles, though it was unclear to whom it was directed. Take that fellow lying on the ground, and let us be on our way. Sebastian bent down, hoisting Charles's petite frame onto his shoulder, and with the sound of rushing wind, the 2 disappeared without a trace. Chapter 12, Luna. The following morning, Mo Bai discovered a familiar box at his doorstep. Was this not the very box they had left by the roadside yesterday? He stepped closer, noticing a letter elegantly inscribed in ornate calligraphy addressed to the esteemed wizard. Mo Bai's mind involuntarily conjured images of the butler with red eyes and the master with blue eyes under the moonlit night. It was indeed them. That butler was no mere mortal. He had even managed to ascertain where Mo Bai resided. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, realizing that the other party was still cognizant of boundaries. After having refused once, he was certain that any further insistence would provoke a resolute disregard from him. However, even if they were so discerning as to deliver the box to him, he remained powerless to assist. His recent activities in the magical realm were likely confined to the school. Those individuals could not possibly be foolish enough to dare infiltrate Hogwarts. Mo Bai's hand trembled, and the entire sheet of paper was reduced to ash in a fleeting flash of fire, scattering into the air. After all, with Hermione under his protection, she would undoubtedly remain unharmed. The fate of others was of little concern to him. He picked up the box, whistling as he made his way home, pondering what delectable dishes the Granger couple would prepare today. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaos erupted from within the door, causing Mo Bai to pause, the corners of his eyes twitching. In the early morning, what mischief is this fellow up to again? He abruptly flung open the door. Sure enough, the living room on the first floor was in utter disarray. Tables and chairs lay overturned, and the tea set was shattered across the floor, alongside a general atmosphere of chaos. Above, a colossal avian serpent coiled upon the ceiling, its purple scales glistening in the morning sunlight, while its enormous bird head nestled within its serpentine body, as if startled. Little Gwai, what mischief are you up to so early? Upon hearing Mo Bai's voice, Little Gwai immediately turned to him, but her immense size caused her head to collide with the ceiling, triggering another bout of commotion. The cacophony of sounds emanating from the second floor made Mo Bai's lips twitch in irritation. As the bird serpent seemed poised to pounce on him, he quickly raised his hand. Wait, don't move. The enormous bird head retracted, frozen in place, appearing somewhat pitiable as it obeyed. Little Gwai shook her head vigorously, though she adored the dim environment. It was cold and barren, lacking the delights of the outside world. Come here. Seeing Mo Bai extend his arm, Little Gwai felt as if she had been given a reprieve, her massive, serpentine body darting toward him, swiftly shrinking in the air until it coiled elegantly around his wrist like a delicate bracelet. Gazing at the disheveled room, Mo Bai sighed and, just as he was about to raise his hand, seemed to recall something. He retrieved a white hawthorn magic wand from his pocket. Since he had promised Hermione to use this wand at school, it would be wise to familiarize himself with it beforehand. With a flick of the wand, he felt his magical energy struggle to flow through it, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Could that wand maker be deceiving me? Is this merely a challenge to cast dark magic? Why is even the simplest repair spell so arduous? Despite the difficulty, his substantial magical power began to restore the room as if time were reversing, albeit at a painfully sluggish pace. Upon completing the spell, his frown deepened. Such a straightforward repair charm had consumed an alarming amount of his magical energy, nearly rivaling that of a fierce fire spell. I must confront that old man for selling me a counterfeit product. If he does not provide an explanation, I shall set his shop ablaze. At that moment, familiar shouts from outside calmed Mo Bai's furrowed brow. However, in the grand scheme of things, nothing is more important than a meal. Thus, he resolved to eat first. After breakfast, Hermione tugged Mo Bai to the backyard. At this, the young girl appeared a tad bashful. You just came from my room. Mo Bai chuckled at her slightly flushed cheeks, suppressing the urge to pinch them. You didn't do anything inappropriate, did you? The young girl squinted at him, her adorable gaze piercing. Ah, you are perceptive, she huffed lightly, dismissing the topic. By the way, I heard some commotion at your place this morning. What happened? Nothing but Little Gwai. Mo Bai revealed the serpent coiled around his wrist, instantly capturing the attention of the young girl, who surprisingly produced a mealworm from her pocket. In a swift motion, the little creature repositioned itself, settling on Hermione's arm and blissfully nibbling on the delectable treat. Much to her delight, Hermione beamed with a radiant smile, prompting a tinge of jealousy in Mo Bai, who remarked with a hint of acidity. You wouldn't be keeping such snacks on hand just for the little one, would you? Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. How could you give such an unrefined name to a lady? We are clearly calling her Luna. Fine, Luna it is, he conceded. The name Little One was a whimsical moniker he had spontaneously assigned, hoping the mischievous creature would behave. However, upon Hermione's vehement protest, she chose the name Luna. Luna, the goddess of the moon in Roman mythology, indeed matched the serpent's striking appearance. Yet, recalling the chaotic scene in the room earlier, he found it utterly impossible to associate this little troublemaker with the beauty and purity of a lunar deity. Observing the joyful interaction between Hermione and the serpent, he grimaced slightly. You can take her today. I have to step out. Where are you going? She inquired, to confront some unscrupulous merchants. Seeing the tension in Mo Bai's clenched jaw, Hermione looked puzzled. Understood, go ahead. Watching her engrossed in teasing Little One. No, Luna, Mo Bai scoffed. Ah, women and their fickleness. Just as he was about to apparate out the door, a sudden sound interrupted him, and a tall figure appeared before him. Oh, Professor, what brings you here? He asked, only to find Dumbledore gazing at him sternly, finally uttering, Did you kill someone last night? Chapter 13, The Power of Will. In the room, Dumbledore sat on a chair, his hands clasped, the crescent-shaped lenses reflecting white light, obscuring his expression. There, from a distant shelf, the teacups seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, completing the tea-making process autonomously, and 2 cups of red tea gracefully descended before them. Mo Bai raised his cup and took a sip, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, British red tea possesses a unique flavor. Dumbledore also took a sip, savoring it, if only it had a touch more sugar. But red tea isn't meant to have sugar, Mo Bai replied. The atmosphere while seemingly pleasant, was still tinged with Dumbledore's subtle concern. Noticing this, Mo Bai smirked. Isn't it just killing 2 vermin involved in child trafficking? Shouldn't they get what they deserve? Dumbledore's worry deepened at Mo Bai's apparent indifference. His fears had indeed materialized. Mo Bai showed no hesitation in revealing his power, having killed 2 muggles. Particularly alarming was the residual presence of the Cruciatus curse at the scene, indicating a brutal execution. There was even that curse, the killing curse, which even dark wizards rarely managed to cast successfully. Fortunately, it was that particular individual who fell victim. The only solace Dumbledore found was that Mo Bai's actions were provoked by a just cause, rather than being an act of senseless slaughter. Dumbledore locked eyes with Mo Bai. Do you know, had I not sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from you and rushed to the scene to erase the traces of your spell, it would not have been me standing here, but an Aura from the Ministry of Magic, and you would have found yourself imprisoned in Azkaban. The infamous name of Azkaban is well known to me. It is deemed the most terrifying prison in the world, guarded by the dreadful Dementors. And it is said that those confined there endure a fate worse than death, making all wizards shudder at the mere mention of it. I had anticipated that the other party would chastise me, preparing myself for a reprimand akin to the punishments I received from my parents during my past missteps. I truly did not expect that they would instead come to my aid. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Before the obedient and gentle youth before him, Dumbledore found it difficult to associate him with a malevolent wizard who had slaughtered 2 muggles. It was evident that he was a product of Gellert's tutelage. Even his demeanor was strikingly similar. Dumbledore let out a deep sigh. In the presence of Mo Bai, his wisdom seemed to elude him. After all, this was a child raised by Gellert himself, now entrusted to Dumbledore's care. He genuinely regarded him as his own, a sentiment the great wizard had not felt in a long while. He understood that matters like this could not be rushed. The youth had spent his formative years in the shadow of the world's most fearsome Dark Lord, and his decisive nature could not be corrected with mere words. Moreover, such qualities are indeed essential for a leader. Yet, Dumbledore was reluctant to see him stray from the right path. This internal conflict mirrored the worries of a father. However, there was a source of comfort for Dumbledore. The boy's actions were motivated by a desire to protect those around him. This realization underscored the significance of Hermione in his heart. She was a kind and passionate girl, and if she could influence Mo Bai positively, it would be most beneficial. Unbeknownst to Mo Bai, Dumbledore's mind was a tumultuous sea of thoughts. He had largely dismissed the events of the previous night, his primary concern now being his wand. Noticing the elder deep in contemplation, he stifled his impatience and tentatively inquired, "Professor, is there something else you wish to discuss?" Indeed, matters concerning the deaths of 2 individuals cannot be easily brushed aside. However, seeing the urgency in Mo Bai's demeanor, Dumbledore decided to shift his approach. Not for the moment, but what is it you intend to do? Oh, as far as I know, wands produced by Ollivander have never encountered issues. Might I see yours? Of course, Professor. Mo Bai handed the wand to Dumbledore, who accepted it and, with confident eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles, examined the wand. Ah, 15-ush. The wand appears to be made of white hawthorn. He glanced at the boy and casually waved the wand, a gentle white light emanating from its tip. The core is unicorn hair, and the magical flow is remarkably smooth. Indeed, a fine wand for white magic. Mo Bai stared at him in astonishment. You understand about wands as well? With a gentle smile, Dumbledore, having lived for over a century, often indulged in reading during his leisure. Indeed, age brings wisdom. From my perspective, there appears to be nothing amiss with this wand. However, Mo Bai furrowed his brow, expressing that he consistently felt the flow of magic to be obscure, that the consumption had significantly increased. Try again, Dumbledore suggested. Mo Bai took the wand and, emulating Dumbledore, cast a light spell. As anticipated, the same obscure sensation resurfaced, the wand's tip gleaming erratically like a flickering bulb, dazzlingly bright. You see, this is even less effective than casting with my bare hands. He snapped his fingers with his empty left hand, conjuring a stable orb of light that floated delicately at his fingertip, though surrounded by a faint mist that rendered the orb somewhat hazy. Dumbledore's eyes brightened as he discerned the source of the issue, a sense of resolution beginning to form in his mind. When you cast a spell, do you unconsciously imbue it with the power of your silent force? Indeed, Mo Bai nodded instinctively, recognizing that it was part of him. His magic intertwined with the silent force. The old man had reassured him that it was inconsequential and might even enhance the potency of dark magic. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore remarked, "Your wand is not flawed. Rather, it is an exceptional wand." However, he gestured for Mo Bai to remain calm. Unicorn hair, being profoundly attuned to white magic, inherently resists dark magic. Mr. Ollivander has mentioned this. I see. Mo Bai's expression illuminated with understanding, prompting a nod from Dumbledore. The essence of the Silent Force is fundamentally a dark magical power. As long as your magic carries this force, it will be repelled by the wand. So, if I can separate my magic from the Silent Force, I will be able to wield this wand. The principle holds true, yet your magic has been eroded by the Silent Force for an extended period, making separation far from simple. Before he could finish, Dumbledore was astonished to observe a beam of light suddenly emanating from the boy's wand tip, gentle and stable, a stark contrast to the previous blinding brilliance. This boy was full of surprises. Magic is, in essence, a manifestation of the mind, with the nature of one's magic influencing the character of the caster. Take the killing curse, for instance. If the caster harbors no intent to kill, even if they manage to cast it, the most they could achieve would be to induce a nosebleed. Similarly, within white magic, there exists a spell known as the Patronus Charm, which many dark wizards find utterly beyond their capabilities. Consequently, most practitioners of dark magic tend to possess negative traits. Perhaps they are madly cruel or arrogantly indifferent. Even their attempts at casting a light spell would be painfully blinding, laden with their distinct personal characteristics. However, this boy could effortlessly detach his negative emotions. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to produce such a gentle light. This indicates that within him lies a gentle and kind nature. What he must do is amplify these positive emotions within the boy's heart, ensuring that he no longer acts rashly out of the influence of the Silent Force. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in the old man's eyes. Chapter 14. Concealed Merit and Fame. As the days passed, Mo Bai had already spent half a month in this unremarkable community in London. One morning, he dressed meticulously, grasping his magically expanded suitcase, which contained all his possessions. As he stepped outside, just as he exited, the door of the neighboring apartment swung open, revealing Hermione and Mr. Granger, equally prepared for the day. Naturally, Mo Bai approached and took the suitcase from Hermione's hands. "Shall we go?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied. "Today is the day the Hogwarts Express departs." At King's Cross Station, bustling with crowds, Mo Bai gazed at the stark, bare wall ahead, raising an eyebrow. "So, we are to charge into this wall." He ran his fingers along its cold, hard surface. "Relax, would I lead you astray?" Hermione pulled him back. "I entered this way last year, and nothing happened." "All right then." Mo Bai was not skeptical, merely bemused by the absurdity of such an entrance. Shouldn't wizards conceal themselves from Muggle eyes? If so, why place the entrance in a bustling Muggle train station? He noticed wizards loitering nearby, evidently stationed to erase any Muggle memories should they inadvertently wander too close. Wasn't he this excessive? Why not construct a station in a secluded area? Surely the Ministry of Magic could allocate funds for Aurors to patrol endlessly, yet lack the resources for infrastructure. At least Minister Fudge was unworthy of his position. Thus began the young boy's journey to Hogwarts, initiated by a bemused collision with the wall as Hermione urged him forward. Once aboard the train, Mrs. Granger grasped Mo Bai's hand. "You must take good care of Hermione at school." "Mother," Hermione protested, her expression a mix of indignation and disbelief. "He is younger than me, and it's his first time at school. If anyone should be caring, it should be me." The boy exchanged a knowing smile with Mrs. Granger and nodded. "I will look after her. Then I can rest easy handing her over to you," Mrs. Granger said, patting Mo Bai's hand, increasingly fond of the boy. Mo Bai felt a sense of reassurance. He was steady. Hermione, now beside her mother, adopted a playful tone. "All right, enough of that." As the train slowly departed, Hermione waved to her parents while Mo Bai held onto the young girl to prevent her from toppling over, thereafter standing in silence. Hermione turned her head and, sensing his quiet demeanor, reached out to clasp his hand, gazing intently into his dark eyes. "You can consider my parents as your own." Mo Bai was taken aback by her sudden warmth. The usually boisterous girl was displaying unexpected tenderness. He had long felt isolated since arriving in this unfamiliar world 5 years ago, surrounded only by an elderly man, without family or friends. Moments earlier at the platform, he had observed the little wizards alongside their families, even spotting the Weasley clan, a cheerful throng that radiated warmth. He gazed at the sweet smile adorning the little girl's face, feeling as though a cup of warm water had been poured into his chest, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. "Should I regard your parents as my own?" He met Hermione's pure, unblemished gaze, and a chuckle escaped him. The young girl seemed blissfully unaware of the implications of her words spoken to another of the opposite sex. "Well, there is no rush." "All right." They exchanged smiles. The two found an empty compartment in the train, just settling down when the door was suddenly swung open. The striking red hair of the newcomer revealed her identity. Ginny Weasley, whom they had encountered in Diagon Alley, appeared anxious but still managed to greet Mo Bai politely. Hermione, have you seen Harry and my brother? Hermione posed. No. Why? The red-haired girl looked as if she might burst into tears from worry. I've searched the train and can't find them. They wouldn't have missed the train, would they? Hermione felt a twinge of anxiety, while Mo Bai remained composed. Weren't you supposed to leave together? I recall that Harry lives at your place. Ginny nodded. We left a bit late this morning and were in such a rush. They were right behind us when we crossed the platform, but once we boarded, we realized they were missing. Montag bei Zeit, bemuset. Recognizing the drawbacks of having too large a family, Hermione quickly reassured the girl, you should sit down. If they truly missed the train, Mrs. Weasley will find them. Worrying one tea help now. Mo Bai retrieved a simple tea set from his luggage. It's probably just a delay. I doubt Professor Dumbledore would expel 2 children for missing the train. Could they really get expelled? Ginny's face fell at his words. What should we do, Hermione? Hermione shot a glare at Mo Bai, who shrugged innocently. Don't listen to him. Everything will be fine. I trust your mother will locate them and ensure they arrive safely at school. Hermione comforted Ginny, while Mo Bai skillfully brewed tea. Before long, he presented 2 cups of red tea to the young ladies. He looked at Ginny with a smile. Have some tea. The cups are new and used. It's delightful. Ginny remarked. Mo Bai maintained his composed smile. I added a bit of milk to soothe your nerves. While he may not excel in other pursuits, his tea-making skills were quite commendable. Hermione, unable to tolerate the somewhat insincere smile on the boy's face, commented dryly. The boy's smile remained unchanged. Indeed, once Ginny's emotions had settled, she glanced back and forth between them and suddenly exclaimed, You two share a wonderful bond. At her words, Mo Bai looked at Hermione. Is that so? The young girl, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin, just let it be. The train continued its journey, and to ease Ginny's worries, Hermione refrained from reading her book, instead engaging her with tales from school. Meanwhile, Mo Bai sat quietly reading, occasionally lifting his gaze to the young girl, sipping his tea, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, closed his book, and leaned forward to gaze out the window. Hermione noticed the other person's actions. What are you looking at? Nothing, just finding the sunlight a bit blinding, came to reply as the curtains were drawn. Hermione paid it no mind and turned back to converse with Ginny. Unbeknownst to her, the boy wore a slightly mischievous smile, his fingers discreetly twirling beneath the book. Meanwhile, above the Hogwarts Express, a blue car was soaring haphazardly through the sky, with the infamous Harry Potter precariously hanging from the door, appearing ready to plummet. Ron in the vehicle shouted in fright, Harry! Just as Harry felt he could no longer hold on and was about to fall, he suddenly sensed an unseen force pushing him back into the compartment. The car door slammed shut with a decisive thud, and the vehicle, as if spurred on by a wild steed, shot towards the heavens, heading straight for Hogwarts. Inside, Ron and Harry were thrown about in chaos. Chapter 15, Hogwarts. As the train pulled into the station, Hermione and Ginny disembarked, scanning the surroundings, yet they found no sign of Harry and Ron. Mo Bai followed closely behind, leaving their luggage in the compartment. According to Hermione, house elves would deliver the luggage to each person's room, while she sternly condemned the enslavement of such sentient beings. Montag Bai, somewhat familiar with these creatures, understood that they possessed magical abilities far superior to ordinary wizards, yet were bound in servitude by ancient contracts. They were condemned to serve their masters for generations until death, unless given a piece of clothing, which would grant them freedom. Observing Hermione's righteous indignation, Mo Bai held reservations about her aspirations to liberate the house elves, but wisely refrained from voicing any dissent. The social hierarchy was entrenched. What could a young wizard from the Muggle world accomplish with mere fervor? In the distance, an exceptionally tall and robust man stood on the platform, holding a lantern that illuminated his imposing figure. Greetings, young wizards. My name is Hagrid. I'm the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. All first-year students come forth. Hagrid's massive stature and booming voice made the young wizards tremble as they approached him. He endeavored to present a friendly smile, yet his rugged features rendered it somewhat fearsome. The startled gasps from the young wizards caused him to feel awkward. Right then, everyone, hurry up. We haven't much time. Hermione nudged Mo Bai in the back. You should go. I'm a second year, not a first-year student. I'll just follow you, he replied. Suit yourself. Hermione tilted her chin defiantly, appearing quite pleased. By Montag? Is Mo here? Hearing his name called in that thunderous voice, Mo Bai's heart skipped a beat. Hermione chuckled and raised her hand. Hagrid. Yes, right here. It must be that old coot Dumbledore, Mo Bai muttered quietly. However, Hermione gently tapped him, reminding him to show respect to his guardian. who was none other than Professor Dumbledore. I know, he replied. Oh, the little Asian fellow, I see you. Thank you, Hermione. Hagrid's booming voice successfully drew the attention of the entire gathering to Mo Bai. The young man rolled his eyes in imitation of Hermione and resignedly approached Hagrid, maintaining an elegant posture as he politely extended his hand. Hello, my name is Mo Bai. Oh, hello. Hagrid carefully shook Missouri Bai's hand with his large one. Professor Dumbledore specifically asked me to escort you to the Great Hall for the opening ceremony. It seems he holds you in high regard. Indeed, that old fellow. Mo Bai finally grasped what it felt like to have a parental figure at school. While internally grumbling, he continued to smile like a graceful young gentleman. I am a relative of the professor's old acquaintance. You see, that kind of acquaintance. Hagrid, who was quite familiar with Dumbledore, immediately understood, his expression shifting to one of realization. Oh, I see, that kind of acquaintance. Hagrid winked at him, sharing a mutual understanding. However, as they journeyed to the school in a small boat, Hagrid couldn't help but ponder. Ever since that individual was imprisoned, he hadn't heard of any other acquaintances of the professor. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he glanced at the youth seated at the bow of the boat. Could he truly be a descendant of that person? Meanwhile, Mo Bai paid no heed to Hagrid's speculations from behind him. He gazed in awe at the scenery ahead. Through the misty clouds, a majestic ancient castle loomed on the edge of a distant cliff, surrounded by mountains, with a large lake to the south. They were gliding across the lake towards the impressive edifice. Isn't it magnificent? Hagrid's eyes sparkled with pride. This is Hogwarts, the finest wizarding school in the world. They passed through the boat dock beneath the castle, ascending the staircase along a corridor until they arrived at the castle's grand entrance. At the foot of the stairs leading to the great hall stood a witch clad in deep green robes. She wore square glasses, her dark hair neatly gathered into a high bun, and she appeared to be of considerable age. The witch cast a stern gaze over the group of novice wizards. I am Minerva McGonagall. You may address me as Professor McGonagall. I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, as well as your transfiguration instructor. Transfiguration? Mo Bai's interest piqued. His elder had spoken of such magic, claiming it possessed a remarkably low threshold for the weak and an exceedingly high potential for the powerful. The feeble could transform small objects, while the adept could even move mountains and fill seas. Even he dared not claim mastery over it. As his elder would say, I cannot teach you a magic I do not consider myself proficient in. In the future, you will encounter a wizard even stronger than I, who will instruct you. Had he not used he, the youth might have believed the elder was referring to Professor McGonagall standing before him. After all, this was the finest wizarding school in the world, and it was only fitting that the Professor of Transfiguration be among the most formidable as well. Professor McGonagall perceived an inquisitive gaze and turned her head, meeting Mo Bai's eyes directly. Upon noticing Mo Bai's striking Asian features, she paused momentarily before recalling something. You must be Bai Mo, correct? Sensing that he had become the center of attention once again, Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, questioning why everyone seemed to recognize him. I'm not Harry Potter. What do they want from me? One must never lose their composure, as losing it signifies relinquishing control over the situation, whether in life or in battle. The courteous demeanor of the young boy evidently won Professor McGonagall's favor, as a rare smile graced her face. Professor Dumbledore has mentioned you to me. Just follow my guidance for now. At this moment, Hermione had already taken her seat in the Great Hall, gazing towards the entrance, anticipating the arrival of the new students. She understood that although Bai claimed to be his second year, this was his first enrollment, and he would likely participate in the sorting ceremony. She wondered which house he would be assigned to. Given his often arrogant demeanor, he seemed quite akin to Slytherin. He appeared intelligent as well, adept in charms. Could he possibly be a Ravenclaw? There was also the chance of him being a Hufflepuff, considering his laziness and fondness for food, particularly red tea. The young girl anxiously realized that the boy beside her exhibited no traits of Gryffindor. Just as her worries mounted, the doors of the Great Hall swung open, and the young wizards gazed in awe at the ceiling, which resembled the sky. At first glance, Mo Bai spotted Hermione seated at the long table and immediately broke away from the group, disregarding the astonished stares around him, plopping down next to her. Is this seat taken? The girl chuckled, but soon recognized the impropriety. What are you doing? You haven't even been sorted yet. You can't sit here. She nudged the boy, only to glance up and find Professor McGonagall silently standing behind them. Hermione's eyes widened in fright, and she couldn't help but scold Mo Bai. Ignoring her little antics, Mo Bai politely met Professor McGonagall's gaze. May I take a seat here? McGonagall glanced between the two, her stern expression suddenly softening into a smile. If you wish, you may. Chapter 16. A Sparse Magical World. Mo Bai found little surprise in the Hogwarts opening ceremony. One by one, young wizards were called by Professor McGonagall, either nervously or confidently sitting on the small stools in front. She placed a tattered, long unwashed hat upon each head, and as all students and faculty watched, the hat muttered and declared Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Azkaban. The last name was one he silently wished for, amused by the thought that if the Sorting Hat shouted it out, it would be quite humorous. However, to his astonishment, throughout the entire sorting ceremony, Professor McGonagall allowed him to remain comfortably seated at the Gryffindor table. Hermione, surprised by the usually rule-abiding Professor's leniency towards Mo Bai, leaned closer to the boy. Could it be that your guardian is the headmaster? Mo Bai rested his chin on his hand, watching the ceremony unfold with a sense of ennui. Is Professor Dumbledore truly the figure you envision in your heart? Could it be that my final assignment is an essay titled My Headmaster Father? Who knows? Hermione mimicked the boy's posture, also bored, resting her chin in her hand. In fact, she had encountered Professor Dumbledore more times in these few days than throughout the entirety of the previous year. Perhaps the old man, having lived a solitary life, simply wished to see such an exceptional protege like myself more frequently. Have some dignity. Hermione playfully slapped the boy on the back. Speaking of which, Harry and Ron still hadn't shown up. Could something have happened to them? Mo Bai cast a glance at Hermione. Have you finally remembered your two good friends? The young girl blushed, realizing that being beside Mo Bai often made her overlook many other matters. It's nothing. The boy comforted her while idly twirling a strand of the girl's hair around his finger, only to have his wayward hand swatted away by her. They must have arrived at school by now. They probably didn't make it in because they were late. How do you know? I just know. The boy's unwarranted confidence provided Hermione with a sense of reassurance. Of course, he knew. He had seen that peculiar car speeding towards Hogwarts from the train, and he had even given it a little push. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if they might have been jostled about due to the excessive speed. When Ginny excitedly high-fived her twin brothers Fred and George and sat beside Hermione, the sorting ceremony was nearing its conclusion. Mo Bai found it amusing that Ron's absence seemed not to trouble his family in the slightest. It appeared this boy was quite the rascal. Until the end, Mo Bai remained calmly seated at the Gryffindor table. Professor McGonagall seemed to have forgotten about him. The Gryffindor students exchanged glances, questioning whether he could be considered a member of their house at all. Surely, Hogwarts had no precedent for joining a house without undergoing the sorting ceremony. It wasn't until the feast began and Headmaster Dumbledore announced the conclusion of the sorting before hastily departing that they confirmed this newcomer had indeed bypassed the sorting ceremony to select his own house. Can Hogwarts truly offer such backdoor access? The little lions whispered among themselves, but Mo Bai paid them no mind. Merely noting that both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had hurriedly exited, he nudged Hermione and gestured in their direction, indicating that they were likely off to handle matters concerning Harry and the others. The young girl, feeling somewhat indignant, asked, "How do you know that? According to your reasoning, Dumbledore cares deeply for Harry, right? It's unlikely the headmaster would leave such an important event as the school opening ceremony for anyone other than Harry Potter himself. Is that true? What is true or not? Time to eat." As he gazed at the array of cakes, fried chicken, steaks, and various exquisite snacks before him, his eyes sparkled with delight, instantly enhancing his fondness for this school. In his previous life, he had always been subjected to a rigid education system and had never experienced such a class allocation ceremony, devoid of lengthy speeches from the headmaster and featuring delectable cuisine. Hermione rolled her eyes beside him, fully aware of his fixation on food. Nevertheless, she lifted a cup of red tea to her lips, savoring its flavor. The tea brewed by Mo Bai was indeed delightful. After the banquet, under the guidance of Percy Weasley, the head of their house, the group of young wizards traversed the ever-shifting staircases of the castle, making their way to the dormitory. Mo Bai curiously gazed at the oil paintings adorning the walls, where an array of individuals regarded them with fascination. A gentleman in a top hat tipped his hat in greeting, while a farmer woman in an apron cheerfully waved. A knight clad in armor brandished a long sword, engaged in a scuffle with a duelist depicted in another painting. At that moment, the hushed whispers of several women in yet another painting caught Mo Bai's attention. "Have you heard? That Harry Potter is to be expelled. Is it true? Is it the same Harry Potter we know?" "Of course." The gossiping woman's face animated with intrigue as she continued. "I heard they flew to school in a car, witnessed by muggles, and because of their excessive speed, not only did they damage the Whomping Willow, but they nearly lost their lives as well." Mo Bai cleared his throat, pondering that it likely did not concern him. "They say he is currently in the hospital, and that poor Weasley boy has broken a leg. TSK, Madame Pomfrey Skeelgrow is hardly palatable. At least it will restore them to health by the next day." Hermione and Ginny, standing nearby, overheard the women's conversation, and Hermione pursed her lips. Those two fools brought this upon themselves. Why didn't they seek out Mrs. Weasley? And Mo Bai shrugged. At least he was now privy to the news, albeit it was merely a broken leg. In the realm of magic, such injuries were hardly a significant concern, and the two young ladies felt a measure of relief. Surely they won't be expelled, will they? Hard to say, but there's little we can do. Hermione remarked. Isn't your guardian Professor Dumbledore? Perhaps you could plead with him? Noticing Mo Bai's puzzled expression, she recognized her request was somewhat out of line. Then we can only hope those two unfortunate souls fare well. It wasn't until they passed through the portrait of the fat lady, using the proper password, that Mo Bai was astonished to discover there were only 10 second-year students in Gryffindor, making a total of 11, including himself. What a desolate school this is, he mused. And yet it is hailed as the finest magical institution in all of Britain? No wonder wizards are relegated to such corners by muggles. In such sparse circumstances, it was hard to fathom how families like the Malfoys, clinging to the notion of pure blood, could still exist. And Mo Bai began to suspect that in a few decades, wizards might not need muggles at all, as they would drive themselves to extinction. As the young man reclined on his bed in the dormitory, he began to contemplate the magical world for the first time. Chapter 17. Two Unfortunate Souls. The next encounter with the two unfortunate souls, Harry and Ron, occurred during breakfast on the following day. At the long table in the auditorium, Hermione was engrossed in a book titled Wandering with Vampires, while Mo Bai sat beside her. Having breakfast, he cast a fleeting glance at her book, but remained silent. When two figures approached their table, Hermione shot them a couple of sharp glares. Was it the illustrious Harry Potter and his closest companion, Ron Weasley? Were they planning to venture off to today? Hermione accepted the cup of red tea that Mo Bai offered, took a sip, and turned the page of her book without lifting her gaze. Were they intending to crash into the precious Whomping Willow once again? Oh, how could she forget? Their vehicle had been reduced to mere fragments. Harry and Ron felt their faces flush with embarrassment at Hermione's biting sarcasm, and Harry swallowed hard. You might as well scold us directly as you used to. Now you sound like that vile Professor Snape. Ron, feeling indignant, retorted, It's not our fault that the platform was sealed. Then you ought to consult Mrs. Weasley. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at them. There were Ministry of Magic officials nearby, weren't there? You flew that vehicle into the sky in broad daylight. Her voice rose in pitch. What if you had crashed? Or if someone had fallen out? Have you even considered the feelings of your family and friends? Ginny cried all night after learning about this. Hermione pointed angrily to the side, and only then did they notice Ginny sitting nearby, her eyes swollen and red. The two exchanged glances, recalling the harrowing scene from the previous day when Harry nearly fell from the sky, and a wave of dread washed over them. However, Ron seemed eager to say more. He pulled out his wand, which had broken into two pieces, barely hanging on at the edge. But look, my wand is broken too. You should be thankful it wasn't to your neck. Hermione glared at him fiercely. Calm down, Hermione, Mo Bai interjected gently from his seat. And don't blame Hermione. She was just too worried about you. He turned his gaze towards Harry and Ron. After uttering those words, Mo Bai felt like the secondary female character in a romantic novel, both refined and demure. Nevertheless, his words proved effective, and the tension among the three eased considerably. Harry and Ron finally noticed Mo Bai sitting beside Hermione. Why, you joined Gryffindor too? That is fantastic, Harry exclaimed, his previous awkwardness with Mo Bai dissipating as they greeted him enthusiastically. I don't quite see Mo Bai as a Gryffindor, Ron muttered quietly, observing the boisterous little lions at the table and contrasting them with Mo Bai, who sat gracefully and composed, clearly out of place. To his surprise, Mo Bai overheard and replied with a faint smile. Then which house do you think I belong to? Oh, I think you seem more like a Ravenclaw. After all, you look quite intelligent. In truth, he wanted to say Slytherin, as Mo Bai bore a striking resemblance to those cunning, aristocratic individuals. Montag by Squinted, fully aware that Ron's thoughts were undoubtedly at odds with his words, yet he couldn't be bothered to argue with the child. At that moment, an unexpected flurry of owls burst into the hall, swirling around the room before they began to drop letters and parcels into the crowd. An unidentified object also fell from above, prompting Mo Bai to instinctively pull Hermione back. The object landed directly in the jar before her, spilling milk and feathers everywhere. Fortunately, I didn't drink milk today. Mo Bai was quite pleased to see the book A Journey with Vampires soaking in the milk. Errol, Ron exclaimed, fishing a drenched owl from the milk jar. Errol teetered and collapsed onto the table, unconscious, with a soggy red envelope clutched in its beak. Ron gasped. No way. It's fine, It won't die, Hermione reassured, gently stroking its feathers. No, I meant this, he said, trembling as he picked up the red envelope. Harry, Hermione, and Mo Bai, all from the Muggle world, looked at him in confusion, while Neville, sitting beside him, appeared utterly terrified. As if Ron were holding a bomb instead of a letter. Harry inquired, "What is it?" "It's from my mum. She sent me a howler." "You'd better open it," Neville urged, his round face looking anxious. "I received one last time, but I didn't open it. You wouldn't want to know the consequences." At that moment, the corners of the red envelope began to emit smoke. "Open it quickly. It'll be over in minutes," Neville insisted. Mo Bai frowned at the letter, sensing a subtle yet potent surge of magical energy emanating from it, coupled with its name. He pulled Hermione closer, covering her ears with his hands while simultaneously using magic to temporarily block her ear canals. The young girl looked at him in confusion, but the next moment she understood. Even with her ears covered, she trembled in fear. An enraged voice erupted from the letter, reverberating throughout the hall and shaking dust from the ceiling. Instantly, all eyes in the hall were drawn to the Gryffindor table, specifically to Ron. He was now beet red, curled up in his seat, and Mo Bai thought that if there were a crack in the floor, Ron would surely try to hide in it. The voice belonged to Mrs. Weasley, chastising him for taking his father's car without permission the previous day and nearly crashing it. After a grueling few minutes, the red letter ignited in midair, transforming into a burst of flames before turning to ashes that settled onto the table. Harry and Ron sat frozen in their seats, as if stunned by the outburst. A few members at the long table chuckled, while others from different houses began to whisper amongst themselves. Mo Bai released Hermione and instinctively dug at his ears. Mrs. Weasley's voice had remarkable penetrating power. Even with his magical barrier, his ears still buzzed from the residual sound. Hermione gazed at the two unfortunate souls with a sense of pity, recognizing that their punishment was indeed harsh enough. It was then that she noticed her book, submerged in milk. "My book," she exclaimed, her face contorted in dismay as she turned to Mo Bai. "Would you be so kind as to assist me with the scouring charm? I am not quite proficient with it yet." "At your service," Mo Bai replied, producing his white Tangwood wand and directing it towards the illustrious work of Lockhart. However, the book was suddenly torn apart by an inexplicable force, instantaneously disintegrating into a flurry of paper scraps. "Oh, I apologize, my skill with that spell is not quite adept either." Hermione narrowed her eyes at Mo Bai. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Someone who can effortlessly cast apparition at a distance surely cannot fail at a simple cleaning charm. Who would believe that?" Montauk Bai merely shrugged innocently. Sighing, Hermione inquired, "Why do you harbor such animosity toward Professor Lockhart? He is undeniably quite talented." Mo Bai cryptically replied, "Soon you shall understand just how talented he truly is." Chapter 18. Defense Against the Dark Arts. When the afternoon defense against the Dark Arts class commenced, Hermione finally grasped the meaning behind Mo Bai's earlier words. At the onset of the lesson, the flamboyantly dressed Lockhart, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage, stood at the podium, adorned with his characteristic charming smile. Hermione sat at her desk, starry-eyed, prompting Mo Bai to snap his fingers in front of her. "Hey, there is someone far more dashing and formidable sitting right next to you. Why do you fixate on him?" Hermione wrinkled her nose. "You haven't matured yet. Wait until you grow up." Though he understood that the naive girl did not intend any offense, he could not help but glance down at himself. Indeed, this 11-year-old body showed little sign of growth. He squinted dangerously at Lockhart, who was animatedly speaking at the podium, but a smirk crept onto his lips as he contemplated the potential spectacle that was about to unfold. Lockhart tossed his golden hair and stepped forward, picking up a copy of Walking with Giants from a student's desk, showcasing the cover featuring his own smiling, winking visage. He pointed to the cover and winked in synchrony, exuding an off-putting charm that made Harry and Ron feel nauseous. He launched into an excruciatingly lengthy self-introduction filled with praise, eagerly awaiting the applause of the young witches and wizards. Only a few, including Hermione, offered him a sparse round of applause, while the rest stared at him, utterly unmoved. "All right," he spread his hands. "Now, I would like to introduce a fellow student personally selected by Professor Dumbledore himself. Most fortunate to be my teaching assistant." He winked at Mo Bai. "Let's welcome this lucky Gryffindor by Mo." Thanks to Dumbledore's exemplary guidance, Mo Bai suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Before the term began, Dumbledore had asked him for a small favor, to serve as the teaching assistant for this year's defense against the Dark Arts class. Although it was termed a minor favor, after Dumbledore had introduced Lockhart, Mo Bai realized that this task was anything but trivial. Indeed, as anticipated, the legendary Lockhart is nothing more than a complete charlatan. The sole spell he excels at is Obliviate, a charm capable of erasing others' memories. The extraordinary experiences chronicled in his books are merely the result of his eloquent persuasion, extracted from other wizards, which he subsequently alters and presents as his own legendary adventures. At that moment, Mo Bai looked at Dumbledore with astonishment. If you are aware that he is a fraud, why did you still hire him as a teacher? The old man sighed, a rare occurrence for him, and replied, because we are unable to recruit anyone else. The position of defense against the dark arts teacher has been cursed by a dark wizard to date. No one has managed to remain in this role for more than a year, often departing due to bizarre circumstances, with some even losing their lives. Mo Bai regarded him warily. Then why would you have me serve as a teaching assistant? Not everyone meets their demise. For instance, the female professor from 2 years ago had to resign due to her pregnancy. Furthermore, as merely an assistant, you will not be subjected to the curse. I simply wish for you to ensure that the students genuinely learn something. What can I possibly teach? At the very least, you are far more competent than that incompetent fool, are you not? Old Dumbledore winked at him. Reflecting on this, Mo Bai sighed, uncertain why he had acquiesced to this mischievous old man. He would also have to endure a situation akin to Ron receiving a howler letter. Nevertheless, this was an excellent opportunity to pierce through the facade of the young lady before him. Simply stating it would lead her to think he was gossiping. It was better to rely on facts to substantiate the truth. Hermione gazed at him with wide, doe-like eyes, as if she began to grasp the meaning behind the words spoken by Bayou that morning. She tugged at Mo Bai's clothing and whispered, "What are you planning to do?" "Fear not. I shall not engage in any unnecessary antics." Mo Bai winked at her, rising gracefully to salute those around him. In stark contrast to the oily Lockhart, Mo Bai's handsome appearance and the noble demeanor evident in his every gesture endeared him even more to the young witches and wizards. Amidst a fervent applause, Montag Bai approached Lockhart. "Good day, Mr. Lockhart. We met yesterday." "Ah, yes." The evident disparity in their treatment caused Lockhart's smile to falter momentarily, and his gaze toward the youth turned somewhat unfriendly. However, in the next instant, he donned his characteristic smile once more, producing a stack of test papers. "I trust you have all purchased my book, which is splendid. Today, I shall conduct a brief quiz. Do not worry. This assessment is merely to gauge how much you have read and comprehended from the text." He handed the test papers to Mo Bai, who stood to the side. "Bai, may I call you that? Asian names can be somewhat challenging to pronounce." "Of course, Professor. Would you like me to assist you in distributing the test papers?" Yes." Lockhart sensed something amiss. The initiative in their exchange seemed to lie with the other party. After all, the distinction between requesting someone to distribute the exam papers and the individual voluntarily offering to do so is quite significant. For instance, at present, the young student is gazing at the questions on the paper, and Lockhart finds it rather inappropriate to urge him, as it contradicts the amiable persona he has cultivated. It seems that classmate Mo Bai is particularly intrigued by my inquiries. Lockhart forced a smile as he glanced at the students, only to hear a youthful voice break the silence. "What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is his greatest wish? What do you believe is his greatest achievement?" Mo Bai raised his head and politely addressed Lockhart. "Pardon me, Professor, but I assumed we were currently engaged in defense against the dark arts class." "Indeed, we are." "Dear Bai, would you kindly expedite the distribution of the exam papers?" "Oh," Mo Bai suddenly realized. "Thank you for the reminder, Professor. I was under the impression that this paper was an application for your fan club. My apologies, I did not notice any questions pertaining to defense against the dark arts." A quiet laughter rippled through the younger wizards, and even Hermione struggled to suppress a chuckle. Harry leaned closer to Ron and whispered, "I think I figured out where Hermione picked up those sarcastic remarks this morning." Ron nodded in agreement. Lockhart chuckled nervously. "I merely wish for my students to become better acquainted with me as their instructor, considering we are to spend a considerable amount of time together." Mo Bai maintained a neutral expression while internally scoffing. "Is a year truly a long time? Surely you do not believe you can withstand the curse of the Dark Lord." He mused. He regarded Lockhart with a slight smirk. "I believe it would be far more beneficial for us to acquire greater knowledge of magic, rather than merely understanding you. Wouldn't you agree, Professor?" His dark pupils glimmered with an imperceptible pressure as they bore into the man before him. "I suspect this is also the reason Professor Dumbledore selected me as your teaching assistant." Lockhart felt a pang of anxiety. The boy before him, though seemingly young, exuded an aura that completely overshadowed him. Furthermore, the implications of the boy's words unsettled him. Did Professor Dumbledore know of his secrets? He had meticulously concealed his true nature for years, navigating the magical world without a single wizard uncovering his ruse. He hastily approached a cage draped in black cloth. "I believe classmate Bai has made a valid point. So let us commence today's lesson. Chapter 19. The Embarrassed Lockhart. Lockhart placed his hand atop the cage. As classmate Bai has indicated, I shall begin my lesson now. His expression turned exceedingly enigmatic, resembling a charlatan at a market in Mo Bai's eyes. Now, I must caution you. My duty is to enlighten you about the most nefarious creatures in the magical realm. He tapped the covered cage with his wand, causing it to rattle violently, as if something dreadful within were eager to escape. What I am about to reveal may be the most terrifying sight you have ever encountered. Neville, seated in the front row, instantly curled up in his chair. The young wizards below watched anxiously, scarcely daring to breathe. But fear not. As long as I am here, nothing will go awry. Lockhart resembled a muggle magician prancing upon a stage, tugging at the corner of a black cloth. Please remain calm. Do not panic, and refrain from any exclamations. Otherwise, before he could finish a sentence, he abruptly flung aside the black cloth. It will provoke them. A few timid young wizards instinctively covered their mouths, fearing they might scream. However, when they beheld the creatures within the cage, they realized their actions were utterly futile. The cage was densely packed with diminutive beings, each standing no taller than 10 centimeters. These azure creatures sported pointed faces and tiny limbs, vigorously shaking the cage while emitting high-pitched sounds and making faces at the young wizards who ventured too close. Whispers of curiosity filled the air, and some even erupted into laughter as a few young wizards recognized the creatures. Cornish pixies? Lockhart wore a confident smile. These are freshly captured Cornish pixies. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow at the seemingly harmless horde of pixies in the cage, yet he remained motionless, adopting a stance of mere observation. He had encountered Lockhart earlier and was fully aware that the latter intended to use these little creatures as teaching materials. Mo Bai speculated that Lockhart had chosen these beings precisely because, while mischievous and fond of trickery, they posed virtually no threat, ensuring that even an uncontrollable situation would not lead to significant damage. The young wizards were momentarily at a loss against such creatures, but an adult wizard could easily handle them. This would also serve to establish his authority as a teacher. However, he appeared somewhat blindly self-assured. Observing the young wizards, who were gradually relaxing, Lockhart said, somewhat irked, "Do not underestimate these creatures. They are quite malicious, cunning, and formidable. Today, you will learn how to deal with them. Let's see how you handle them." Before anyone could fully comprehend, he directly opened the cage. In that instant, it was as if Pandora's box had been unleashed. The pixies surged forth, darting around the classroom like rockets. The sharp sounds reverberated throughout the space as the raucous pixies, upon seizing Neville by the ears and lifting him into the air, shattered the classroom's windows and scattered books everywhere. Panic ensued among the young wizards as they scrambled to evade the pixies. Chaos erupted in the classroom, with the pixies seizing ink bottles to scatter their contents and tearing apart any paper items in sight, hurling anything they could grasp out the windows. "Subdue them," Lockhart shouted. "They are merely pixies." Amidst the turmoil, Mo Bai stood to the side, kindly suggesting, "Professor, I believe you ought to demonstrate for them." Strangely, no pixie ventured near Mo Bai. They all kept their distance. Lockhart, caught in a predicament by Mo Bai's remark, felt a twinge of insecurity as he waved his wand. Peevesy, Spindly, Abba Abba, such a haphazard incantation, of course, yielded no results, and a few pixies snatched his wand and tossed it aside. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Even though he had anticipated that his opponent was a fool, he had not expected the extent of their incompetence. How could a grown wizard be incapable of casting even a single useful spell? Lockhart gulped nervously and retreated beneath the table. At that moment, Mo Bai felt utterly foolish for being jealous of such a character. "Do something," Hermione screamed, having just used a spell to send a small creature tugging at her hair flying. However, confronted with the chaos of small creatures darting around the classroom, she was helpless. Surely, Hermione must now comprehend the true nature of this individual. He drew his white willow wand and waved it gently before him. All the creatures flew forth, irresistibly drawn to Mo Bai by the magical force. Under the command of the young wizard's wand, they rushed into a cage placed upon the table, like fledglings returning to their nest. With a click, the cage closed automatically, and the creatures only then realized they had been captured. In anger, they made faces at Mo Bai, sticking out their tongues. The chaos in the classroom was effortlessly resolved by a single spell from Mo Bai, leaving the young wizards astonished as they gazed at him. Is that the summoning charm? Isn't it something only upperclassmen can master? They wondered. Moreover, this was no ordinary summoning charm. The ability to affect so many objects with such precision was a feat few upperclassmen could achieve. Was Montag by truly so remarkable? Was this why he could leap directly into the second year? Their eyes filled with awe fixed on the boy standing calmly, who seemed to have merely performed a trivial task. He approached the lectern, bent down, and smiled warmly at the cowering Lockhart. "Professor, it's all over now." Lockhart composed himself and stood up, as if nothing had transpired. "A splendid spell, Mr. Bai." Noticing the change in how he was addressed, Mo Bai's smile took on a hint of sarcasm. "My surname is Mo, Professor. I am from the East, where the surname comes before the given name." Lockhart felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet Mo Bai underestimated his resilience. He turned to the still trembling young wizards, saying, "Now you've witnessed the terrifying nature of these little creatures. I merely intended for you to experience it a bit longer. Were it not for Mr. Mo's exceptional performance, I too would have dealt with him swiftly." The young wizards regarded Lockhart with a growing sense of skepticism, and Mo Bai took satisfaction in observing the admiration in Hermione's eyes vanish, replaced by similar doubts. However, mere skepticism was insufficient. It was essential to solidify those doubts with evidence. At that moment, Lockhart was filled with anxiety. Without Mo Bai's intervention, his silver tongue could have easily glossed over the incident. Yet, the boy's impressive spell starkly contrasted with his own embarrassing image. He even contemplated the idea of releasing them one by one, erasing their memories entirely. Just then, the youth's clear voice broke through the tension. Lockhart was taken aback that the boy would actually come to his rescue, instantly casting him a grateful glance. Mo Bai smiled subtly, thinking to himself that Lockhart could express his gratitude later. Moreover, the professor not only prepared a delightful sprite, but also meticulously arranged for another kind of magical creature. However, this particular being was beyond the capability of wizards of our age to handle. He intended to intervene personally to demonstrate his exquisite spells. Lockhart's grateful smile froze upon his face, his heart plummeting like a roller coaster, an ominous premonition surging forth. Before there was time to intervene, the young boy raised his right hand. A violet shadow erupted from his wrist, rapidly expanding. In an instant, the classroom ceiling was filled with the presence of a magnificent creature, its serpentine azure body defying gravity as it coiled upon the ceiling. Its enormous purple wings tucked alongside its form. As it glided, a pale lavender beak slowly protruded, its crystalline eyes, adorned with long lashes, blinked gently, curiously observing the stupefied Lockhart. The young wizards collectively gasped in awe, mixed with a few startled cries, as it was evident that some recognized this creature. A magical being classified as XXXX in danger level, the bird snake. Hermione had even bestowed it with the name Luna. "Fear not, it will not harm you. Especially with Professor Lockhart present, will it?" Mo Bai nodded at Lockhart as Luna's massive body gradually approached him, gazing at the immense creature so close. Lockhart merely observed with an unchanged expression. He discreetly gripped his wand, prepared for any harm that might befall Luna. But then Lockhart, smiling, suddenly rolled his eyes back and collapsed backward with a thud onto the floor. Luna's large bird head recoiled in fright, turning to Mo Bai, her big eyes filled with innocence. "Luna, I did nothing. How could this person feign injury?" The classroom fell into a profound silence. The young wizards, shocked that Lockhart, who was seemingly omnipotent and fearless in their writings, could faint without casting a single spell. Hermione, speechless, tapped her forehead, glaring at the smiling Lockhart on the cover of her book, wishing to toss it into a fire pit. How could she have believed in such fictional nonsense? Mo Bai stroked Luna's beak and shrugged. It appeared that the professor would not be able to showcase his remarkable spells after all. Chapter 20. I just wanted to talk about love. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Lockhart, with a face ashen as a storm cloud, directed his grievances at Dumbledore, who sat behind the desk. "Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, I would like to know how Hogwarts addresses incidents of students allowing magical creatures to assault teachers." He endeavored to maintain his composure, casting a pointed glance at the boy beside him. At that moment, Mo Bai was seated at Dumbledore's desk, taking a bite of the snacks laid out, furrowing his brow as he lifted a cup for a sip, deepening his frown. "Professor, you ought to be cautious of diabetes." Observing the boy's complete lack of remorse, Lockhart's complexion darkened further, complementing the hue of his purple wizarding robe. Dumbledore initially cast a resigned glance at the boy before nodding toward Lockhart. "Professor Lockhart, I'm already aware of the detailed circumstances, and I believe we will surely find an appropriate solution. However, this student, Professor Lockhart..." Dumbledore's voice suddenly rose, interrupting Lockhart's attempt to continue. Beneath his crescent-shaped spectacles, the old man's deep-set eyes gazed intently at Lockhart. He felt an unsettling sense of being completely exposed. Realizing that the individual before him was the most powerful wizard in the world, he forced a smile and spoke. After Lockhart departed, Mo Bai finally rose to search for the tea-making equipment in the headmaster's office. The outcome he deserved was to be dismissed immediately. Dumbledore took a bite of the treats on the table, and the approving hum that emanated from his nostrils suggested that the snacks were to his liking. He could leave. But after he did, from where would we find a second defense against the dark arts teacher? Noticing the old man's gaze gradually shifting towards him, Mo Bai quickly waved his hand. You wouldn't want me to go, would you? I'm only 11. But you are already an exceptional wizard, are you not? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, observing, your demeanor does not resemble that of an 11-year-old child. Is it wrong to be precocious? He was not particularly afraid of revealing that he was a time traveler. After all, this world was filled with magic, making the notion of time travel seem less extraordinary. Dumbledore clearly did not wish to delve into this matter further. He accepted the floating teacup, took a sip, and added several spoonfuls of sugar. At your age, perhaps you should consume less sweets. Mo Bai rolled his eyes. English breakfast tea was already sufficiently sweet. If I were to offer you Eastern tea, you might very well retch. I have indeed tried it, Dumbledore said earnestly. I have communicated with Eastern wizards. That flavor. The sweet-toothed old man grimaced, words failing him. There are wizards in the East? Mo Bai asked, astonished. Certainly, but they do not call themselves wizards. In the mystical terminology of the ancient Eastern civilization, they refer to themselves as cultivators. Hearing the old man articulate the term cultivator in peculiar yet relatively accurate Chinese, Mo Bai instantly envisioned a figure clad in a flowing azure robe, with long white hair and a dust whisk in hand. Moreover, their attitude towards muggles differs from ours. They seem unbothered by the common folk knowing of their existence, even establishing temples to openly share their practices. According to their philosophy, everyone possesses innate wisdom. And regardless of their social status, anyone can cultivate the great way. It is merely that some find it more challenging than others. This exemplifies profound wisdom, Mo Bai mused. A glimmer appeared in Dumbledore's eyes as he gently probed. How so? Firstly, the Eastern cultivators align their class with the majority of the populace, affirming that anyone can become a cultivator. Thus, those who do not attain this status tend to introspect and seek reasons within themselves, rather than viewing other cultivators as anomalies. After all, the next individual to become a cultivator could very well be a close family member or companion. Could they not? Even if jealousy arises, the envy would likely be directed at a fortunate individual who has become a cultivator, rather than the entire community of cultivators. In contrast to the magical realm over here, there exists a palpable desire to classify wizards and muggles as two distinct species, a notion that elicits a sardonic smile from Mo Bai. Humanity is inherently envious. As wizards delineate themselves from the muggles, it is only natural for the latter to ostracize such aberrations. This encapsulates the fundamental discord between the magical and human worlds. The youth sipped his red tea, articulating confidently the adage, those not of my kind harbor different intentions. Dumbledore, eyes glimmering with admiration, inquired further, what then might be the resolution to this conflict? One could adopt the Eastern approach, promoting openness by establishing magical schools across various locales, allowing all muggles the opportunity to learn, with the potential to become wizards dependent upon their innate abilities. However, this method is overly idealistic and now unattainable. Dumbledore sighed, the reasons being painfully evident. Numerous families, like the Malfoys, harbor disdain for muggles, believing wizards to be inherently superior. Conversely, the number of wizarding families that do not discriminate against muggles is alarmingly sparse. It could be said that approximately 30% of wizards possess some level of prejudice against muggles, while the remainder, under the auspices of the Ministry of Magic, strive to distance themselves from wizarding society. The wizards who are accepting of muggles are few and far between. Should this continue, it could very well escalate into a war, a conflict between wizards and muggles. The outcome would likely be mutually destructive, with the possibility of wizards facing utter defeat. After all, humanity is not to be underestimated. Technology is advancing at an unprecedented rate, and crucially, the wizarding population is minuscule. There are merely over 3,000 wizards in the entirety of Britain, and only a few tens of thousands across Europe. When faced with billions of muggles, even a single drop of water from each could drown the wizarding society. Of course, there exists a more straightforward solution. Amidst the silence, the youth chuckled softly. As wizards operate in the shadows, it would be entirely feasible to first seize control of the Muggle leadership through the use of the Imperius Curse, gradually infiltrating human society and establishing dominion over them before they could even react. Once human society is subjugated, the conflict would naturally dissipate. Observing the inexplicable smile upon the youth's face, Dumbledore felt a sinking sensation within. Is this what Gellert proposed? Perhaps. The youth reclined comfortably in his chair. The old man once shared with me that a friend had imparted a phrase to him during his youth, which he adopted as a lifelong maxim, for the greater good. Dumbledore felt a chill at the core of his being. Indeed, this phrase had been uttered in his youth, when he was youthful and impetuous, believing he could single-handedly transform society. The only distinction between him and Grindelwald was their ideologies. Grindelwald advocated for domination, while he championed unity. However, both believed that an exceptional individual endowed with sufficient power and wisdom was necessary to achieve this goal. They once thought themselves to be that individual, embarking on a quest for such strength together, until that is a horrific accident transpired. That incident exacted a devastating toll, leading him to sever ties with Grindelwald and confine himself within Hogwarts. In truth, Hogwarts, for Dumbledore, served as a prison akin to Nurmengard for Grindelwald. What are your thoughts now? Dumbledore sought to alter the boy's perspective, yet his musings were abruptly interrupted by the boy's next utterance. However, aside from what he mentioned, he also conveyed a rather striking statement. What was it? The aforementioned is utter nonsense. Even Dumbledore, with his profound composure, was taken aback by this sudden shift. He remarked that no matter how powerful an individual may be, they lack the right to dictate another person's fate. Violence is merely the most primitive means of resolving issues. After all, even someone as formidable as he can be vanquished, cannot he? Dumbledore gazed at Mo Bai with a hint of astonishment. The boy truly did say that. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. What are your thoughts on the matter? Dumbledore yearned to hear the boy's most genuine sentiments, yet he merely witnessed the boy shrug. Come on, Professor. I'm merely an 11-year-old second-year student. What relevance do the futures of the magical and muggle worlds hold for me? I simply wish to experience school life, and perhaps indulge in a sweet romance along the way. Dumbledore regarded Mo Bai with a deep gaze, choosing not to pursue the topic further. As the boy articulated, this conversation, sparked by Eastern tea, was somewhat premature for a child, even if his thoughts belied his tender age. Professor, you didn't summon me just to discuss this insubstantial topic, did you? The boy regarded the elder with suspicion. Or perhaps you genuinely intend to seek an explanation for that incompetent fool. Certainly not. Dumbledore rose to his feet. Come with me. I shall take you to a certain place. Chapter 21. Dumbledore's Whimsical Antics. By now, the hour had turned to evening, and the students were savoring their dinner in the Great Hall, while Mo Bai followed Dumbledore to a secluded corner on the 8th floor of the castle. A tapestry adorned the wall, depicting a wizard attempting to teach a troll to ballet dance, only to be met with a rather comical blow. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow at the elder. You didn't bring me here merely to admire this absurd painting, did you? Of course not, though it is rather amusing, isn't it? Mo Bai, perplexed, continued onward, only to be astonished when, upon passing the wall for the last time, a smooth grand door materialized where a bare wall once stood. Ah, it appears I was correct. Dumbledore pushed the door open, and as the boy stepped inside, he discovered a vast, empty chamber devoid of any furnishings. Is this your secret hideout? In a sense, he replied, mimicking the boy's tone and surveying the surroundings. This is the room of requirement. As the name suggests, it can transform according to your needs. How did you discover this place? Well, there was this one time I urgently needed to relieve myself and took a wrong turn, stumbling upon this room filled with exquisitely ornate chamber pots. Mo Bai gazed at the elder in astonishment, who nodded as if to confirm the veracity of the tale. So, you're saying if I merely think of something, it can manifest according to my desires? Indeed, you may give it a try. The boy closed his eyes, yet upon opening them, his expression remained unchanged. What were you envisioning? Hermione, as an adult. Dumbledore cleared his throat lightly, stating that it was impossible to conjure living beings out of thin air. Mo Bai clicked his tongue. A look of disappointment etched across his face. At that moment, Dumbledore was convinced of one thing. The assertion that the other party merely wished to indulge in a romantic relationship was far from a mere platitude. This child was indeed infatuated with love. However, this was certainly preferable to a mind consumed with the desire for world domination, was it not? He cleared his throat again and explained that one of the reasons for bringing Mo Bai here was to alleviate his personal issues. My personal issues? Montag by Inquirit. To which Dumbledore nodded. Gellert has informed me that, at a fixed time each month, your latent powers will uncontrollably surge. Even if you manage to suppress it, you will expend a considerable amount of magical energy, rendering you no different from a muggle. Montag by nodded in acknowledgement. This place is sufficiently secluded, and outsiders rarely intrude. allowing you to unleash your powers without the worry of collateral damage. And Mo Bai furrowed his brow. While this was indeed a method, it merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. Dumbledore sighed with a wry smile, acknowledging, I am aware, but it is rare for individuals like you, who possess latent powers, to reach your age. Moreover, I have never encountered anyone with your particular issues before. Am I creating a historical precedent, then? Mo Bai mused with self-deprecation. I will find a way to resolve this issue. Dumbledore leaned in closer, gazing earnestly into Mo Bai's eyes. In that moment, he resembled not a wise headmaster, but a father, or perhaps a mother, concerned for their child. This did not diminish the flicker of warmth in Mo Bai's heart. In this unfamiliar world, apart from Hermione, only the elderly gentleman before him and the old man from Germany had shown him genuine kindness. I actually have a hypothesis regarding this, which constitutes my second purpose for being here. He looked at Mo Bai, stating, Gellert should have taught you that magic, at its core, is a manifestation of the mind. The source of magical energy is less about the body and more akin to the soul. The release of magic hinges on one's inner thoughts. Those adept in white magic typically possess pure and benevolent hearts, while conversely, practitioners of dark magic are often cruel, merciless, or arrogant. Mo Bai rolled his eyes, retorting, You could have simply named me directly. Indeed, at this moment, I must commend you, Bai the elder remarked, admiring the youth. Generally, a wizard capable of mastering such a vast array of dark magic would likely become cold-hearted or deranged, yet you exhibit no such abnormalities, which attests to the strength of your inner self. Mo Bai mused, feeling as though the old man was subtly casting aspersions. However, the magical energy within you inevitably bears the traits of dark magic. But isn't the essence of latent power also a form of dark magic? Logically, it should integrate more seamlessly, shouldn't it? Montag by Kvirit. Because two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Montag by understood. Am I that mountain? Precisely. Dumbledore affirmed with appreciation, yet regrettably, I cannot grant you any advantages at this time. The power of dark magic is inherently selfish and exclusionary. Forces from different origins cannot merge, but they all stem from my own being. As he contemplated Dumbledore's profound gaze, Mo Bai suddenly grasped the significance of the earlier statement that the source of magical energy was more akin to the soul than the body. In silence, it seemed that he had existed within this body even before his time travel. The magic he now wielded was birthed from his own soul, originating from a distinct source. It was no wonder there would be conflict. Therefore, had these two old men long been aware of his status as an outsider? He glanced at Dumbledore, who maintained a calm demeanor, merely stating, You are who you are now, are you not? Well then, it appeared they were indifferent to his origins. Given the circumstances, would they truly seek to eliminate him to avenge the rightful owner of this body? The mind of the most powerful wizard in history proved to be far more astute and pragmatic than he had anticipated. Mo Bai's greatest secret had been so effortlessly unveiled. Dumbledore continued, Now that we have comprehended the principle, we can attempt my method. What method? Montag by Inquilit. Try to alter the nature of your magic. Change its nature. Montag by Faunet. Are you suggesting I learn white magic from you? Precisely. Dumbledore said, winking at him. Mo Bai crossed his arms, pondering. If the magic within me transforms into the essence of white magic, wouldn't that intensify my conflicts with the silent presence? Dumbledore replied, I learned a term from the mysterious ancient lands of the East, the convergence of yin and yang. Mo Bai was taken aback. Having been an Easterner in his previous life, he tentatively asked, Professor, do you understand what that term signifies? I do not. Isn't that just nonsensical? Montag Bai protested. This is their core philosophy. It must possess its own logic. Moreover, there are no alternative solutions, so why not give it a try? You are indeed being nonsensical. Chapter 22. Snape. Of course, the greatest wizard in history would not frivolously apply his craft to Mo Bai. According to Dumbledore's understanding, after Mo Bai systematically studied white magic, he would gradually purify the magic within him, rendering it more pristine and devoid of any inclination towards dark magic. This would better suppress the silent presence. However, as Dumbledore pointed out, this was merely a stopgap measure. His primary issue remained the incompatibility between his soul and body. Yet, when it came to matters of the soul, even Dumbledore had little knowledge. In his words, only the Lord of Death might possess the answers. Upon entering the common room, he saw Hermione anxiously seated on a bench. As soon as she noticed Mo Bai, she rose and hurried to him, scrutinizing him from head to toe before bombarding him with questions. Where have you been? I heard Professor Lockhart reported you to Professor Dumbledore. Surely, Dumbledore won't punish you. Will he? Fear not, Mo Bai replied, warmed by the urgency in the young woman's expression. Have you forgotten my relationship with Dumbledore? I merely frightened Lockhart a bit. He won't dare to do anything to me. Address him as Professor. Hermione instinctively corrected him and promptly pulled him to sit beside her on the bench. Dumbledore, caught in her gaze, received a slight reprimand from the young girl, prompting Mo Bai to amend his words. Professor Dumbledore has indeed prepared a special opportunity for me. Really? That is splendid. In the eyes of the young girl, a radiant joy for the boy gradually blossomed, as the greatest wizard in history personally imparted his teachings. Surely, you too shall become a remarkable wizard, Bai. Gazing into the kaleidoscope of emotions reflected in her eyes, the boy vowed that this was the most exquisite sight he had ever beheld. If this is what you desire, then I shall be. The following morning, at the dining table in the hall, Ron, with a glum expression, seated himself before the two who were already enjoying their meal. Have you heard? Lockhart is still our defense against the dark arts teacher. He claims he fainted due to health reasons, and, astonishingly, he asserts that the bird snake was a meticulously prepared teaching aid. Hermione and Harry stared at him in astonishment before simultaneously turning their gaze to Mo Bai, who appeared entirely unfazed, daintily spreading jam on a piece of bread. Aren't you surprised? Ron inquired. What is there to be surprised about? Is it not odd for a student to bring a bird snake? It is far better to have Luna close to Lockhart than to drive her away. Luna? Harry asked. Oh, that's the name I gave to the bird snake. Come, Luna, it's time for breakfast. Ron and Harry then witnessed a purple shadow darting from Mo Bai's robes, directly leaping into Hermione's embrace, swiftly devouring 2 mealworms before nuzzling against her face, indicating it desired more. The two looked on, their eyes filled with wonder at the petite bird snake. Is this the same creature from yesterday? Just then, Luna angrily called out to Ron, ready to peck at him, prompting Hermione to quickly produce another mealworm to soothe her, while casting a disapproving glance at Ron. Do not speak of her that way. My Luna is a slender lady, okay? Okay, my mistake. The bird snake is a truly marvelous creature. It can effortlessly change its size according to its surroundings. And this enriching sensation brings her great comfort. Mo Bai glanced at the bird snake nestled in Hermione's arms, and seeing Harry still wearing a disgruntled expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. You ought to consider this. If Lockhart were dismissed, who would teach the class? As he spoke, he casually handed Hermione the jam-covered bread. Anyone would be better than that arrogant fool, Ron scoffed. As long as it's not that Snape fellow, Harry chimed in. At these words, Mo Bai looked up at the man in the black robe seated at the teacher's desk, with greasy long hair and a pale complexion. The most striking feature being his prominent hooked nose. You seem to harbor a strong disdain for him? Hermione always corrected him whenever he directly referred to Dumbledore by name. Yet she had not chastised Harry for his disrespectful remarks. You just arrived this year and haven't encountered him, Ron said with a smirk. To be blunt, he is 10 times more infuriating than you. At that time, Mo Bai was still unsure of the meaning behind those words. But he would soon experience Snape's venomous tirades firsthand. On the wall were shelves lined with various glass tubes, each containing an array of fearsome animal specimens. Mo Bai curiously examined the items on the shelves until Hermione discreetly tugged at him, prompting him to turn and find Snape, with his hawk-like gaze, fixated upon him. The voice of the gentleman was slow yet melodious, and this was his first year of admission, having ascended directly to the second year. I am uncertain how you accomplished this. However, it is evident that your debut in the defense against the dark arts class garnered you considerable attention, much like the illustrious Mr. Potter by your side. Indeed, Ron's assertion was not without merit. This man's words dripped with malice. Yet, we all understand the caliber of Gilderoy Lockhart, do we not? He leaned against the podium, articulating his thoughts in a languid manner, suggesting that embarrassing such a person should not elevate your pride to the extent of drifting off in my class. Mo Bai politely smiled at him, seemingly oblivious to his sarcasm. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Snape. He paused momentarily before continuing. As a fellow professor, I trust you would not emulate Professor Lockhart. Would you? Ron and Potter exchanged triumphant fist bumps beneath the table, while Hermione cast him a reproachful glance, although a smile crept upon her lips. Snape narrowed his eyes. Yet Mo Bai met his gaze unflinchingly. The young wizards held their breath, sensing the sparks igniting from the clash of their looks. Very well. Snape scrutinized him deeply once more and surprisingly refrained from further comments, merely commencing the day's lesson. However, it was evident that this matter would not be easily brushed aside. During the potion-making experiment, Snape's inscrutable gaze was fixated upon Mo Bai. Nevertheless, Mo Bai's composed and methodical approach left him with little to criticize. The other young wizards, however, were less fortunate. Under the professor's withering stare, their already shaky skills faltered even more, culminating in a disastrous explosion of herbs from Seamus's cauldron, which incited Snape to deduct 10 points from Gryffindor in exasperation. As laughter erupted around him, and Mo Bai suddenly sensed a malevolent gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he was met with only the sight of a golden-haired boy intensely focused on his potion. He turned back, a look of realization dawning in his eyes. Yesterday, during class, he had felt someone watching him, and today he had finally pinpointed the source. Draco Malfoy. He recalled the disdainful remarks about muggles made in Diagon Alley, which had earned the boy a thorough reprimand from him. Indeed, Draco was the son of that man. So, what do you intend to do about me? The boy felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 23. The Collision at the Quidditch Pitch. By comparison, Hogwarts felt like paradise. Moreover, during the rest periods of the Little Lions, he would stealthily ascend to the 8th floor, where the room of requirement housed a venerable old man with a white beard who would provide him with special instruction. However, today Dumbledore seemed somewhat peculiar. Upon noticing the boy's entrance, he scrutinized him closely, as if darkness were brewing in his depths. Mo Bai, what is your true purpose in studying magic? And Mo Bai felt a twinge of bewilderment. I do not know. Are you aware of the deeds that led Gellert to be imprisoned in that dark castle? And Mo Bai shook his head, responding, I do not know. Bai, you have been by his side since childhood. I wonder if you will tread the same path as he did. And Mo Bai furrowed his brow. Professor, what exactly are you trying to convey? Suddenly, Dumbledore's kindly visage twisted into a menacing grimace as he swiftly drew his wand from his robe, pointing it at the young boy. Before Mo Bai could react, a flash of green light erupted. Avada Kedavra! Mo Bai jolted awake, his heart racing. He took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, as if attempting to expel all the air from his lungs, only to realize that his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. It was merely a nightmare. He found himself lying in the Gryffindor dormitory, the room now eerily vacant, with Harry and Ron's beds conspicuously empty. Momentarily dazed, he recalled that today was Saturday, and there were no classes. Slowly, he sat up, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Why had he dreamt such a thing? Was it due to his subconscious wariness of Dumbledore, fearing that he might wish him harm? Following that conversation with Dumbledore, he had indeed felt a certain curiosity about his family patriarch's past actions, though he had never actively sought the truth, instinctively wanting to evade responsibility. After contemplating for a while, he patted a teapot on the bedside table, and Luna's petite head peeked out from the spout. Extracting paper and pen, he swiftly penned a letter, sealing it before handing it to Luna. Go on, deliver this to Nurmengard. Seeing the hint of a melancholic gaze in Luna's eyes, he sighed. There's no alternative. The school's owls are unfamiliar with the route. Their speed cannot compare to yours, nor can they travel such distances. Luna chirped twice in response. And Mo Bai smirked. All right, make it a double. Only then did Luna grasp the letter in her beak and transform into a violet streak, darting out the window and disappearing into the horizon. The boy then stretched lazily, preparing to rise from his bed. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the dormitory door. Upon opening it, he found Hermione standing there, impeccably dressed. She paused upon seeing Mo Bai, who had just awakened, his nightclothes not fully fastened. Her gaze involuntarily lingered on his partially unbuttoned collar, where the elegant lines of his neck and the deep contours of his collarbone formed a perfect triangle, seemingly glowing in the morning light. Quickly averting her eyes, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, yet she couldn't help but swallow hard. Why aren't you dressed properly? She stammered, casting a furtive glance. Mo Bai looked down at himself, slightly bewildered. Although he was in his pajamas, they were long-sleeved and adequately worn. Noticing the inexplicable expression on his face, Hermione spoke impatiently. Harry is training at the Quidditch pitch today, and Ron is gone with him. Seeing you still in bed, I thought I should fetch you so you could witness it. Hurry and get dressed. I'll wait for you outside. After her rapid-fire speech, she turned on her heel and left. He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he closed the door behind her. The Quidditch pitch was roughly the size of a Muggle football field, yet unlike the latter, it was flanked by 3 50-foot golden poles, each adorned with a circular hoop at the top. The young wizards soared through the skies on their enchanted brooms, wielding their bats to strike balls or tossing a sphere back and forth between themselves. From his vantage point in the stands, Mo Bai gazed at the flying brooms, feeling a sense of distaste. Was it too much to ask for a more aesthetically pleasing mode of transportation in the magical realm? Perched atop a broom with one rear end protruding, the sight appeared rather foolish. Is this what you call Quidditch? On the way here, Hermione had explained the rules of Quidditch to him, providing a foundational understanding of the sport. Upon learning that this was a beloved pastime in the wizarding world, Mo Bai lamented the apparent scarcity of entertainment options for wizards. A team of 7 competed for a single ball, earning 10 points for each successful throw through a hoop. Though it seemed similar to Muggle football, it lacked regulations such as offside or handball. There was but one rule: no wands could be wielded, and no spells could be cast on any participants or their equipment. Additionally, there existed a rogue ball known as the bludger, which rampaged across the field, indiscriminately attacking players from both sides. This meant that, conditions permitting, one could even use body checks or bats to strike the bludger, sending all opposing players off the field at will. The most ludicrous aspect was the golden snitches rule. Each team had a seeker, and if either seeker caught the elusive golden ball, they would earn 150 points, and the match would conclude immediately. Only when the snitch was captured could a Quidditch match be deemed over, with the team amassing the most points declare the victor. This resulted in the seeker being the unequivocal star and focal point of the team, while the others were relegated to mere supporting roles. How could such a lawless and spiritless game have gained such popularity? Perhaps I could enrich the leisure pursuits of wizards? The wizards continued their aerial antics, causing Mo Bai to feel slightly dizzy. Hermione, too, appeared less than enthusiastic. He recalled her mentioning that flying was her sole weakness. Only Ron, seated beside them, watched the soaring wizards with great fervor, his eyes filled with longing. Just as he contemplated suggesting an alternative activity, a group entered through the stadium's entrance. Amidst the sea of red and gold attire worn by all present, their deep green garb stood out distinctly. These were the colors of Slytherin. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, flew directly toward that group, closely followed by Harry and the Weasley twins. It seemed they were embroiled in some dispute. Ron immediately sprang up to assist his friends. Hermione tugged at Mo Bai and also rose swiftly to join them, leaving him with no choice but to follow suit. As they approached, they spotted Draco Malfoy, with his golden hair, flaunting the broom in his possession. This broom was specially purchased for us by my father. You might as well consign those brooms of yours to a museum as mere exhibits. Laughter erupted from the Slytherin team, while the members of Gryffindor, staring at their worn-out brooms, felt their faces flush with indignation, rendered speechless. Mo Bai's brow furrowed slightly. At least Gryffindor did not rely on props for victory. Hermione stepped forward, asserting that they at least depended on skill, whereas some individuals were utterly devoid of merit beyond their parental connections. Draco turned sharply to see Hermione, his face instantly contorting with disdain. What right do you have to speak here? No one asked for your opinion. You mud slap. Gasps echoed around as Draco's face visibly swelled with anger, despite the absence of any assailant. Ron instinctively glanced toward Harry, only to find Harry looking at him with equal innocence. In a mix of fear and fury, Ron surveyed the surroundings. Who did this? It was I. A clear voice resonated as Mo Bai slowly emerged from the crowd, positioning himself in front of Hermione. Upon seeing Mo Bai, Draco's anger dissipated, replaced by sheer terror. You, Draco Malfoy, it seems your father's lesson has failed to teach you respect for others, Mo Bai remarked coolly, fixing his gaze upon him. What were you about to say? In nothing. Just out with that thing. Draco lowered his head, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Mo Bai narrowed his eyes, but chose not to retaliate, turning to lead Hermione away from the pitch. Only the Gryffindor and Slytherin players were left exchanging glances, and soon, a quarrel erupted once more. Draco, however, continued to glare at Mo Bai's retreating figure, muttering through gritted teeth, "You're done for." Chapter 24. The Legend of the Chamber. After dinner in the Hogwarts castle, students had mostly retreated to their respective common rooms, leaving the corridors nearly deserted. Really? Are you serious? Professor Dumbledore truly allowed me to go? Hermione's face flushed with excitement as she followed Mo Bai up to the 8th floor. Montauk Bai chuckled helplessly. Indeed, you've asked me 3 times within 10 minutes. I'm just so thrilled. After all, he is the greatest wizard of all time. Mo Bai gazed at the young girl with affectionate amusement as she beamed with enthusiasm. On a whim, he had mentioned to Dumbledore whether Hermione could join him. To his surprise, the old man had readily agreed, albeit stipulating that he could only bring Hermione. Naturally, he had no desire to broadcast such news throughout the school. Mo Bai relayed this condition to Hermione, who nodded in understanding. I understand. It would be quite improper for the headmaster to make such an exception. If others found out, it could tarnish his reputation. Not to mention, what if he chose not to teach you anymore? That won't happen. He is my guardian. Conceited. Hermione shot him a sidelong glance, though her steps had lightened considerably. The two ascended to the 8th floor, conversing merrily, when suddenly, Mo Bai seemed to hear a rustling sound nearby. Hermione noticed Mo Bai come to a halt and looked up at him. What's wrong? Did you not hear that? Hear what? Mo Bai's brow furrowed in concern. Had Hermione not heard it? Never mind, let us continue. As he took but 2 steps, the sound of rustling grew increasingly louder, as if it were gradually encroaching upon him. Suddenly, a silent pulse within him thrummed twice, as if issuing a warning. Simultaneously, every hair on his body stood on end, a palpable sense of danger emanating from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively scooped up Hermione, intending to apparate away from this perilous situation. Yet, he found himself rooted to the spot. Damn it. He had forgotten Dumbledore's words. Apparition was prohibited within certain bounds of Hogwarts. It was akin to some colossal creature gliding along the ground. What could it be? He dare not look back. With that thought, the young man broke into a sprint. However, his legs seemed inadequate to outrun the pursuing entity. The sound intensified, and he caught a whiff of a foul stench. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes. In an instant, he shattered into a cloud of black mist, whisking Hermione away swiftly towards the room of requirement. In his ethereal state, he was devoid of physical eyes, relying on magical perception to survey his surroundings. And thus he discerned the monstrous thing pursuing them. To his astonishment, it was an enormous python. The serpent-esque girth appeared to exceed 2 meters, its length indiscernible. As its colossal body coiled through the corridor, turning corners without revealing its tail. It was a vibrant green, adorned with a red fleshy crest atop its head that resembled a much larger comb. Yet, when his magical essence brushed against the serpent's yellow eyes, he was suddenly engulfed in excruciating pain. Visibly, a portion of the black mist faded instantaneously, transforming into a lifeless gray, like ashes dispersing in the air. He hastily maneuvered his magic to avoid the creature's gaze. Theoretically, his magical essence was boundless, but the manifestation of his ethereal form consumed his power. Thus, should his essence be eradicated in any form, and he lacked sufficient magic, he would revert to being merely an 11-year-old boy. The depletion of his power also revealed to him that the serpent's gaze could indeed be lethal. However, given that they had managed to escape for a considerable distance, it could be inferred that the lethal condition likely required direct eye contact. As the room of requirement loomed closer, the serpent abruptly halted, then swiftly retreated, vanishing into the shadows. Not daring to linger, Mo Bai continued to envelop Hermione as they spiraled through the air 3 times before bursting through the door of the room of requirement, where he finally regained his corporeal form. Dumbledore gazed in astonishment as Mo Bai tumbled in, unceremoniously collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, while Hermione rushed to his side. Concern etched upon her face. "Are you all right?" Dumbledore, sensing something amiss, inquired what transpired. As Hermione and Mo Bai recounted their harrowing encounter, Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. "Hey, Dumbledore, did you not assert that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world? If I were not an ethereal being, I would have perished just now." At this moment, Hermione was too preoccupied to dwell on Mo Bai's rudeness. Though her eyes remained shut, she had heard the youth's account. "Professor Dumbledore, what is that serpent-like creature?" Dumbledore's expression grew even more troubled. Mo Bai had merely expressed a complaint and did not genuinely wish to reprimand anyone. At this moment, he had never witnessed this wise elder display such a countenance. Was the situation truly troublesome? Dumbledore exhaled deeply, as if to expel the pent-up frustration within him. "This tale is lengthy. Then please do condense it." Mo Bai sat on the ground with a cheeky grin, provoking an irked slap from Hermione. It is well known that Hogwarts was jointly established by 4 illustrious wizards: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. "Isn't that so, Professor?" Hermione interjected, taking a breath to deliver the information. Dumbledore nodded in approval. However, one of these wizards diverged in ideology from the others. He believed that Hogwarts should not admit wizards of Muggle descent, and thus he departed from the school. Mo Bai rested his chin on his hand, intrigued by the tale. What a foolish ideology. And then what happened? The elder cast a glance at him. However, before he left, he concealed a chamber somewhere within the castle and left behind a monster whose purpose was to eradicate all wizards of Muggle heritage within the school. "Is that the very monster we encountered?" Hermione interjected. Dumbledore nodded, affirming her statement. "Based on your descriptions, I suspect it to be a basilisk." Indeed, a serious glimmer flickered in the elder's eyes. A basilisk hatches from a rooster's egg incubated beneath a toad, possessing venomous fangs. And any gaze that meets its own leads to instant demise. Moreover, this creature enjoys an extensive lifespan. Indeed, if it originated from Slytherin, it must be over 1,000 years old. And Mo Bai chuckled, then turned his gaze towards the elder. Do you simply allow such a creature to roam freely in your castle? Dumbledore sighed. Unfortunately, I too am unaware of the chamber's location. That cannot be. For if a basilisk were present, Hogwarts would scarcely have any living souls left. This brings us to the matter of the chamber's opening. Only a descendant of Slytherin can unlock it and release the basilisk. Mo Bai furrowed his brow. In other words, a descendant of Slytherin has appeared within the school, opened the chamber, unleashed the basilisk, and targeted Hermione? A glint of resolve shone in his eyes. This individual must be identified. The last person to harm Hermione has only recently met their demise. Chapter 25, Filch's Cat. He remained unaware if that serpent would return. The two followed Dumbledore, with Hermione tugging at Mo Bai's robe. Upon descending to the 5th floor, Mo Bai noticed the ground was awash with water, as if there were a leak. Just around the corner, he spotted a gathering of people engaged in animated discussion, with Professor McGonagall directing the students amidst the crowd. As the throng dispersed, Mo Bai noticed Malfoy lurking within, casting a menacing glare in their direction. He appeared deep in thought. Once the crowd had fully cleared, leaving only the teachers, Mo Bai finally beheld the scene ahead. A cat, rigid and lifeless, dangled from the corridor's light fixture, appearing to have been deceased for quite some time. Harry Potter stood below, his expression one of innocence, while Ron stood beside him, and Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, glared at Harry with bloodshot eyes. "You have killed my cat. I shall kill you," Filch exclaimed. "Argus," Dumbledore interjected, halting Filch's intent to seize Harry. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Filch immediately launched into a lament. "Headmaster, that wretched Harry Potter has murdered my cat. Argus Filch." Dumbledore called him by his full name, asserting that anyone is innocent until proven guilty. He glanced at the stiff cat and then noticed a line of blood written on the adjacent wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." A flicker of understanding crossed the elder's eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with McGonagall. It appeared that the assailant had attempted to attack Hermione, but had instead targeted the cat as a means of intimidation. He reached up to remove Filch's feline. "My office is just upstairs, Headmaster. Please feel free to use it." A smooth and unpleasant voice interrupted, revealing Gilderoy Lockhart's presence. Upon seeing McGonagall look his way, he smiled amicably, as if the previous events had never transpired. It was difficult to determine whether to admire his audacity or to commend his cunning. Alongside them were McGonagall and Snape, who had a rather strained relationship with McGonagall. The group entered Lockhart's office, where Dumbledore placed the cat on the polished desk, while Lockhart lit a lamp and stood aside, pompously offering his commentary. "It must have been a curse that did this, or perhaps a form of magical torture. I have witnessed such occurrences on numerous occasions. Alas, had I been present, I could have certainly saved her." Even Hermione, who had once idolized him, rolled her eyes. And Harry and Ron wore expressions of disbelief. Dumbledore cast a glance at Lockhart, but chose to ignore his ramblings, instead focusing on the cat's body. Filch sat dejectedly in a chair, his face buried in his hands. "She's not dead, Argus." Dumbledore's interruption startled Lockhart, who turned to him in astonishment, while Filch instantly lifted his head. "But why is she so stiff and cold? She's been petrified." "I knew it," Lockhart remarked with an air of self-satisfaction. Dumbledore continued, "Moreover, I can assure you that this is certainly not the result of human intervention." He looked at Harry and Ron, saying, "You two may leave." Harry and Ron felt as if a great weight had been lifted. "You cannot let him go." Filch's shrill voice made it difficult for the boys to decide whether to stay or flee. McGonagall and Hermione each gave the two fools a gentle push, urging them to exit the office post-haste. "Filch," McGonagall spoke this time, "you must trust Headmaster Dumbledore." "But my cat has been petrified," he cried. "Someone must pay the price." "I believe that may happen, Mr. Filch," came a sudden interjection from Malfoy, who smiled at Filch. Filch was suddenly taken aback, for his duty was to oversee these young wizards, and he was met with disdainful glances from nearly all. Faced with this well-groomed youth who offered him a polite smile, he found himself at a loss. "Madame Loris, your cat bears that name, does it not?" "Ah, indeed, indeed. We extend our sincerest apologies for Madame Loris's unfortunate circumstances." He approached Filch, placing his hand upon the man's grimy knuckles, attempting to soothe his agitation. "However, you must understand that Madame Loris's plight is not the fault of Professor Dumbledore, nor of anyone present, but rather the fault of the perpetrator. Yet we are confident that our esteemed headmaster will restore your cat to health and bring the culprit to justice. Will he not?" Yes, sir." There seemed to be an innate quality about Mo Bai that swiftly calmed the agitated Filch, who, to his own astonishment, began to stutter and address the 11-year-old as sir. "Very well. Now please return to your duties, shall you? Your loud outbursts here will not aid in assisting Madame Loris," On the contrary, they will hinder the professor's efforts. Each individual has their designated role. The professor's role at this moment is to attend to Madame Loris. And what is yours, Mr. Flitch? Flitch, humiliated by being chastised by an 11-year-old, muttered, "I should go patrol." No. Upon uttering this, he quickly regained his composure and without another word, turned and exited the room. As he turned back, he noticed the professors regarding him with peculiar expressions. Professor McGonagall broke the silence first. "Excellent eloquence, Mr. Mo." "Thank you for the compliment, Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore cast a penetrating glance at him, but remained silent. Snape coldly scrutinized him. "May I inquire, you two, why are you here?" He referred to Mo Bai and Hermione. "Ah, it was I who brought them along," Dumbledore interjected. "They heard unusual sounds in the corridor and promptly reported to me. So these two were the first to detect the anomaly." "Indeed, Severus, I believe." "I feel I have seen nothing clearly, Professor." Hermione glanced at him in confusion, while Mo Bai maintained an unwavering gaze upon Dumbledore. The two exchanged looks for an extended moment before the elder sighed. "You may leave now. Allow me to speak with Bai." Though perplexed, the others, trusting Dumbledore, exited the room, with Hermione casting a worried glance back at him, leaving upon his silent urging. Dumbledore regarded the portrait of Lockhart upon the wall, and with a mere gesture, a transparent barrier enveloped the two. "You wish to keep the existence of the basilisk from them, do you not?" The elder's expression grew grave. "I wish to know why." Mo Bai took a seat. "I wish to ascertain one matter. If everyone were to learn that Hogwarts harbors a stealthy and perilous basilisk, the school would surely be closed, would it not?" Dumbledore's countenance darkened, indeed. Mo Bai spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. "My school life has yet to reach its conclusion, and I have been unceremoniously cast out by my father. With the school closed, I find myself at a loss for refuge. Unless, of course, I can uncover the perpetrator who opened the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore sighed once more, having discerned the intentions of the adversary. Mo Bai continued, "However, if the school is shuttered, how shall we find the culprit? So, you wish for me to keep this from them, allowing the students to remain exposed to peril, all in the pursuit of the one who harmed Hermione? All for the greater good, Professor." The youth smiled gracefully, his voice low, asserting that if the mastermind behind the chamber's opening remains elusive, we must still follow the trail to eradicate the basilisk. He paused, pondering. "Even if Hogwarts were to reopen one day, would your students not still be at risk? Protecting students means safeguarding not only their present, but also their future. Does it not, Professor?" Dumbledore regarded Mo Bai with a gaze fraught with complexity. "You bear a striking resemblance to Gellert, White, even employing similar methods. The way you conversed with Filch just now mirrored his approach, did it not? The Dark Lord Grindelwald's most potent weapon was not his unparalleled dark magic, but rather his persuasive ability. Yet only Dumbledore understood that he intertwined a hint of magic within his voice, using his eloquence to garner genuine agreement from others. This effect was akin to the power of the Imperius curse, insidious and unavoidable, as it was not a spell, but rather a true persuasion. Each individual serves a purpose. Professor, I merely assigned him the role of an informant within the school, for who else could traverse Hogwarts undeterred in the dead of night? Ultimately, the truest motive behind your actions lies in the fact that the target is Hermione. Am I correct? The youth shrugged, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Dumbledore suddenly realized that the young man before him bore not only a resemblance to Grindelwald, but also to himself. Just as he had once succumbed to madness in his obsession with that individual, leading to unforgivable transgressions, Mo Bai too could commit acts of madness for Hermione, such as inflicting fatal torment upon a muggle with the Cruciatus curse, or endangering the entire faculty and student body simply to unearth those who would harm her. What vexed Dumbledore most was that he found himself swayed by the boy's final words. Protecting students entails not only safeguarding their present, but also securing their future. Indeed, Hogwarts cannot remain closed indefinitely. If the chamber is not resolved once and for all, similar incidents will surely recur. Dumbledore's visage appeared aged, his beard tinged with gray. "Understand. Chapitre 26, Grindelwald crime." The following day, Filch's cat was inexplicably attacked, leaving behind a bloodied message on the wall. And the rumors of the chamber sent ripples of anxiety through the students of Hogwarts. However, the faculty managed to assuage their fears. As long as Headmaster Dumbledore remained, Hogwarts would continue to be the safest haven. Unbeknownst to them, the principal they revered had concealed the true crisis beneath the smooth eloquence of Mo Bai. He gently caressed Luna, who was panting from exhaustion, and placed her in Hermione's arms, signaling for her to feed Luna double portions of mealworms. Subsequently, he swiftly perused the letter. With a casual flick of his wrist, the parchment was enveloped in azure flames, instantly transforming into swirling ashes. A letter from home? Hermione inquired. Gently stroking Luna's sleek scales, her curiosity piqued. I nodded in affirmation. It merely advised me to earnestly learn from Professor Dumbledore. He would not harm me. How could you possibly think that Professor Dumbledore would wish you harm? Hermione questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Mo Bai shook his head, refraining from divulging the dream in which Dumbledore had ominously gnawed at a large fruit, a curse of fatal consequence, directed at him. Simply consult a history book or inquire of a wizard familiar with life in a magical world. Just mention my name, and you shall understand. It seemed a visit to the library was in order, or perhaps he should approach Dumbledore directly. At that moment, Hermione leaned closer, her voice conspiratorial. Yesterday, regarding that basilisk. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, while across from them, Harry and Ron observed the seemingly intimate exchange between the two. Ron felt a twinge of jealousy. Hermione's rapport with this fellow was far too close, leaving them with less time to engage together. Are you feeling envious of Bai? Harry shot a glance at him. At that instant, both Mo Bai and Hermione turned their attention to the two, who were silently exchanging glances. What are you two gazing at so affectionately? They reacted as if their tails had been stepped on, exclaiming, Hey, Bai, I'm not gazing at him affectionately. How could you even think that? Their embarrassed expressions elicited a hearty laugh from Hermione, and after sharing a glance, they too succumbed to laughter. The morning's lesson was Professor Spin's History of Magic. The ghostly professor recited from his notes at the lectern, his feeble voice resembling a chorus of drowsiness spells. Aside from Hermione, who was diligently attentive, even Mo Bai felt the pull of slumber. It was said that this professor had been appointed in the school's early days, and that his ghostly form resulted from an incident where he inadvertently left his corporeal body on a recliner in his office during a lecture. Since then, his existence had remained unchanged. Oh, in 1945, that year Albus Dumbledore vanquished the most feared dark wizard in history, Gellert Grindelwald, thwarting his malevolent plans against Muggles, earning him the title of the greatest wizard of the century. And then in 1960, Professor, wait a moment. The sudden interjection interrupted Professor Spin, rousing several young witches and wizards from their stupor. Some mistakenly believed class had ended and began to rise, only to sheepishly reseat themselves upon their companions' reminders. Hermione looked on in surprise as Mo Bai raised his hand, yet he stood up independently. Apologies for the interruption, but I wish to inquire how Professor Dumbledore defeated him, and what actions were taken by his adversary that garnered Dumbledore such accolades. The ethereal Professor Spin adjusted his spectacles, glancing at the standing youth. It had been quite a while since a student had proactively posed a question in his class. What is your name? Montauk Bai, Professor. Very well, please take your seat. Professor Spin seemed to want to smile, but the long absence of that expression left his lips only able to form a stiff, fleeting curve. Let us then discuss the most formidable dark wizard in history. This topic piqued the interest of the young wizards below, prompting one to question. Isn't the most powerful dark wizard that certain individual? Oh, Voldemort? The room erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this spectral professor would dare to utter that name aloud. The deeds of Voldemort, when placed alongside those of Grindelwald, could only be described as the small wizard overshadowed by the great. Professor Spin cleared his throat. The exact birth date of Gellert Grindelwald remains uncertain, but it is estimated to be between 1838 and 1840. He attended Durmstrang Institute. However, even this institution, known for permitting the use of dark magic, expelled him at the age of 16 due to his intolerable and chaotic experiments during his time there. What transpired afterward remains a mystery to all. Some say he wandered in search of followers, while others claim he formed a connection with Dumbledore. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Hermione also turned her gaze toward the young man. Yet, these are mere rumors, and we shall not dwell upon them. It is sufficient to know that Professor Spin looked at Mo Bai, the one who posed the question, revealing his ambition to incite a revolution in the wizarding world, to overthrow the international statute of wizarding secrecy, and to establish a new global order led by wise and powerful witches and wizards. He regarded Muggles as mere servants, beasts of burden, espousing the belief that only wizards could advance the world. The young wizards below began to murmur among themselves. It was about time. He provocatively cast a glance in Mo Bai's direction, but Mo Bai paid him no mind. Others audibly inquired, Professor, do you believe his ideology to be correct? He leafed through his notes. Let us continue. By 1926, his influence spread across America and Europe, and he and his followers instigated numerous terror attacks, committing countless crimes, resulting in the deaths of innumerable wizards and muggles alike. In that year, he infiltrated the American Magical Congress, seeking a dreadful one to assist him in his grand designs. Hermione glanced again at Mo Bai, who sat with his hands clasped on the table. However, his plans were thwarted by Newt Scamander of Hogwarts, disrupting his operations. Yet, the following year, he succeeded in Paris, France. With the dreadful one at his side, he escalated his revolutionary activities across the European continent, unleashing a wave of terror that left everyone in fear. However, Professor Spin seemed to become increasingly animated as he recounted the tale. At that time, the only sanctuary on the European continent was England, where Dumbledore resided. Grindelwald feared Dumbledore's might and never dared to bring the conflict to British soil. Mo Bai, concealed behind his hands, smirked subtly. Fear? That might be true, but he surmised it was not the fear of defeat that haunted him, but rather the fear of chaos erupting in his own backyard. However, in 1945, the shadow of Grindelwald loomed over the European continent for decades. At last, Dumbledore, at the behest of numerous wizards, confronted Grindelwald. Their fierce battle raged for an entire day and night, shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing the details. All that was known was that the most dreaded Dark Lord in existence was confined within the very castle he had constructed, never to step outside again. The young man raised an eyebrow, surprised that the old man had personally incarcerated Grindelwald. Mo Bai finally understood the purpose behind Dumbledore's discussions regarding Muggles. He feared following in Grindelwald's footsteps. Contemplating this eased the young man's mind considerably, not to mention that his mentor likely no longer harbored such ambitions. Even if he did, it was not something he desired. After all, he was a youth who cherished life and embraced existence. Each day was spent enjoying tea, indulging in late mornings, practicing spells, and most importantly, engaging in romantic conversations with Hermione, uniting the magical and Muggle worlds. What concern was that of his? Chapter 27. Hermione's inquiry. That day's History of Magic class was the most attentive session the young wizards had ever experienced, marked by vigorous interaction between students and professor. The pupils posed numerous questions to the professor regarding Grindelwald, and the ghostly instructor patiently answered each one, creating an exceptionally rich academic atmosphere. After class, discussions revolved around the Dark Lord Grindelwald. Some audacious students even began comparing Grindelwald to the nameless Dark Lord, debating their respective strengths and weaknesses. Mo Bai was walking forward when he was suddenly called out. "White, who do you think is stronger, Grindelwald or that other fellow?" He turned to see two identical faces eagerly gazing at him. The Weasley twins, known for their mischievous antics, George and Fred, were the culprits. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you two in third year? What are you doing here?" They exchanged a glance and grinned. "We were just wandering around since we had no classes, and we noticed your lesson looked quite interesting, so we listened for a bit." Mo Bai noticed them stuffing something into their pockets, but thought little of it. His eyebrow arched, as it seemed they were the instigators of the earlier debate. "Don't just ask about us. Who do you think is more formidable?" Mo Bai glanced at the twins. "If you ask me, I wouldn't know. I've never encountered either of them." TSK. Suddenly, Hermione let out a soft hiss of disapproval, drawing the twins' curious looks. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Seeing Mo Bai turn to her, Hermione blinked innocently. "Nothing much. You continue your conversation." With that, she tossed her head and, remarkably, left without waiting for Mo Bai, who then exchanged farewells with the twins and hurried after her, leaving the twins to marvel at their retreating figures. The youth caught up to Hermione in just a few strides. "Why didn't you wait for me?" Hermione walked ahead, her voluminous hair bouncing with each step, prompting the young man to reach out and touch it. The girl swiftly shrugged off his playful gesture. "Your esteemed elder. Is he Grindelwald?" Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. "What makes you say that?" Hermione extended her delicate fingers, counting them one by one as she addressed him. "Firstly, the professor had mentioned that Grindelwald was likely of German or Austrian descent, and your English carries a pronounced German accent, clearly hinting at that origin. Yet, this alone does not substantiate the claim that my father is the Dark Lord. Listen to me." Hermione shot him an exasperated glare. Furthermore, as the professor pointed out, Grindelwald once sought a Muggle for assistance against Dumbledore, indicating his keen interest in Muggles. At this juncture, she discreetly glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to their conversation before leaning closer to Mo Bai and whispering, "You're also a Muggle." Amused, Mo Bai realized he was too close after she finished speaking, and quickly took a step back. "It's merely a coincidence." "Humph. And what else?" Hermione curled her third finger, recalling the professor's statement that Grindelwald had once shared a close bond with Professor Dumbledore. Although this remains unverified, if we entertain it as truth, it would explain why the professor treats you so exceptionally. Mo Bai chose not to respond, and Hermione suddenly grasped the boy's shoulders, pushing him against the wall. To avoid hurting her, he acquiesced to her force, resulting in a charming wall slam. The most crucial point. Hermione fixed her gaze upon Mo Bai's eyes. Ever since I met you, I have pondered what kind of wizard could produce such an extraordinary talent at such a tender age. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Could it not be that I possess exceptional talent? Didn't you claim to have learned spells from an old man since childhood? Mo Bai touched his nose, recalling that he had indeed made such a statement. If this old man were the most powerful and fearsome Dark Lord in history, it would explain why you are adept in so many dark arts. Hermione regarded him with a serious expression. Despite the numerous flaws in her reasoning, Mo Bai could easily refute her claims if he wished to deny them. However, he had no desire to deceive her and found nothing particularly concerning. Astute as ever. Miss Know-It-All. Hermione once again shook off his hand, admonishing him not to call her that, as it was a nickname bestowed by others. Very well, Miss Granger. Mo Bai smiled gently, while Hermione stared into his deep, expressive eyes, feeling as though her very essence was being drawn away by their intensity. She paused momentarily, blinked, turned her head aside, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. With a curious gaze, she inquired, "You do not, like your teacher, believe that wizards should reign supreme over muggles, do you?" Mo Bai chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. That old man has likely repented by now, and if I truly harbored such beliefs, would Dumbledore have allowed me into school? Address him as professor. Hermione instinctively corrected him, then furrowed her brow in earnest thought. But can't you discern my attitude towards you and your parents? You are rather unpredictable. Although Hermione's words bore a hint of reproach, her expression clearly conveyed that she had come to terms with it. Indeed, it was during their initial encounter in the Muggle community that Mo Bai first laid eyes upon her. Even upon learning that her parents were Muggles, he exhibited no peculiar expression, which indicated that perhaps he had overthought the situation. "What you two up to?" An astonished voice interrupted them, and they turned to find Harry and Ron staring in disbelief. "We haven't done anything," the girl declared, striking a rather assertive pose with one hand propped against the wall beside the boy. Due to the earlier interrogation, her face was quite close to his, leading Harry and Ron to perceive that they were on the verge of kissing. Moreover, it appeared as though Hermione had taken the initiative to pin Mo Bai against the wall. Suddenly jolted, Hermione sprang away from Mo Bai, saying nothing, her body tense as she quickly distanced herself. Mo Bai, unfazed, simply shook his robes and stood upright, addressing the two who remained frozen in place. As he departed with an air of nonchalance, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, bewildered. Have they become so indiscreet? Ron pondered, evidently arriving at the same conclusion, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Chapter 28, The Frantic Bludger. From that day forth, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the attack on Filch's cat might be related to the heir of Grindelwald. Those present at the scene had heard someone brazenly declare that the target of the assault was Muggle-born wizards within the school. Furthermore, during a recent second-year history of magic class, the infamous Dark Lord Grindelwald's disdain for Muggles had also spread like wildfire. Naturally, some individuals began to connect the two narratives and speculated that the Dark Lord's heir was still lurking within the school, posing a potential threat to students. Anxiety swept through the populace. Mo Bai, the earnest heir of Grindelwald, felt utterly innocent in this regard. His inquiry during the history of magic class had merely stemmed from a desire to understand his family's past, unaware that he would inadvertently take the fall for a concealed Slytherin heir. Of course, he could not clarify the matter. He could not disclose that it was unrelated to Grindelwald, but rather the doing of a Slytherin heir. For one, his words would hold little weight, and secondly, he had no evidence to support his claim. Thus, he had no choice but to let the rumor fester. However, he soon reflected that the individual capable of hanging a cat from a lamp as a means of intimidation must possess a strong sense of honor. The misattribution of his accomplishments to another might incite the perpetrator to act out of indignation, possibly leading to their next move in an attempt to vindicate themselves. The more frequently they acted, the greater Mo Bai's chances of identifying them would become. During the day, such actions would be implausible due to the multitude of witnesses and the high risk of exposure. Thus, it would have to occur at night, perhaps at the same time as the previous attack. Given that they dared to target Hermione, they must be prepared for the consequences. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Mo Bai's eyes, stirring the silent resolve within him. Clatter! The sound of a spoon falling to the ground interrupted his thoughts, and Mo Bai looked up to see Harry gazing at him with uncertainty. They were currently in the Great Hall, enjoying lunch, while Hermione was playfully teasing Luna in her arms, casting a curious glance at Harry. "What's the matter? Why can't you hold your spoon steady?" "Oh, it's nothing." Harry picked up the spoon, having inadvertently locked eyes with Mo Bai moments earlier, An overwhelming sensation of pain surged through his scar, as if it were being torn apart. Yet, even at that moment, the agony he felt was not nearly as intense as it was now. He discreetly observed Mo Bai, wondering if he might be possessed by Voldemort once again. However, the back of his head bore no trace of that horrific visage, and they had indeed made physical contact several times. If he were truly possessed, as Dumbledore had suggested, he should have been reduced to ashes like Professor Quirrell from the previous year. Stealing another glance at him, Harry suddenly met his gaze directly. "Is there something you need?" "Montag by Inkvilet." Harry stammered, then, in a moment of inspiration, blurted out, "Tomorrow is Saturday, and their SA Quidditch match. We're up against Slytherin. Would you like to come?" Mo Bai looked at him quizzically. "Of course I will attend. Didn't we discuss this earlier?" "Oh," Harry scratched his face. "I heard Hermione mention that you don't seem particularly interested in Quidditch. This is the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match. Isn't it? As a member of Gryffindor, I must be there," Mo Bai replied with a smile. "It is only right to support one's friends at such events." Seeing the young man's smile, Harry couldn't help but grin foolishly. How could such a polite and gentle person possibly be connected to Voldemort? He felt a pang of guilt for his earlier conjecture. The next day, shortly after 10, Hermione whisked Mo Bai away to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was splendid, with bright sunshine and clear skies. The stadium was already teeming with people, divided into two factions of red and gold and green, representing Gryffindor and Slytherin. He noted that, besides students, several adults occupied the stands. Hermione explained, "Some parents come to watch their children's matches." Mo Bai nodded in understanding, when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted. He looked up to see a team of wizards soaring through the air on their broomsticks, waving as they flew. Now entering the field is the Gryffindor team. The amplified voice of the announcer echoed throughout the stadium, and cheers rose to a crescendo, prompting even Hermione beside him to applaud enthusiastically. In contrast, a chorus of boos emerged from the Slytherin section. As the Slytherin team emerged on their brand new broomsticks, the jeers swiftly transformed into cheers. Mo Bai caught sight of Draco waving in one direction, raising an eyebrow with interest. The once disheveled Mr. Malfoy, who had fallen before him at the start of the term, now sat resplendently in the stands, next to the seemingly unkempt Snape. Seeing him reminded Mo Bai of the Malfoy family's strong disdain for Muggles, and Draco's previous intent to insult Hermione. Did they have any connection to the Chamber of Secrets? Observing Draco flaunting his presence, Mo Bai felt compelled to find a time to converse with him. As the match commenced, watching the wizards dazzlingly vie for the ball in the sky, Mo Bai felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He meant no offense, but this sport truly failed to ignite his interest. As time gradually passes, the young wizard either cheers or gasps in response to the team's goals, while Mo Bai, seated in the stands, finds himself drowsy. Another exclamation arises, and Mo Bai initially assumes someone has scored again, but Hermione suddenly shakes him. Mo Bai, look, that bludger seems to be acting strangely. Mo Bai raises his gaze to see Harry darting around the field on his broomstick, with a bludger trailing him like a magnet. Is this abnormal? Certainly. Hermione shoots him a glare. A bludger never pursues an individual so relentlessly. When not struck by a bat, it moves erratically. As Mo Bai observes Harry execute a sharp turn, the bludger breaks through the railing below the stands to continue its relentless chase, prompting him to realize that something is indeed amiss. It appears to have been cursed. Harry is in peril. Noticing Amoy's inclination to jest, Hermione gives him a light nudge. Do you have a plan? Wouldn't intervening now be considered a foul? Better than letting Harry meet his demise. Montag by Schulks, preparing to shatter the rogue bludger when he suddenly halts and glances toward a corner of the stands. I believe it would be prudent to confront the true culprit directly. Chapter 29, Dobby the House Elf. Meanwhile, Harry continues to evade the frenzied bludger, which seems intent on colliding with him, unwilling to relent. Fortunately, Harry's flying skills are commendable, preventing any bloodshed on the field. However, the myriad of dangerous maneuvers elicits gasps from the audience. Among the spectators fixated on the sky, Mo Bai navigates through the crowd with Hermione. Aren't you going to save Harry? Mo Bai glances up. He can hold out a bit longer. If he intervenes now, what if the perpetrator escapes? Clearly, akin to the Chamber of Secrets incident, his choice is to avoid merely addressing superficial issues and instead focus on the essence of the matter. This may come at the cost of some, whether it be Harry or the entire student body. Upon reaching a corner of the stands, Hermione surveys the area. There is no one here. Yet Mo Bai remains fixated on the empty space before him. There is someone. He retrieves his white hawthorn wand and points it toward the ground, giving it a slight twist. Reveal all. To Hermione's astonishment, a small figure gradually materializes before them. The figure is humanoid, yet no more than half a meter tall, clad in tattered, filthy rags. In contrast to its frail body, its head is disproportionately large, adorned with bat-like ears, a slender nose, and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. Realizing someone has found him, the creature looks at them in alarm, yet its finger remains pointed at the field, clearly indicating that the rampaging bludger is under its command. A house elf? Hermione exclaims, her surprise mirrored by Mo Bai, who had only sensed the magical fluctuations in the vicinity, never anticipating such a creature. What are you doing? Stop it at once. Despite Hermione's sympathy for house elves, the little elf is evidently acting against his friend. No, Dobby cannot cease. Harry Potter must not remain at Hogwarts. A delicate voice resonated as the frail figure trembled, yet stubbornly maneuvered the enchanted ball to strike Harry Potter. The pale wand pointed directly at Dobby. Dispel the magic, or do not blame me for what follows. Dobby quivered even more violently, yet he persisted, repeating a single phrase. Harry Potter cannot remain at Hogwarts. Harry Potter will be in danger. Amused by the illogic of Dobby's reasoning, the pale figure mused. Is it not you who poses the danger to Harry Potter? Yet, how did Dobby discern the peril that Hogwarts currently faced? Did he possess knowledge of the Chamber of Secrets? Choosing not to engage in further dialogue, the figure refrained from lethal action, instead casting a spell that sent Dobby sprawling 3 meters away, the overwhelming force rendering him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, Dobby found himself sprawled on the floor of an empty room, save for a robe beneath him. The pale figure and Hermione were watching him intently. You're awake? Now, explain why you attempted to attack Harry Potter, the figure inquired coldly. Dobby sprang up abruptly. Where is Harry Potter? Where is he? The pale figure crossed his arms and looked down upon him. I fear you may be disappointed. Harry has successfully completed the match and captured the golden snitch. Indeed, Dobby grew agitated. No, Dobby must prevent Harry Potter from staying at Hogwarts. It is dangerous. With that, he snapped his fingers, only to be met with dismay as nothing happened. To his astonishment, the magic that typically flowed at his command was now utterly ineffective. The pale figure smirked slightly. Your house elf can indeed apparate within Hogwarts, correct? This was information Hermione had shared with him. Though enslaved by humans, house elves possessed extraordinary abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary wizards, enabling them to perform such spells even in a place that restricted apparition. The pale figure gestured toward Dobby's slender wrist, adorned with 2 black iron rings, faintly pulsating with magical energy. This is a secret art. As long as your magical capacity remains inferior to mine, you cannot break this anti-magic ring, and thus cannot cast any spells. Dobby immediately wilted, his bat-like ears drooping. He sank to the ground, muttering once more, I must save Harry Potter. He cannot stay at school. No matter how sternly the pale figure interrogated him, Dobby repeated only this phrase. At that moment, Hermione tugged at the pale figure's sleeve, crouching down beside Dobby with a gentle tone. Your name is Dobby, is it not? Having endured the scorn of humanity, Dobby was unaccustomed to such polite discourse. He glanced up at the smiling girl. You must be hungry. I have. Hermione reached in her pocket, only to awkwardly realize that she possessed only the breadworms meant for Luna, and sought help from the pale figure. The pale figure grimaced, then waved his hand dismissively. The atmosphere grew quite uncomfortable. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately retrieved a small pouch from his robe and extracted a generous assortment of sweets. I knew you must have something to eat. Faced with the sumptuous spread before him, Dobby first cast a wary glance at the pale figure, then turned his gaze toward Hermione. Is this really for me to eat? Hermione nodded, and Dobby suddenly displayed an expression of profound gratitude, bursting into tears in an instant. Hermione and Mo Bai exchanged glances. I apologize, Dobby sobbed. I am just so overwhelmed. No wizard has ever offered me such a feast before. I've only ever eaten spoiled food. Hermione's heart swelled with sympathy. It's all yours. No one will take it from you. Encouraged by Hermione's words, Dobby began to ravenously devour the food. Observing this, Mo Bai, with a mere thought, conjured a table and chairs in the room, seating himself and extracting a tea set to brew tea. The little elf deserved a meal, and he would not neglect himself. However, where was the promised room of endless requests? It couldn't even conjure food. He had to resort to his private stash to feed the elf. Watching Dobby eat voraciously, Hermione's compassion overflowed. Which wizarding household do you belong to? Does your master not provide you with food? Dobby could not respond. Then why did you attempt to attack Harry Potter? At the mention of Harry Potter, Dobby set down the bread, his voice high-pitched and piercing. I was trying to save Harry Potter. He cannot remain here. Save? Montauk by Faunet. You nearly crushed him with a bludger. Dobby would never kill Harry Potter. The elf insisted. Dobby only wished to injure him, so he could leave school. Hermione and Mo Bai exchanged glances. Although Dobby's methods were questionable, if he was not lying, he truly meant well for Harry. Why do you want to save Harry? Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord. He is Dobby's hero, which is why Dobby wants to save him, the little elf replied, his large eyes blinking earnestly. Then, what danger lurks in Hogwarts? There is a conspiracy. Someone is plotting something dreadful. Who is behind it? What is the plan? Hermione pressed. Dobby's face contorted with a struggle to endure. Dobby cannot say. Dobby must not betray his master. Suddenly, the elf set down the food and began to bang his head against the floor with such fervor that Mo Bai feared he might injure himself. Dobby cannot say. Dobby cannot betray his master. Dobby must punish himself. Hermione quickly intervened. Stop it. Don't do that. I won't ask anymore. So, this conspiracy is orchestrated by your master? Mo Bai furrowed his brow in analysis. Dobby immediately fixed his gaze on Mo Bai, his bulging eyes nearly popping out. Dobby did not say that. You guessed it. Right? I guessed it. You need not punish yourself. Were it not for the pained expression on Hermione's face, Mo Bai would have been indifferent to Dobby's plight. Let us do this, Mo Bai said, taking a sip of red tea and offering Hermione a cup as well. As Hermione prepared to hand the red tea to Dobby, he interjected, Wait. This cup is designated for you. Let him use this one. Another cup of red tea floated before Dobby, and Hermione paused for a moment, a smile tugging at her lips. Mo Bai chuckled lightly, resuming the previous topic. Noticing Dobby's conflicted expression, he gently remarked, You have not disclosed anything. We inferred everything from your expressions. Dobby pondered for a moment and reluctantly nodded. Is the danger at Hogwarts related to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets? Dobby, however, promptly replied that he did not know. Not knowing? He was certain that the peril Dobby spoke of was indeed connected to the chamber, and he wished to extract a hint from him. Yet, it appeared that Dobby was not entirely informed. What about your master? Is he present today? As a house elf, it was only natural for Dobby to accompany his master. Dobby nodded slightly. A vivid image of the arrogant figure from the Quidditch pitch flashed in Mo Bai's mind, prompting him to tentatively inquire. Is your master from the Malfoy family? Dobby's eyes widened in surprise. Although he neither nodded nor shook his head, Mo Bai had already gleaned his answer. He casually removed the magic restraining ring from Dobby's wrist, saying, You may leave now. Dobby cast a lingering gaze at the unfinished sweets on the ground, snapped his fingers, and vanished from sight. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Such creatures were indeed formidable, yet how could they be subjugated by humans? Nevertheless, he had merely inquired, and it turned out that it was indeed the Malfoy family. Hermione took a seat beside him. Could it be that the chamber was opened by Malfoy? Was he the heir of Slytherin? Mo Bai sipped his red tea. Whether it was true or not, Woon Tea asking him directly clarify everything? Oh, by the way, I recall reading about a potion in the library that might allow us to confront him directly. Mo Bai glanced at her. What potion? You'll find out in due time. Seeing the girl build suspense, Mo Bai smiled indulgently. Although he intended to directly intercept Malfoy's memory charm, how could he extinguish her enthusiasm to showcase her abilities? By the way, this magic restraining ring is quite impressive. It can even restrain house elves. Oh, this was taught to me by Grindelwald. It is his original spell. Upon mentioning Grindelwald, the young girl furrowed her brow. Isn't this a means for him to torment other wizards? No, it is designed to restrain me. Hermione. Chapter 30. If you wish to know the truth, why not simply ask? Restrict you? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Montauk by Schulget. It's not unrelated to the entity known as Mo Ran. The magic restraining ring suppresses magical power. You see, Mo Ran essentially embodies a form of dark magic. When I was 8, Mo Ran was particularly volatile, and I had not yet mastered it completely. To prevent being drained by it, I wore this ring for half a year. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. When I finally removed the ring, I found I could control it with ease. Montauk Bai smiled wryly. This could be considered a form of burn training. How impressive. Montauk Bai. He looked at the girl, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, utterly perplexed. What's impressive about it? It was exceedingly dangerous. I nearly lost my life. So your focus is solely on my ability to control Mo Ran, is it? Ron, noticing the two who had just entered, called out, Hey, Hermione, where have you two been? I've been looking for you both. It was incredible. You missed it. In a moment of peril, Harry narrowly evaded the frenzied bludger, executing a graceful turn to seize the golden snitch, leaving Malfoy utterly infuriated. Ron exuberantly recounted the tale. and the two exchanged a knowing glance, concealing their triumph. Hermione quietly suggested to him whether they should inform Harry about the matter. Mo Bai nodded, acknowledging that Harry was indeed a party to the incident. When they drew Harry aside to a secluded spot and recounted the events in detail, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. "I've seen that little creature," he exclaimed. The two exchanged glances, curious about when this could have occurred. "Before the school year. It suddenly barged into my home and warned me not to come to school, claiming there was danger. It relayed the same message to us," and Mo Bai noted, stroking his chin. Initially skeptical, he now regarded Harry's reaction as evidence that the little creature had spoken truthfully. Clearly, the Malfoy family harbored secrets. Was the peril at Hogwarts related to the Chamber of Secrets? Mo Bai glanced at Harry and nodded. "Dobby truly means well, but his methods are rather extreme. I also heard it might be connected to a descendant of Grindelwald." Mo Bai rolled his eyes. "Those are mere rumors. Don't propagate misinformation. The professors have yet to draw any conclusions, and all of that is simply hearsay." Harry nodded in agreement. Hermione stifled a giggle, though a thoughtful expression flitted across her face. The weekend passed swiftly, and soon it was time for another Transfiguration class. Mo Bai had always been captivated by the most advanced spells as described by the esteemed professor, diligently studying McGonagall's lessons with utmost seriousness, unlike his approach to other subjects, particularly that of a certain venomous serpent. However, on this day, Professor McGonagall's lecture was abruptly interrupted. Hermione raised her hand high. "Professor, might you enlighten us about the Chamber of Secrets?" A murmur of surprise rippled through the class as Mo Bai looked at his companions, only to catch Hermione giving him a subtle glance. He understood her intent. She wished for the professor to clarify that the chamber was related to Slytherin, rather than being associated with Grindelwald's lineage. In truth, Mo Bai was indifferent, as besides Dumbledore and Hermione, no one at the school knew that his family was linked to Grindelwald, and this misunderstanding could aid him in uncovering the culprit. However, it was evident that Hermione could not bear to see him suffer this slight, since it was her goodwill, despite it not aligning with his plans. Mo Bai decided to acquiesce, trusting that Professor McGonagall would exercise discretion. The professor glanced at Hermione, then surveyed the classroom, noting the eager expressions of the young witches and wizards. She pressed her lips together and recounted the tale of Hogwarts' 4 founders and the story of the Chamber of Secrets. As Mo Bai had anticipated, Professor McGonagall refrained from mentioning the basilisk, merely stating that a terrifying creature could be unleashed by the air. Even so, some of the Muggle-born wizards in attendance displayed signs of distress. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed from the back of the room. Ron turned to see Draco, smirking at Hermione. Mo Bai cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes darkening with intensity. After class, as the 4 of them made their way to the common room, Ron appeared troubled. "Is this true? Could there really be a chamber?" "Absolutely. Not at all. It's not about her family. Mo Bai is simply Mo Bai." Suddenly, Hermione fell silent, an unusual blush blooming on her cheeks, prompting Mo Bai to steal a few more glances. Harry, still preoccupied with thoughts of the Chamber of Secrets, contemplated that it was the something within the chamber that had cursed Filch's cat, which meant the heir of Slytherin had emerged. Ron seized the opportunity to speak, breaking Hermione from her reverie, prompting her to roll her eyes at his words. Wasn't this painfully obvious? Hadn't it been said before that it was Grindelwald's heir? That was mere gossip. Gossip. Hermione firmly rebutted Ron, and then stated with utmost seriousness, "The pressing question now is, who is she?" Ron's face contorted in confusion as he waved his finger. "Think about it. Who considers Muggle-borns to be scum? Of course, when Filch's cat met with misfortune, you weren't present. It was Harry and I who witnessed it." And Malfoy was laughing maniacally at the blood on the wall. "Since you all wish to ascertain the truth, why not simply ask? How could that be?" Ron began to argue, only to realize that it was Mo Bai who had spoken. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and firmly grasped the shoulder of a person ahead. "Draco Malfoy, I have some inquiries to make." The trio gasped in surprise, but the one most terrified was the subject of their focus. A shiver ran through him. Why was it this fellow? Had his actions been uncovered? Noticing the unease on the other's face, Mo Bai narrowed his eyes. "What are you afraid of? What do I have to fear? I haven't done anything to you. Whether you have or not is not for you to decide." His dark pupils seemed to swirl with shadows, and Draco suddenly felt as if his mind had been pricked by a needle. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, as if discerning something, ready to delve deeper. "Mr. Mo Bai, what are you doing?" A voice, as sinister as a serpent's hiss, came from behind. Sighing inwardly, Mo Bai released Draco. Chapter 31. Snape's Attention. Turning around, he saw Snape striding towards him, his black cloak billowing behind him, resembling a great bat. Harry and Ron instinctively retreated a couple of steps, lowering their heads as if this would render them invisible to Snape. Nevertheless, Snape merely cast a fleeting glance at them before positioning himself directly before them. Unfazed, Voldemort met the emotionless gaze of Snape. I merely wish to pose a question to my classmate Draco. Is that correct? Draco's eyes widened in panic, for he felt as though a stick had been thrust into his mind, stirring it violently. Snape observed Draco's stammering demeanor, and a visible look of disdain crossed his features, clearly embarrassed by the spectacle before him. Stand straight. Draco, what did Mo Bai do to you just now? I don't know, but it seemed like. He cast a fearful glance at Fo, inadvertently meeting the glint of amusement in his eyes. Seeing Draco tremble at merely a glance towards her, Snape's disdain deepened. I am your head of house. Draco, you need not fear anyone. Draco appeared to be invigorated, closing his eyes and shouting loudly. It seemed he believed I had employed the soul-piercing curse upon him, although he was uncertain and skeptical that anyone could unleash such a formidable spell without a wand. He was convinced that something had indeed been done to him, and the first thing that came to mind was this particular incantation. In a moment of desperation, he called it out, unaware that he had inadvertently struck a chord. Severus Snape raised an eyebrow, while Ron and Harry looked at Mo Bai in astonishment, and Hermione's expression was laden with concern. In that instant, all eyes were fixed upon Mo Bai. At that moment, Mo Bai suddenly chuckled, half turning to face Draco. Despite their similar heights, Draco felt as though the young man before him was looking down upon him. That is a grave accusation, Draco Malfoy. We are all aware that casting such malevolent spells on fellow students could lead to expulsion from school, are we not? Though he spoke of expulsion, the young man's demeanor remained nonchalant, as if discussing someone else's predicament. Yet, his tone swiftly shifted to one of gravity. Draco Lucius Malfoy. Hearing his full name uttered by the boy gave Draco the unsettling impression that his father was calling him. Do you have any evidence? Can you prove that I cast this soul-piercing curse upon you? He shrugged. I haven't even drawn my wand. Noticing Draco's already pale visage grow even more as he stammered without a coherent response. The corners of Mo Bai's mouth curled upward as he glanced at the professor who had been intently observing him. Professor Snape, it seems that young Master Draco is so overwhelmed by fear of me that he has succumbed to delusion. Snape shot Draco a look of exasperation. Clearly, something dreadful had transpired involving one of his students. I am curious. What exactly have you done to instill such terror in him? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, evidently aware that the protective Slytherin head was not about to let him off easily. Perhaps we should inquire directly with him. For instance, a few days ago, if I recall correctly, under your directive, the Slytherin team invaded the Quidditch practice grounds at Gryffindor. That indeed took place. Is that so? He cast a glance at Draco, who suddenly felt a chill of foreboding wash over him. And what of your unbecoming remarks towards our dear Hermione? Attempting to insult her with the term mudblood? Was that also at your behest? Though they wisely refrained from voicing their thoughts, the word mudblood struck Snape's ears with a piercing discomfort. Had he not uttered that term in a moment of impulsivity, he would not now bear the burden of regret. How could he ever have encouraged his students to use such a term? His gaze towards Draco had shifted from disappointment to a seething fury. Draco, is this the upbringing you received? Immediately report to my office. Draco's legs trembled like a leaf in the wind, and upon hearing those words, he froze in place. Snape's office was located underground, cold and damp, much like his classroom, with shelves lined with biological specimens that sent shivers down one's spine. Ordinary students would never wish to linger there for even a moment longer. Harry and Ron, who had already visited that place at the beginning of the school year, cast glances at Draco, their eyes glinting with schadenfreude. However, despite their reluctance, under Snape's piercing gaze, he could only trudge towards the office, resentment simmering in his eyes. Just let you flaunt your power for a while longer. Tonight, you shall have no such opportunity. Mo Bai observed Draco's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Now, we must address your concerns, Mr. Mo Bai. Snape's chilling voice echoed once more as Mo Bai's gaze shifted to his face. What concerns could I possibly have, Professor Snape? You are not genuinely believing Draco's words, are you? Snape fixed his stare upon Mo Bai, as though attempting to penetrate his very soul. Certainly not, Mo Bai replied stiffly, his tone matching his expression. After all, that Dark Lord cannot cast the Dementor's Kiss without a wand at your age, can he? The expressions of the trio nearby altered dramatically. To compare a student with the Dark Lord was truly reprehensible. The Dark Lord? Mo Bai asked, bewildered. Who is this Dark Lord? Noticing that Mo Bai seemed genuinely unaware of whom he referred to, Snape disdainfully pursed his lips. I merely wish to inform you that Lockhart is seeking you regarding this afternoon's activities. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Professor Snape. I would have completely forgotten otherwise. The boy suddenly realized and expressed his gratitude politely. Snape scoffed lightly before turning to leave. In an instant, Mo Bai found himself surrounded by the trio. Can you believe Snape actually compared you to the Dark Lord? If others hear about this, who knows what rumors will spread? Ron's face was a mask of disgust towards Snape. Harry also appeared quite displeased. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Who is this Dark Lord? The trio exchanged glances, initially thinking he was feigning ignorance, only to realize he truly did not know. Hermione pressed her lips together. It is Voldemort, the last Dark Lord. He revered pure blood and harbored animosity towards Muggles, committing numerous heinous acts. The scar on Harry's forehead is a testament to his deeds. Harry obligingly brushed back his hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. After Voldemort attacked Harry with the killing curse, he vanished, yet Harry survived. Mo Bai remained unimpressed. Why not simply refer to him as Voldemort? Why the moniker of the Dark Lord? Ron swallowed hard. That Dark Lord placed a curse on his name. Anyone who speaks it outright will be instantly detected by him. It is said that except for his Death Eaters, those who dare utter his name will be swiftly found and killed. Thus, even now that he has disappeared, few dare to utter that name. Mo Bai glanced at Harry. Is this the reason why this frail boy is called the Chosen One? Harry scratched his head. To be honest, I was just a baby then, and I have no knowledge of what transpired. Mo Bai chuckled and patted his shoulder. Since it is indeed due to you that evil was vanquished, you are deserving of that title. At this remark, Harry's face flushed with shyness. Hermione observed the two individuals before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. At that moment, Ron suddenly inquired, did you truly use the Dementor's curse on Malfoy just now? Harry also turned to face him. Mo Bai shot him a puzzled glance. Have you lost your senses? I didn't even draw my wand. I merely grabbed him. How could I have cast the Dementor's curse? Ron replied, oh, I see. So you genuinely intended to question him directly? Indeed, Mo Bai affirmed. But how could he possibly respond? If you never ask, you'll never know the answer. What if he happens to tell the truth? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, pondering whether Mo Bai had spent too much time with him, causing his intellect to wane. Nonsense. His intellect is on par with Harry's, Ron retorted defiantly. Mo Bai chuckled as he observed Ron's expression rapidly shifting, lost in thought. Only Hermione hesitated by his side, parting her lips to finally inquire, what did Professor Snape say about Lockhart seeking you? Ah, that Mo Bai mused, stroking his chin. You should know by noon. Chapter 32, The Duel Club. On their way to dinner, Hermione glanced at the two oblivious boys ahead, stealthily sidling up to Mo Bai. What did you see? She whispered. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Haven't I already told you? The girl puffed out her cheeks, poking him in the side. You might fool those two dimwits. But do you think you can deceive me? Am I unaware of your capabilities? Mo Bai laughed, playfully grasping her fingertip, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush as she pulled away. Although time is limited, I can assure you, he is not the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Really? Hermione's eyes widened, fixated on the boy's profile. Of course. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? You are quite the sly one. How can I discern which of your words are true? Despite Mo Bai's usual demeanor of refinement and courtesy, resembling a noble from a distinguished family, Hermione, well acquainted with his true nature, recognized the cunning beneath. Yet, it was also possible that the chamber's opening was indeed somewhat related to him. What did you see? She pressed. Snape had arrived too swiftly for him to delve deeply into Malfoy's thoughts. The Dementor's curse did not provide a complete reading of one's memories. Rather, it intruded upon the mind, allowing the caster to perceive the most vivid impressions. If Draco was indeed a scion of Slytherin, Mo Bai would have glimpsed this in an instant. However, in a hasty glance, he instead encountered some other intriguing memories. Do you recall our encounter with Draco and his father in Diagon Alley? I do. You left those two thoroughly humiliated. Reflecting on that incident, where they had risked exposing the identity of Silent Witness, Hermione couldn't help but smile. As they departed, I tossed him a black notebook. Oh, that notebook! Was there something amiss with it? Mo Bai's eyes flickered with contemplation, while I am uncertain of its purpose. I could definitively say that I sensed a potent aura of dark magic emanating from it. Moreover, I gleaned from Draco's memories that at the beginning of the school year, the elder Malfoy intentionally instructed him to bring his notebook to school. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. What could they possibly intend to do with dark magical artifacts at school? Mo Bai shook his head, stating that he had not had the opportunity to examine it further before being interrupted by Snape. Yet it was evident that this dark object was not meant for the professor's academic pursuits. Hermione chuckled, inquiring whether he had seen that notebook still in Draco's possession. He replied that he had not, but he suspected a connection between the opening of the Chamber of Secrets and this notebook. Otherwise, it was too coincidental. Your arrival was rather opportune, Hermione remarked, pursing her lips. You enrolled just as the school faced turmoil. If I did not already know you, and we had not both been attacked, I might have found you suspicious. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow in disbelief. How would you think that? Are you unaware? There are whispers linking you to the Chamber of Secrets, primarily because you are so unique, starting your studies in the second year. A phenomenon unheard of until now. Is it truly so absurd? Hermione shrugged. The Chamber of Secrets has instilled fear among us, and now they are merely speculating aimlessly. One can only blame your timing. But I'm a Gryffindor, he protested. The young girl glanced at him knowingly. Are you not aware of how you joined the house? You did not participate in the sorting ceremony. Many claim you appear more akin to a Slytherin, while others suggest you resemble a Ravenclaw. Even some wizards from our house believe you do not embody a true Gryffindor. Mo Bai cast a glance at Harry and Ron, who were playfully tussling ahead. If being a Gryffindor meant being brimming with unspent energy daily, then he certainly did not fit the mold. Were it not for the incessant interference of Momo, he would have preferred a lounge in bed, savoring ample snacks and tea. In that case, I seem more like a Hufflepuff, he mused. Hermione also looked towards the two fools on the wall, rolling her eyes, suddenly feeling they were quite juvenile. Not all Gryffindors are like that. She struggled to articulate her thoughts when Ron dashed over, exclaiming, Why are you two walking so slowly? Dinner in the Great Hall is about to start. Never mind. Hermione conceded, giving up the fight. So, this is what they mean by if you can't beat them, join them, is it? Mo Bai allowed Hermione to pull him along while still reflecting on what he had seen in Draco's mind. That boy seemed to harbor quite a grudge against him, even taking action. As the four reached the entrance to the Great Hall, they discovered a crowd gathered around the notice board, engaged in animated discussion. The ever-curious Harry and Ron eagerly pushed into the throng. Dueling club? Hermione echoed, observing Harry and Ron's excitement. Indeed, the notice states that the dueling club is reopening, with the first gathering this afternoon. As the name suggests, this club would involve wizard dueling under the supervision of professors. Both boys were thrilled. They had long been dissatisfied with those Slytherin brats. However, school regulations prohibited them from casting dark curses on fellow students. Clearly, the dueling club provided a perfect solution to this dilemma. But isn't this afternoon reserved for defense against the dark arts class? What Snape just mentioned cannot possibly refer to this, can it? Upon hearing this, Harry glanced at Mo Bai, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Hadn't Snape just indicated that Lockhart was seeking out Mo Bai? Surely this dueling club wouldn't be instructed by that fool, would it? Seeing the flicker of despair on Harry's face, Mo Bai couldn't help but chuckle internally. Indeed, it was true. Oh, Harry and Ron simultaneously exhaled in disappointment. What useful spells could they possibly learn from that man? How to faint, perhaps? Their enthusiasm for the club plummeted to a freezing low. Montag by Schulget, pointing out that if Lockhart had not been apprehensive about their attendance, he wouldn't have scheduled the inaugural meeting during class hours. He simply feared their absence, as he wished to showcase his spellcasting prowess before the students. Suddenly, Ron dashed up to him, rummaging through his sleeves. Where's Luna? Let her come out and scare that guy into unconsciousness. Don't even think about it, Hermione interjected, pulling Mo Bai behind her like a protective hen, shielding her chicks. Glaring at Ron. Last time, Professor Dumbledore was lenient. Do you want both Bai and Luna expelled from Hogwarts? Awakened by the commotion, Luna leaped onto Hermione's shoulder, joining in the glare directed at Ron. Must we truly endure him? Ron lamented. Actually, it doesn't have to be that way. Mo Bai spoke up. Chapter 33. Lockhart's Deliberate Revenge. After dinner, Mo Bai made his way to Lockhart's office, under the sympathetic gazes of the trio. As Ron put it, every time I see that idiot, it's like watching a ghoul in a cesspool strut about. So nauseating. Bai. Facing him must be quite a struggle. Mo Bai politely knocked and entered the office, meeting Lockhart's insincere grin. How could it be a struggle? Attending a circus to see clowns costs money, but I get to engage in high-intensity interaction without paying a dime. Quite a bargain. Mr. Mo, you've arrived. Lockhart beamed, adorned in an ostentatious purple robe. It must be said that this man was indeed striking in appearance. Draped in that robe, he resembled a noble prince. No wonder countless witches were enamored with him. Yet, he perfectly exemplified the phrase, all that glitters is not gold. Oblivious to Mo Bai's inner musings. Lockhart flared his robe. How do I look? Quite perfect, Professor, Mo Bai replied, his face adorned with an impeccably polite smile. However, Lockhart sensed a hint of sarcasm lurking beneath the boy's smile. His eyes darkened slightly, yet his smile remained unchanged. The afternoon dueling club will be held in the Great Hall, and I would like you to assist in setting up the venue. But I am merely a second-year wizard. Lacking in spells, I fear I may be of little help. Who would believe you're a little wizard with no spells? Which young wizard carries a creature as dangerous as a 4X rated magical beast? He forced a smile. No worries, Professor Snape will also assist. I have specifically invited him to act as a dueling aid. Oh, Mo Bai smiled faintly. Is it you and Professor Snape who will demonstrate the spell duel for us? It seems so. Hearing the ambiguous words from the other party, Mo Bai furrowed his brow. However, when the dueling club commenced in the afternoon, he understood. At that moment, the vast hall had been transformed. The 4 long tables representing the houses had vanished. Do not inquire how they disappeared. It is simply magic. In their stead stood a resplendent rectangular stage adorned with thousands of flickering candles on either side. The ceiling of the hall had morphed into a deep violet hue, prompting Harry and Ron to exchange quips about Hermione beside them. This ostentatious display was indeed befitting of that fool. It appeared that they would learn nothing of value today. Although Hermione did not quite grasp the implications, she was certain that Mo Bai would conjure something noteworthy. Meanwhile, the other oblivious young wizards clutched their wands with excitement, relieved that the dueling club had supplanted the defense against the dark arts class, sparing them from encountering Lockhart. That was until they beheld Lockhart, resplendent in his elaborate robes, ascending the stage, flanked by the cloaked Professor Snape. Mo Bai followed closely behind the two. Suddenly, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Hermione erupted into laughter. The sight of 2 solemn, middle-aged men striding across the lavish stage, illuminated by the flickering candles, inexplicably reminded her of a wedding scene. If only Mo Bai were to carry a bouquet, he would undoubtedly resemble a flower girl at such an event. Lockhart, catching wind of the young girl's laughter, though unaware of her thoughts, winked at her. It seems our Miss Hermione can hardly contain her excitement. Hermione suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and returned a polite smile to Lockhart. Standing at the center of the stage, Lockhart adjusted his robes, seemingly intent on drawing the young wizard's attention to the tulip patterns adorning them. Focus! Focus, everyone! Can you all see me? Can you all hear me? Now, the great Professor Dumbledore has graciously consented to my request to establish this dueling club, to train you in self-defense for times of crisis, just as I do. Ron whispered to Harry. Like fainting, you mean? Harry stifled a laugh. Now, allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, and our student, Mo Bai. He beamed widely. For combat necessitates an opponent, and thus he had specially invited Professor Snape, who had graciously agreed. Rest assured, I shall not harm your professor. I will certainly show restraint. Snape's lips pressed into a thin line, and Harry wondered how Lockhart could maintain such merriment. If Snape regarded him in that manner, he would have fled in terror long ago. Ron leaned closer to Harry again, suggesting, wouldn't it be better if they took each other out? But then, Lockhart suddenly raised his voice. We must not overlook our student, Mo Bai, shall we? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, sensing impending mischief. First, let's have Mo Bai as my opponent. At that moment, the expressions on Mo Bai's and Lockhart's faces were astonishingly similar, both curving their lips into a sly smile. Originally waiting here, Mo Bai observed Lockhart's ostentatious demeanor, suspecting he intended to use this opportunity to humiliate him, thus avenging himself while also establishing his authority as a professor. Moreover, a glance at Snape suggested that he, too, might be a pawn in Lockhart's game of dominance. However, did this fellow truly comprehend his own abilities? With a smile, Mo Bai stepped into the spotlight. I am at your service, yet I kindly ask the professor to show mercy when the time comes. The two stood opposite each other, Lockhart's smug grin unable to be concealed. Of course, how could I possibly harm my own student? And rest assured, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, my potion-making skills are quite commendable, Snape interjected with a cold snort. The two adversaries exchanged glances, Mo Bai retrieving his white hawthorn wand from his robe. They bowed to each other and then positioned their wands before them like swords. Lockhart took the opportunity to explain to the students, as you can see, this is the customary etiquette at the commencement of a duel. The two then turned and walked back, stopping at a distance of approximately 5 meters before turning to face each other. On the count of 3, we shall unleash our first spell. Of course, I shall show restraint. Hermione watched Mo Bai with apprehension. Although she was aware of his formidable prowess, the fact remained that his opponent was an adult wizard, well acclaimed in the wizarding world. It was evident that Lockhart was seizing the opportunity to exact revenge under the guise of instruction. Who could predict whether he possessed any hidden, formidable spells? Mo Bai stood poised, awaiting the release of Lockhart's incantation, eager to witness what spell could be conjured by one whom even house elves found challenging. Lockhart, staring intently at Mo Bai, waved his wand. Sleep now. Was that it? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, but the next moment, his expression shifted to one of concern. The magical energy emanating from Lockhart's wand was far more potent than a mere sleep now. Chapter 34. Lockhart's Spell. When Mo Bai realized that the intensity of the magic flowing from Lockhart's wand far exceeded the simplicity of sleep now, his focus sharpened instantly. He recited the incantation at lightning speed while swiftly channeling the magical energy within him. After tracing a circle in front of him with his wand, he pointed forward, conjuring an invisible barrier before him. Protego. To Lockhart's astonishment, the blue light that erupted from his wand collided with the barrier Mo Bai had summoned, producing a blinding flash upon impact. The air crackled with the sound of high-intensity magic tearing through the atmosphere. The young wizards in the audience gasped, and Hermione anxiously gripped her own arm. To them, the sight of Mo Bai valiantly defending against Professor Lockhart's spell was striking. The scene before him resembled a welding sight, with the spells clashing in a dazzling display of light, while Mo Bai remained composed, merely squinting against the brilliance. Indeed, Lockhart's incantation of sleep now was but a ruse, laced with an undercurrent of mental magic. Was it Obliviate? Truly, he was a master of the Obliviate spell, acknowledged even by Dumbledore himself. The astonishment in his eyes swiftly morphed into terror. While others may have been unaware, he certainly understood the formidable power of this spell. This was a skill he had just mastered, intertwining a trace of the Obliviate spell's essence within an ordinary incantation. This allowed him to surreptitiously alter or erase another's memories without a trace. If struck, it would be acceptable for him to be flung away. But to suffer amnesia from his own spell would be utterly laughable, shattering the reputation he had painstakingly built over the years. He could not afford to maintain his poise. He lunged to the ground, narrowly evading the oncoming spell. It whizzed past his head, striking the distant wall with a resounding impact. Debris flew as the wall of the hall was left marred by a small crater, a meter wide. Observing this, Snape, who had been watching with a detached gaze, raised an eyebrow, contemplating as he scrutinized Mo Bai's retreating figure. Meanwhile, the attention of the other spectators turned to the now prone Lockhart, who had been caught off guard. The spell had zipped past him with such speed that the resulting gust had lifted his flowing cloak, inadvertently covering his head. This left his prominently raised backside exposed to the amused crowd, resembling an ostrich with its head buried in the sand, both awkward and comical. Laughter erupted, with the clear sounds of Harry and Ron's mirth ringing out. Yet, Mo Bai remained stoic, his brow furrowed as he regarded Lockhart's figure. Not long ago, this man had been a wizard incapable of successfully casting a single spell, easily subdued by a nearly harmless house elf. In just over a week, he had managed to unleash such a formidable composite spell. What had he experienced? Had Dumbledore deemed him insufficiently skilled and taken it upon himself to tutor him? Or had he been concealing his true abilities all along? His questions went unanswered as Lockhart, hearing the laughter of the crowd, sprang to his feet with remarkable speed. He shook off his cloak, displaying a remarkable thickness of skin, as if nothing had occurred, and offered a compliment to Mo Bai. A splendid ironclad charm. Even though I held back, using merely 1% of my power, your ability to rebound my spell is commendable. 5 points to Gryffindor. The young wizards in the audience responded with jeers, with Ron and Harry's voices ringing loudest. Even the points awarded could not mask their disdain for Lockhart. The small crater in the wall remained as evidence. If that was truly Lockhart's 1% of strength, why did he not claim to be on par with Dumbledore? Mo Bai was not surprised by the man's audacity. He merely smiled faintly. Thank you, Professor, for your leniency. No need for thanks. After all, you are a student. How could I possibly use my full strength? Mo Bai smiled. Since you have made your move, Professor, might I request further instruction on my spell? This had been his intention all along. During lunch, Harry and Ron had lamented the prospect of enduring Lockhart's flamboyant antics, and he had resolved to incapacitate the man during their duel. If necessary, he could always mask it with a surge of magic. After all, Dumbledore would cover for him. The previous spell had merely been evaded due to the rebound effect of the protective armor, but this time, the spell would be cast directly by him. There was no way this inept individual would escape it. As the young boy prepared to cast his spell, Lockhart's heart skipped a beat. He claimed to have exerted merely 1% of his strength, which was why he had been effortlessly repelled by his opponent. In truth, he had already summoned all his might, even surpassing his usual limits. He had never unleashed such a powerful incantation before, yet it had been easily deflected. This implied that the 11-year-old boy before him was indeed an extraordinary talent. Lockhart felt no confidence in enduring such a minor creature's magical assault. Observing Mo Bai begin to wave his wand, he hastily shouted, "Wait! I've already gauged your strength. If we continue, I fear you may be harmed. How about this? Let my assistant, Professor Snape, guide you instead, shall we? With that, he cast a glance at the silent man, standing nearby. Mo Bai was at a loss for how to react to this shameless fool. Was this what it meant to be a hypocrite? However, with Lockhart's words, he found it difficult to act upon his intentions. After all, Lockhart still held the title of professor. If Mo Bai were to strike again, it would not merely be an unfortunate mishap in a duel, but a deliberate attack on a professor. The former might result in a mere penalty or a few points deducted. The latter, however, would carry far graver consequences, especially for someone like Mo Bai with a past record. He could very well face expulsion. His opponent was cunning, attempting to shift the blame onto Snape. Given Snape's temperament, it was unlikely he would engage in a fight. To put it bluntly, Mo Bai was not even worthy of such a confrontation based on experience. Not everyone possessed the audacity to bully those weaker than themselves. Very well, came a cold, hard voice from behind. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow and turned to meet Snape's signature, unfeeling gaze. How could someone like you, with such prominent features, stoop to Lockhart's level? Lockhart's existence had evidently raised the threshold of endurance for the professors. Upon Snape's agreement, the young wizards in the audience visibly perked up. Aside from a handful of die-hard fans, most students held little hope for Lockhart. Nevertheless, the brief magical duel had piqued their interest. What kind of spell would the renowned Professor Snape unleash? As for Mo Bai, expectations were generally low. Although he had withstood Lockhart's spell, it was clear that Snape was in an entirely different league than this incompetent fool. The Gryffindor Lions were already praying that Mo Bai would not be too severely beaten. Meanwhile, the Slytherin snakes were becoming restless. They had long found Mo Bai, the pretentious show-off, intolerable, presenting himself as a scion of a noble family. He insisted on mingling with a bunch of foolish brutes. Now, let him witness the prowess of the Slytherin head, and may he come to regret his choices. Chapter 35. The Duel with Snape in the Great Hall. The young wizards were intently focused on the stage where Mo Bai and Snape faced each other. The two locked eyes, each sizing the other up. Mo Bai reflected on his prior encounter with Lockhart, during which he had aimed to incapacitate his opponent. Given Lockhart's ineptitude, he had cast spells rather casually, and the spectators had been unable to discern their true strength. However, Severus Snape was quite different. At Hogwarts, regardless of affection or disdain towards one another, no one would deem their opponent a fool akin to Gilderoy Lockhart. If he were to inadvertently defeat his adversary, would that not be somewhat ostentatious? He was not concerned about revealing his strength. Rather, he feared that the perpetrator of the Chamber of Secrets might be intimidated upon witnessing his prowess. What if they chose not to emerge? Perhaps he should hold back? Unbeknownst to him, the young wizard before him was indeed contemplating the notion of restraint. He observed the seemingly entranced young wizard, his lips pressed into a thin line. Would vanquishing Lockhart truly elate him? How dare he be so lost in thought while facing him? It was evident that prolonged association with that Potter fellow had imbued him with a hint of arrogance. He pronounced the incantation loudly and deliberately. Expelliarmus. Hermione's eyes brightened. She too was familiar with this spell, having been taught it hand-in-hand by Mo Bai before the term commenced. As the spell was unleashed, his calm incantation echoed. Expel. The clash of spells ignited an even more intense brilliance, conjuring a shockwave that swept from the center, stirring a tempest. The robes and hair of the young wizards in the audience were whipped back by the gale, and even some frail wizards were toppled to the ground. Hermione, supporting her forehead, sighed in exasperation. You may be lost in thought, but what on earth is that jumbled incantation you uttered? Clearly, it was a hasty attempt to cover up, nearly revealing his ability to cast nonverbal spells. One ought to apply some effort, for goodness sake. Fortunately, the boy's incantation was barely audible, and aside from Hermione and two others, almost all the young wizards were fixated on Snape, thus failing to notice the boy's lackadaisical spellcasting. As the residual waves of the magical collision dissipated, neither of the two on stage appeared disheveled. Rather, it was the young wizards in the audience who swayed unsteadily. The Gryffindor Lions erupted in exuberant cheers. Could there be a greater source of pride than having a second-year student from their house withstand a spell from the head of Slytherin? Conversely, the Slytherin snakes were equally determined to retaliate. Our headmaster clearly showed leniency, perceiving the opponent as merely a student. Why are you so excited? Nevertheless, students from both houses cast odd glances towards Mo Bai. Most of these individuals hailed from magical families, unlike some students who could barely conjure a single spell, merely here to witness the spectacle. They understood that being able to counter Snape's spell with an equivalent one, even if he had likely held back, was an extraordinary feat for a wizard of this age. Facing the composed Mo Bai, a rare glimmer of intrigue appeared in Snape's typically inscrutable gaze. His spellcasting was not, as the young wizard suggested, an exercise in restraint. Although he did not unleash his full might, he regarded his opponent as a contender, not merely a student. The ease with which Mo Bai had repelled Lockhart's spell remained vividly etched in his memory. He was astonished that Lockhart had mastered such intricate composite magic, and even more so that Mo Bai had managed to rebound the composite spell with a simple Iron Shield charm. Furthermore, it is not a feat that just anyone can accomplish. When an ordinary wizard casts the shield charm, they merely negate the spell's effects with the magic of the Iron Shield, appearing to have defended against it. To rebound a spell using the Iron Shield charm, one must be well acquainted with the spell being cast, able to instantaneously dissect the flow of its magical energy, and then absorb and release that energy through the Iron Shield charm in the same manner, achieving the rebounding effect. In other words, this young man before him not only had a profound understanding of the stupefying charm, but also possessed considerable knowledge of composite magic. Moreover, the ambiguous incantation he had uttered moments ago had not escaped Hermione's ears, nor could it escape his notice. If he comprehended such sophisticated spells as composite magic, it was reasonable to surmise that he was also adept at silent casting. He could not help but recall the events of that morning. With knowledge of both silent spells and composite magic, could he daringly speculate that this youth also excelled in wandless magic? It was no wonder that Dumbledore had specifically instructed all the professors to keep an eye on this student, as long as he did not cause trouble. They could afford to overlook other matters. Indeed, he was quite extraordinary. Mo Bai had not anticipated that by casting just 2 spells, he would almost be thoroughly scrutinized by the seemingly somber professor before him, who was merely irritated. How could this professor still resort to ambushing a student? Did he not see that he was lost in thought just moments ago? He had nearly exposed himself. With a flourish of his wand, a brilliant blue light shot toward the dark figure before him. Stupefied, just as Snape was about to counter the spell, his wand trembled slightly. A piano. In the distance, beneath the small crater created by the spell, scattered debris suddenly lifted into the air, swiftly transforming into fluttering birds that charged toward Snape's unsuspecting back. "Watch out behind you," came a shout from the Slytherin direction. Mo Bai glanced over and saw it was Malfoy. However, without needing Malfoy's warning, Snape had already sensed the anomaly behind him. He swiftly turned, flicking his wand, expulso. A fierce gust of wind instantly shattered the approaching birds, the whirlwind carrying the debris from their destruction. True to the name of the spell, it sent sand and stone flying. Yet he did not cease the incantation. Pointing his wand behind him, the tempestuous wind laden with debris surged forth to meet a colossal fireball. Incendio, the whirlwind, entwined with flames and rubble, exploded spectacularly with a wave of Snape's wand. The young wizards gasped in awe as the fiery debris scattered and burst above them, a dazzling display. But in the next instant, their astonishment turned to screams as the meteor-like fragments rained down upon them. Snape's expression shifted to urgency. Just as he was about to wave his wand to save them, he heard the boy's voice ring out. "Come to me." The flaming debris, like fledglings returning to their nest, flew toward the boy and suddenly came to a halt before him. As Severus Snape gazed at the floating debris before the young boy, he let out a sigh of relief, only to be met with the boy's sly smile. "Ventus." A fierce gale surged towards Snape, tousling his somewhat greasy hair. The powerful whirlwind nearly destabilized him, while the fragments suspended in front of the boy hurtled towards him like bullets. Snape's pupils constricted sharply as he faintly heard the clattering sound of chains. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a golden chain formed from concentrated magical energy, entwined among the debris, which was obscured by flames. Composite magic. Chapter 36, The Dual Class, concludes. The tempest carried the burning stones through the air, swiftly approaching Snape, accompanied by the golden chain. He immediately recognized the incantation, bind swiftly, capable of immobilizing a wizard in place. Instantly assessing the situation, he retaliated with a composite spell. A flicker of appreciation crossed Snape's eyes. The boy before him not only possessed remarkable talent, but his combat intelligence was also commendable, entirely unlike the sheltered blooms within the school. Indeed, he had the audacity to be arrogant. He was certainly different from Potter's offspring. However, faced with the onslaught, Snape's body, swayed by the gust, casually waved his wand, causing the stage beneath him to twist and contort, erecting a wooden wall before him. A series of violent collisions ensued as the flying stones struck the wooden barrier, the force riddling the planks with holes, yet failing to breach the defense protecting the man behind it. With a wooden wall shielding him from the tempest, Snape calmly flicked his wand, dispelling the subsequent binding spell. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Was he silently casting a transformation spell? Using nonverbal spells against a student seemed rather underhanded. Yet, do not presume that you alone possess such skills. Ever since Mo Bai learned a repertoire of spells, he had longed for a balanced magical duel with a wizard, as his previous encounters had either been with formidable figures like Grindelwald and Dumbledore, whom he could not hope to defeat, or with a feeble young wizard surrounding him, failing to ignite his interest. Snape was the perfect opponent. As he waved his wand, preparing to unleash his next spell, he suddenly frowned, his body stiffening, his complexion paling instantaneously. Damn, why now? At that moment, the wooden wall reverted to its original state. Snape regarded him, his expression still impassive. Yet the glint in his eyes had softened considerably. This duel. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the boy, whose brow was now dotted with perspiration. Professor, thank you for your guidance, but I regret to inform you that this duel must be interrupted. Professor Dumbledore requires my attention. The boy spoke rapidly, paying no heed to Snape's sudden pallor, offering a hasty bow before turning away and swiftly exiting the hall. Hermione gazed at the boy in astonishment, unable to restrain herself from calling out to his retreating figure, "Bai, what's wrong with you?" She bit her lip, her eyes reflecting concern. Severus Snape, with a darkened expression, gazed at the departing Mo Bai. Moments ago, he was about to declare the latter's victory, for this second-year student had audaciously compelled a professor to employ a silencing charm. Yet, without a word, Mo Bai turned and walked away, using Dumbledore as a shield. Did he believe that his victory granted him the license for such insolence? What did he consider the sacred duel to be? This arrogance was truly exasperating. The young wizards watched in astonishment as Mo Bai exited, their eyes then shifting to Professor Snape, who stood in the arena. The remarkable duel between the two had opened their eyes. They had never anticipated that a second year like Mo Bai could contend with a professor to such an extent, and the spectacle appeared almost evenly matched. However, just as they anticipated a more thrilling confrontation, Mo Bai had fled. What was this? Or was it that this esteemed potions master had resorted to some underhanded tactic? After all, he was indeed a skilled potion maker. The Gryffindor students directed their skeptical gazes towards Snape, as in their minds, the Slytherin house epitomized cunning and malice. Noticing their scrutiny, Snape's forehead throbbed with veins. Meanwhile, after a brief silence, the students of Slytherin erupted in cheers. I told you, how could a mere second year possibly triumph over Professor Snape? Wasn't he just chased away in disgrace? Look at those Gryffindors still so smug. As he heard the cheers from his house, Snape's veins pulsed even more vigorously. Theoretically, he had lost this duel. Though perhaps no one perceived it, his pride would not allow him to accept such illusory accolades. He shot a fierce glare at his own students. Silence. Is it something to boast about when a professor defeats a student? The Slytherin students, bewildered by their heads' fury, fell into a hushed silence. Snape parted his lips to speak, but instead let out a deep sigh as he descended from the stage. With the opponent absent, he had no reason to announce the outcome. Initially, he intended to confer the honor of victory upon Mo Bai, but it seemed the latter deemed it beneath him. Now, acknowledging his defeat would serve only to tarnish his own reputation and that of his house. As Snape descended without uttering a word, Gilderoy Lockhart, who had been a mere observer of the entire affair, awkwardly climbed back onto the stage. Thanking Professor Snape for his exemplary demonstration, he noted that Mo Bai appeared to have urgent matters to attend to. With a flick of his wand, he announced the commencement of one-on-one practice sessions. The events in the Great Hall were now irrelevant to Mo Bai, who was presently stumbling his way up to the 8th floor of the castle, gritting his teeth and drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, the entity known as Mo Ran was wreaking havoc within him, desperately seeking an outlet to unleash its fury and obliterate everything in its path. He could only suppress Mo Ran with all his magical might. Even so, a faint black mist began to manifest around him. The monthly upheaval of Mo Ran had arrived. He leaned against the wall, slowly making his way towards the all-powerful room. The surface he had touched visibly weakened and decayed, ultimately leaving behind a handprint shrouded in swirling black mist. Upon reaching the magic carpet on the 8th floor, waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body, rendering him nearly immobile. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, and Mo Bai glanced at the other person. "You see everything that happens here, don't you, old Dumbledore?" With a look of sorrow, Dumbledore observed the young boy, in agony, had hunched his body, trembling involuntarily. "Is it always this painful?" Mo Bai shrugged. "Pretty much. I didn't feel this much pain when I was weaker. It seems that as my magical power grows, and Mo ran become stronger as well. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Old Dumbledore, will you merely watch? Or will you open the door and let me in? Chapter 37. Mo Rant's Uprising. As Mo Bai entered the all-powerful room, he collapsed onto the cold floor, sharp pains radiating from all over his body. He was exerting all his magical energy to suppress the raging Mo Ran within him, turning his body into a battleground for two opposing forces. At that moment, he felt akin to a balloon, ready to burst at any moment. The black mist increasingly escaped uncontrollably. Indeed, the intensity of this uprising had escalated. Although he had previously experienced similar tearing pain, he had never before felt so incapacitated. He understood the reason for this ferocity. Earlier, in a fit of rage, he had used Mo Ran to kill two individuals. Magic is a product of the mind and spirit, and every spell cast by a wizard reverberates within the psyche. Even ordinary individuals feel guilt after taking a life. And for wizards, the repercussions can be dire, sometimes leading to a fragmentation of the soul. After he had used Mo Ran to kill, the murderous intent and fury had been absorbed by Mo Ran, but today was the day he bore the weight of his own sins. Dumbledore's lips pressed into a thin line as he watched the boy curled up on the ground, trembling in pain. The black mist thickened, and the boy seemed to recollect something, raising his hand to wave towards Dumbledore. A purple shadow shot towards him. Dumbledore caught it, revealing Luna's small bird head peeking from his hand, looking at her master with fear and concern. The black mist had enveloped Mo Bai entirely, forming a dark shroud around his body. Unlike ordinary smoke that is ethereal and gentle, rather, it resembled boiling water, churning violently, as though it might erupt at any moment. The walls of the all-powerful room, constructed of an unknown material, could only be blackened by intense fire, yet now they showed signs of being eroded by the black mist. Dumbledore gently caressed Luna's scales, his eyes lowered as he observed the agonized Mo Bai. Do not persist. He had anticipated that once Mo Bai entered the room, he would instantly release Mo Ran and thus end his suffering. But to his surprise, the boy continued to struggle to suppress it. No, the word escaped through clenched teeth. This is my power. How could I be bullied by my own strength? Dumbledore sighed, fully aware of Mo Bai's intentions. Had he managed to control Mo Ran during the uprising, that formidable power would have been wholly at his disposal, devoid of any adverse effects. Yet, he furrowed his brow, cautioning, do you understand the peril of forcibly suppressing him? You could very well lose your life. At present, Mo Ran resembled a raging flood, and those who govern such disasters know that it is more effective to let it flow than to block it. He could easily allow Mo Ran to unleash his fury, for aside from Dumbledore, there was no one else present, and the current Mo Ran posed no threat to the greatest wizard of all time. Nevertheless, he chose to suppress him with magic, akin to a dam facing an overwhelming torrent, confronting the flood directly. It was a matter of either the flood being contained or the dam succumbing to its might. The youth's eyes, obscured by dark mist, met Dumbledore's gaze, blood vessels visibly engorged yet devoid of fear. This was not their first encounter of this nature. After all, the esteemed wizard would not allow him to perish before his very eyes, would he? Observing the boy's audacity to even smile in such dire circumstances, Dumbledore let out a profound sigh. This reckless stubbornness bore an uncanny resemblance to Gellert. If you can't endure any longer, you must tell me, he urged. Enough of your nonsense. I am not ready to die yet, the boy replied, his voice trembling, fists clenched tightly, silencing himself, his body ceasing to shudder. Within the quiet confines of the room of requirement, Dumbledore silently watched the motionless boy sprawled on the ground, barely breathing, akin to a lifeless body. Were it not for the persistent emanation of dark mist, he would seem entirely devoid of life. Luna gazed at her master with curiosity, unsure of what transpired, eager to check on his condition, but was restrained by Dumbledore's firm grip. The old man shook his head at the little bird snake in his hand. Luna fell silent, and the two, man and creature, waited patiently. Time passed, and suddenly, the boy's fingers twitched. Slowly, he rose from the ground, the dark mist coiling around him, accompanied by peculiar sounds, as if the air itself was being corroded. Old Dumbledore, please convey my regards to Hermione, he murmured. Dumbledore nodded and turned toward the door of the room of requirement. At the moment the door closed, the dark mist surged, and the boy's figure vanished. Outside the hall, young wizards emerged in small groups, animatedly discussing the recent events. Ron dragged Harry Potter out of the hall, with Hermione trailing closely behind. Others regarded the trio with bewildered expressions. They rushed directly to the empty Gryffindor common room, where Ron pushed Harry into a chair. You're a parcel tongue? Why didn't you tell me? Harry looked utterly perplexed. What's wrong with that? Ron exclaimed, gesticulating in the air as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. You can talk to snakes. Oh, right. Harry recalled that after Mo Bai's departure, Lockhart had organized them for one-on-one duels, and his opponent was none other than his arch-rival, Malfoy. The two individuals were embroiled in a fierce dispute, and, just as Malfoy, in a fit of frustration, summoned a serpent, a scene unfolded that astonished everyone. Harry was communicating with the snake in an unusual tone. Was there anything peculiar about that? Had I not intervened, the serpent would have surely bitten off someone's head. Are you attempting to stop it? Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Of course. Weren't you right beside me? I was telling you to halt. You were speaking parcel tongue, Ron asserted, incredulity etched on his face. None of us could understand you. It seemed as though you were inciting the snake to act. I did not, Harry retorted, a hint of anger in his tone. How could I possibly speak a language I have never learned? Besides, even if I could, I wager many here are capable of it. No, they cannot. Ron appeared ready to articulate a retort, but faltered, casting a pleading glance towards Hermione, who stood silently, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Hermione, say something. Huh? Oh. Hermione finally responded. Harry is a parselmouth. Harry nodded in affirmation. The Chamber of Secrets was opened by a descendant of Slytherin, and Slytherin himself was a parselmouth. Harry was taken aback, while Ron nodded vigorously beside him. Now everyone believes you to be a distant descendant of Slytherin. Harry covered his head, exclaiming, but I am not. No one can ascertain that, Hermione shrugged. Slytherin lived a millennium ago. We all know this. She hurriedly concluded her point. Well, your matter is settled. I must take my leave. Where are you going? The two boys exchanged puzzled glances. Where could she possibly be headed? You're on the verge of being misunderstood as the one who opened the chamber. What could be more pressing than this? Ron gazed at Harry with a look of incredulity. Chapter 38. Is Harry Potter the heir of the chamber? Hermione rushed out of the common room, making her way directly to the 8th floor, her mind occupied with the pale visage and furrowed brow of Mo Bai as he departed. Something must have happened. Since he was not in the common room, she could only think of one place he might be, the room of requirement. She hastened down the corridors and staircases, eager to inquire with Mo Bai. Just around the corner, she nearly collided with someone. Fortunately, she halted just in time and looked up to see Professor Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, what are you doing here? Lockhart, taken aback by Hermione's presence, blinked rapidly. He cleared his throat. Ah, Miss Granger, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Hermione watched him hastily retreat, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. She glanced in the direction he had been looking, only to find an empty corridor devoid of anything noteworthy. However, this was not the time for such musings. She needed to find Mo Bai. Quickly dismissing the encounter from her mind, Hermione ascended to the 8th floor, colliding with Dumbledore, who had just exited the room of requirement. Behind the elderly figure, a grand door was slowly vanishing from view. Professor Dumbledore, Hermione, having run a considerable distance, now leaned against her knees, panting slightly. Is Mo Bai inside? Dumbledore's compassionate gaze met Hermione's. Yes, but he requires solitude at the moment. Hermione's lips pressed tightly together as she stubbornly regarded the elder. Professor, has something happened to Mo Bai? Dumbledore merely opened his palm, and Luna, upon noticing Hermione, brightened up and swiftly perched on the girl's shoulder, chirping excitedly. Mistress, I was terrified. So much black smoke emerged from Aster just now. Unfortunately, Hermione could not comprehend Luna's avian language, but the moment she saw Luna, her heart sank. Ordinarily, if Luna were not by her side, she would never stray from Mo Bai's company. This suggested that something must have transpired, compelling Luna to leave his side. Hermione's mind raced with memories of Mo Bai. Every action they had taken together, every word exchanged, was indelibly etched in her memory. She murmured to herself, suddenly lifting her gaze toward Dumbledore. Professor, is it because of Mo ran? Dumbledore simply smiled. Mo Bai has matters to attend to. He asked me to convey that he will be in seclusion for a few days and that you need not worry. Hermione bit her lower lip, internally affirming her suspicion that Mo Bai's troubles were likely linked to Mo ran. Dumbledore's avoidance of the topic, rather than outright denial, was telling. Observing the girl's expression, the elder surmised she had likely deduced the truth. He lowered his gaze, concealing his own emotions from her, and gently ruffled Hermione's hair, akin to a caring grandfather. We must have faith in him. The warmth from Dumbledore's hand atop her head brought Hermione a measure of comfort. I understand, Professor. She tightened her embrace around Luna and decisively turned to leave. Dumbledore watched her retreating figure, his eyes reflecting admiration. She exhibited remarkable decisiveness, unclouded by personal feelings, and demonstrated profound trust in Mo Bai. Furthermore, Hermione's forthright nature indeed served to temper that boy's indolence. A smile flickered across Dumbledore's face. Mo Bai certainly had an exceptional eye for talent. The 8th floor's corner lay deserted, with only the troll and wizard depicted in the wall painting gazing at the opposite wall. Unbeknownst to anyone, behind the wall, a space filled with black mist lingered. Mo Bai had been missing for 3 full days. Regardless of how Harry and Ron inquired, Hermione remained tight-lipped, her focus solely on her book. Harry and Ron only asked out of curiosity, as Harry himself had recently found himself in a predicament. On the very day of the dueling club, he had inadvertently revealed his ability to speak Parseltongue in front of everyone, inciting a snake to attack someone. That evening, the individual was discovered in a corridor, petrified by an unknown magical force, much like Filch's cat. This person was a half-blood wizard, a target of the heir of Slytherin. Most alarmingly, Harry was present, alone. Although Dumbledore intervened to safeguard Harry, the revelation of his identity as the heir of Slytherin had already become an undeniable truth in the eyes of the students. Almost everyone circumvented him, lowering their voices in his presence, their eyes filled with trepidation. Even a portion of the Gryffindor wizards regarded him with a hint of skepticism. When news broke that Mo Bai had vanished for 3 days, some speculated that Harry had secretly dealt with him. This left Harry feeling quite aggrieved. The sole comfort he found lay in the unwavering trust of his dear friends, Ron and Hermione. However, as the 3rd day passed without Mo Bai's return, Hermione too fell silent, leaving only his steadfast companion Ron by his side. After class, the Gryffindor common room was nearly deserted, yet the few souls present sat at a distance on the right side of the room, as if something monstrous lurked on the left. Harry and Ron sat gloomily on the right, while Hermione occupied a nearby sofa, engrossed in her book. Ron cast a resentful glance at their classmates who kept their distance. You haven't done anything wrong. Why do they accuse you of being the murderer of the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione, can't you say something? Hermione rolled her eyes. What can I say? Harry, your Parseltongue revelation speaks volumes. If I didn't know you, she hesitated. If I didn't know you couldn't possibly do such a thing, I might even doubt you. Why dwell on this? You're not a murderer, regardless of what they think. Stay true to yourself, young man. Hermione shot him an admonishing glance, accepting a cup of tea from a nearby friend, taking a sip before placing it on a coffee table. The familiar taste sent a jolt through her, and she froze, while Harry and Ron gasped in astonishment. Montauk Bai. Hermione turned abruptly, a familiar smile unexpectedly entering her line of vision. The young girl's eyes began to redden, yet she stubbornly glared at Mo Bai. Where on earth have you been? Why didn't you tell me? Chapter 39. The Courageous Harry. Observing the girl with tear-brimmed eyes yet defiant in her glare, Mo Bai felt his heart melt. He had grown accustomed to putting on a brave front. In his previous life, during exams, he would huddle in a corner, studying late into the night, while his parents and family would only watch him with stern gazes. In this life, upon his arrival, he encountered Grindelwald, who merely observed him struggle in pain on the ground, later remarking, "Not bad." It was not that he could not feel love from them. Rather, whether from his past family or the old man in this life, their love was one of strictness and admonition, a yearning for him to achieve greatness. In contrast, Hermione's emotions were more direct and sincere. The young girl was simply concerned for his well-being, devoid of ulterior motives. With tender affection, he pinched Hermione's cheek, only to have it promptly swatted away. "I'm fine now." As for what I was up to, he glanced at the 2 eager listeners beside him, their ears practically perking up like antennas. "I'll tell you later." Clearly, Mo Bai's evasiveness left Harry and Ron visibly disappointed. Mo Bai cast a glance at him, contemplating the absurdity of the notion that he could be vanquished by this individual before him. Was it truly the weight of his savior's title that instilled such fear in these fledgling wizards? What had transpired? 5 minutes later, Mo Bai leisurely reclined on the sofa, a cup of red tea in hand. "So, it seems you are now regarded as the heir of Slytherin by everyone?" Harry nodded bitterly. Mo Bai exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione. They were both privy to the secrets of the chamber and had faced the basilisk's pursuit. The Harry before them hardly seemed the type capable of threatening either of them. With a nonchalant demeanor, Mo Bai crossed his legs and subtly restrained Hermione's mischievous hand at her waist. "I am far more intrigued by why you always find yourself at the scene." Harry glanced at Hermione and Ron, sensing that divulging this matter to Mo Bai was not particularly alarming. "I heard a strange noise." "Ah, do elaborate," Mo Bai inquired, though he had already surmised the nature of the sound. The creature that had assaulted them that night was indeed the basilisk. Given that Harry possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue, it seemed likely that this unfortunate lad had heard the serpent's call and, driven by curiosity, had unwittingly stumbled upon the crime scene. One could only assert that Gryffindor had truly earned its reputation for recklessness. The initial instinct to chase after an odd sound, rather than seek assistance from a professor, was rather telling. Had the basilisk been in a more indulgent mood, this so-called savior could have met his demise on the spot. Why did you not seek help from a professor? Harry hesitated, and Mo Bai could discern the reason. He likely feared that the professors would indeed view him as the perpetrator behind the opening of the chamber, thus risking expulsion from Hogwarts. Leaning thoughtfully on one hand, Mo Bai fixed his gaze upon Harry. What do you intend to do? Attempt to uncover the chamber yourself? And clear your name? Of course, Harry declared emphatically. Mo Bai shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He did not believe that Harry Potter could confront the basilisk, a creature that had eluded even him. Yet, given that Dumbledore held such faith in him, it was evident that Harry possessed qualities yet to be revealed. Let him search. Perhaps he might unearth some clues regarding the chamber. Mo Bai harbored a desire to confront the true culprit. You're a Parselmouth, Slytherin is too, and each time you hear that strange noise, someone is attacked. Do you not find this peculiar? Mo Bai felt compelled to offer a word of caution. After all, they were dormitory companions, and he could not idly stand by while Harry's recklessness led him to an untimely end. Moreover, it appeared that Dumbledore had intentions for Harry to combat the darkness. As for the specifics of that plan, Mo Bai had not inquired, nor did he care. It was, after all, of little concern to him. He had his own significant dilemma to address. Without further consideration for the contemplative Harry and the bewildered Ron, he took Hermione's hand and led her toward the boys' dormitory. A curious peculiarity of Hogwarts' dormitory system was that the staircase leading to the girls' quarters transformed into a smooth slope the moment a boy set foot upon it, effectively barring their entry. However, girls could freely access the boys' dormitory without restriction. When would boys ever rise to the occasion? The thought stirred a mix of irritation and amusement within him. In this process, Hermione remained silent, seemingly feeling a hint of nervousness as it was her first time entering the boys' dormitory. As soon as she stepped inside, she was seated on the chair where Mo Bai often sat. The meticulous neatness of Mo Bai's bed starkly contrasted with the disarray of Harry's and Ron's beds nearby. Despite the fact that they could easily tidy up with a spell, were these two boys too lazy even to cast a simple charm? Hermione wrinkled her delicate nose, displaying her disdain, which brought a chuckle from Mo Bai. Accepting the sweets and tea he offered, she chided him. You feed me these every day. I feel like I've gained quite a bit of weight. Observing her still slender neck and petite chin, Mo Bai smiled indulgently. Where have you gained weight? Besides, even if you did, I would never find it displeasing. Who cares whether you find it displeasing? Hermione shot him a glare, though her dainty earlobes betrayed a hint of crimson. With her cheeks puffed out, she huffed at him. Don't try to change the subject. What on earth happened to you in these past 3 days? Does it have anything to do with Mo Ran? You guessed it, Mo Bai admitted, recounting the recurring incident involving Mo Ran that occurred monthly. However, he withheld certain details, such as how he had killed 2 people for the first time, and how the surge of murderous intent from Mo Ran had nearly led to his demise. He sensed that this violent energy seemed to awaken Mo Ran, and he feared that the outburst would only grow stronger. If he couldn't team master this power, he would eventually meet the same fate as other Mo Ran users, consumed by Mo Ran. All he could do now was to enhance his own strength, delaying the time before Mo Ran engulfed him for as long as possible. She felt at a loss for how to comfort him. Her knowledge of Mo Ran was limited, and she could offer him little assistance. No matter how astute she might be, in this moment, she was merely a second-year witch from the Muggle world. All she could do was sit beside Mo Bai and grasp his hand. Whatever happens, I will be by your side. Mo Bai smiled, holding her delicate, fragile hand, and nodded. All right. Chapter 40. The Melancholy of Harry Potter. Mo Bai's return was like a drop of water merging into the ocean, causing not a ripple. In fact, not even the Gryffindor students noticed anything amiss during his 3-day absence. After all, at Hogwarts, extraordinary occurrences were commonplace, were they not? The emergence of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets did not rattle these young wizards. They were more engrossed in debating whether Harry Potter, the renowned savior, was indeed a descendant of Slytherin. In one classroom, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students sat together, diligently working on their assignments. Ron's face was a picture of anguish. Goodness, Professor McGonagall must be out of her mind. We have to fill 20 inches of parchment. How is that even possible? Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, her expression serious, as she furiously scribbled with her quill on the parchment. This is what happens when you don't pay attention in class. We covered this already. He ran his hands through his tousled red hair in despair. If I could make sense of it, I wouldn't be suffering like this. How curious. Both are boys. Yet the disparity is so pronounced. Seated at the table, Mo Bai diligently inscribed upon the parchment, casting a subtle smile at Hermione before resuming his fervent writing. Do you truly believe Bai possesses any flaws? Ron retorted with a hint of sarcasm, scratching his tousled red hair as he focused on ensuring his handwriting was larger, occupying more space. Beside him, Harry shifted restlessly, as if a nail were embedded in the bench beneath him. Hermione glanced at him. Harry, what troubles you? Are you unable to write? He managed a strained smile, indeed. He endeavored to concentrate on the assignment before him. Yet the peculiar glances from Hufflepuff students made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Unable to bear the scrutinizing gazes, Harry rose to gather his belongings, intending to vacate the suffocating atmosphere. Wait. Harry lifted his gaze, meeting Mo Bai's steady eyes. You are not the one who should leave. Mo Bai calmly set down his quill, standing tall and directing his gaze toward the Hufflepuff table. If any Hufflepuff has grievances regarding Harry Potter, I encourage you to voice them openly, rather than indulging in baseless speculation. Harry gazed at Mo Bai in astonishment. What are you doing? He felt a mix of shock and gratitude. He had not anticipated Mo Bai would discern the source of his unease, especially when many believed him to be the instigator. Yet here he was defending him. Upon hearing these words, most Hufflepuffs averted their eyes from Mo Bai. They were familiar with him. After all, Mo Bai was the teaching assistant for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, a subject spanning from 1st to 7th year. Thus, not only the second-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin, but all students throughout the school were impressed by this student who, upon admission, had swiftly ascended to the role of teaching assistant, especially when compared to Lockhart. Mo Bai's excellence was unmistakable. However, there were dissenters among them. A boy stood up, meeting Mo Bai's gaze directly. Very well. I wish to inquire why he attacked our fellow, Justin. Justin, the unfortunate victim recently petrified by the monster of the Chamber of Secrets. I did not. Harry stood, vehemently protesting. Then why was it that just after Justin introduced himself as a half-blood wizard, he was attacked that very night? And you were present? The boy pressed on relentlessly. Furthermore, you are a Parselmouth. We are all aware that this is a hallmark of dark wizards. It has never been heard of a righteous wizard able to converse with serpents. I shall share an intriguing fact. The boy smirked, evidently confident in his assertions. Legend has it that the owner of the Chamber of Secrets, Salazar Slytherin himself, was a Parselmouth. This was indeed one of Harry Potter's most challenging points to refute. He pressed his lips together, beginning to doubt whether he had unknowingly participated in something sinister. Was it akin to sleepwalking? Seeing the lack of confidence etched on Harry's face, the boys around him grew increasingly audacious. Harry Potter, do you dare deny your lineage to the Chamber of Secrets? However, at that moment, a timid voice emerged declaring, but Harry has always been so kind. Everyone turned to find that the voice emanated from the Hufflepuff table, where a blonde girl was lowering her gaze. And he was the one who made the he who must not be named disappear, wasn't he? The mere mention of the name stirred the young wizards, for compared to the distant dark wizard Grindelwald, Voldemort left a more indelible mark on their memories. Some young wizards had even suffered at his hands. For instance, Neville, sitting nearby, wore a troubled expression as his parents had endured torment at the hands of Voldemort, driven to madness by a Death Eater named Bellatrix. They were still receiving treatment in the hospital. Noticing the wavering resolve of the crowd, the boy scoffed. Perhaps the reason the Dark Lord wishes to eliminate Harry Potter is precisely this. He nodded with resolute certainty, unwilling to let anyone usurp Harry's place. The gathering erupted in murmurs, all eyes fixating on Harry, whose countenance grew increasingly grim, for the boy's assertions bore a semblance of truth. Have you finished speaking? A calm, unhurried voice broke through the uncertainty. You have said much, but I wish to inquire. The youth idly toyed with a quill, much to the astonishment of the onlooking wizards, who watched as the quill floated approximately 10 centimeters from his fingertips, dancing in accordance with his gestures, as if tethered by an invisible thread. Do you possess any witnesses or tangible evidence to substantiate your claim that Harry is the heir to the Chamber of Secrets? Without hesitation, the boy retorted, of course. He speaks Parseltongue, just like Slytherin. Speaking Parseltongue makes one the heir of the chamber. The youth's tone turned serious as the quill suddenly soared into the air, darting towards the boy's face with alarming speed. Gasps resonated through the crowd, with some timid girls shutting their eyes, dreading the sight of carnage. Cold sweat beaded on the boy's forehead as the quill hovered perilously close, mere centimeters from his eyes. In that moment, He genuinely feared it would pierce his skull. You think Harry is the heir merely because he shares traits with Slytherin? The youth pressed by your reasoning. If sharing traits with Slytherin implicates one is the heir, then surely every student in Slytherin is a suspect. Is that not so? Chapter 41. The Youth as Persuasion. Every student in Slytherin is a suspect? The young wizards were initially taken aback by such sweeping accusations, but upon reflection, the logic began to resonate. If Harry was deemed the heir due to his similarities with Slytherin, then surely the students of Slytherin possessed even more commonalities. After all, how else would they have been sorted into Slytherin? The boy widened his eyes in disbelief. I do not agree with you. He had just been intimidated by Mo Bai, and although he felt something was amiss, the moment their gazes locked, the terror that had seemingly pierced his mind resurfaced. Enveloped in fear, he stammered and could utter nothing. Meanwhile, Hermione tightly pressed her lips together, striving to suppress her laughter. Observing from the sidelines, and being sufficiently familiar with Mo Bai, she understood the ruse he employed. In more eloquent terms, one might call it a conceptual substitution. In less refined terms, it could be deemed a muddled argument. Initially, he used overwhelming strength to intimidate his opponent, and when their mind was thrown into disarray, he cleverly shifted the discourse from the notion that Harry Potter and Slytherin share the ability to speak Parseltongue to the assertion that Harry Potter and Slytherin had commonalities. The opponent, rendered speechless by Mo Bai's presence, naturally failed to discern the distinction. By diverting the topic away from Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue and extending the discussion to the shared traits of Slytherin students, the focus gradually shifted, leading to the conclusion that Slytherin students possessed more similarities with Slytherin than Harry did. The collective thought process of the crowd was skillfully guided, redirecting their attention and diminishing doubts about Harry Potter. Consequently, suspicion shifted from Harry to the Slytherin students. Rumors thrive on the principle of echoing opinions. Those who speak with reason naturally gain followers. The boy who had vehemently accused Harry was deftly redirected by Mo Bai's subtle maneuvering. Most importantly, Mo Bai was the assistant to a professor. Although merely an assistant, he stood beside the professor during lectures, lending weight and persuasive power to his words in the subconscious minds of the young wizards. Observing Mo Bai's silhouette, Hermione pondered the reason behind this effect. In truth, her intuition was partly correct. Mo Bai did indeed manipulate the concept. However, his ability to persuade the crowd was not solely due to his role as an assistant. Had it been another's assistant, there might have been some semblance of credibility, but his professor was none other than Lockhart. Currently, 80% of the student body recognized this professor as an unreliable charlatan. Were it not for Mo Bai's earlier duel with Snape that showcased his formidable prowess, he too might have been branded a fraud. His capacity to persuade stemmed from a singular fact. He was a disciple of Grindelwald. Unlike Voldemort, who ruled through fear and brutality, Grindelwald gathered his followers through exceptional charisma and eloquence, coupled with a touch of magical, psychological suggestion, which still drew many to him even after his downfall. As his sole disciple, Grindelwald imparted these techniques to Mo Bai. Now, the gaze of the Hufflepuff students upon Mo Bai brimmed with unwavering faith, even without him exerting effort. Should he speak a few more words and employ a hint of magic, he could very well compel them to serve him. However, that would undoubtedly prompt a conversation with Dumbledore. Mo Bai surveyed the young wizards before him, noting the uncertainty reflected in their eyes. Our Harry Potter belongs to Gryffindor, while the one who opens the Chamber of Secrets hails from Slytherin. I would like to pose another question. Has the Sorting Hat ever made an erroneous allocation in history? The young wizards exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement that this had never occurred. Furthermore, you all must have heard of the heir of the Chamber's objective, which targets wizards of Muggle descent. He gestured towards a motionless Harry Potter, who was born and raised in the Muggle world. Where else could he call home? How could he possibly harm Muggle-born wizards? However, uttering such a statement at this moment appeared rather foolish. He wisely sealed his lips, adopting an expression of deep understanding. Observing the students who seemed swayed by his words, Mo Bai clapped his hands twice, akin to a hypnotist concluding a session. Do you still believe that Harry Potter is the heir of the chamber? At this juncture, the boy felt that his argument was somewhat untenable, and he bit his lip before walking directly up to Harry. Sorta. The others shook their heads, their gazes towards Harry now devoid of prior suspicion, replaced instead by a hint of guilt for having misjudged his intentions. Mo Bai smiled. These young wizards still possessed a sense of innocence, at least recognizing their mistakes. He turned and patted Harry on the shoulder. Harry looked at him with gratitude. Thank you, Bai. I didn't expect you to stand up for me. Montag Bai winked. We are friends, are we not? Hermione, Ron, and a few others believed in themselves, yet no one heeded their defense until Mo Bai stepped forward, effortlessly altering their perceptions with just a few words. In Harry's heart, Mo Bai had risen to the same level of friendship as Ron and Hermione. Unbeknownst to Mo Bai, he was merely acting on a whim, feeling genuinely displeased at having his roommate bear the brunt of the blame for the attack on Hermione. Speaking of which, there had been no leads on that individual thus far. Filch was scouring the castle daily for his cat, following Mo Bai's hints. But aside from frightening the students and inciting a chorus of complaints, he had achieved little. Mo Bai furrowed his brow. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. By the way, on that fateful day of his silent outburst, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of Malfoy's memories. What was the connection between that black notebook he brought to school and the Chamber of Secrets? Surely, Malfoy had been frantic during his 3-day absence. Chapter 42, A Peculiar Aroma. That evening, the four of them gathered in the Great Hall for dinner. Although besides the Hufflepuff second-year students from the study room, others regarded Harry with the ferocity of a tempest, he appeared emboldened by Mo Bai's presence. The skeptical gazes surrounding him felt like a gentle breeze, and he jovially took his seat amidst laughter and conversation. Each evening at Hogwarts, the house elves prepared dinner in the kitchens, magically delivering the feast to the dining table. As they settled in, the previously empty plates before them instantly brimmed with a sumptuous array of delicacies. Mo Bai was largely satisfied with the culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves. Save for one thing, he retrieved a simple tea-making set from his bag. Aside from the fact that the black tea is indeed not authentic, Ron directly seized a chicken leg and began to gnaw at it. Have you completed your assignments? Of course, Hermione replied, raising her chin slightly. It's merely 20 inches of parchment, quite effortless. In fact, I haven't even written down all my arguments. 20 inches, converted to the metric system, amounts to 0.5 meters, which is quite impressive when spread across the table. Ron gazed at Hermione as if he were witnessing a giant troll performing a dance. After all, it was 20 inches. Once unfurled, it nearly rivaled the length of his own legs. You actually claim that it's easy. You must have written in enormous font. Hermione snickered dismissively, slapping the rolled parchment onto the table. See for yourself. Ron, skeptical, unfurled it and was met with Hermione's meticulously small and dense handwriting sprawling across the parchment, sending shivers down his spine. With his mouth agape in astonishment, he exclaimed, "This is incredible. Let me copy it." "No way." Hermione's eyes widened as she attempted to snatch it back, but Ron eluded her grasp. "Don't be so stingy. Your own work must be completed by yourself." Hermione glared at him in anger. Just as Ron was about to retort, he felt the bottom edge of the parchment suddenly lift and smack against his hand. Wincing in pain, Ron released it, only to see the parchment roll itself back into the air and fly into Mo Bai's hands. Mo Bai returned the assignment to Hermione, stating, "You should heed Hermione's advice. Professor McGonagall will scrutinize everyone's work thoroughly, and she can tell at a glance whether it has been copied." Ron felt a bit disheartened. "But you can copy mine," he offered, staring incredulously at the smiling boy before him. "Really?" "No." Hermione interjected, Flattening Montag by his hand. "What will you do if he copies your work?" "It's fine. I'll just write another one later. It's quite easy," Mo Bai replied nonchalantly. Ron's hand, raised in anticipation, froze in place. "Another one? That's easy, you say?" He felt a pang of indignation, pursing his lips. "No thanks, I'll write it myself. Just hold on to it for me. I'll turn it in for you tomorrow." Observing the meticulous Hermione, Mo Bai smiled with amusement. "All right," just as the atmosphere became jovial. A haughty voice suddenly interrupted. "Mo Bai, is it? I've heard you have a penchant for sweets. These are delicacies personally brought by young Master Malfoy from home." As a gesture of friendship, Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. The moment had finally arrived. Harry gaped in surprise at the newcomer, while Hermione frowned in evident disdain. Ron, however, was quite direct. "Crabbe, what are you doing here?" Mo Bai lifted his gaze to the newcomer, whose appearance could be succinctly summarized. A round face, large ears, and small eyes. The tight-fitting Slytherin robes emphasized his girth, and he held a platter of exquisitely crafted sweets that looked quite appetizing. The way he occasionally glanced at the treats and swallowed hard revealed his desire. Mo Bai recognized him as one of Malfoy's lackeys. He glanced toward the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy, with his golden hair, raised an eyebrow at him, clearly attempting to convey goodwill. However, the shrewd Mo Bai was well aware that the other harbored ulterior motives. He smiled over there, extending his hand to take the tray from Crabbe, politely expressing gratitude on behalf of his master. Mo Bai placed the delicacies on the table before him, drawing the attention of everyone present. Has that fellow truly conceded, sending over treats to eat? Yet the aroma of these pastries is undeniably enticing. Ron meticulously examined the confections, an indescribable but exquisite scent wafting towards him, compelling him to reach out. Smack! Hermione swatted his outstretched hand away. Do you dare eat anything sent by Malfoy? She glared at him. Ron scratched his head, perplexed by his reaction. At that moment, the pastries appeared extraordinarily tempting, as if they were the epitome of culinary delight. Nevertheless, they indeed exuded an enticing fragrance. Don't you want to smell? Harry nodded, immediately inquiring about the source of this inexplicable aroma. He turned to Mo Bai, feeling an unusual trust in him. Do you know what trick Malfoy is up to? I don't know, Mo Bai replied, intrigued as he observed the pastries, sensing no trace of dark magic within them. Could there be such profound dark magic that even he remained unaware? What exactly is Malfoy concocting? He cautiously leaned in to sniff. A blend of daffodils and sunlight enveloped him, instantly conjuring a vivid memory. It was of a day when he opened his window and saw a little girl practicing spells in his garden, the daffodils blooming splendidly that day. And it was on that very day he fell for Hermione at first sight. A hint of amusement flickered in Mo Bai's eyes, realizing the source of the fragrance. He turned to Hermione. Would you like to give it a sniff? Hermione hesitated, questioning if it was truly acceptable. Do you not trust me? With newfound confidence, she leaned in to take a whiff. What scent do you detect? Mo Bai asked, eager for her response. It resembles the aroma of black tea, Hermione replied, looking at Mo Bai with certainty. Yes, it's exactly the scent of the black tea you brewed. Harry and Ron, upon hearing this, leaned in to take a whiff as well, exchanging glances. Why can't we smell it? It's just a delightful scent. It's precisely because you cannot smell it that you should be concerned. If you detect the fragrance of black tea, it spells trouble. Mo Bai cast a glance at the two fools, yet with the satisfactory answer. A smile crept across his lips, sending chills down their spines. They felt as if they had been unwittingly fed a mouthful of dog food. Mo Bai smiled mysteriously. You'll find out what this is soon enough. He lifted the tray and walked directly toward the Slytherin long table. Malfoy had been observing the situation, a glimmer of satisfaction appearing in his eyes as he watched them curiously sniffing the pastries. He was aware of the effects of this potion. Once they inquired, they would inevitably lower their guard and feel an immense attraction, as long as Mo Bai consumed these pastries. Then, Malfoy's eyes gleamed with delight. Let us see how you maintain your composure. However, to his astonishment, while they indeed sniffed the pastries, it seemed as if nothing had transpired, and they approached him, pastries in hand. Malfoy felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. How could this be? How did the other party detect something amiss? Logically, such potions should not fall within a knowledge base of a second-year wizard. Where had the error occurred? Chapter 43, Draco's Intentions. As Mo Bai approached the Slytherin table, he garnered much attention. After all, he had become quite a figure at Hogwarts. Upon his arrival, he had bypassed the sorting ceremony and directly seated himself at the Gryffindor table, a move tacitly accepted by the stern Professor McGonagall. Furthermore, he had astonishingly advanced to second-year status, setting a precedent in the history of Hogwarts, as no student had ever skipped grades, not even the legendary Merlin himself. This incident had led some to question his legitimacy, suspecting favoritism. However, when they witnessed him becoming Gilderoy Lockhart's assistant, skillfully managing the chaos that ensued, they began to recognize that Mo Bai possessed genuine talent. Although he ultimately fled in disarray, his opponent was a master-level professor. Not to mention, the young man was strikingly handsome and exuded elegance. In a Muggle world, he would undoubtedly be heralded as a campus heartthrob. Even at Hogwarts, he had swiftly become the object of admiration for many young witches. As Mo Bai drew closer, the sparkling eyes of some young witches from Slytherin revealed their infatuation. Yet Malfoy found himself thoroughly annoyed by this rising star. His disdain for Mo Bai was compounded by the daily chatter of the girls in the house, extolling his deeds, intensifying his irritation. Thus, he sought to humiliate Mo Bai. However, he was taken aback when the very treat he had concocted was refused by this irritating fellow. He could only watch as Mo Bai approached and placed the tray before him. Mr. Malfoy, thank you ever so much for your enticing dessert, the boy said with a polite smile that was quite disarming. The girls seated near Draco were nearly starry-eyed. Draco felt even more repulsed. The next moment, Mo Bai's following words made his heart skip a beat. Unfortunately, my friends and I are quite full and cannot indulge in your kindness. Please enjoy it yourself. Huh? How could he possibly eat it? He was well aware of what he had put into it. He could only maintain a friendly smile, though it made him feel nauseous. That is quite all right. It is merely a token of my appreciation. You may keep it as a snack. Ah, so you can speak so charmingly as well. Mo Bai thought, suppressing a laugh. This fellow was evidently feeling guilty. Otherwise, he would typically adopt an arrogant demeanor. flaunting his father-esque status. How could he utter such gracious words in the face of rejection? No worries. I have more than enough snacks in reserve, he remarked, glancing at Draco's lackey, Crabbe, who had just delivered the dessert. The chubby boy's eyes were glued to the treats, nearly drooling. Your intentions are well received. However, it seems your friend holds a certain fondness for it. Why not let me present this delightful dessert to him? With that, Mo Bai nudged the tray towards the other side. Crabbe's eyes sparkled as he eagerly reached for the pastry. Put down, you fool. Oh, Master Draco. It's merely a pastry. Surely you aren't this stingy, Mo Bai teased. Or is there something amiss with this treat? Draco felt a sinking sensation within him. He forced a smile, thinking, how could that be? This is a gift for you, and that fool has no right to touch it. Crabbe's lips were tightly pressed together as he lowered his head in silence. Now, that is not how one should speak, Master Draco. If you wish to be my friend, then Crabbe, as your companion, naturally becomes my friend as well. Wouldn't you agree? Crabbe momentarily lifted his gaze towards Mo Bai, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. This was the first time someone had referred to him as a friend. This platter of pastries you've given me is indeed my possession, correct? That is certainly the case. Mo Bai maintained his smile, though his eyes narrowed, causing Draco to feel a twinge of anxiety. Then I shall bestow my belongings upon my friend. You surely cannot object? With relentless pressure, Mo Bai cornered Draco, leaving him feeling utterly trapped. Observing Draco's nervous demeanor, the boy delivered a final blow. Or shall I seek out Professor Snape to mediate? Panic surged through Draco. It was well known that Snape was a master of potions, and if Mo Bai casually mentioned the pastries, Draco knew he would not escape Snape's scrutiny. The last thing he wanted was to return to that dark, cold office for detention. He forced a smile and turned to Crabbe. Since Mo Bai stated so, you may as well indulge. He could only hope that the potion was not as potent as rumored. Otherwise, why hadn't Mo Bai fallen victim to it? As he watched Crabbe devour the exquisite dessert with apparent delight, Draco felt a sense of relief wash over him. Evidently, he had anticipated that the potion's effects would not be so formidable. Draco turned towards Mo Bai, realizing he had failed to gain the upper hand and now felt disinclined to engage in further pleasantries. Do not grow too complacent. Next time suddenly, Crabbe's swallowing action froze, and he stared blankly ahead, oblivious to the pastry slipping from his hand and falling to the ground. Mo Bai noted that Crabbe's pupils had begun to cloud over. Goyle, my dear Goyle. Crabbe then lunged towards another stout boy nearby, Goyle, who was also one of Draco's companions. In a shocking display, Crabbe wrapped his arms around Goyle's ample waist and, amidst the gasps of onlookers, pressed his lips onto Goyle's chubby cheek. Goyle, I adore you. Goyle struggled against the unexpected affection, but was overpowered by Crabbe's larger frame, which easily pinned him against the table. The greasy scene was too much for the surrounding crowd, who quickly vacated the area, eager to distance themselves from the spectacle unfolding before them. Goyle's face was now slick with Crabbe saliva as he fought to fend off the advances of his ardent admirer. Draco, do something. Help. However, Draco was now beyond concern for him, as he was firmly ensnared in the gaze of Mo Bai. The ambiguous smile in Mo Bai's eyes pierced him like a blade, rendering him motionless. Draco Malfoy, is this truly your intention? Once again, he called out his full name. Apologies for not allowing you to witness my splendid performance. Oh, is that so? Mo Bai turned to observe the two grappling with one another. This was no ordinary fondness. Naturally, Hermione and her companions, who had been attentively monitoring the situation, beheld this scene. Serves him right. Ron chuckled with malicious glee. This is what one gets for one's own folly. Harry also laughed heartily. Only Hermione wore a troubled expression. The thought that if Mo Bai had consumed that substance, the one now sprawled atop Goyle would have been him, made her feel a wave of nausea. Fortunately, Mo Bai was astute enough. Chapter 44, The Love Potion. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the professors. As the head of Slytherin House, Snape was the first to respond. Upon surveying the chaotic scene, his brow furrowed deeply. He scanned the crowd and quickly spotted the conspicuous Mo Bai, raising an eyebrow. What is this young man doing here? I recall you are a Gryffindor student, correct? Good evening, Professor Snape. Mo Bai politely greeted, leaving Snape feeling as if he had been struck by a heavy blow cushioned by cotton. As for the reason behind this, I can certainly explain. Oh, I am eager to hear. Your student Draco kindly offered me a plate of sweets, and noticing that Crabbe seemed quite fond of them, and adhering to the principle that a gentleman does not take what others cherish, I passed the treats to him, and as a result, he ended up like this. Montag by Schulget, feigning innocence. Snape turned to see Draco's ashen face, then shifted his gaze to the chaotic remnants of sweets on the table. He picked one up and sniffed it, his frown deepening. A love potion? He swiftly turned around, glaring fiercely at Draco, whose pallid face was now tinged with a hint of blue. I shall settle this with you later. With a flick of his wand, he watched as Blaze, still attempting to kiss Goyle, slumped onto the latter's ample frame, quickly succumbing to slumbering sounds. A few of you, come and carry him to my office. And you. He shot another glare at Draco, observing Snape's desire to quell the situation, and Mo Bai's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Professor, I believe I just heard you mention a love potion. What is that? This question shattered Snape's protective instincts. He turned to regard Mo Bai with a penetrating look. They were currently in the dining hall during dinner time, and the uproar had captured the attention of all, including Dumbledore himself. Under such scrutiny, he could not ignore Mo Bai's inquiry. A love potion is the most effective and powerful elixir of affection, capable of inducing an uncontrollable infatuation in the one who consumes it towards a designated individual. He cast a cold glance at the unconscious Crabbe and the still bewildered Goyle. Much like these two fools, the girls surrounding them brightened at the words, many gazes now directed towards Mo Bai. However, Snape's voice grew serious as he cast a warning glance at the girls, stating that the love potion could not truly manufacture love. It only induced a profound obsession. The same could be said for other love potions. As far as I know, those who recklessly employ such potions seldom meet with favorable outcomes, unless one is willing to administer it to their partner for a lifetime. Furthermore, some exceptionally powerful wizards can resist the effects of such substances through their own strength. He turned his gaze to Mo Bai, who merely smiled and remained silent. Upon catching the scent of daffodils and sunshine, he instantly recognized the potion. This particular potion has a characteristic. Its aroma varies from person to person. He inquired about daffodils, as they were in bloom during his initial encounter with Hermione in the garden. Correspondingly, Hermione detected the aroma of the tea he had brewed himself. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, the two foolish boys, seemed oblivious, finding only the enchanted dessert alluring. Interestingly, he had heard about love potions from his father, who once had a female subordinate that attempted to use such a thing to bewitch him, but was thwarted in time. He didn't inquire about the woman's fate. It was evident that someone who could employ the Cruciatus curse on his own child would not hesitate to punish others. However, Mo Bai was more intrigued by the sight of Draco sitting in a daze on his chair. Although he was already aware of Draco's intentions to confront him, he had initially assumed it would involve some malicious curse or magical device, not this trivial love potion. Observing Draco's pale complexion, he smirked. Yet, it was also true that no matter how much Draco resented him, he was merely a 12-year-old child. His aim was simply to humiliate himself before the entire Hogwarts community, not to plot murder. Perhaps he wasn't entirely wicked at his core? Nonetheless, employing a love potion with the target being that short, plump fellow was indeed despicable social death. To put mildly, appropriate punishment was still warranted. He clapped his hands in appreciation of the professor's insights and inquired, Mr. Malfoy, why does the cake you gifted me contain a love potion? Could it be he donned an expression of feigned horror, mixed with disdain? You have a crush on me? Draco's countenance shifted from white to an ashen green, resembling that of someone poisoned. I do not, he yelped, leaping up as if his tail had been stepped on. I merely wish to teach you a lesson. Draco Malfoy. Snape's sharp reprimand brought Draco's frayed nerves back to a semblance of calm, at which point he noticed the peculiar gazes of the surrounding students. Mo Bai smiled and asked Professor Snape, how would a fair-minded individual like you handle the malicious use of magical potions among students? The students of Hogwarts were well aware that the heads of the four houses, particularly the head of Slytherin, were exceedingly protective of their own, which had led to Slytherin's 7 consecutive victories of the House Cup prior to Harry Potter's enrollment. Now, to unveil the truth before everyone, even if he tries to shield Draco, he cannot so brazenly dismiss the matter. Gritting his teeth, Slytherin loses 100 points, and Draco is to stay in detention for a month. A fair judgment, Professor Snape. Snape waved his hand dismissively, be my guest. As Mo Bai turned, he sensed a gaze upon him and glanced back to find Lockhart evading his eyes. Narrowing his own, he shifted his gaze and met Dumbledore's resigned expression. Montag bei Schulget. This time it was not his doing. Dumbledore slightly nodded and tilted his head towards the door. Mo Bai understood that it was time for their daily private lessons. He recalled how, in his past life, he and his classmates would skip lessons, and one of them would also tilt their head like the old headmaster. Is this what it means to retain a childlike spirit as one ages? Chapter 45, Ancient Spells. The little wizards in the Great Hall were still animatedly discussing the recent events, while Mo Bai had already guided Hermione with practiced ease to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Dumbledore, upon seeing Mo Bai enter with Hermione, was filled with delight. I'm so pleased to see you bring Miss Granger along. Today's lesson is particularly significant for her. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Hermione, who, upon being acknowledged, appeared quite pleased, though she feigned indifference, which only made him chuckle inwardly. At 12 years old, 6 more years to go, he mused that if he truly wanted to accomplish something, he would be long gone. At merely 11, their relationship was purely platonic. Yes, apure friendship. He was an 11-year-old on the outside, yet internally he felt like a middle-aged man nearing 30, continuously convincing himself. The young girl remained blissfully unaware of Mo Bai's mischievous thoughts, her excitement evident as she looked at Dumbledore. Are we going to learn a new spell today? She exclaimed, quickly adding, not that I'm being overly ambitious. I've already mastered the second-year spells. Observing the proud young girl, Dumbledore beamed like a kind old grandfather, indeed. Miss Granger, at your age, you are the most astute which I have encountered. Hermione's efforts to maintain a serious expression finally gave way to a broad smile, prompting Mo Bai to involuntarily smile as well. Her joyful countenance reflected in Mo Bai's eyes, where her image completely filled his pupils, leaving no room for anything else. The expression on the young boy's face did not go unnoticed by Dumbledore, who raised his eyebrows, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. This child possesses love in his heart and exhibits remarkable restraint. Such love will guide him away from the path of darkness, steering clear of Grindelwald's legacy. Furthermore, this sentiment will greatly aid today's lesson. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore announced, today, indeed, we shall teach you a new spell. How marvelous! Hermione exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, and Mo Bai too turned his attention to the elderly wizard. The hypnosis charm, as the name suggests, induces sleep. The bubble charm creates a bubble above one's head, allowing witches and wizards to submerge underwater, and a plethora of other assorted spells, among which one particularly captures Hermione's fancy. The shrinking spell possesses the remarkable ability to diminish objects, and when mastered to perfection, its magical effects can be solidified. Hermione, however, has always found her prominent front teeth rather unsightly and yearns to reduce their size. Yet, Mo Bai believes that her bunny teeth are quite endearing, and after receiving a playful slap from Hermione, he concedes to her desire. Let us not be hasty. This incantation is an ancient magic, exceedingly intricate and challenging to perform, a profound branch of sorcery. Even mature wizards encounter difficulties when attempting its execution, so be prepared for the mental strain it may entail. Mo Bai, having little notion of the spell's complexity, reflects that since he began his studies in magic, he has yet to encounter a spell he could not master. What piques his interest is a term uttered by Dumbledore, ancient magic. What does it signify? Dumbledore cast him a glance and explained, ancient magic. Wizards have existed in this world for eons, and the spells crafted during that era are referred to as ancient magic. However, due to the passage of time, most of these spells have faded into the annals of history, and even those that have survived are often incomplete. Today, only a handful of ancient spells remain intact. Are the spells we use now inventions of modern wizards? Mo Bai inquired. Only a fraction of them are, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. Most well-known incantations have been extrapolated from the remnants of ancient spells. Then they are merely diluted forms, Mo Bai remarked, somewhat dissatisfied, for he had long sensed this. Whenever he cast a spell, he felt a potent force within him that could not be unleashed, akin to a vast reservoir of water draining through a mere 4-inch pipe. To him, modern spells felt like that inadequate pipe. Yet, some spells are exceptions. He asked Dumbledore, is the Fiend Fire spell an ancient incantation? With a knowing look, Dumbledore surmised his thoughts and confirmed, indeed, the Fiend Fire spell is one of the ancient incantations. Like most ancient spells, it is complex, obscure, and exceedingly difficult to control. If mishandled, it can cause great harm to oneself or others. However, not all ancient spells are dark magic, as exemplified by the spell I am about to teach you. He retrieved his wand from the heavy folds of his robe, preparing to cast the spell. This was the first time Mo Bai beheld Dumbledore's wand. It was entirely grayish-white, adorned with numerous segmented protrusions that resembled a string of small beads. Upon first sight, Mo Bai felt a sense of familiarity. Hermione's eyes brightened. Professor Dumbledore's wand looks quite similar to yours. Mo Bai was taken aback and pulled out his own elder wand for comparison. Although their shapes differed, in terms of material, they were undeniably alike. Dumbledore paused in his spell casting, his gaze fixed upon the wand. Where did you acquire this wand? He inquired. This one was given to me by the old man. Its shaft is made of elder wood, and its core contains remnants of my own essence, Mo Bai replied. Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with understanding as he regarded Mo Bai with a serious expression. This wand must be wielded with great care and kept from prying eyes. When it first came into his possession, he and Hermione were unaware of the true nature of Elderwood, believing its uniqueness lay solely in its unassuming core. However, it has become evident that the wand's composition is indeed remarkable, as it is favored by the most formidable wizards of our time. Is there something inherently special about Elderwood? Dumbledore hesitated, parting his lips as if to speak, but then opted to defer the explanation for another time, emphasizing instead the importance of mastering the incantation. Understanding Dumbledore's desire to sidestep the topic, Mo Bai refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to make a mental note. If necessary, he could always consult the library, the place where he and Hermione frequently lingered. Expecto Patronum, a dense beam of white light erupted from the wand's tip, flowing through the air as if it were tangible, quickly forming a protective barrier before Dumbledore. A sense of tranquility and warmth enveloped both Mo Bai and Hermione, as if their very souls were being cleansed. To Mo Bai's astonishment, he noticed that within him, a dark presence recoiled at the emergence of the white light, as if it feared this illumination. This incantation was effective against the darkness. Elated, Mo Bai resolved to master this spell. Chapter 46, The Patronus Charm. Within the room of requirement, the soft white glow emanating from Dumbledore's wand bathed Mo Bai and Hermione in serenity. What is the name of this spell? Hermione murmured. The Patronus Charm, which I shall impart to you today. Does this white light serve a purpose? Is it merely to soothe the mind? The pragmatic Mo Bai's inquiry cut to the heart of the matter. Certainly not. The Patronus Charm ranks among the most powerful defensive spells known today, as is widely acknowledged. The power of magic derives from the heart, and the Patronus is a manifestation of your most positive emotions, aiding you in repelling darkness. Repelling darkness? Montauk by Pundit. The dark presence within him represented a malevolent force, and this spell was evidently its nemesis. Yet, was the ancient incantation, so lauded by Dumbledore, merely a beam of white light? Mo Bai voiced his internal doubts, earning him a look of approval from Dumbledore. With a flourish of his wand, Dumbledore conjured an even more intense white light, which began to condense in the air, as if something extraordinary were being birthed within it. In the next moment, the light surged outward, transforming into a radiant curtain that enveloped the room. A sudden gust of wind billowed the hems of their robes, yet they remained oblivious, their gazes fixed upon the spectacle unfolding within the light. Amidst the mist coalescing from the white light, a pure white phoenix danced gracefully in the air, illuminating the room of requirement, as if it were day. The Patronus Charm, as its name suggests, calls forth a magical guardian. The phoenix spiraled above them, and twinkling starlight cascaded from its trailing feathers, vanishing into the ether. Hermione watched the phoenix soar, feeling as though the starlight had landed in her very eyes. Her small hands clenched in awe. Professor, can we summon a phoenix as well? The phoenix perched gracefully upon Dumbledore's shoulder, lazily preening its white feathers. Upon hearing this, the elder smiled softly. Regrettably, you are not capable. The Patronus takes the form of the animal that resonates most deeply with the wizard, embodying a fragment of their subconscious. Until one successfully conjures their Patronus, its appearance remains a mystery. Why do you say we cannot? Mo Bai questioned, feeling a sense of indignation, particularly on Hermione's behalf. The young girl gazed at the phoenix on the old man's shoulder, her eyes sparkling like a child yearning for sweets. Dumbledore, both amused and bemused, replied, I am rather unique, for my lineage has a special connection to phoenixes. Each member of my family possesses an innate affinity for them, enabling us to transform into such a magnificent creature. Unless one shares a blood relation or has been profoundly impacted by a significant event, nearly all patronuses are singular. Very well then, Mo Bai retorted, pouting slightly. Shall we commence the lesson, Professor Dumbledore? Receiving a gentle reprimand from Hermione for omitting a title, Dumbledore smiled kindly. Of course. Happy memories? Mo Bai pondered, absent-mindedly locking eyes with Hermione. The two shared a moment of mutual understanding, bursting into laughter simultaneously, clearly aligned in thought. Now, close your eyes and concentrate. Dumbledore noted the smile at the corners of the boy's lips, nodding in approval. He then intoned the incantation, Expecto Patronum. The two echoed his words, and Dumbledore clapped his hands together. Excellent. You may open your eyes now. Now, draw forth your wands and repeat the previous steps. Dumbledore stood before them as Mo Bai and Hermione exchanged a glance. Shall you go first? Hermione steadied herself, retrieved her wand, and gazed seriously ahead. Expecto Patronum. With a flick of her wand, a faint white light emerged from its tip, only to dissipate with a soft hiss into the air. Hermione, frustrated, puffed her cheeks, yet noticed Dumbledore raising his hand in applause. "Very well done, Miss Granger. Achieving such a feat at your age is commendable. Many adult witches and wizards struggle to conjure a complete corporeal Patronus. It is evident you have discovered the key. With diligent practice, you shall surely possess a Patronus of your own." The girl, heartened by the headmaster's praise, transformed her initial disappointment into a radiant smile, nodding before turning her gaze to the boy beside her. Dumbledore also focused on him. Mo Bai shrugged, summoned his wand, and channeled his inner magic. "Expecto Patronum," he pronounced with calm assurance. In the next moment, a white aura began to glow, expanding gradually to form a shimmering veil. Though not as substantial as Dumbledore's, this aura possessed a distinct shape. Hermione's eyes sparkled with admiration as she beamed at the boy. "As expected of you." Mo Bai's initial attempt at spellcasting yielded promising results, far surpassing her own. Yet the young girl harbored no negative emotions for being surpassed. Instead, her heart overflowed with pride and honor for him. Dumbledore gazed at him with admiration, reflecting on his remarkable talents. Indeed, he was a wizard favored by Grindelwald, possessing a gift nearly unparalleled. A moment later, Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly. The boy's mind was filled with memories of their first encounter, where sunlight cascaded onto the girl's head, casting a golden glow. Her cheeks puffed slightly from a failed spell, and her cherry lips pressed tightly together, enticing him to savor the moment. The boy's thoughts became disoriented, and his magical output gradually intensified. Suddenly, a dormant force within him trembled, and a wisp of black mist stealthily entwined with his magic, surging into his wand. In an instant, chaos erupted. The previously serene barrier rippled violently, as though a stone had been cast into still waters. Mo Bai frowned, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Had he failed? From the explosion of white light emerged countless maggots, rushing toward the boy as if to consume him whole. Before he could react, Dumbledore, prepared as ever, flicked his robes, and the maggots disintegrated into ashes amidst their shrill cries, falling to the ground. Hermione looked at Mo Bai with concern, mirroring his own confusion. Chapter 47. The Failure of the Spell? What had he just been thinking? Mo Bai couldn't help but glance at Hermione, his eyes momentarily drifting to her cherry lips. It was the scene from their first meeting. At his thoughts, Hermione blushed, the shy girl turning her head away, avoiding the boy's gaze, her eyes wandering as she sought to change the subject. Dumbledore's brow was tightly knitted, reflecting his own confusion. In truth, the recent incident was less a failure and more akin to a success. A success? Hermione, momentarily forgetting her shyness, widened her eyes in astonishment at Mo Bai. Was it possible that his Patronus was a maggot? Certainly not, Miss Granger. Dumbledore shook his head, confirming that Mo Bai had indeed successfully summoned a manifestation of his Patronus, though for some reason, it seemed poised to turn against him. Turn against him? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Yes, such occurrences had happened before. The most notorious case involved a dark wizard named Rikidian, who, enamored with a beautiful witch in a village, attempted to cast the Patronus charm during an assault, only to be consumed by the maggots expelled from his wand. Mo Bai furrowed his brow, contemplating the spell's backlash from the maggots. Was it due to his malevolent thoughts toward the witch? Or perhaps because Rikidian was a dark wizard? Yet, I just failed. Hermione murmured softly. Trust me, you succeeded, the elder reassured her. You merely lack practice. Observing Mo Bai lost in thought, Hermione gently offered words of encouragement. I believe you will surely succeed in conjuring your Patronus, just as Professor Dumbledore said. You succeeded, it was merely a minor complication. Mo Bai smiled at her. You should try again. Dumbledore spoke to Mo Bai, his tone soothing. Calm your mind, and strive to feel your magic without being troubled by distractions. Expecto Patronum. With a sigh, Mo Bai seemed to have discerned the underlying issue. The appearance of the maggots always coincided with his impure thoughts towards the young girl. Was it indeed his wicked intentions that summoned them? He steadied himself and turned toward Dumbledore, declaring, I shall attempt once more. Very well. Expecto Patronum. With a flourish of his wand, he was pleased to observe that no maggots materialized this time. However, as he gazed at the still wand in his hand, he realized that this attempt had ended in failure. Discontent, he pursed his lips. It was the first time since arriving in this world that he had encountered an obstacle in his spellcasting endeavors. Dumbledore glanced at the young girl and inquired, Have your recent incantations been influenced by thoughts of Miss Granger? The question caused the girl to blush fiercely, while Mo Bai nodded with unflinching honesty. Indeed, Hermione's expression darkened momentarily. Observing her reaction, Mo Bai felt a sense of unease. The steadfast Mo Bai was met with Hermione's suppressed laughter. I certainly believe that, however. If your most cherished memories cannot enable you to successfully cast the Patronus charm, then it is not a matter of memory. Dumbledore interjected, casting a contemplative gaze upon Mo Bai. Mo Bai furrowed his brow. Professor, regarding the dark wizard you mentioned earlier, was he consumed due to his malevolent thoughts towards witches, or simply because he was a dark wizard by nature? The young man shifted his perspective, looking intently at Dumbledore. Is it true that dark wizards cannot conjure a Patronus? Certainly not. Dumbledore shook his head, and moreover, dark wizards are indeed capable of summoning a mature Patronus. And Mo Bai, you're not a dark wizard. Dumbledore's gaze bore into Mo Bai's. You merely wield dark magic. What defines a person is not the magic they use, but the essence of their heart. But I possess this. He conjured a wisp of black mist, which was the essence of Mo Ran. Is it because of this? Dumbledore's eyes flickered with contemplation before he slowly and resolutely shook his head. No, as I stated earlier, the Patronus charm is a manifestation of your most positive emotions. It pertains solely to your heart, impervious to external influences. Mo Bai remained skeptical. Then I shall try once more. This time, he dedicated a portion of his thoughts to Mo Ran. As Hermione's visage emerged in his mind, a wisp of Mo Ran surged forth with his magical energy, and in the next moment, the light barrier and maggots reappeared. Without hesitation, he incinerated the maggots with a fierce flame. Professor, you were mistaken this time. It was indeed Mo Ran that interfered with me. Mo Bai's irritation flared. He was increasingly repulsed by the entity within him, which not only threatened his life, but now hindered his ability to master the magic that could restrain it. He remained oblivious to the tendrils of black mist that gradually emanated from his being as his agitation grew. Mo Bai. It dawned on him that his tumultuous thoughts had nearly caused Mo Ran to spiral out of control. However, Dumbledore appeared to have pondered something, thoughtfully stroking his beard. Do not dwell on matters concerning Miss Granger just yet. Instead, consider. A flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as he recalled the recent events. Recently? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Was it about my reprimanding of Malfoy? Dumbledore, with a mischievous shrug, remarked, while I do not endorse such actions, your spirits must have been quite buoyant at that moment. Encouraged by Dumbledore's gaze, Mo Bai resolved to attempt once more. After all, even if maggots emerged, they would be powerless against him, wouldn't they? Expecto Patronum. To his surprise, this time, Mo Bai noted that the silent presence did not interfere. Instead, it subtly recoiled. The wand, too, did not remain inert. Akin to Hermione moments earlier, it emitted a faint white mist before vanishing. Yet this marked his inaugural release of the Patronus charm devoid of adverse effects. Hermione's expression was a curious blend of amusement and despair as she regarded Mo Bai with an odd gaze. This individual was certainly peculiar. Chapter 48, Pure Delight. Observing the young girl's expression, Mo Bai found himself at a loss, absent-mindedly touching his nose. However, he seemed to have unearthed the crux of the issue. He waved his wand and tentatively cast the Patronus charm once more. The aura emanating from the wand appeared more substantial than before, although it did not conjure a Patronus. No maggots emerged either. Another success. Hermione regarded him with suspicion. You aren't thinking of Malfoy again, are you? Of course not, Mo Bai replied, bemused. This time, I was reflecting on my arrival at Hogwarts. It seems you have identified the problem, Dumbledore observed, to which Mo Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the presence had caused a backlash during his incantation, yet the underlying cause was rooted in his own issues. As previously mentioned, the emergence of the presence stemmed from the negative experiences encountered in his youth, essentially a conglomerate of adverse emotions. Throughout, he had always wielded the presence while harboring negative sentiments, anger, ferocity, fear, sorrow, and anguish. Even when channeling the power associated with the presence during his spells, his heart was steeped in such emotions. However, under Grindelwald's tutelage, he had learned to conceal his feelings adeptly, keeping them hidden from view. The earlier incident where he had entertained a fleeting negative thought towards the young girl triggered the presence to respond as if it were a negative emotion. This was also the reason behind his subsequent failure after discarding that thought. He had also come to understand why he faced a backlash. The Patronus did not target him, nor the presence, but rather the amalgamation of his magic entwined with the presence. Clearly, the embodiment of positivity represented by the Patronus resisted being summoned by the tainted, shadowy magic associated with the presence. He twirled the wand in his hand, while the young girl wore a puzzled expression. Not pure enough. What other complexities could exist between them? The budding young girl remained oblivious to such notions, while Dumbledore regarded him with a knowing glint. Clearing his throat, Mo Bai prepared to speak, yet Dumbledore sighed heavily. He was undoubtedly aware of the reasons behind the other's lack of sincerity. Mo Bai's soul was far too mature, unlike the naivety typical of a wizard of his age. Generally, when adult wizards cast the Patronus charm, they do not contemplate matters of love, as the presence of such thoughts can lead to a loss of control over the Patronus, while white wizards may merely experience a failed summoning. Dark wizards face the disdain of their Patronus due to the dark magic intertwined with their essence, resulting in a backlash. However, Mo Bai was somewhat exceptional. He could not be simply categorized as black or white. Although he excelled in dark magic, he possessed the remarkable ability to manage the negative emotions it conjured, remaining unaffected by them. He was composed and restrained, observing everything related to Hermione from a distance, never engaging directly. Ron and Harry served as proof. The four of them could be said to spend their days intertwined, and in the hearts of the latter two, Mo Bai had likely become their friend. It could only be said that Grindelwald's emotional training had been extraordinarily effective, enabling him to master his emotions with finesse. Yet, the Patronus charm differed from dark magic. Its essence lay not in controlling emotions, but in releasing them. Even Dumbledore found himself perplexed. As he paced nearby, Mo Bai attempted to cast the Patronus charm several more times. Yet, each attempt merely resulted in a flicker of radiance. After all, life at Hogwarts was leisurely, but hardly joyful. In Nurmengard, he had scarcely emerged unscathed from psychological shadows. It appeared that he truly lacked any fond memories associated with Hermione. Mo Bai clicked his tongue. Although he thought this state of affairs was not without merit, he found himself unable to cast the spell. He seemed trapped in a dead end. Dumbledore paused his pacing and noted that the stronger the pleasant memories invoked during the casting of the Patronus charm, the more potent the spell would be. With patience, Dumbledore guided him, while Mo Bai fell into deep contemplation. To refrain from any emotional entanglements, the purest form of joy. Observing Mo Bai lost in thought, Dumbledore gently patted his shoulder. Let us conclude for today. The casting of the Patronus charm necessitates a light-hearted and joyful disposition, which cannot be forced. Perhaps you should immerse yourself in the simple joys of life, envisioning yourself as an 11-year-old boy. What do you think? Dumbledore winked at him before turning to leave. Hermione nudged Mo Bai's shoulder, taken aback by the sight of a usually spirited boy appearing so dejected. Even after that evening's encounter with the basilisk, he had not felt this way. Are you all right? She inquired. "I fine," Mo Bai replied, emerging from his reverie with a smile. Dumbledore is right. I may need to truly experience school life. You should call a professor, Hermione retorted earnestly, before both broke into laughter. In the following days, Mo Bai cast aside all concerns. Chamber of Secrets, basilisk, black notebook, none crossed his mind. He diligently attended classes, completed assignments, and even fulfilled his role as a teaching assistant in Lockhart's class without causing any disturbances. Even when Ron and Harry engaged in playful antics, he occasionally joined in, embracing the merriment. He no longer considered himself the disciple of the erstwhile Dark Lord, nor was he a master of dark arts. One fine morning, the four of them arrived at the classroom promptly. Today's lesson was in charms, and Ron and Harry were animatedly discussing the new spells they would learn. Mo Bai, seated beside Hermione, was equally intrigued. A diminutive man ascended a towering stack of books in the center of the classroom. He was Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House and the charms professor. Professor Flitwick's voice was sharp and clear. Today, we shall delve into a new incantation, the tickling charm. As the name suggests, it is a spell that induces uncontrollable laughter, rendering the opponent incapacitated. Which brave student would like to volunteer for a demonstration? Flitwick's beady eyes scanned the room, but the young witches and wizards lowered their gazes, avoiding his stare. It would be utterly humiliating to succumb to laughter in front of their peers. Flitwick's gaze landed on Mo Bai, and his interest piqued. He had certainly heard the whispers surrounding Mo Bai, particularly those regarding the dueling club. The fact that he could hold his own against Snape was astonishing. Even more remarkable was Snape's refusal to deny it when questioned, instead choosing to withdraw in silence. Perhaps there was some truth to these rumors after all. Feeling the professor's keen interest, Mo Bai sensed a warning. He had no desire to be reduced to laughter in front of the class. If his grandfather discovered his embarrassment, he might well unleash a Cruciatus curse upon him. Mo Bai rubbed his nose, and with a subtle movement of his other hand beneath the desk, Ron suddenly felt a sharp jab in his backside. Yelping, he sprang to his feet, instantly capturing the professor's attention. Oh, Mr. Weasley seems eager to volunteer. Chapter 49. The Tickling Charm. Ron gazed at Professor Flitwick in terror. Mo Bai shared his reluctance. He wished to avoid disgrace as well. Professor, Harry chuckled quietly at Ron's unwilling expression, fully aware of his discomfort, though unsure why he had suddenly stood. However, he glanced at the composed Mo Bai, suspecting that he was somehow involved. Yet, Harry clearly did not intend to expose Mo Bai. He even gave Ron a gentle push. Instantly, Harry turned his head away, pretending to whistle. Hermione tightly clutched the hem of Mo Bai's robe, stifling her laughter. Professor Flitwick observed the scene with a knowing smile, having long since grown accustomed to the antics of his students. Well then, since Mr. Weasley is so eager, you shall demonstrate. Ron nodded reluctantly, casting a resentful glance at his three companions behind him. Professor Flitwick waved his wand. This spell is quite simple. Let us recite it together. Rictus Sempra, Rictus Sempra. The young wizards echoed his words, and as they witnessed Ron's pained expression while attempting the incantation, Mo Bai couldn't help but smirk, while Hermione and Harry were already in fits of laughter. Excellent. Now, Mr. Weasley, prepare yourself. Before Ron could react, Professor Flitwick pointed his wand at him. In an instant, a beam of white light struck Ron, and a peculiar expression immediately appeared on his face. He was clearly trying to maintain a serious demeanor, yet his lips could not help but curl upward. Within a second, Ron erupted into hearty laughter, his brow furrowed. Yet uncontrollable laughter escaped his throat. Bent over, gasping for breath, he succumbed to the mirth and collapsed to the ground within 5 seconds. Even after falling, the laughter continued to pour forth from his mouth. The surrounding young wizards had already succumbed to fits of laughter, while Harry and Hermione seemed similarly afflicted, with Hermione diving into Mo Bai's embrace, trembling with laughter as she rested her head on his shoulder. Professor Flitwick chuckled as well, and a joyful atmosphere filled the classroom. Amidst the collective laughter, the only one who wished to remain aloof was Ron. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, his face flushed crimson, his brows knitted tightly, yet weak laughter still escaped his lips. Observing this, Professor Flitwick waved his wand, dispelling the enchantment. Ron took a deep breath, as if surfacing from underwater, coughing violently a couple of times. He felt as if he had exhaled all the laughter of the day in one go. Montauk Bai laughed heartily, and as his laughter continued, he seemed to have an epiphany, momentarily lost in thought. Hermione noticed his unusual demeanor and looked at him with curiosity. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he stood up, heading towards the exit. Hermione quickly reached out to him, asking, "Where are you going? We're still in class. What's wrong?" And Mo Bai appeared to be in high spirits as he leaned closer and whispered to Hermione, "I think I've discovered the condition for casting the spell." "What spell?" Hermione was momentarily taken aback. "The one Dumbledore mentioned, pure joy." "Are you referring to the Patronus charm?" Ron interjected, his face a mask of resentment, clearly displeased by the earlier incident. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and Mo Bai shook his head. "No, we were simply discussing feelings." Upon hearing this, Hermione felt a sharp pain in her side. She bit her lip and shot him an adorable glare. "Don't listen to his nonsense. We were talking about spells." Their words held some weight for Ron, who nodded skeptically, only to be reminded of the earlier betrayal by his friends. He immediately lunged at Harry. "Was it you behind it all?" With a smile still lingering on his face, Harry was caught off guard by Ron's surprise attack. "It wasn't me, I swear. It was definitely you." But as Harry pushed back, he found himself in Ron's grasp, being playfully ruffled on the head. Watching the two in their playful chaos, Mo Bai and Hermione shared a joyful laugh, their earlier conversation forgotten. Yet, Hermione couldn't help but remember Mo Bai's words. Had he truly found pure joy? Surely he wasn't referring to the tickling charm? Once class was dismissed, Mo Bai promptly led Hermione to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. As he drew his wand, Hermione hesitated before pulling out her own wand. Mo Bai cast a glance at her. "Are you practicing spells as well?" "I suppose so," she replied. Mo Bai paid little mind to it. "I feel that this time I should succeed." As Mo Bai prepared to cast, Hermione bit her lip. Her wand aimed at him. Rictus Sempra, caught off guard, Mo Bai was unexpectedly struck by a beam of white light. A minute later, Hermione, her face flushed, helped the laughing Mo Bai, who was gasping for breath. Mo Bai looked at the little girl with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "So you think what I said was the tickling charm?" Hermione, unable to meet Mo Bai's gaze, recalled how he had been laughing so hard just moments ago, signaling her to stop. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She did not know the counter curse. It was only thanks to Mo Bai forcibly nullifying the spell with his own magic that he managed to avoid bursting into laughter completely. Little did he expect that the first mischief he encountered after stepping out would come from Hermione. Was this not akin to her claiming his first experience? Mo Bai gently tapped the girl on the head, neither too harsh nor too soft. What are you thinking, little one? If I were under the spell? How could I cast the counter curse? Hermione covered the spot where he had tapped, pouting slightly. I thought you wanted to experience the tickling charm. Simply laughing would bring pure joy. Wouldn't it? It's not that simple. If it were, any wizard could summon a Patronus at will. Mo Bai found it quite amusing that the usually astute Hermione had momentarily lost her wit. Ruffling her hair, he asked, "Did I hurt you?" "No." Hermione swatted his hand away. "As long as you're not mad at my silliness." "How could I be? You were only trying to help me, weren't you?" They exchanged smiles, and the air seemed to shimmer with sweetness. Upon entering, Dumbledore was greeted by this scene. A longtime single man unexpectedly inundated with a dose of youthful affection. Ahem. Hearing the sound, Mo Bai turned, his tone slightly reproachful. "What brings you here? You should be addressing me as Professor." Mo Bai, clutching his waist, looked at Dumbledore in confusion. "It's not even the evening session. Why is old Dumbledore here?" Dumbledore stroked his beard. "I saw you two rush here after class and thought you might have a new idea, so I came to take a look." Mo Bai narrowed his eyes. "So you're keeping an eye on me, are you? If you allowed me to relax, I would have to watch over you constantly." Hermione glanced between Mo Bai and Dumbledore, puzzled by their silent standoff. Chapter 50, Summoning. Mo Bai had initially intended for Hermione to witness his first Patronus summoning alone, but now an old man had joined them. He pursed his lips, eyes half closed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The two stood beside him, Hermione fixated on his silhouette, hardly daring to breathe, while Dumbledore wore a serious expression. Mo Bai opened his eyes, his white holly wand slowly tracing a circle, his voice soft. "Expecto Patronum." With a flick of his wand, a dense, almost tangible white mist began to emerge from the tip, flowing gracefully through the air. It seemed as though, in front of the boy, the air transformed into an ocean, with the white mist dispersing like milk swirling in water, gradually spreading with the current. This time, nothing unusual occurred. Gradually, an elliptical object formed from white mist materialized before Mo Bai, resembling an egg. Hermione glanced at Dumbledore in confusion, but he remained entranced by the unfolding scene. Typically, when wizards summon their Patronus, it manifests directly as a creature formed from white mist unique to them. However, Dumbledore had only witnessed such a phenomenon once in a century, during his own inaugural summoning of a Patronus. Each Patronus possesses its own intelligence, embodying the wizard's personality. Usually, newly manifested patronuses are in a nascent state of awareness. The more adept the wizard's spellcasting, the closer the Patronus' intelligence approaches that of a human. The current circumstance suggested that the Patronus emerging before them exhibited intelligence on par with humanity from the very moment of its appearance, necessitating the wizard's magical essence for nurturing and growth. To Hermione and Dumbledore, the atmosphere felt serene and tranquil, as if the tumult of the world had receded far from them. Strangely, they sensed a faint undercurrent of sorrow. Sorrow? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. The Patronus charm is typically a manifestation of positive emotions. Thus, the emergence of such a negative sentiment was perplexing. Had there been yet another failure? A deep, resonant voice echoed once more, this time more distinctly, emanating from the colossal white egg before them. Before long, the white mist began to contract and expand violently, as if something within were about to be birthed. Hermione watched Mo Bai anxiously, her hands clenched into fists. Mo Bai smiled gently, raising his wand. With his gesture, a translucent white creature leaped from the mist, its melodious and profound voice reverberating throughout the room of requirement, even reaching the farthest corners of Hogwarts. In that moment, it felt as though Hogwarts had been paused. All sound vanished, and a complex array of emotions surged within the hearts of students and professors alike, calm yet lonely. All the professors, save for Lockhart, turned their gazes toward a particular direction in the castle. Snape frowned. This feeling, was it the Patronus charm? The magical aura felt strangely familiar. Yet, such an overwhelming surge of magic should have left a lasting impression if he had encountered it before. Meanwhile, the two individuals within the room of requirement remained oblivious to the external situation, gazing at the magnificent creature hovering in the air. Dumbledore cast a complicated glance at the still figure of the boy, while Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this a whale? Mo Bai's smile was warm. To be precise, it was a blue whale. Observing the creature, which measured over 30 meters in length, Hermione's eyes shimmered like stars. How beautiful! Shall we take a ride? She inquired. Surprised, Hermione glanced at the boy, then back at the whale's translucent form. Could it be possible? Mo Bai, also gazing at the majestic whale, reached out to caress its semi-transparent body. While other summoned patron uses might not permit such interaction, his could. With a thought, the enormous creature swiftly shrank to a length of over 10 meters, gently resting before Hermione. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the massive form. Feeling its coolness against her skin, it was quite pleasant. The young girl's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she perched sideways atop the majestic whale. With a powerful flick of its tail, the whale lifted the girl into the air, leaving behind a trail of laughter that rang like silver bells. The girl riding the whale radiated a brilliant smile, which captured the attention of a nearby boy. He silently etched this enchanting scene into his heart, a gentle smile gracing his face. What were you thinking when you cast the spell? Mo Bai turned to see Dumbledore standing beside him, gazing up at the soaring blue whale. The feeling I had when I first witnessed magic upon arriving in this world, Mo Bai murmured. At that time, he found himself in a strange realm, surrounded by unfamiliar sights, sounds, and people. He felt utterly out of place, aimlessly consuming the food offered by the old man, wandering lost within the dark castle. It was only when he beheld the teacup floating effortlessly in the old man's hand that a spark of energy ignited within him, stirring his curiosity for this new and wondrous world. At that moment, he unveiled his first genuine smile since his arrival. In the charms class, watching the young wizards laughing uncontrollably, he suddenly realized that the joy derived solely from the miraculous effects of magic, devoid of any other emotions, was reminiscent of the innocence he had long forgotten. His pursuit of dark magic was not driven by a desire to cause harm, but rather a pure fascination with the arcane arts, with the old man merely being an expert in that field. Dumbledore observed the boy's profile, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He perceived more within the guardian spirit. The blue whale, the largest creature on Earth, dwells in the depths of the ocean, where its immense size permits only one to inhabit a given area, except during mating season. Thus the blue whale swims alone, surrounded by infinite darkness and a profound silence, an echoing solitude that stems from its own overwhelming strength. Similarly, the boy, hailing from another world, remains isolated in this one. He is akin to a blue whale, quietly navigating his own ocean, calling out to distant kin with a resonant voice when loneliness strikes. Yet, he gazed at the girl, whose smile bloomed like a flower in midair. Chapter 51. The ominous sign re-emerges. The blue whale played with Hermione for an extended period, until Dumbledore reminded them that it was time for lunch. Reluctantly, Hermione watched as the whale vanished into Mo Bai's wand. I must learn this spell, the girl declared, her small fists clenched with determination. Mo Bai smiled warmly. You certainly can. Of course, she replied, her grin sweet as sugar. Around them, it seemed as though pink bubbles re-emerged, causing discomfort to the solitary elder nearby. Well, since Mo Bai has mastered the Patronus charm, I have nothing more to teach you. Doi, he said. Is that true? Bai responded in astonishment. My old man spent 2 full years teaching me. Old Dumbledore, is this all you have? Dumbledore stroked his beard, acknowledging that you have indeed mastered all the spells currently available. There is little left for me and Gellert to teach you. Wow, you're amazing. Hermione gazed at the young man, her eyes filled with admiration. Is this all there is to the magical world? Dumbledore discerned the boy's thoughts with a single glance. If we were to liken the journey of magic to a road, you have only traversed half of it. The boy lifted his head, asking, what about the other half? You will need to explore that on your own. While it is possible to follow me or Gellert, doing so would only render you a second version of either of us. Are you content with that? One of you is the greatest wizard in the world, and the other, the most fearsome Dark Lord. There is nothing inherently wrong with becoming like either of them. Bai jested, yet he understood that he could never accept such a fate. He had crossed over, and although he harbored no ambition to conquer or change the world, he did not come merely to imitate others. Surely, one must have a direction. Indeed, we cannot allow you to flounder about like a headless chicken. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Dumbledore's eyes. You might consider delving into transfiguration. Transfiguration? Mo Bai suddenly recalled that the old man had mentioned that transfiguration spells possess a remarkably low lower limit, yet an extraordinarily high upper limit. Dumbledore had indeed imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding transfiguration in recent days, and he could confidently say he was now capable of transforming any object into the form he desired. The basic transfiguration spells can alter the appearance of objects. You could attempt to change the essence of an object. Noticing Bai's contemplative demeanor, Dumbledore chuckled. There is no rush. You are only 11. A time to relish your school life, and the road ahead is long. He did not wish for Mo Bai to become a mere bookworm consumed by research. He aimed to provide him with a childhood akin to that of his peers. Understood, Professor. Mo Bai took Hermione's hand as they made their way to the Great Hall, while Hermione pondered the earlier conversation between Mo Bai and Dumbledore. So, Mo Bai has reached such a level already. However, the young girl did not feel disheartened. She pursed her lips, determined to work harder to keep pace with Mo Bai. As they walked, Mo Bai suddenly halted, gazing into the depths of the corridor. Hermione instinctively glanced in that direction, only to find the corridor empty and devoid of anything unusual. She failed to notice that just moments ago, the black pupil of Mo Bai's left eye had turned white for an instant, returning to normal almost immediately. What are you looking at? It's nothing. Nothing often hides something. Hermione pouted. This fellow was becoming rather mysterious again. Nevertheless, this place felt somewhat familiar. The corner of the staircase on the 5th floor. All right. I encountered Professor Lockhart here last time, bustling about without a clear purpose. Lockhart? Yes, Hermione nodded. That day you suddenly dashed out. And I guess you must have gone up to the 8th floor to find you, only to run into him instead. I found it odd. His classroom isn't even this way. And Mo Bai squinted, taking a step towards the end of the corridor. Hey, where are you going? I believe there may be something to gain here. He seemingly absent-mindedly touched his forehead, and a dampness lingered between his fingers. They had barely taken 2 or 3 steps when Hermione keenly noticed that the corridor floor was awash with water, having accumulated to a certain extent. Evidently, there was a leak somewhere. The two exchanged glances and waded through the water until they arrived at a door, from which water was continually seeping through the gap at the bottom, accompanied by faint sounds of weeping from within. Mo Bai observed a no entry sign affixed to the door and glanced upward. The girls' restroom? Oh, I see now. This is the domain of the Weeping Myrtle. Who is that? She is a temperamental ghost, and her presence deters most from visiting this place. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow and boldly opened the door, with Hermione hastily following suit. Upon entering, the sound of crying became more distinct. Mo Bai surveyed the surroundings and realized that the restroom, having been neglected for quite some time, had fallen into disrepair. The mirror above the sink was obscured, as if dust and moisture had congealed into a layer of grime. The faucets were all turned on, causing water to overflow from the already full sink and flood the floor. With a swift gesture, Mo Bai turned off all the faucets, and the crying ceased instantly, replaced by a shrill voice emanating from a dilapidated stall. Who dares to intrude? An ethereal figure passed directly through the stall door, halting before the two. It was a ghost with long, straight black hair, her heavily lined eyes obscuring her face, though her appearance remained rather ordinary. Mo Bai noted that she was clad in a Ravenclaw robe. Is it not an offense to hurl objects at me? Myrtle shouted, but her demeanor brightened upon seeing Mo Bai. However, it is certainly not an offense for this young man to toss things at me. Hermione felt a twinge of discomfort and stepped in front of Mo Bai, shielding him from Myrtle's gaze, and shot her a fierce glare. Mo Bai found this amusing and gently patted the young girl's shoulder. You mentioned someone threw something at you? Did you discern who it was? I do not know. Myrtle's voice took on a mournful tone as she glided toward the stall from which she had emerged. I was sitting here, contemplating death, when it passed right through my head. After saying this, her emotions flared once more. There are always those who find it amusing to bully me, from beginning to end. Mo Bai soothed her feelings, speaking gently. Where's that thing? In that stall. Mo Bai approached the stall and pushed the door open. A black notebook lay quietly submerged in the standing water. Chapter 52. The Secret of the Black Notebook. In the Gryffindor common room, the black notebook rested quietly on the table. Mo Bai, Hermione, Harry, and Ron sat around it, their gazes fixed intently on the notebook. Isn't this the very object that Malfoy sought to slip into Ginny's cauldron? Ron looked up at Mo Bai. Didn't you say this is a dark magic artifact? Indeed, Mo Bai replied, his interest piqued as he examined the notebook, which indeed emanated a faint aura of dark magic. Moreover, Mo Bai sensed a faint ripple of soul energy emanating from within. I believe we ought to inform Professor Dumbledore immediately. Hermione's petite face bore a serious expression as she gazed at Mo Bai. He chuckled softly. There's no rush. Allow me to investigate further. He suspected that this notebook might be linked to the Chamber of Secrets. After all, it was rather coincidental that Malfoy brought the notebook to school just as the chamber was opened. If handed over to Dumbledore, given his character, he would undoubtedly prioritize the students and dispose of the notebook without a second thought. Although the chamber might not reopen, the trail to uncovering the culprit would be lost. Ignoring the protests of his companions, Mo Bai began to leaf through the notebook. The pages, yellowed with age, revealed not a single word, just blank sheets. Only on the first page was a name inscribed. Riddle. Riddle? Are you familiar with this name? Mo Bai directed his gaze towards Hermione, not expecting Harry and Ron to possess any knowledge. However, Hermione shook her head, clearly having no recollection of the name. In the next moment, Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. The dark magic from the notebook surged towards his hand. Undeterred, he did not relinquish his grip, but instead contained the restless energy within himself. He was curious to discover the true intent of this magical force. Narrowing his eyes, he remained silent and promptly closed the notebook. It appeared that no insights could be gleaned from mere observation. I must prepare materials for tomorrow's class with Lockhart. Feel free to amuse yourselves. And what about this notebook? Hermione scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, unconvinced that he was truly heading to Lockhart. Although Mo Bai was generally polite and treated everyone equally, she understood his deep disdain for Lockhart. Oh, I'll deliver it to Dumbledore shortly, Mo Bai replied with a smile, departing the common room with the notebook in hand. Hermione wrinkled her nose. She suspected he was merely seeking a secluded spot for his research. Nevertheless, she recognized that as second-year students, Mo Bai had valid reasons for keeping them at bay. She also had faith in his abilities. A wave of frustration washed over her. She felt her own strength was woefully inadequate, rendering her unworthy of standing beside him. No, she needed to bolster her skills. She must study the curriculum for the upcoming year. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Is he just leaving like that? What else can we do? Harry shrugged. Have you ever seen them act so mysteriously on the first day? Let us go. Harry clapped Ron on the shoulder. I've got something interesting for you to see. Ron's attention was immediately diverted. Really? Where did you get it? The twins gave it to me. Hey, I'm their brother too. Why didn't they give me anything? On the other side, Mo Bai, true to Hermione's conjecture, did not head to Lockhart. Instead, he made his way directly to the 8th floor. For the Room of Requirement was undoubtedly the most clandestine location within Hogwarts. However, as he passed the 5th floor, he noticed a figure lurking around the corner of the staircase, peering at something with great caution. He raised an eyebrow and approached the figure from behind, curious about what they were observing. The man was startled and turned to express his anger, but upon recognizing Mr. Mo Bai's face, his demeanor shifted instantaneously. What a coincidence! Mr. Mo Bai, he greeted with a smile. This sneaky figure was none other than Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts and the relative of the first victim of the Chamber of Secrets. What are you doing here, spying instead of cleaning? Montag by Inquilet. Filch, sporting a somewhat respectful expression, replied, Mr. Mo Bai, did you not ask me to keep an eye out for the murderer within the castle? Ah, yes. Mo Bai nearly forgot about that. After Filch's cat was petrified, he had employed an old method to soothe him, subsequently requesting that he monitor the murderer's movements. However, he had not taken it seriously, having discerned that Filch was rather ineffectual. Despite his upbringing in a magical family, he possessed no talent for magic, rendering him akin to a muggle. Mo Bai did not harbor any disdain. Rather, it seemed unreasonable to expect someone without magical prowess to track a wizard. Filch's unattractive face now bore a glimmer of excitement, as if he had made a significant discovery, and he spoke rapidly. I have been patrolling the castle every night, and though I have yet to find the murderer, I made a major discovery a couple of days ago. Mo Bai patiently listened, nodding in response. What discovery? Were you searching for something? His instinct led him to glance at the notebook in his hand. Was it regret for something lost that prompted the search? Who was it? Filch hesitated, stammering. Although I didn't see his face clearly, based on the clothing and hair color, it resembled. Resembled whom? Fear not, just tell me. Mo Bai's voice was gentle, almost enchanting, as it reached Filch's ears. Filch, looking bewildered, candidly revealed a name. It was Professor Lockhart. Indeed, it was he. Mo Bai had harbored suspicions about Lockhart since Hermione mentioned him, and now Filch's words served as undeniable evidence. The dark magic notebook, brought to the school by Draco, had somehow ended up in Lockhart's possession. The pressing question now was to ascertain whether this notebook was related to the Chamber of Secrets. If it was, Mo Bai's eyes narrowed dangerously, yet he swiftly replaced it with a soft smile. Thank you very much, Mr. Filch. Filch, taken aback, bowed slightly. It is my honor. Rest assured, I will certainly apprehend the one who harmed Lady Loris. Filch's expression seemed on the verge of tears, the wrinkles on his aged face trembling as he exclaimed, Thank you so much, Mr. Mo Bai. After bidding farewell to Filch, Mo Bai proceeded directly to the 8th floor. Upon entering the Room of Requirement, he conjured a table and chairs and laid the notebook open before him. How exactly was Lockhart utilizing this notebook? He furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, and soon a quill and ink appeared on the table. He had sensed that there might be a soul within the notebook, and he decided to write a few words to see if communication was possible. Hello. The elegantly sharp characters were inscribed on the blank page, and in the next moment, the paper seemed to absorb the ink, the writing gradually vanishing. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. there was a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, a line of elegant handwriting emerged on the notebook, appearing to be penned by a girl. Hello. The script gradually faded away. Indeed, writing on paper allows for communication with the other party. Nice to meet you. What is your name? Tom Riddle. Riddle, you say? Thus, the soul here must belong to the owner of the notebook. Mo Bai furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had been confined by someone or had entered of his own accord. Why are you here? After the handwriting vanished, the paper remained devoid of new inscriptions for a considerable time. He resolved to pose a different question. Are you aware of the Chamber's secrets? This time, the writing appeared swiftly. Yes. May I inquire who opened the chamber? Again, the paper lingered in silence for a long while. I cannot tell you, but I can take you to see. Take me to see? How? At that moment, he felt the notebook's magic surge, an incantation-like force rushing toward his mind. Mo Bai instantly recognized the essence of this magic. Soul extraction? Let's play along. He did not resist the spell. Instead, he swiftly cast a mental barrier within his mind while fabricating a memory of an ordinary second-year wizard. When the spell struck him, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his thoughts seemed to traverse a chasm. As the light dissipated, he found himself standing at the entrance of a staircase in Hogwarts. Was this a memory of that soul? Chapter 53, The Memory of Tom Riddle. Mo Bai surveyed his surroundings, noticing that everything appeared veiled in a thin mist, as if shrouded in memory. He was familiar with this sensation, as the old man had previously drawn Mo Bai into his memories to facilitate learning. The environment of Hogwarts seemed unchanged. He recognized that the staircase was the corner leading from the 4th floor to the 5th. Looking up, he saw a boy clad in Slytherin robes standing on the stairs, gazing intently towards the 5th floor. He was quite handsome. Was this Tom Riddle? Knowing this was his memory, Mo Bai understood that speaking to him would be futile. He was merely an observer. He looked towards the boy, noting that many students and professors were gathered on the 5th floor staircase, engaging in hushed discussions, seemingly lamenting something. 4 wizards were carrying a stretcher down the stairs, covered with a white cloth, under which the outline of a person was discernible, appearing to be quite young. Riddle, come here. He beckoned to the boy, and Mo Bai followed the young man, thinking it unwise to be loitering outside at such a late hour. Tom. Yes, Professor. In the face of Dumbledore's guidance, Tom clearly showed respect. He hesitated for a moment. I believe I must see for myself if the rumors are true. Dumbledore's expression was grave. It is likely, Tom. It is indeed true. Is the school to be closed? Tom's worry was palpable. I have nowhere to go. Professor, they cannot truly intend to close Hogwarts, can they? Nowhere to go. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, noting the striking resemblance between himself and Tom. I can understand, Tom. Dumbledore sighed, yet at this moment, Headmaster Dippet had no other choice. Voldemort then realized that Dumbledore was not yet the headmaster of Hogwarts. Tom pressed his lips tightly together, contemplating what might occur if this matter were to settle, and if the true culprit could be apprehended. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, gazing thoughtfully at Tom. Do you have something to share with me? Tom maintained an expression of calm assurance, replying, No, Professor, nothing at all. Dumbledore scrutinized him deeply. Yet Tom's eyes were clear and fearless as they met his gaze. Very well, you may leave. Tom nodded. Good night, Professor. With that, he turned and walked toward the Slytherin common room, while Dumbledore lingered behind, watching his retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He followed Tom for quite some time, observing him traverse the tower and approach a door at the castle's corner. He drew his wand, scanning the vicinity for any onlookers. Satisfied that the surroundings were quiet, he boldly opened the door, directing his wand at a tall figure concealed within the room. The figure, caught off guard, turned around in surprise as Tom entered. Mo Bai noticed a chest hidden behind him. Good evening, Hagrid. Mo Bai recognized him as the half-giant who had escorted him into the castle upon his arrival. It was astonishing that he bore such a thick beard at such a young age. I must report you, Tom declared, pointing his wand at Hagrid with righteous indignation. I know you did not intend for it to kill, but Hagrid's face was a mask of panic, pleading, you don't understand. Clearly, Hagrid's feeble defense did not sway Tom, as the parents of the deceased girl would be arriving the following day. The school ought to eliminate whatever had caused their daughter's death. It wasn't him. Aragog has never killed anyone. Never. Tom's expression was one of regret, stating, Monsters are not suitable to be kept as pets, Hagrid. Step aside. No. Hagrid blocked the chest. Move aside. Hagrid. Impossible. System Imperio. As Hagrid refused to relent, Tom directed his wand at the chest behind him. The immense surge of magical energy even pushed Hagrid's large frame back. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. The power of this spell rivaled his current abilities, and this spell was merely intended to open a chest, not a lethal curse. A student with such prowess should not be inconspicuous. To his astonishment, a spider the size of a person emerged. The spider swiftly scurried away, darting past the two and fleeing down the corridor. Arani Exumai. Spells continuously shot from Tom's wand, yet the spider evaded them. Aragog! Aragog! As Hagrid's cries echoed, the spider vanished into the darkness. Seeing the spider escape, Tom pointed his wand back at Hagrid. I cannot allow you to leave. They will confiscate your wand, Hagrid. Tom's expression was filled with sincerity. You will be expelled. As soon as the words left his lips, Mo Bai felt a sudden tug, and the scenery around him shifted rapidly. He gazed at the notebook before him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The memories of this Tom were indeed intriguing. The body shrouded in white cloth was evidently the victim from the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Yet, Tom had merely asked a couple of questions before assuming a righteous demeanor and pursuing Hagrid. Were it not for Mo Bai's knowledge of the beast lurking in the chamber, a serpent-like creature, he might have genuinely believed Hagrid to be the prime culprit behind the chamber's opening. Clearly, Hogwarts remained operational because Hagrid had been made a scapegoat. Mo Bai examined the notes in his hand. This individual sought to mislead him. Such deception could only stem from someone aware of the true murderer, or perhaps that person was the murderer themselves. At that moment, he was certain that the notebook was intrinsically linked to the opening of the chamber. However, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the figure known as Tom Riddle. Having developed this curiosity, he resolved to seek out an informed individual for answers, namely, another participant from his memories, Hagrid. The rear mountains of Hogwarts were adorned with a forest known as the Forbidden Forest, with a solitary cabin standing at its entrance, surrounded by a fence that enclosed several small yards. This was the residence of Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Before the cabin, Mo Bai dispelled his disillusionment charm, revealing his form. Upon knocking on the door, the enormous Hagrid looked upon him in astonishment. Montauk Bai, it's been ages. How did you find your way here? ISNT at curfew time? Mo Bai smiled politely. May I come in? Of course, come in. Hagrid welcomed him inside. Though Mo Bai noticed the tension in Hagrid's demeanor as he carefully observed his surroundings while closing the door. The interior of Hagrid's cabin was quite simple. Yet all furnishings, from utensils to seating, were oversized. Mo Bai found himself dwarfed in a single chair, occupying barely half of its space. I apologize. I only have hot water. Would you like a cup? Mo Bai did not respond to the offer. Instead, he leaned back against the chair. The animal pelts on the seat provided a comforting warmth. Hagrid, were you glancing outside, just now out of fear of the Ministry of Magic coming to apprehend you? Hagrid froze momentarily, turning to look down at Mo Bai. Did Dumbledore send you to find me? No, Mo Bai shook his head. I merely wish to inquire about one thing. Who is Tom Riddle? Hagrid regarded him for a moment, recalling that Mo Bai was a protege of Dumbledore and might have connections to the legendary figure. Without hesitation, he replied candidly, Tom was a student in my year. Now they all refer to him as... He hesitated briefly, struggling to utter the name. The Dark Lord. Mo Bai's eyes narrowed. The owner of the notebook was to become Voldemort? It was not entirely implausible. He rose respectfully, nodding to Hagrid. Thank you for your honesty. I shall take my leave now. Watching Mo Bai walk out the door, Hagrid scratched his head in confusion. He had expected the inquiry to revolve around the events of 50 years prior concerning the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, and he had been prepared to divulge everything. Why had he left so soon? Chapter 54. The latest victim, could it be that Tom Riddle is none other than Voldemort? The very Dark Lord who wreaked havoc in Britain and was ultimately vanquished by the infant Harry? Mo Bai gazed at the notebook in his hand, within which resided a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. This suggested that the Dark Lord might not be entirely dead. How intriguing. He tossed the notebook into the air and caught it again. Having satiated his curiosity, he resolved to attend to more pressing matters, such as conversing with the previous owner of the notebook. Just as he was about to make his way to Lockhart's office, a sudden sharp pain pierced his left eye. His pupils rapidly whitened, and a fragmented image flashed within his mind. It was at the entrance of the girls' restroom on the 5th floor, where the door was slightly ajar, allowing the sounds of rummaging to filter through. The vision passed in an instant, and Mo Bai's pupils returned to their natural hue. The pain in his left eye subsided, yet the fleeting agony left him with a slight sheen of sweat upon his brow. Wiping his forehead, he grimaced. That old man's gift is still as erratic as ever. Few are aware that the Dark Lord Grindelwald possessed an innate talent for prophecy, a gift that, in theory, cannot be imparted to others. However, in an effort to ensure Mo Bai's self-preservation upon his emergence, Grindelwald devised a means to condense his prophetic magic into a seed, which he then implanted in Mo Bai's left eye. The price for this was the permanent loss of his own prophetic abilities. Yet, As this magic does not originate from Mo by himself, he is unable to activate it at will, resulting in its sporadic and feeble manifestations, merely providing him with vague images or general directions. Furthermore, when this ability is activated, the conflict with his own magical essence induces a sharp, intense pain. Previously, when with Hermione at the corner of the 5th floor, he had inexplicably activated this ability, sensing that he might uncover something within the girls' restroom, which ultimately led him to the notebook. Just moments ago, he had again tapped into this ability, catching sight of someone searching through the restroom. It was obvious who it was. Narrowing his eyes, he proceeded towards the castle. Lockhart was currently in a state of great anxiety. His envisioned life at Hogwarts was meant to be one filled with vigor, basking in the admiration of students and enjoying the tranquility of his peers, rather than being subjected to the derisive gazes of those around him. The most dreadful events, however, traced back to a day a month prior. That day, upon exiting the defense against the dark arts classroom, he noticed the students casting peculiar glances in his direction. Yet again, he had failed, and once more, it was his diminutive assistant who had to clean up the mess. As he walked through the corridor, Lockhart's handsome visage twisted in anguish. Once again, it was that Mo Bai. Once again, he had stolen the limelight, leaving Lockhart feeling like a mere buffoon. One day, I shall see you brought low. At that moment, a notebook lying on the corridor floor captured his attention. This seemingly worn, black-covered notebook exuded an aura of enchantment, compelling him to approach and pick it up. Could it be that one of his admirers wished for his autograph but was too bashful to confront him? It appears that he still possesses a certain popularity. Lockhart, somewhat smug, retrieved his signature pen and, with a flourish, inscribed his name in his notebook. He soon realized that this might be a magical artifact. What shocked him even more was the emergence of the words from the page. I understand your distress. I can assist you. Hesitantly, Lockhart penned a response. How can you help me? The reply came, I can empower you and provide you with unparalleled support, granting you supreme glory. In that moment, Lockhart felt like the chosen one, akin to those protagonists in novels who stumble upon treasures, paving their way to an illustrious life. What must I do? That afternoon, it seemed as though he had a dream in which he commanded a great serpent, causing his rival, Mo Bai, to flee in terror, even transforming him into a cloud of black smoke. Upon waking, he attributed it to the day's thoughts manifesting in dreams, feeling quite exhilarated. However, after dining in the hall and witnessing a petrified cat, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Nevertheless, his honed acting skills successfully concealed any signs of his inner turmoil. As time passed, his bizarre dreams multiplied. Each time, he found himself directing the serpent, wandering through the night at Hogwarts. He also dreamt several times of Dumbledore, the headmaster, seemingly patrolling the castle. Yet, the notebook genuinely imparted numerous useful spells, significantly enhancing his skills. Although he suffered another defeat at the dueling club against Mo Bai, he felt like the protagonist biding his time, awaiting the day he would rise to greatness and compel those who scorned him to kneel before him. One night, he successfully attacked an innocent young wizard in his dream. However, the following day, that very wizard was discovered petrified in the corridor, and Lockhart sensed something amiss. Those dreams did not appear to be mere dreams. When he realized that the notebook was orchestrating his attacks on the young wizard, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as he continued to dream. Though recently, it seemed that Headmaster Dumbledore had also sensed the disturbance, roaming the school corridors daily, thwarting the efforts of his dream self repeatedly. In one dream, he was about to open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash a monster. Yet, with a fleeting glimmer of conscience and the formidable mental strength of a master of forgetfulness, he managed to break free from the dream momentarily, casting the notebook far into a compartment near the entrance of the chamber. At last he awoke, staring blankly at his surroundings before hastily fleeing from the entrance of the chamber, the abandoned girls' restroom on the 5th floor. Although he had escaped the notebook's control, he remained in a state of constant anxiety. What if someone discovered the notebook? Would they connect it to him? What if someone realized he was the assailant against the students? Not only would his reputation be irrevocably tarnished, but he could also find himself imprisoned in the terrifying Azkaban. No, this could not be allowed to happen. Yet, what filled him with dread was the realization that the notebook had vanished. His guilty conscience instantly conjured a multitude of suspicions. Had someone taken his belongings? What if he had already been discovered? Was he not walking directly into a trap, thereby solidifying his own culpability? Without even searching thoroughly, he fled the scene in a panic. Back in his office, he hastily gathered his possessions, intent on escaping Hogwarts by nightfall. However, after stuffing a wig into his suitcase, the little man's sense of luck flared once more. What if it wasn't someone who had taken his things, but that accursed ghost who had hidden them instead? If that were the case, surely someone would have come to apprehend him by now. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, prompting him to hasten towards the lavatory. Along the way, his heart raced, yet, as expected, no one pursued him. In fact, several students greeted him. With each step, his confidence swelled and his posture straightened. He remained, after all, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. He boldly strode into the lavatory, conducting a thorough search for his notebook. Suddenly, a voice from behind sent chills down his spine. "Professor, are you looking for this?" The following day, Hermione, along with Harry and Ron, made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. She wore a furrowed brow, while Harry reassured her, declaring that Lockhart was too formidable to come to harm. Hermione's lips visibly curled downward, as Ron nonchalantly remarked, "That guy's always been so secretive. Don't worry, he'll probably show up in no time," bouncing around. Hermione shot him an irritated glance. At that moment, they noticed a large crowd gathered in the corridor, pointing and whispering about something in the center. Intrigued, the trio pushed forward to witness the commotion. As they finally managed to squeeze to the front, their pupils dilated, and Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears. Lying on the ground, eyes closed and skin pale, was none other than Mo Bai. Chapter 55. The Chamber of Secrets opens. Upon hearing a sound behind him, Lockhart jumped as if struck by an arrow, turning to find Mo Bai standing quietly behind him, observing him with a calm demeanor. Lockhart's mind raced, and he plastered a friendly smile on his face. "Why, it's Mo Bai. What brings you here?" Mo Bai returned the smile. "I merely stumbled upon something and, adhering to the principle of honesty, thought I would see if the owner would come looking for it." He waved the notebook in his hand. Lockhart's heart twisted. How unfortunate that Mo Bai had found it. Yet, a mere young wizard should not be able to uncover its secrets. He forced a smile. "Ah, indeed. Montauk Bai, your integrity is commendable. Let us have you hand this over to the professor for safekeeping. I shall inquire about the rightful owner." With that, he reached out to snatch the notebook, but Mo Bai deftly evaded him. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. It appeared Lockhart possessed some wit after all, not directly admitting to the ownership. "If this isn't Professor Lockhart, then I shall take it to the headmaster. He can more conveniently locate the owner." Mo Bai turned, feigning an intent to leave. "Wait!" A sharp reprimand echoed from behind him, causing him to turn and discover that Lockhart had drawn his wand, its tip trembling as it pointed at him. "Mo Bai," he said, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, clearly agitated. "I advise you not to make any unnecessary moves. Simply hand over the notebook." Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, a charming smile curving his lips. It appeared that Professor Lockhart was quite protective of this notebook. "Could it be that this notebook belongs to you?" He feigned, preparing to open it for a closer inspection. "Don't move." Lockhart's voice cracked under the strain of his tension. As the wand inched closer, Mo Bai obediently ceased his actions. "So you admit that this notebook is yours? And what if it is? I'm a professor. What is so remarkable about possessing a notebook? However, this notebook is linked to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, which changes everything." Mo Bai's words pierced Lockhart's heart like a sharp dagger, causing him to nearly falter in his grip on the wand. "Indeed, this boy knows," he thought. Enough of this idle chatter. He gestured with his wand. "You will now at once hand over the notebook. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Keep your hands where I can see them. Do not attempt to escape with your wand." Lockhart, having shed his amiable facade, revealed the faint glow emanating from the tip of his wand, indicating that a spell was ready to be unleashed. Mo Bai's eyes glinted with disdain. Yet he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, Lockhart's gaze fixated on the notebook in his right hand. In an instant, he exerted force with his right arm, sending the notebook hurtling towards Lockhart. The professor fumbled in a frantic attempt to catch it, oblivious to Mo Bai's left hand, which deftly snatched the wand from his grip. As Lockhart secured the notebook, he was struck with terror, realizing that Mo Bai had confidently drawn his own wand, pointing it directly at him. When did this boy draw his wand? Mo Bai, of course, had no intention of revealing his ability to cast spells without a wand. He raised his left hand and, under Lockhart's horrified gaze, snapped the professor's wand in two. The shards glinted with magical sparks, illuminating Mo Bai's handsome profile, rendering him almost demonic in Lockhart's eyes. "Professor Lockhart," Mo Bai remarked, "it seems you hold this notebook in great esteem, to the point of sacrificing your wand. Of course, it is precious. This notebook represents my rise to prominence and serves as evidence of my transgressions." Yet now, his last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. He slumped to the ground, his face ashen, disregarding the damp floor that soaked through his robes. "Your wand is gone, and you're utterly powerless now, Professor Lockhart." Surrender willingly. Lockhart's heart sank, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the notebook in his hands. Its worn cover seemed to infuse him with a flicker of hope. He lifted his head, his eyes pleading. Mo Bai. I was momentarily blinded by this book. It is as if it were possessed by a demon. I never intended for it to come to this, seeing him in such a state of despair and tears. Mo Bai's resolve softened, and his wand lowered slightly. Upon witnessing the scene, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Lockhart's eyes as he hastily rolled away, darting towards the cylindrical arrangement of sinks situated in the center of the lavatory. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, yet remained unhurried as he tossed aside the broken wand in his hand, leisurely making his way towards the sinks. Professor Lockhart, your resistance is futile. Do you truly possess any means of defiance? Suddenly, a hissing sound emerged from behind the sink, reminiscent of serpentine whispers. Crack! A mechanism activated beneath. And to Mo Bai's astonishment, the sink before him began to rise slowly, revealing a circular pit in the ground. He observed Lockhart, who had concealed himself behind the sink, crawl into the seemingly bottomless abyss before the entrance was fully unveiled. Mo Bai, unfazed, curiously scrutinized the ascending sink. So, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets truly lies here. How intriguing that Slytherin's hidden chamber is located in the girls' lavatory. Does this founding figure harbor undisclosed preferences? Nevertheless, it is indeed remarkable that even Dumbledore could not have anticipated the entrance to the chamber, left by a prominent founder of the school, would be concealed within the girls' lavatory, an exceptionally secretive location. He had long speculated the general vicinity of the chamber, for according to Filch, he had observed Lockhart lingering here on multiple occasions, and yet the notebook was only discarded today. Surely, Lockhart's prior visits could not have been merely for the purpose of tossing aside a notebook and surveying the area. It became evident the monster was likely released from this very place. Given that the creature was a basilisk, it was reasonable to surmise that it could traverse the school through the lavatory's plumbing. At that moment, Lockhart's wand had been broken, leaving him with no recourse but the chamber and the creature within. Gazing at the now fully opened entrance to the chamber, Mo Bai did not hesitate. With audacity befitting his artistry, he leaped in. Chapter 56. A Fierce Battle with the Basilisk. Below the entrance lay an elongated tunnel, filthy and shrouded in darkness, seemingly endless. At the tunnel's end, a mass of black mist crashed to the ground, dissipating to reveal Mo Bai's figure. Surprisingly, there was no ambush waiting for him at the terminus. He stepped onto the damp, slippery stone floor, surveying his surroundings. He discovered numerous sizable openings in the surrounding walls, likely leading to various parts of the school. These must be the passages the basilisk typically traverses. Scattered across the ground were remnants of animal remains, of various sizes, clearly the basilisk's usual sustenance. However, from whence does its food source originate? He gazed ahead, where only a singular opening led into an unknown darkness, and Lockhart, who had descended earlier, was nowhere to be seen. Mo Bai proceeded forward, a floating orb of light materializing beside him to illuminate the path beneath his feet. This was an underground cavern, enveloped in utter blackness. The ground beneath, slick with moisture and an inexplicable slime, necessitated cautious steps. After only a few strides, he halted, a vigilant expression crossing his face. He discerned a colossal figure lurking within the shadows. The luminous orb beside him soared forward, and, as it did, he discerned that the lurking behemoth was not the serpent creature he had anticipated, but rather a serpent's shed skin, measuring an impressive 20 feet in length. Intrigued, he approached and touched it, finding it remarkably dry and exceedingly hard. He vaguely recalled that in the Muggle world, serpent skins were reputed to possess medicinal properties, often employed in the brewing of spirits. He mused whether the serpent's shed skin from the magical realm could also be used for such purposes. Although he was merely 11 years of age, he could always consider this matter further upon reaching adulthood. After traveling nearly a kilometer without any sign of Lockhart, he began to wonder if he had taken a wrong turn. At last, the path reached a conclusion, revealing a stone door before him, intricately engraved with the image of a lifelike giant python. The door was already ajar, indicating that Lockhart had arrived ahead of him. Squinting slightly, he entered with poise, his mind sharpened to a razor's edge. Inside lay a spacious stone chamber, illuminated by an unknown light that allowed him to discern its contours. Towering columns twisted with stone-carved pythons ascended, vanishing into the shadows of the ceiling. The serpents appeared so lifelike, their emerald-set eyes creating an illusion that they were alive, watching him with insatiable greed. At length, he reached the far end of the chamber, where a massive wall bore an imposing relief, a visage of an elderly man. his sparse beard and long hair twisting like the body of a python, instilling a sense of dread. This must be Salazar Slytherin himself. At that moment, Lockhart stood beside the statue, clutching a notebook, intermittently emitting hissing sounds reminiscent of a serpent. Upon noticing Mo Bai's arrival, his hissing grew increasingly frantic. Mo Bai, arms crossed, regarded him with an air of indifference. He was fully aware that Lockhart was summoning the serpent creature. Today, he intended to ensnare both the puppet master and the monster in one fell swoop. Do not attempt to convince him that the serpent creature was merely a tool. Should Hermione's safety be jeopardized, he would dismantle it, regardless of its form. As the hissing from Lockhart subsided, the relief's face began to shift, its mouth widening to reveal a gaping maw. Sounds of something scraping against the ground emanated from within, a chilling cacophony. Lockhart's expression exemplified the triumph of a petty individual. He grinned widely at Mo Bai, as if relishing his own cleverness, clutching his notebook as though it were his lifeline. Tomorrow, the students and professors would learn of how he, in his pursuit of dark magical artifacts, had succumbed to control, harming his classmates without remorse, ultimately being undone by the very creature he summoned. How fortunate he was to add such a dark chapter to his illustrious history. The scraping from within the gaping maw intensified, and Mo Bai could now discern the serpent's head emerging from the darkness. However, he merely smiled at Lockhart, who stood aghast, as he exploded into a cloud of black mist, soaring upwards and merging with the shadows of the ceiling. Lockhart, frozen in disbelief, gazed at the darkness above, where Mo Bai's presence had vanished. Desperately, he shouted towards the protruding serpent, urging it to find and eliminate him. However, when one finds themselves in misfortune, nothing seems to go right. The serpent creature, which normally heeded his every command, suddenly turned its head, and in a startling moment, his gaze locked with the creature's brownish-yellow pupils. In that instant, he felt as though all vitality had drained from his body. He collapsed to the ground, devoid of movement, as if stripped of all color. The ink-black mist hovering above absorbed everything in sight, contracting slightly. It was evident that Lockhart was not merely petrified. His vital signs had vanished entirely. Could it be that the serpent had killed its master? No, Lockhart had never truly been the master of the serpent. His attention shifted to the black notebook lying on the ground. At that moment, the notebook inexplicably opened, emitting a faint hissing sound. The serpent immediately coiled itself, raising its head high, comparable to the stone pillar beside it, its brownish-yellow pupils fixated on the black mist that loomed above. A surge of magical energy shot toward the black mist, which recoiled, evading the serpent's gaze. The serpent's scales could repel any spell. Even the killing curse posed no threat to it. Furthermore, it possessed venomous fangs. Any creature tainted by its poison would succumb within a minute. Its sole weakness lay in the crowing of a rooster. Initially, he had intended to procure a rooster, only to discover that all the roosters within Hogwarts had been strangled. In retrospect, it must have been the soul within the notebook, Voldemort controlling Lockhart to suffocate the roosters. And now, to mimic a rooster's crow? Regrettably, his upbringing and character rendered that impossible. The serpent's gaze was akin to a killing curse, possessing a penetrating quality that no defensive magic could withstand. The black mist suddenly swelled. Since it could not exploit weaknesses, it would address the source directly, blinding the serpent. The black mist lunged toward the serpent, which turned to solidify the mist. Yet, even as it was scrutinized, the mist disintegrated into gray fragments, falling gently, while the mist continued unabated, enveloping the serpent's head. The serpent thrashed its head in a desperate attempt to disperse the black mist, but it clung to it like a relentless poison. In the next moment, the entire mass of black mist ignited with a ghostly blue flame, reminiscent of the deep sea, intensely hot yet chilling. The serpent emitted a pained hiss, and despite its high magical resistance, its scales began to darken beneath the caress of the blue flames. This was the fearsome fire that made all wizards tremble. It was also the dark magic that ink quite favored and excelled in. The blue flames coalesced into a conical shape mid-air, tracing a perfect arc through the atmosphere, piercing directly toward the serpent's struggling eyes. The shrill cries echoed throughout the stone chamber, even causing the small stones on the ground to tremble slightly. Chapter 57. The Serpent's Lament. Upon hearing the serpent's wail, the soul within the notebook stirred, but it appeared insufficiently charged with power. As the notebook could only feebly turn 2 pages, revealing the command stop but failing to accomplish anything else. The serpent monster writhed in agony upon the ground, its massive tail thrashing against the surrounding walls and pillars, sending stones flying, yet could not quell the searing sensation piercing its very mind. A dark mist detached from the serpent's head, revealing Mo Bai once again, who appeared equally unwell, his complexion as pale as parchment. Clearly, the silent drain of energy under the serpent's gaze had inflicted some toll upon his body. However, witnessing the serpent's painful struggles elicited a smirk from Mo Bai. Had he not achieved his objective? Even after detaching from the serpent's form, the eerie blue flames continued to blaze atop its head, crackling intermittently. When the serpent lunged towards a nearby puddle, rolling in vain to extinguish the flames, Mo Bai let out a chuckle. This was no ordinary fire. As long as I willed it, nothing could extinguish it. Yet, his laughter attracted the serpent's attention, and it harbored a deep-seated hatred for the little creature that had blinded it, enduring the excruciating burn in its head as its colossal body lunged toward Mo Bai. From the depths of its abyssal maw, two fangs, sharp as blades and glowing with a sinister blue light, approached ominously, whether due to the flames or the venom they contained. Mo Bai could not tell. He felt a foul wind rush toward him and grimaced, waving a hand before him. Surely, it had not brushed its fangs in a millennium. As the venomous fangs drew closer, it seemed inevitable that they would pierce the frail form of the young boy. Suddenly, from the boy's raised sleeve, a purple shadow darted forth, expanding to match the serpent's size amidst a clarion call of birdsong, ensnaring the serpent's body while its massive wings flapped, propelling the venomous fangs away, merely grazing the boy's hair. Luna's eyes blazed with fury as her azure, serpentine form tightly coiled around the beast, her beak incessantly pecking at its crown. "How dare you bite my master? Today, I shall peck you to death." The serpent howled in agony. It found itself suspended in the air, unable to fly. Its immense body had no leverage, writhing helplessly as Luna, this younger generation, toyed with it. Nevertheless, despite their comparable sizes, this serpent had lived for over 1,000 years, its scales as tough as steel. Luna's beak struck against its body, producing the sound of metal clashing, inflicting little damage. To Mo Bai, it seemed the serpent's wails stemmed not from pain, but from humiliation. He whistled, and Luna released the serpent, transforming into a purple streak that dashed toward Mo Bai, shrinking along the way until she perched upon his shoulder. With a thud, the serpent's massive form crashed to the ground, clearly dazed from the fall, shaking its head as it rose. "That old brute is tough-skinned. My beak is sore." Mo Bai observed the serpent's head still ablaze with fierce flames, yet remained vibrant and vigorous, narrowing his eyes. The serpent's resistance to magic was indeed beyond his expectations. The fiery curse was among the most destructive spells in existence, yet it failed to penetrate its scales. He even suspected that it could withstand the life-claiming curse. However, if magical attacks were ineffective, then physical assaults would suffice. Mo Bai gently patted Luna's head, assuring her that he would take care of the situation. As the serpent creature lunged at him once more, he spread his arms wide, elevating his palms like a conductor leading an orchestra. Suddenly, the columns on either side of the stone chamber began to tremble, and the giant python carvings atop them appeared to come to life. With a flick of his left hand, the colossal serpent from the left column surged forward as if animated, coiling around the massive body of the serpent creature. Chunks of stone fell away as the python opened its maw, its fangs firmly wedged between the scales of the beast, momentarily halting its advance. With another gesture of his right hand, the python from the right column followed suit, resembling chains that lifted the serpent creature into the air. The young man's robe billowed elegantly around him as he orchestrated the serpents like a maestro. Unfortunately, there was no audience to appreciate his display. He nodded in satisfaction. Had they been on the ground, the serpent creature could easily have shattered these stone pythons with a mere twist of its body. Yet, Luna's earlier actions had revealed to Mo Bai that, suspended in midair, the creature was merely a massive, unwieldy insect. As he slowly clenched his fists, the pythons tightened their grip, producing an unpleasant grinding sound as their stone bodies scraped against the serpent's scales, with fragments cascading to the ground. The old man had spoken the truth. The limits of the transfiguration spell were indeed high. After all, it was a rare instance of physical magic that could be employed for both offense and defense. According to old Dumbledore, he had only just crossed the threshold of transfiguration, with deeper mysteries yet to be explored. However, this threshold already surpassed that of most wizards. Few could ensnare such a formidable serpent creature using transfiguration alone. Yet, he observed the stone shards falling as the creature struggled. Its physical defenses were formidable. If only he possessed a weapon capable of slicing through steel. Mo Bai furrowed his brow. If he could not attack from the outside, he would strike from within, with a twist of his right hand. Several slender stone tendrils emerge from the pythons, encircling the creature's head, entwining around its jaws. With a sudden tug, the massive maw involuntarily opened. His left hand rose, gathering the stone debris from the ground into a point above his palm, quickly forming a sharp stone spike. Feeling it insufficient, he summoned a flicker of blue flame, enveloping the spike entirely. With a polite smile, he tilted his head toward the serpent creature, as if offering a sweet treat. He rotated his palm, and the flame-wreathed stone spike shot forth toward the creature's gaping maw. Suddenly, a flame ignited in the air beside him, and a figure materialized at his side. The figure pointed a finger, and Mo Bai's decisive strike vanished without a trace, leaving no residue behind. Irritated, Mo Bai turned to the intruder. "Old Dumbledore, what are you doing? And wasn't he it said that apparition is forbidden within Hogwarts?" Chapter 58, Cowardice. Dumbledore, having suddenly appeared beside Mo Bai, winked in response. "Being the headmaster does come with certain privileges, does it not?" Mo Bai scoffed, rolling his eyes. "You think that justifies your actions? How do you know I am here? You wouldn't be tracking me, would you? Nothing escapes my gaze at Hogwarts. Then why are you unaware of the location of the Chamber of Secrets?" At this, Dumbledore's rare display of embarrassment became evident. There are always exceptions. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he shares a certain connection with the castle, enabling him to observe its interior through special means. Yet the chamber and the room of requirement are not included. In other words, you cannot see what I have done in the room of requirement? Indeed. Mo Bai squinted at Dumbledore, realizing that the old headmaster was much like his own father, unable to discern truth from fiction. "Then how did you not discover that the one who opened the chamber was Lockhart?" He gestured towards the corpse in the corner. This remark again rendered Dumbledore somewhat awkward. After all, no matter how powerful he was still human and could not possibly monitor every corner of the castle at all times. As for why he was here now, it was because he had indeed been observing Mo Bai almost around the clock. Mo Bai was well aware of this. Yet both maintained a tacit understanding and chose not to address it. With a sigh, Mo Bai asked one final question in exasperation. "Then why don't you let me kill this basilisk? Wouldn't that ensure the safety of Hogwarts students? Don't tell me it's once again because you won't allow me to take a life." He pointed at the basilisk. "This is a ferocious beast. If I can't kill it, are you planning to make me a vegetarian in the future?" Dumbledore shook his head, clarifying, "That is not the case. Given that you have blinded it, I wish for it to serve as a trial." "A trial?" Mo Bai looked at the elder in surprise. "For whom?" Dumbledore's eyes deepened. "Harry Potter." "Harry Potter? That foolish boy? Well, perhaps he is slightly more astute compared to Ron. Why are you so concerned about Harry?" Mo Bai furrowed his brows. "Is it just because he defeated Voldemort as an infant? Surely you cannot believe that a mere baby could vanquish an adult wizard?" "Of course not," Dumbledore replied with a smile, "but that is the reality." Seeing the confusion on Mo Bai's face, the elder stroked his beard. "It is actually due to a prophecy." "A prophecy?" Had Mo Bai just crossed over, he might have scoffed, but now, having inherited some of the old man's prophetic power, he had to concede that prophecies in this world held a degree of credibility. 12 years ago, when Tom, noticing that Dumbledore was about to embark on one of his lengthy discourses, Mo Bai quickly interrupted. "Professor, while I would love to hear you continue, I must point out," he gestured to his still-raised right arm, "I am still casting to control this beast. Could you please assist me before you resume your lecture?" His transfiguration spell required a continuous flow of magical energy to bind the basilisk. Otherwise, without his magic, those stone serpents would merely be lifeless rocks, and the basilisk would easily escape control. Dumbledore acknowledged with an O and turned to the tightly bound basilisk in the air. "Excellent transfiguration, Montag Bai." Montag Bai smirked. "Thank you for the compliment, old headmaster." Dumbledore chuckled softly, extending his frail right hand. "You may release it now." Mo Bai lowered his hand, and indeed, devoid of his magical influence, the basilisk struggled momentarily before crashing its massive form against the walls, once more lunging toward Mo Bai. However, this time, Dumbledore was present beside him. The old man traced a circle in the air with his finger, and, as the furious creature charged, the ground beneath it suddenly transformed into a quagmire, causing its immense body to sink swiftly. Now, where was I? The two disregarded the roaring basilisk and continued their discourse. "You mentioned Voldemort from 12 years ago." "Yes, 12 years ago, Tom." At this point, Dumbledore paused again, frowning as he regarded Mo Bai. "How do you know Voldemort's true name is Tom? Aside from those at Hogwarts back then, few wizards are aware of his true identity. Moreover, Voldemort regards his real name with shame, never revealing it before outsiders. Given the nature of school professors, they would hardly disclose such information to their students. As for Gellert, with his lofty arrogance, Dumbledore even suspected that Voldemort never truly regarded him. And Mo Bai pointed to a notebook in the corner. Your former student's notebook is over there. It contains a fragment of a soul. I reckon your dear pupil is not entirely deceased. Dumbledore's pupils contracted as he summoned the notebook into his hand. Upon grasping it, the old man's brow furrowed deeply. And Mo Bai, still casually interjecting, remarked, "This object is a Horcrux, isn't it?" Dumbledore shot him a glance. "Did Gellert inform you of this?" "Yes, the old man mentioned it in passing, claiming it could prevent death and purportedly grant immortality. What is your opinion?" And Mo Bai disdainfully regarded the notebook. "Both the old man and I deem it nonsense. The soul is the source of magical power. Splitting it and encasing it within a vessel is akin to severing one's own path. Even if one achieves immortality," he scoffed, "it does not equate to gaining strength. Those who can kill you once will certainly do so again. Is the cycle of life and death truly so amusing? You possess a keen insight." Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with appreciation. "If someone wishes to kill you, simply become stronger and eliminate them. Why complicate matters with such trivialities?" And Mo Bai regarded the elder with curiosity. "Wasn't Voldemort your creation? How could he not grasp such a simple principle?" Dumbledore sighed. "Perhaps he is too afraid of death. This fear can provoke the soul into fracturing. He has always adhered to the principle of if one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. But if one wrongs me, I will pursue them to the ends of the earth. Yet to preserve his own life, he resorts to harming the innocent. TSK, merely a coward afraid of death." Chapter 59, The Trials of the Savior. After being interrupted twice, Dumbledore finally resumed the tale of the Savior. And Mo Bai rested his chin on his hand. "Harry Potter is that person, is he not? In truth, there are two candidates who meet the criteria. One is Harry, and the other is Neville Longbottom. Both born merely a day apart, at the end of July. Neville?" A plump and endearing face materialized in his mind. Could it be that this fellow was also a candidate for the Savior? Yet the prophecy indicated that the Dark Lord had marked him as a formidable adversary. And Mo Bai pondered, did Voldemort himself select Harry, resulting in his unfortunate demise? What if he had chosen Neville instead? And Mo Bai regarded the elder with keen interest. Dumbledore shrugged. Perhaps the outcome would have been the same, or perhaps Harry would have triumphed, surviving to vanquish him in the future. Who could say? However, as he gazed down at the notebook in his hands, it was evident that the prophecy was far from over, was it not? Indeed, and Mo Bai too scrutinized the notebook. Voldemort was clearly not completely vanquished. Horcruxes, though a sinister path, proved to be undeniably effective. The two fell into silence, both evidently contemplating the matter of Voldemort. Dumbledore appeared to be concerned about the looming shadow of the Dark Lord once more enveloping the magical realm. In contrast, Mo Bai's thoughts were far simpler. He aimed to locate this individual and eliminate him. Clearly, Voldemort had designated Harry as a rival. He was a close friend of Hermione, which made him a dear friend by extension. When a good friend is in distress, one must lend a hand. Moreover, if Voldemort were to cause mayhem at Hogwarts year after year, how could he and Hermione enjoy their romance in peace? After a moment, Mo Bai broke the silence. "Is this prophecy the reason you wish to mold Harry into an independent wizard?" Dumbledore nodded. He glanced at the basilisk, partially concealed, and questioned whether that foolish boy could handle such a creature. Even he had exerted immense effort to subdue it. Dumbledore chuckled softly. "I have faith in Harry. He possesses extraordinary wisdom and courage, as well as the trust of his companions." Companions? Mo Bai astutely seized upon the key term, his gaze directed at Dumbledore, which bore a hint of discontent. "You do not intend to involve Hermione in this, do you?" Dumbledore sighed. "I understand your deep concern for her, but White. Hermione is no delicate flower sheltered from the storms of life. She will inevitably face challenges." He lowered his gaze to Mo Bai. "And are you not also in the same situation?" That was indeed true. Mo Bai nodded, comprehending the principle. Hermione would not appreciate being unconditionally sheltered under his wings. What she desired was a partner with whom she could soar, not a canary confined within a gilded cage. Wait a moment. Mo Bai suddenly squinted at the elder. "You wouldn't be using Hermione's close relationship with Harry and expecting me to act as Harry's bodyguard while ensuring Hermione's safety, would you?" Dumbledore remained silent, merely smiling. "Let me make this clear. I will only protect Hermione. Harry's fate is of no concern to me." Dumbledore observed the awkward Mo Bai, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "I believe in you." Mo Bai rolled his eyes. "Knowing your cunning nature, old Dumbledore, you would directly tell him that he is the chosen one, would you? Instead, you would devise a trial for him and unceremoniously cast him before the basilisk?" He crossed his arms, tilting his head as he regarded the creature. "Of course not. We need to fabricate a victim to ignite their fighting spirit. Dumbledore stroked his beard, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the silhouette of Mo Bai. Indeed, Mo Bai was deep in thought, contemplating that should someone familiar to them fall victim, their nature would undoubtedly compel them to investigate thoroughly and in a rather reckless manner. As he pondered this, he sensed something amiss and finally detected the old man's peculiar gaze. He abruptly turned his head, incredulous. "You can't be referring to me, can you?" Dumbledore chuckled. "You are indeed a most suitable candidate, are you not? Did you not ask me to protect Harry? But I wish to shield Harry from knowing," Dumbledore continued, his tone turning serious. "From my observations, I have discerned that Harry has developed a certain dependency on you, which is not a favorable sign. He may one day have to confront perilous situations alone, even face Voldemort himself. I hope that his first instinct will be to solve his problems independently rather than seek your assistance. Furthermore, you are aware of the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Your presence beside him would inhibit his growth." Mo Bai smirked slightly. "Oh, I see. You wish to cultivate Harry into a well-rounded savior, do you? He must not only play the role of a caretaker, but also remain incognito, correct? I can acquiesce to your request, but I shall not do so without conditions." He raised his gaze to the old man. "You must agree to 2 stipulations." "Very well," Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "First," Mo Bai raised a finger, "I demand the right to apparate within Hogwarts. It is rather vexing to have to traverse on foot to destinations that could be reached in an instant." "Agreed," Dumbledore replied without hesitation, "provided that no one else discovers this, and that you do not intrude upon the girls' dormitory." "I'm not a pervert," Mo Bai rolled his eyes. "Secondly, I want that." Dumbledore looked quizzically at the notebook he was pointing to. "What do you intend to do with it?" Mo Bai smirked. "Since this is a trial, shouldn't there be a final boss? What are you planning?" The youth summoned the notebook towards him with a spell, declaring, "I merely wish to return it to its rightful owner." Noticing Dumbledore's concerned expression, Mo Bai waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not, I merely wish to administer a small chastisement. It shall not result in any fatalities." With a flick of his wrist, the notebook spun in his palm. "You can either allow me to educate him once, or I shall persistently target him until graduation. Which do you prefer, old Dumbledore?" Dumbledore sighed, aware that with the boy's temperament, he would not simply let matters rest. "May fortune favor you, Draco." Chapter 60. Keen Hermione. In the infirmary, Mo Bai lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, his body rigid. Hermione clutched his hand tightly. It could only feel the coldness of stone. Still, she continued to caress it, as though hoping to rouse him from his slumber. Harry and Ron stood behind her. Harry's lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes ablaze with a mixture of shock and fury. Although the recent events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets had caused quite a stir, and he had even been mistakenly identified as the instigator, he had yet to feel the gravity of the situation. The victims were all strangers to him, and he believed that the professors would soon resolve the matter. Of utmost importance is their presence of Mo Bai, an individual who seems capable of resolving any predicament, whether it involves managing the aftermath of Lockhart's blunders, countering Malfoy's provocations, or addressing the insidious whispers from the outside world. He navigates these challenges with remarkable ease and composure. They resemble fledglings sheltered beneath Mo Bai's protective wings, able to indulge in their carefree lives despite external disturbances. Could such a person also fall prey to the monster of the chamber? Hermione gently caressed the rigid back of Mo Bai's hand, inadvertently probing into his sleeve, her arm stiffening slightly. Her gaze sharpened, leaning forward to scrutinize Mo Bai's face. Harry and Ron, perceiving her distress, reassured her, reminding her that Madame Pomfrey had mentioned Professor Dumbledore was already concocting an antidote, assuring that Mo Bai would be fine. Yet, Hermione swiftly turned, her eyes reddened, but her expression returning to normal. She strode purposefully towards the exit. "Where are you going?" "To find the culprit. To uncover the one responsible for Mo Bai's condition." "Yes." Harry seemed awakened by her words. Since Mo Bai was in such a state, it was imperative for him, as a friend, to seek out the perpetrator for justice, perhaps even discovering a way to save Mo Bai. "I shall join as well." Ron hurriedly followed suit. As Hermione opened the door, she was met by Dumbledore, who stood outside, gazing at her with gentle eyes. Instantly, her urgency dissipated. For the first time, she did not maintain her customary respect before him, merely locking her gaze onto the elderly man's eyes. "Professor Dumbledore, why has Bai become like this?" Dumbledore sighed. "I never anticipated that he would be attacked by the monster of the chamber. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to restore him." Hermione seemed to disregard his words, still fixated on his eyes. "What I wish to inquire, Professor, is why he is transformed in this manner." Hermione reiterated her question, and Dumbledore, perceiving the hint of anger and inquiry in her gaze, offered a faint smile. The young girl before him was even more astute than he had anticipated. He glanced at Harry, who had yet to arrive, and spoke softly, "Both Mo Bai and I believe it is essential for you to gain some independence. Do you not?" He winked. Dumbledore cleverly omitted Harry from the conversation, focusing on you. Hermione's expression softened considerably, just as Harry arrived, breathless. Professor, did by indeed fall victim to the monster of the chamber? The expression on Dumbledore's face turned somber. Regrettably, yes. Harry pondered. Professor, I wish to know where Bai went last night. A flicker of appreciation crossed Dumbledore's eyes. With the answer in hand, Harry politely expressed his gratitude and attempted to usher Hermione and Ron away, evidently with a plan in mind. Wait, I need to discuss something with the professor. Harry cast her a curious glance, nodded, and proceeded with Ron. Watching their retreating figures, she composedly extended her hand before the elderly man. Professor, please return Luna to me. Oh, yes, of course. Dumbledore shook his long beard, and a violet shadow darted forth, slipping into Hermione's sleeve. She then smacked Mo Bai's rigid form. Is it amusing to toy with me? The slap seemed to possess a magical quality, as Mo Bai's complexion instantaneously returned to its normal hue. Yet his eyes remained tightly shut. Hermione squinted at him and, without hesitation, seized his hand, biting down on his wrist. Mo Bai let out a pained cry, springing upright as he hastily begged for mercy. Ouch, that hurts. I was wrong, Hermione. Angrily, Hermione released his hand, expressing her fear. You have no idea how terrified I was when I saw you like that. I was afraid you might never open your eyes again. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears once more. How could you be like this? Why couldn't you have informed me of what happened? Mo Bai quickly pulled the young girl into his embrace, allowing her to pound her tiny fists against his chest. I intended to tell you later, but who knew my clever Hermione would see right through it? Flattered, the girl smiled through her tears, delivering another playful punch to Mo Bai. Nonsense. Who belongs to you? Dumbledore, who had just entered, was momentarily dazzled. He found himself missing an old acquaintance from the castle. Hermione vented her frustration with several more strikes before finally calming down. Mo Bai rubbed his sore chest. How did you figure it out? Because of Luna, she replied. But when I touched your wrist, Luna, who was always there, had vanished. Hermione pointed to his wrist. If something had truly happened to you, Luna would either have been petrified alongside you or would have come to find me immediately. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering trust in Mo Bai. Previously, when you took me with you, the basilisk couldn't harm us. How could it possibly catch you alone? Could it not be that I was momentarily careless and caught off guard? Mo Bai inquired, to which Hermione shot him a knowing look. You left last night, clutching that black notebook. You must have found clues about the chamber's secrets. You were heading there. So how could you not be wary of the basilisk? If it were Ron, I might believe he fell prey to trickery, but you, with your cunning nature. Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically, offering him a couple of dismissive chuckles. Mo Bai turned to Dumbledore. See, I told you I couldn't keep it from her. Professor, how could you join in on such mischief? Hermione's respect for the venerable elder was gradually eroding. The esteemed figure before her seemed less dignified. In response, Mo Bai also rolled his eyes. It should be that he led me into mischief. Our headmaster is the true mastermind here. Hermione gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment, her perception of his towering presence crumbling in an instant. Dumbledore chuckled nonchalantly, recounting Harry's situation to Hermione in detail, yet omitting any superfluous information, such as the location of the chamber or the Horcruxes. Clearly, the fewer individuals aware of Horcruxes, the better. He understood that even if he refrained from revealing it, Mo Bai's indulgence toward the young girl would eventually lead to the truth coming to light. Hermione listened, her expression reflecting a mix of incredulity and intrigue. All of this is merely due to a prophecy? Her skepticism towards prophecies, stemming from her Muggle background, placed them in the realm of the arcane. However, in the magical world, prophecies do hold some value. Upon hearing Mo Bai's words, Hermione nodded, her belief wavering between skepticism and acceptance. Chapter 61. The true story begins. In the afternoon, the defense against the dark arts class came to an end, and the students surged out. Their spirits lifted as they finally experienced a semblance of a normal lesson. They could hardly endure Lockhart's incessantly superficial teaching, often requiring a second-year student to intervene. Although they were unaware of Mo Bai's true capabilities, Lockhart's proficiency was evidently lacking. At that moment, Draco strode confidently forward, flanked by two lackeys who trailed behind at a distance, exchanging glances of mutual disdain. The effects of the love potion from a few days prior had evidently left them with a substantial psychological imprint. Draco, Are you really not the heir of the Chamber of Secrets? The stout crab inquired, approaching from behind, chewing on something. Can you refrain from talking to me while you're eating, you imbecile? Draco retorted disdainfully, turning his head away. How many times must I tell you? I am not. How coincidental, though. Just a couple of days ago, you mentioned wanting to teach that Mo Bai a lesson, and today he was attacked. Huh. Draco chuckled with delight. It served him right. Always seeking the limelight, unaware of where he truly comes from. If not him, then who else would be the heir? Crab muttered under his breath. I think he carries himself like someone from a prominent family. Draco narrowed his eyes at him. I've sensed something off about you these past few days. What is it? Did one of his friends capture your heart? Don't forget Vincent Crab. Whose vassal family are you? Of course, the Malfoy family, Crab mumbled, lowering his gaze. Precisely. Draco held his head high, his face brimming with pride. You must remember, without my family, the Crab family would be nothing. Crab nodded, falling silent. Draco had reprimanded his subordinate and continued to parade through the halls, observing how the younger wizards circled around him. The sight of their fear only inflated his ego further. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, lamenting the fact that he was not the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. Not only would he have driven away those bothersome Muggleborns, but he could have personally taught Mo Bai a lesson. With a disdainful click of his tongue, he made his way back to his dormitory. Upon entering, he flopped down onto his bed. As soon as he settled, he felt something hard pressing against him. Without much thought, he stood up and lifted the bedsheet. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Before him lay a black notebook. Wasn't he this supposed to be in Lockhart's possession? His father had entrusted him with this item, instructing him to give it to anyone he pleased. So after class, he had carelessly tossed the notebook onto the floor, curious to see who would pick it up. Moments later, he had been pleased to witness the fool Lockhart retrieve it. As for what the notebook contained, he cared little. His father had his reasons for such actions. But why was this item here now? Suddenly, he recalled that Lockhart had not shown up today, yet this notebook had appeared. Could it be that Lockhart, that fool, discovered something amiss and had come specifically to confront him? Anxiously, he glanced around, confirming that he was alone in the dormitory. Moreover, the common rooms of Hogwarts are not accessible to just anyone. Each chamber possesses a singular entrance that requires a specific password for entry. Could it be someone from the house? As he pondered this, he failed to notice the sudden disturbance in the air behind him. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness became hazy, as though he were descending into a nebulous dream. In this dream, he grasped his notebook and ventured toward the door. The dormitory door closed, and a figure emerged from the very air, none other than Mo Bai. A sly smile curled upon his lips, and his typically gentle expression took on a somewhat eerie quality. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze fixed on a particular spot. There lay Draco's suitcase, haphazardly toppled in the corner of the room. Clearly, this young master was not one to tidy up his belongings regularly. He seemed to recall having seen this pattern somewhere before, but after much contemplation, he decided to let it go. He had to keep an eye on Hermione and her companions. As he turned, a crackling sound echoed through the air, and the room was left utterly deserted. At this moment, Hermione and the others were seated in Hagrid's small abode. Hagrid appeared somewhat anxious. He had heard about Mo Bai's situation. The previous day, Mo Bai had sought him out, and he discovered this morning that he had been petrified. The trio, coming to find him, could not possibly be there to interrogate him. Could they? After all, he had a history. Hagrid, I must ask what Mo Bai wanted when he came to see you yesterday. Harry inquired as he entered, fixing his gaze upon Hagrid. He only asked me a single question before departing, Hagrid said, pursing his lips, which were obscured by his beard. What question? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, pressing for more information. He asked me who Tom Riddle is. Harry frowned. Was that not the name inscribed upon the notebook Mo Bai had been holding yesterday? Hagrid licked his parched lips. Tom Riddle is the Dark Lord's name. Harry and Ron were taken aback, and even Hermione widened her eyes in astonishment. So that notebook belongs to Voldemort? Why didn't that fellow inform me? She thought. Does this mean Voldemort is also a Parselmouth? After all, only a Parselmouth can control a basilisk. With this thought, she glanced at Harry's silhouette, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Harry, too, was astonished to learn that Voldemort was a Parselmouth, yet he failed to connect this revelation to himself. This implies that it was Voldemort who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. Hagrid nodded affirmatively. Do you know the location of a chamber? Hagrid opened his mouth to respond, but just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. His expression shifted to one of utter panic as he hastily urged the trio. Quick, hide, put on the invisibility cloak. Though they were bewildered, the three obeyed, retrieving the cloak they had brought and huddling together beneath it, instantly vanishing from sight. Fortunately, their current stature was modest, and the ample cloak could easily envelop 3 individuals. The trio held their breath as they observed Hagrid open the door, followed by Dumbledore, who entered first, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a benevolent demeanor. The last to enter was none other than Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. Chapter 62. The Forbidden Forest. After a protracted wait, the room was vacated. The 3 swiftly lifted the cloak, having been so tense that they scarcely dared to breathe. Were they truly attempting to expel Dumbledore from the school, or threatening to close Hogwarts? Ron was the first to speak, noting that Malfoy harbored ill intentions. As Hagrid had mentioned, without Dumbledore, attacks occurred daily. The duo of father and son were indeed cut from the same cloth, intent on eradicating all half-blood and muggle-born wizards from Hogwarts. Thus, action was imperative. Hermione interjected. What? She continued. She is correct. We must take action. We cannot allow Hagrid to bear the blame for opening the Chamber of Secrets and be imprisoned in Azkaban, nor can we stand by as Hogwarts is threatened with closure. Was it possible, as Hagrid suggested, to follow the spiders? Harry nodded slowly, and the trio simultaneously directed their gaze towards the windowsill of the hut. There, a line of small spiders was hastily making their way outside, heading in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Within the darkened depths of the Forbidden Forest, where even the trees appeared ink-black, the trio cautiously advanced. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of crunching twigs beneath their feet and the rustling leaves above. The sole source of illumination emanated from the white light of Harry's wand, which illuminated a swarm of tiny spiders scurrying deeper into the forest. The trees grew denser, obscuring the sky above. Ron swallowed hard, his fear of spiders intensified in this moment. They had never ventured this far into the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid had warned them of the many magical creatures lurking within its depths, posing great danger. To alleviate his anxiety, he quietly leaned closer to Hermione. How can you remain so composed? Hermione glanced at him. Why should T.I.? I'm not afraid of spiders. Ron, visibly conflicted, replied, I meant, given what has transpired. I thought you would be. He struggled to find the right words. Hermione looked at him, exasperated. More upset? Ron nodded. Hermione rolled her eyes. Rather than lamenting and achieving nothing, isn't it better to seek out the true culprit behind our troubles? Though she was aware that Moony was safe, perhaps even observing them from a distance, she questioned herself. If something had indeed happened to Moony, she would act just as she was now. No, she would be even more frantic, much like Harry at this moment. She turned to look at Harry, who was holding his wand aloft, his gaze fixed intently on the spiders ahead, fearful of losing their trail. Harry genuinely regarded Moony as a friend. Wait, was it certain he was a friend? She suddenly recalled Moony's practice of the Patronus charm, and how Draco had surprisingly managed to conjure one as well. It must be said that a woman's innate curiosity regarding the peculiar relationships between men is evident, even from a tender age. Her thoughts inevitably wander to other realms. Harry must consider Moony a friend, perhaps. Just as Hermione's mind drifted, Harry abruptly halted his steps. It was then that she noticed a colossal tree trunk obstructing their path. While the diminutive spiders had vanished from sight, unlike before, the surrounding trees were twisted and contorted, as if some enormous force had shattered them, forming a structure akin to a nest. Among the branches, numerous white webs hung precariously. We must have arrived, Harry murmured. Suddenly, a multitude of rustling sounds emerged from the darkness, reminiscent of something striking the ground with great haste. Gazing at the webs, the nature of the unseen entities became painfully clear. Ron's legs trembled like leaves in a storm as he approached Harry, his face a portrait of terror, while Hermione, equally tense, drew her wand. The cacophony ceased in an instant, and the unknown darkness heightened their alertness. Ron's complexion had turned ghostly pale, yet, miraculously, he stood firm, clutching his wand, which was secured with magical tape, trembling as it pointed forward. Is it Hagrid? He is blind. Ron's voice quavered with helplessness, rendering him nearly speechless. Harry swallowed hard. We are friends of Hagrid. I am Harry Potter. Though unseen, the spider discerned the source of the voice with uncanny precision. The voice that responded was aged and deliberate. I am Aragog. Hagrid has never sent strangers here. Because something has happened to Hagrid. Harry's tone was urgent. Something has happened. Harry detected the connection in the voice. What has befallen him? There has been an attack at the school, and they suspect it was Hagrid's doing. They believe Hagrid has reopened the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione noted that numerous spiders had begun to encircle them. While these spiders were not as formidable as Aragog, they were still the size of calves. Hagrid has never opened the chamber. We know that all too well. Hermione sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly interrupted Harry, stepping forward. We know Hagrid is innocent. We merely wish to prove his innocence. Do you know where the entrance to the chamber is? At that moment, Harry and Ron also noticed the multitude of spiders, each the size of a calf, surrounding them. Ron appeared on the verge of fainting. No, I do not know. However, Hagrid was framed because a girl was murdered, her body discovered in the restroom, and I remained by Hagrid's side, never venturing into the castle. A girl? In the restroom? Hermione's eyes lit up. She had made the connection. The spiders were gradually closing in on them, and Hermione spoke rapidly. Thank you. I believe we should take our leave. Leave? Aragog's voice was deliberate. I do not share that sentiment. Under my command, my offspring shall not harm Hagrid, yet I have no reason to prevent them from feasting, especially when the meal is delivered to our very mouths. Farewell, friends of Hagrid. A weight settled heavily in Hermione's heart as she surveyed the menacing spiders surrounding them, their drool glistening menacingly at close range. If we cannot escape safely, we cannot ensure Hagrid's innocence. I believe Hagrid will be protected by fate. What nonsense! Hermione nearly shouted in frustration, aware that any words spoken now would be futile. She turned and shouted at the two, Ron. The spiders seemed to heed her command, surging towards them in a frenzied rush. Hermione circled her arm, brandishing her wand. Incendio. She assessed her surroundings, determined her direction, and flicked her wand again. The fruits of her practice with Mo Bai revealed themselves as a wall of fire began to extend back towards their pursuers, creating a path to safety before them. A complex spell. This was the result of merging the fire-making spell with transfiguration, a powerful incantation reminiscent of the fire-making charm paving the way. Well done, Hermione, Harry exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration. When did you become so skilled? You go first. Hermione bit her lip, knowing that this composite spell had been taught to her by Mo Bai. Although she had mastered it, employing it remained challenging. Casting it required her full concentration, meaning she could not move. I can't leave you behind, Harry insisted, attempting to pull Hermione along. Hermione noticed the spiders had begun to inch closer to the wall of flames, their appetite evidently overpowering their fear of fire. She understood her own spell well. Its strength was far from sufficient to reduce such enormous spiders to ashes. Some spiders had already attempted to cross the firewall, clearly recognizing the ineffectiveness of the spell. Yet in the next moment, one spider that had extended a leg into the flames emitted a horrific screech as flames quickly enveloped its body, crackling and popping around it. Within mere seconds, the creature lay motionless. Hermione was taken aback. When did I become this powerful? The firewall surged, bolstered by an unseen force, rapidly expanding to 3 meters high, crashing towards the swarm of spiders like a tidal wave. With keen eyes, Hermione noticed hints of blue flickering within the flames. A smile crept on her lips as she stowed her wand. Run. Huh? Harry was momentarily bewildered, perplexed by Hermione's sudden transformation from a determined protector to a swift escape artist. Shouldn't we hurry? The wall of flames continued to expand outward, the path leading to safety still intact, albeit wider. Oh, Harry and Ron quickly caught on, hurrying to follow Hermione. Behind them, the fire roared, transforming into a sea of flames. Chapter 63. This is true fairness. The trio of Hermione, Harry, and Ron obtained the answers they sought, racing out of the spider's lair. As they departed, the inferno behind them not only failed to extinguish, but blazed even more fiercely. The wall of fire burned intensely. Even distant spiders felt the heat, their fine hairs distorting and charring under the extreme temperature. Amidst the vibrant red flames, the outer flames began to take on an eerie blue hue, gradually transforming into a deep, ocean-like blue. The surrounding temperature reached its zenith with the shifting hues, creating an illusion of scorched eyes for any mere mortal who dared to glance. The escalating heat rendered Aragog exceedingly anxious. His massive pincers waved frantically as he heard the agonizing wails of his offspring engulfed in flames, struggling until silence prevailed. Who is there? Suddenly, a heavy black mist crashed onto the ground before him, scattering dry twigs and stones. Under the illumination of the blue flames, the black mist took on a faint azure hue, appearing disturbingly sinister. The mist abruptly contracted, revealing the silhouette of a young boy, adorned with a gentle smile. Greetings, Aragog. I'm Mo Bai. Even though this colossal spider could not see him, the boy politely bowed. Mo Bai, why have you slaughtered my children? Mo Bai tilted his head with a smile, regarding the enormous spider with a peculiar gaze. I must ask you, why do you not release those 3 individuals? Aragog instantly realized that the boy was a companion of the trio he had captured. Esteemed wizard, I sincerely apologize. I merely sought to provide my offspring with fresh meat. Since the awakening of the secret chamber, my kin have been forced to cower in their lair, deprived of sustenance for far too long. Clearly, Aragog's fear of the serpent creature was so profound that he dared not utter its name. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. That serpent can enter the forbidden forest? Where's the passage? I do not know, but the creature's presence consistently emanates from the north. Very well. Esteemed wizard, I have spoken freely. I beseech you to show mercy and spare my kin. Spare you? Mo Bai seemed to ponder. If I were absent, my Hermione would be devoured by your kind. Aragog grew frantic. They are unscathed. You have already slaughtered so many of my kin. This is unjust. Unjust? Mo Bai chuckled, the eerie blue flames reflecting in his eyes, tinting his pupils with a ghostly azure hue. Your only hope for survival now lies in praying for a wizard even more powerful than I to rescue you. Just as I saved them. That would be fair, would it not? The temperature around them inexplicably surged once more as the boy raised his arms. The blue flames intertwining and spiraling upwards, as if an invisible pair of hands were gathering the fire, leaving behind a ground strewn with charred and mangled corpses. Silence enveloped the area, devoid of any sound. Aragog understood that his offspring were utterly extinguished. He relinquished his resistance. His 8 legs sprawled on the ground, remaining speechless. Mo Bai tilted his head back. The fierce flames in the sky had transformed into a blue whale. It seems no one is coming to your aid. The boy's voice bore an air of regret. The blue whale leaped, diving directly towards the grotesque spider before it. Aragog's final sensation was that of his eyes being seared to the point of bursting, the heat reminiscent of the sun itself. Mo Bai gazed at the charred remains before him, wrinkling his nose in disgust. This creature smells dreadful when cooked. It must taste awful. TSK. I'd hoped to sample the flavor of spider meat. In a passage of the hidden chamber, was it to the north? He gazed towards the north. Although Dumbledore had lifted the ban on his apparition, he could reach the chamber in the blink of an eye. However, his curiosity about the forbidden forest, which he was visiting for the first time, was piqued. It was said that many rare creatures resided here, and he wondered if there were any edibles. He turned and plunged into the darkness, heading northward. At the edge of the forbidden forest, 3 diminutive figures awkwardly emerged from the thicket, sprinting directly toward Hagrid's hut. They only paused once they had exited the forest. Follow the spider. Follow the spider. Harry was still panting heavily. What was that spell? It was incredible. Hermione quickly regained her breath, remarking, it wasn't my prowess. It was. She abruptly fell silent, nearly revealing Mo Bai's name. That was a technique he had taught me. Combining part of another spell's magic into a single incantation could yield wondrous transformations. What I executed just now was a composite spell of the fire charm and the transfiguration charm. I had failed in my numerous attempts before. Yet in this moment of urgency, I succeeded. Hermione proudly lifted her chin, clearly pleased with her accomplishment. Mo Bai possesses such advanced skills. Ron remained in awe, while Harry seized the opportunity. Can Mo Bai teach us? You should be able to. Just wait. Not now, but when he awakens, you can ask him yourselves. Oh! It was evident that Harry was also captivated by the formidable spell. Hermione averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, the spell's potency was clearly bolstered by Mo Bai's clandestine assistance, and she wondered if Harry would be disappointed once he learned it himself. However, Harry swiftly shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand, pressing Hermione, why did you suddenly stop asking about it? If I had asked about the spider again, it would have eaten us. Hermione rolled her eyes. Moreover, I already know where the entrance to the chamber is. Where? Hermione, with a hint of pride, raised a finger. The place where Mo Bai and I found that black notebook is located in a girl's lavatory. What were you doing in the girl's lavatory? On a date? Ron exclaimed incredulously. The location seemed quite peculiar. Hermione frowned, shooting him a glare, don't interrupt me. Oh, additionally, we encountered a female ghost in that lavatory. You mean? Harry pondered, that ghost could potentially be the student who was attacked by the basilisk 50 years ago. Precisely. Hermione regarded Harry with approval. If we wish to discover the location of the chamber, we should simply inquire with that ghost. Harry rose decisively. All right. The trio donned their invisibility cloak. Drawing ever closer to the chamber, while in the depths of the forbidden forest, Mo Bai was also searching for another passage. He was keen to observe any rare creatures that might broaden his horizons. Edibles would be a delightful bonus. Bang! Suddenly, a noise erupted from deep within the thicket, causing Bayou to furrow his brow. In the next moment, a series of crackling sounds resembling firecrackers filled the air. This noise sounded like gunfire? Chapter 64. Exceptional hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. In the depths of the forbidden forest, an area rarely trodden, a group of uninvited guests suddenly intruded. The leaves danced wildly, emitting a delicate rustling sound, as a shadow surged forth from the forest with a swift whoosh. The figure rolled onto the ground, short hair billowing, revealing a strikingly cold visage. Clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her graceful physique, she knelt, each hand gripping a gleaming silver pistol. Her azure eyes fixed intently on the dense thicket ahead. The heavy thud of footsteps accompanied the swaying leaves, and her gaze sharpened in an instant. Flames erupted from the barrels of her guns, unleashing a barrage akin to that of an automatic rifle, shattering branches and foliage. After firing several rounds, silence fell upon the underbrush, yet she remained vigilant, one hand pressed to the ground, straining to discern any nearby movement. Suddenly, she leaped, soaring over 2 meters into the air as the ground beneath her was torn apart by the bullets. The crack of gunfire illuminated the forbidden forest, and a burly man tumbled from behind a tree, blood gushing from multiple wounds. A furious howl erupted, sounding less like a human and more akin to a wolf's wail. Simultaneously, a more intense volley of bullets rained down towards her, forcing her to take refuge behind a sturdy tree. The bullets pattering against the trunk like rain on banana leaves. Damn it, she cursed, clutching her injured right thigh, where the leather had been grazed. Blood seeping from her pale skin, vibrant against the backdrop. Her blue eyes deepened in hue, and the slight parting of her lips revealed a prominent fawn. You have nowhere left to flee, vampire. A towering Caucasian man emerged from the thicket, boldly standing in the clearing, bellowing at the woman concealed behind the tree. Flanking him were 2 men wielding rifles, positioned on either side. The woman, crouched behind her cover, tightened her grip on her pistol, checking her ammunition, only to discover a single magazine remaining, a fierce glint igniting in her eyes. Is this the rogue werewolf that has been prowling through England? Where did this rogue procure such armaments? Silver bullets, no less. Either he is a fool, or he is a traitor. Just then, the man slowly advancing towards the tree trunk paused, inhaling deeply as if detecting something. He abruptly turned his head towards a nearby thicket, demanding, "Who is there? Step out." "Ah, quite the keen nose you have," a clear, cheerful voice responded, as a figure emerged from the shadows, cradling a steaming cup of tea. In this enigmatic, forbidden forest, he appeared as relaxed as if strolling through his own garden. A keen nose, indeed. Anyone could detect the strong aroma of black tea, let alone you lot. However, upon glimpsing the young man's robe, the man's pupils constricted slightly. A wizard? Oh, it seems you recognize the wizard's robe. The youth sipped his tea, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Allowing the cup to hover beside him, he performed a polite gentleman's bow to the group, appearing quite amiable. "I am Mo Bai, a second-year student at Hogwarts." The man exchanged a glance with his subordinates behind him, signaling them to encircle the girl while he approached the boy. Upon encountering the wizard, his initial instinct was to retreat. After all, the elders of his clan had warned him to be cautious and avoid conflict with wizards. However, how much trouble could such a young child, still a student, possibly stir? Even if he could levitate a teacup, it was likely just a trivial trick of a wizard. Wizards were known for their peculiar, yet ultimately useless spells. Moreover, had they not come here precisely to find a young wizard? The man endeavored to adopt a more amiable expression, inquiring about the boy's teacher. Mo Bai, with a harmless smile, replied, "My teacher is at school." "Then how did you end up here?" "This place is quite perilous," the man continued, closing the distance between them. He was not lying. He truly could not locate the entrance to the secret chamber, which could be considered a form of being lost. Nevertheless, Mo Bai maintained his cheerful demeanor, teasing, "Uncle, are you lost too? With your accent from the Americas, what brings you to England? And why have you ventured into the forbidden forest of Hogwarts?" At this moment, the man was only 3 steps away from the boy. "Because you could fetch a good price," he exclaimed, shedding his friendly facade as he lunged towards Mo Bai. In such proximity, capturing a child should have been effortless. Yet, his grasp met only air as the boy vanished in an instant. So you're here to abduct young wizards?" Hearing a voice from behind him, the man's pupils constricted. Even with his limited knowledge of the wizarding world, he understood that not every wizard could teleport so effortlessly. An ambush. The target is an unidentified wizard, he shouted, realizing his cover was blown. He had no choice but to eliminate the witness. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung a punch backward, but once again, he struck nothing but emptiness. In a fit of rage, his muscles began to contort irregularly, expanding until he appeared to grow significantly larger. Observing this transformation, Mo Bai paused, intrigued, eager to witness what the man would do next. The man roared in apparent agony as his clothing was torn apart by his swelling muscles, falling away in tatters. Dark bristles sprouted from his skin, accompanied by an unsettling sound of bones grinding as his limbs elongated, fingers and toes morphing into claws. Now transformed, he howled at the sky, turning to fix a fierce gaze upon Mo Bai, his visage now entirely that of a wolf. A werewolf, Mo Bai mused, recalling only hearing tales of such creatures from the old man. This was his first encounter. The transformation was indeed grotesque. However, he remembered that werewolves typically transformed only under a full moon. He glanced up, noting that the dense trees of the forbidden forest obscured the sky entirely. Not even a glimpse of the moon was visible. It appeared that the old man's words were not entirely accurate. Seeing that the boy still had the presence of mind to look around, the werewolf, already consumed by rage, became even more furious. With a powerful leap, the werewolf surged forward like a shadow, hurtling towards the frail boy at astonishing speed. The youth shifted his position once more, yet barely stabilized before the cacophony of gunfire erupted, a hail of bullets hurtling towards him. Upon hearing their leader's command, the werewolf's minions unleashed their shots at the manifested figure of Mo Bai. Though he was unable to utilize the phantom shift consecutively, he remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of panic or movement as the bullets collided with the air behind him, akin to striking a formidable wall, before falling helplessly to the ground. Ironclad curse. Use the anti-magic bullets. You fools. Anti-magic bullets? It appears you were quite prepared for the capture of a wizard. The name alone suggests they are bullets capable of breaching a wizard's defenses. The minions hastily fumbled to change their magazines. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out, and blood blossomed from the right-hand minion, who fell to the ground in agony, his skin visibly paling. The woman behind the tree had fired. Another minion sustained a graze on his right arm. In his fury, he shouted at the source of the bullets, discarding his weapon, and astonishingly transformed into a werewolf, lunging towards the tree. Fool! The leader cursed under his breath, his gaze fixated on the boy's hands. Who on earth are you? I thought I had introduced myself. Mo Bai tilted his head slightly. A student of Hogwarts, your prey, am I not? Chapter 65, Celine. No one knows how long the forbidden forest of Hogwarts has existed. It seems to have been there since the castle was built, with trees that are undoubtedly at least a millennium old. However, no matter how long something endures, it too has a day of reckoning. Crack. Yet, the instigator appeared unwilling to let it succumb so easily. Its massive form paused, suspended in the air by an inexplicable force. Then, for the first time in its millennia of existence, it moved, crashing down towards the ground with tremendous weight. The earth seemed to tremble, stones and dust scattering about. As the dust settled, a figure standing at a distance disdainfully brushed off the dirt from his attire. Not even fighting a basilisk generates this much grime. Werewolves are truly filthy creatures. He turned, noticing another werewolf lying behind him, utterly silent. After taking a few steps, an enraged howl erupted from the spot where the giant tree had fallen, splintering wood as a battered figure leapt forth once more. Well, not only are werewolves dirty, but their tenacity rivals that of cockroaches, an utter nuisance. The youth sighed. Moreover, this particular werewolf, seemingly the leader, appeared to possess resilience against some of his spells. The binding and petrification charms he had attempted were effortlessly resisted by the creature's sheer physicality. As the figure lunged towards him, he raised his left hand again. Fingers curling slightly, a surge of immense magical energy erupting forth, his robe billowing without wind. The werewolf's body was once more ensnared midair by the magic, and with a flick of his wrist, Mo Bai repeated his previous technique, flinging the creature's form towards a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder cracked under the impact. The werewolf fell helplessly to the ground, groaning before astonishingly rising again, albeit battered and limping towards Mo Bai step by step. TSK. The youthful, disdainful scoff echoed, revealing that this crude method of suppressing with sheer magical force was not only exceedingly rough, but also demanded an immense expenditure of magical energy. Devoid of any aesthetic beauty of combat, he felt akin to a well-trained special forces operative constrained to wielding a mere wooden stick in battle, although capable of vanquishing foes. It was profoundly unsatisfying. He realized he was lacking a spell that could inflict physical harm. How splendid it would be to possess an incantation capable of severing an opponent's limbs. Why not eliminate him directly? Surely you are capable of that, a cold, feminine voice interjected. Turning his head, he beheld the surrounded woman leaning against a tree, her leg still bleeding from an injury. Mo Bai, feeling irked, pursed his lips, contemplating why he should inquire about their audacious intrusion into Hogwarts and who orchestrated it from behind the scenes. He had attempted to extract thoughts through legitimacy, but the adversary's mind was consumed with rage, rendering any useful information utterly inaccessible and nearly unsettling his own composure. The only recourse was to incapacitate him and, when on the brink of death, attempt to probe once more. I know you can question me, the woman remarked, raising an eyebrow in response, as if she had previously indicated such, compelling him to expend considerable effort dealing with this individual. A seemingly extinguishable spark surged through the air and struck the werewolf, igniting upon contact, akin to encountering gasoline, transforming it instantly into a blue torch. The werewolf's face contorted in terror as it futilely attempted to extinguish the flames, ultimately succumbing to a charred demise amid its anguished howls. The fire continued to blaze, illuminating the youth's profile. The woman regarded him with a smile, crouching before him, her fingertips igniting once more, her tone soft yet devoid of emotion. Now, divulge everything you know. 5 minutes later, Mo Bai perched upon a tree stump, sipping from a teacup. So, you were a vampire? You pursued werewolves into the forbidden forest, only to fall into their ambush? Bloodkin, the woman retorted coldly, tending to the wound on her leg. Then why hasn't your injury healed? I have heard that vampires possess formidable regenerative abilities. They employed silver bullets. Both werewolves and bloodkin are allergic to silver. Mo Bai acknowledged with a faint "oh," taking another sip of his red tea. You mentioned that the werewolves received intelligence from an unknown source, stating that Dumbledore was absent from Hogwarts, emboldening them to attempt abduction of wizards? The woman nodded. Even we are well aware of Dumbledore's renown. Had he been present at the school, these filthy werewolves would not have dared to trespass within Hogwarts confines. Do you know where this information originated? The vampire woman shook her head. I do not know, and neither do they. Within the werewolf ranks, they are merely mid-level operatives, taking orders solely from their leader. Mo Bai gazed into the amber-hued tea, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This pack of werewolves had seized the opportunity to abduct young wizards while old Dumbledore was away. Had he not fortuitously encountered them today, devoid of Dumbledore's vigilant oversight, they might indeed have stealthily abducted several young wizards during the students' free time, retreating into the dark and convoluted depths of the Forbidden Forest, beyond even Dumbledore's reach. Thus, how could the absence of old Dumbledore from the school become known to the outside world? He recalled the recent encounter outside the cabin with the two individuals, an older man and Lucius Malfoy. The emergence of such news was likely connected to them. Suddenly, a vision of a boy clad in an eye mask and his enigmatic, formidable butler surfaced in his mind. These two seemed to be investigating the abduction of individuals as well. It appeared that he could no longer remain uninvolved. This adversary had already provoked him on 2 occasions. As he pondered with a furrowed brow, the woman discreetly observed him. The boy appeared to be merely in his teens, yet possessed the ability to toy with several werewolves effortlessly. The woman, seemingly in her 20s, had actually existed for several centuries. Throughout her prolonged existence, she had encountered numerous wizards, but had never witnessed one capable of vanquishing werewolves at such a tender age. Moreover, judging by the boy's demeanor moments ago, it seemed that taking her life would be as simple as a mere thought. Contemplating this, she tightened her grip on the handgun. Just then, the boy's voice broke through, "By the way, I haven't asked your name." She turned her head to find him watching her with a gentle smile. "Celine." The woman frowned at the boy, who was suppressing a laugh, her icy blue eyes piercing. "What is so amusing? Is my name a source of humor?" The boy waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. You merely remind me of a friend." Celine was indeed a beautiful name, representing the noble and lovely goddess of the moon in ancient Greek mythology. However, Mo Bai had a pet, a bird snake, whimsically named Luna by Hermione. Luna, in Roman mythology, also referred to the goddess of the moon. The coincidence of the vampire's name resonating with that of her pet elicited an unexplainable chuckle from Mo Bai. Nevertheless, Celine continued to regard him with a disapproving glare, prompting him to clear his throat. "Celine, I wish to pose a query. How can I ascertain that you are not deceiving me?" The boy's fingertips ignited with flames once more, causing Celine's heart to sink, her grip on the handgun tightening incrementally. Chapter 66. The Appearance of Tom. The atmosphere abruptly solidified as Celine watched Mo Bai with caution, her hand poised on the grip of her weapon. Though she had not lied, she also possessed no means of substantiating her claims. This boy, despite his youth, exhibited an alarming level of vigilance. Such was the capacity of high-level vampires. They could extract memories from others through their blood, which served as her source of intelligence. Countless images flashed through her mind until suddenly, a heavy sensation overwhelmed her, as if something from the outside had intruded. She instinctively clutched her head, casting a bewildered glance at the boy. To her surprise, he bore an expression of remorse. "I apologize. I'm still not quite adept at this spell." However, as the flames on his fingertips extinguished, he continued, "I believe you. You delved into my memories?" Celine's eyes widened in disbelief, her icy blue irises filled with astonishment. Wizards were indeed a group of unfathomable beings. The boy rose, placing his teacup into a small bag he carried. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He adjusted the creases of his clothing and began to walk away. The female vampire stared at him in disbelief. Was he truly leaving just like that? Hogwarts was not a place where they could act recklessly merely because Dumbledore was absent. As she watched the young boy vanish into the shadows, Selena's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. His name was Mo Bai, wasn't it? She had to concede that he was the most memorable human she had encountered in a millennium, without exception. After casting one last glance in the direction he had taken, she flicked her short hair and too disappeared into the darkness. The forbidden forest returned to its tranquil state, with only 3 werewolf corpses and an innocent ancient tree bearing witness to the earlier scene. However, these remnants would, with the passage of time, be consumed by the forest and transformed into nourishment. Only this land knew that 4 young wizards were striving to prevent Hogwarts from closing, albeit for personal grievances on one individual's part. Mo Bai continued his search for another entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, while Hermione and her companions had already raced to the washroom on the 5th floor. From Moaning Myrtle, they learned that the creature responsible for her demise had emerged from the sink. Harry had also discovered a serpent pattern engraved on the faucet. After stumbling through the incantation of Parseltongue, the sink opened, leaving the trio in astonishment. At that moment, Hermione anxiously bit her lip, for she was the only one aware of what lay within. A basilisk, measuring over 10 meters in length. It was uncertain why Mo Bai and the professor believed Harry could vanquish it. I don't know either. You might as well ask old Dumbledore, Mo Bai remarked. The fearless Harry and Ron exchanged glances. It could only be said that they were true griff-finders. Upon confronting the unfathomable abyss, they closed their eyes and leaped in without hesitation. Hermione could only curse under her breath in exasperation before following suit. Fortunately, the interior consisted of winding pipes, and they did not suffer too greatly, sliding down until they reached the place where Mo Bai had first arrived. Is this the Chamber of Secrets? Where's the monster? Ron grumbled, kicking at the animal remains beneath his feet. Harry, however, remained composed. This should be the entrance. The chamber lies within. He gazed at the opening ahead, inhaled deeply, and cautiously recited the illumination spell as he advanced. Along the way, they were startled by a discarded snake skin, and Hermione deduced the identity of the creature lurking in the chamber, reasoning that since these two never visited the library, she could simply claim to have read about it in a book. While Harry's eyes displayed inner turmoil, he gradually regained his composure. He earnestly regarded Hermione and Ron, stating, "Now that we are here, with Hagrid captured and Hogwarts on the brink of closure, and by still lying in a hospital bed, we must uncover the mastermind behind this." Ron nodded, his gaze resolute as he followed Harry forward. Hermione shook her head in resignation, muttering to herself about boys. As Harry used Parseltongue to open the door at the end of the passage, the trio stepped into the chamber. The dimly lit environment heightened their focus, and they drew their wands as they proceeded. Harry's keen eyes spotted a figure lying in the distance, and he hastened towards it, quickly recognizing the distinctive golden hair. "Malfoy?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. Hadn't Bai mentioned that the heir of the chamber was not Malfoy? Then why was he lying there? He hurried over to assess the situation, and despite his disdain for the individual, he could not ignore the plight of a fellow student. Harry's inherent kindness compelled him to act. He discovered a faint breath still lingering, yet the boy lay as silent as if in slumber. He was alive, albeit barely. From the shadows emerged a tall, handsome stranger, his voice crisp with a refined British accent. The 3 of them instinctively directed their wands towards the newcomer, and Harry demanded, "Who are you?" "Me? You may call me Tom Riddle," replied the young man, his expression laced with arrogance. This was the second time Harry had encountered this name, and he stared in astonishment at the man before him. "You are Voldemort?" "Oh, it appears that Hagrid's foolishness has not allowed him to keep any secrets," the man smirked. "Indeed, I am Voldemort." He spread his arms wide, exuding an air of superiority as if he were the only one of significance in existence. "How is this possible?" Ron exclaimed. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" "Dead?" Voldemort scoffed. "No one can defeat me, not even the renowned Harry Potter." His serpent-like eyes fixated on Harry, who trembled slightly, yet maintained a firm grip on his wand. "It must be that diary." Hermione pondered, furrowing her brow. Upon hearing the name Tom Riddle, she recalled the notebook that Moony had found and began scanning the ground. Eventually, she spotted a corner of the diary peeking out from beneath Draco's body. She picked it up and declared, "Harry, do not fear him. Even if he is Voldemort, he is merely a ghost of the past, long dead for 50 years. What stands before you is likely some spectral remnant. An astute girl, Voldemort remarked, his gaze shifting to Hermione. Their eyes locked, and she suddenly frowned. Indeed, he continued, looking back at Harry, I am but a memory preserved in this diary for 50 years. So, it was Malfoy who opened the chamber? Him? The man sneered dismissively. He is merely a tool, a means to my rebirth. The weaker he becomes, the stronger I grow. It was I who manipulated him to attack Filch's cat, to assault those students and your friends. At this moment, he resembled a quintessential puppet master, laying bare his machinations. I must admit, my eloquence is quite commendable. Hermione's frown deepened. So, you are the heir of Slytherin? Harry slowly backed away, raising his wand. Of course. Who but the greatest wizard of all time could claim the title of heir to the chamber? Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of all time, Harry retorted defiantly, meeting Voldemort's gaze with fierce anger. With just my remaining memories, I expelled Dumbledore from Hogwarts. Harry's fury intensified. Dumbledore held a revered place in his heart. Having granted him the freedom he now enjoyed, he lifted his wand and incanted Stupefy. Yet, with a mere flick of his robes, the magic emitted from Harry's wand was effortlessly neutralized. Is this what Dumbledore taught you? At this moment, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, realizing that his habitual laziness had rendered him unable to silence the individual who dared to insult Dumbledore. Yet, his eyes radiated unwavering determination, showing no sign of fear, even in the presence of the infamous Dark Lord. The man, too, fixed his gaze upon Harry, a subtle, unnoticed amusement flickering in his eyes. Old Dumbledore certainly had an astute eye for character. Chapter 67, The Battle in the Chamber. As Harry's resolute voice echoed, accompanied by a melodious tune, a clear bird song resonated from the direction of the chamber's entrance, yet did not escape Hermione's keen observation. Noticing the familiar expression in the man's eyes, Hermione pursed her lips and squinted at him. Simultaneously, Voldemort turned his attention towards her. Their eyes locked for 2 seconds, during which Hermione's gaze grew increasingly perilous. Suddenly, the man made a gesture, raising his index finger to his lips, tilting his head slightly, and winking at Hermione with his left eye. Confronted with the unexpected playful demeanor of the legendary Dark Lord, Hermione was unfazed. She merely smirked and redirected her gaze towards the source of the sound. It was a magnificent, fiery red bird, which, after emitting a bird call, began to dance gracefully while singing enchanting melodies. Its long, peacock-like tail feathers radiated a resplendent brilliance, casting a flicker of light into the dim chamber. The bird spread its wings, tracing an elegant arc against the ceiling, when suddenly, a dark object descended towards Harry. It landed atop a nearby stone pillar, tilting its head to observe the onlookers with an air of leisure. Harry swiftly caught the object, lowered his gaze to unfold it, and discovered it to be a tattered hat. The Sorting Hat. At that moment, the man displayed a disdainful smirk. Was this truly all Dumbledore could offer his supporters? A mere bird and a tattered hat? Harry quickly examined the Sorting Hat, hoping to uncover some hidden weapon within. However, he was met with disappointment. It was simply a grimy hat, riddled with wear and tear from the passage of time. At least it's better than nothing. Unexpectedly, Ron stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Harry and glaring at the man. You are nothing but a defeated foe of Harry. Just a wretched soul clinging to a tattered diary for survival. At least we are still alive. We have a hat. Though his confidence wavered, he shouted defiantly. And a bird too. Truly, you never cease to amaze me, Ron. It seemed Ron's words struck a nerve, for the man's expression darkened, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. You're still alive? Only for the moment. With that, he reached out with one hand, and a sound akin to crumbling stone echoed from the shadows. Although the basilisk had been blinded by someone and lost its lethal capability, it would still find it effortless to dispatch you. Harry and Ron had no time to ponder why this villain was so candid in his threats. Get back. Hermione, already prepared, shoved the two aside and darted in another direction as the basilisk lunged ferociously towards their previous position, sending debris flying in all directions as they scrambled to escape. As it turned its head, the serpent creature furiously lashed its tail against the ground, producing a cacophony of sounds. Meanwhile, Voldemort had vanished without a trace. They gazed into the creature's eyes, which, as expected, appeared as if scorched by some malevolent curse. Bloodied and mangled, the original form was no longer discernible. Indeed, it had been blinded. However, it was too late. The serpent abruptly ceased its rampage, turning its massive head towards Ron, as if straining to listen intently. The three of them hastily sealed their mouths, daring not to utter a sound. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from behind Harry. Kill Harry Potter. In an instant, the serpent detected Harry's location, its colossal body lunging towards him. Yet, perhaps due to its immense size, its movements were somewhat clumsy, allowing Harry to narrowly evade the attack. Though the sound of his steps betrayed him, the serpent, honing in on the noise, lunged at Harry once more. Faced with such a monstrous foe, Harry could only flee in desperation. "You abominable creature!" Seeing Harry in peril, Ron instinctively grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it at the creature's enormous head. To his astonishment, it struck true, hitting the very spot where its eyes had been, causing the serpent to tilt its head and roar in anger towards Ron. Ron's expression quickly soured, and he turned to flee, the serpent's body shifting to pursue him. "You are a wizard. Use your wand," Hermione shouted in a state of panic. Brandishing her wand, flames ablaze, a wall of fire erupted, blocking the serpent's path. Though its eyes had been scorched by the fiend fire, the creature felt the heat of the flames. Although it was far inferior to the fiend fire, it evoked a measure of fear, causing it to retract its head momentarily before lunging at Hermione. Confronted by the formidable beast, Hermione did not flee but instead waved her wand. "Quickly bind it." A golden chain shot forth from her wand, ensnaring the serpent. Yet, with a mere flick of its strength, the creature shattered the chain, which dissipated into magical energy. Nevertheless, this delay allowed Hermione to evade its attack with ease. It was then that Harry and Ron finally reacted. Flock of birds. Instantly, several small birds materialized around Harry. Swirling in the air before, under his command, they charged directly at the serpent pursuing Hermione. The birds shattered upon the creature's head, successfully diverting its attention. And it once again lunged at Harry. "I'm joining in," Ron shouted as he waved his wand. Obstruct. Unfortunately, this unfortunate lad had forgotten that his wand had been broken in the disastrous incident at the beginning of term, and it was now barely held together with tape. Whether it could cast a spell was debatable. However, luck was on his side this time, and he successfully cast the barrier spell. Yet, it ended up right at Harry's feet. As Harry prepared to dodge the serpent's onslaught, he was unexpectedly tripped by an unseen force, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Before him, the serpent loomed perilously close. "Harry!" Ron shouted in alarm, terrified that he was about to doom his best friend. Harry's heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped by a hand, his blood seemingly stagnant, yet his fingers continued to fumble on the ground, as if he were determined to retaliate even in death. Clang! At that critical moment, it seemed that something fell from the sorting hat he held. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry picked it up and thrust it towards the serpent's gaping maw. Splat! Chapter 68. The Death of the Basilisk, The Fall of Tom? Drip, drip! With his eyes tightly shut, Harry sensed a moist, sticky sensation on his hand, accompanied by a faint, rancid smell. "Harry, were those the voices of Hermione and Ron? Does this mean I'm still alive?" Slowly, Harry opened his eyes, the first thing coming into view being a sharp, venomous fang hovering above his arm. Startled, he instinctively recoiled. The sound of flesh tearing echoed, and a glimmer of silver erupted from the serpent's mouth as he withdrew his arm. It dawned on Harry that he had inadvertently picked up something that had pierced the basilisk's mouth. He pulled with all his might, and, as the foul blood flowed out, the silvery light intensified, illuminating the dark chamber. At last, his arm felt lighter, and the object was finally extracted from the serpent's jaws. Bang! At that moment, Hermione and Ron rushed to Harry's side. Ron stared intently at him. "Are you all right?" Harry smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine." Ron exhaled heavily, relieved that his earlier misstep had not cost his best friend his life. "It should be dead now, right?" Hermione gazed at the basilisk's grotesque, silent head, swallowing hard. Even though she had known this was a trial, the palpable pressure of facing the creature was undeniable, as she truly believed Harry might perish in its jaws. Actually, it wasn't that difficult, was it? Harry surprisingly had the energy to jest, shrugging as he glanced at the object in his right hand. It was a magnificent one-handed longsword. The silvery glow had emanated from the blade's sharp edge. The sword was entirely silver, adorned with a ruby the size of an egg on the hilt, with a crossguard intricately engraved, lending it the appearance of a priceless work of art. Even freshly extracted from the basilisk's head, it bore not a trace of blood, its blade still gleaming brilliantly. Though it appeared metallic, Harry found it surprisingly light in his grasp. With excitement, he brandished the sword. "Ron, look!" "Ron? Ron!" Awakening from his stupor, Ron looked up to see the splendid longsword in Harry's hand. "Cool!" Although he uttered a gasp of admiration, his tone and expression revealed his distracted state. Hermione stroked her chin, observing Ron. "This guy, is he blaming himself?" She truly believed he was devoid of concern. "All right, Malfoy is still lying there." Harry finally remembered that there was another victim in the chamber. After all, they couldn't just leave him behind. The three hurried over, but suddenly came to a halt. A dark shadow swept across their vision, and a man appeared before them, as if conjured from thin air. To my astonishment, you truly managed to vanquish the serpent creature? Even in the wake of its demise, he still found the time to applaud your efforts. However, it was too late. With a smile gracing his lips, he extended his arms and slowly retreated to the side of the lifeless Draco. I have amassed sufficient power. Soon, the Dark Lord Voldemort shall return to this world. A wild grin spread across the man's face, declaring that you cannot hinder me. Then I shall put that to the test. Harry raised his sword and plunged it directly towards the man's chest. Yet, the man merely smiled, unflinching and unyielding. A profound silence enveloped the scene as Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword had pierced the man's body, yet he felt no resistance. You are exceedingly naive, Harry Potter. I currently exist only as a memory within a notebook. He gestured dismissively, and your actions cannot affect me. Once I am resurrected, Harry Potter. Harry pressed his lips tightly together, his mind racing. What had he just said? A memory within the notebook? Hermione, quick to react, hurled the notebook she had been carrying towards Harry. What are you doing? Panic flashed across the man's face. Harry bellowed, gripping the sword tightly as he swung it towards the airborne notebook. As the sword sliced through the air, a shimmering silver arc lingered before him, reminiscent of a full moon. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to slow. As the two objects made contact, Harry, with the keen eyes of a premier seeker, distinctly observed the blade effortlessly pierce the notebook's cover. He felt no resistance as the blade continued its advance, and by the time the notebook reached Harry, it had been cleaved in two. No! A harrowing cry erupted from the man behind him. The three turned to see him agonizingly clutching his face, obscuring his expression. Suddenly, his entire form erupted into a cloud of black mist, from which faint wails could be heard. In the next heartbeat, the mist gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing into the air. Harry, with a grave expression, stared intently at the space ahead, wary of any lingering threat. Suddenly, amidst the stillness, an unexpected peal of laughter rang out. The young girl's face was flushed. What's wrong? I'm elated. I'm celebrating your triumph. You vanquished Voldemort once more, Harry. Is that not worthy of joy? Hermione showered Harry with praise, causing him to feel a tinge of embarrassment. He scratched his head, thinking it should be over now. After several minutes of waiting in place, they confirmed that this time Voldemort had indeed been slain by Harry's sword. Ron seemed to regain his vitality, rushing to Harry's side, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the sword in Harry's hand. This is far more effective than a wand. That is an external object, Hermione interjected, asserting that no matter how sharp the sword, it remains an external tool. It is the spell that embodies true skill. But casting a spell requires a wand, does it not? Who said that? Hermione lifted her chin defiantly. Many wizards can cast spells without a wand. Who then? Professor Dumbledore can. As Dumbledore was brought forth, Ron fell silent. Yet Harry furrowed his brow, gazing at the desolate chamber and the corpse of the basilisk. We have still not discovered means to save Mocha. Hermione wrinkled her nose, expressing confidence that the professors would devise a solution, especially since the instigator was present. She gestured towards the basilisk, declaring that at least Hogwarts would not be closed, and Hagrid would be released. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a vibrant chorus of birdsong resounded once more as the resplendent phoenix descended from the stone column, soaring directly towards the lifeless Draco. Its golden talons effortlessly grasped the nape of his neck, lifting him as one would a mere chick. Harry observed the outstretched talons, questioning whether they intended to carry them aloft. The melodious chirping clearly signaled affirmation. Hermione interjected, "There are too many of us, and I prefer not to be cramped between you two gentlemen." Realizing the merit in her words, Harry seized Ron's hand, clutching the phoenix's talon with one hand. Hermione watched the departing figures with her arms crossed, turning her attention back to the now empty chamber. "Do not hide," she commanded. No sooner had she spoken than a swirling mass of black mist materialized before her, rapidly coalescing into the form of Voldemort. However, Hermione displayed no signs of fear, merely furrowing her brows. "How long will you maintain this ghastly appearance?" Tom wore a bemused smile as his features shifted rapidly, his form slightly contracting. In mere seconds, Mocha stood before Hermione. Chapter 69, The Truth. Ha ha ha. Is it amusing? His hand rested on the young girl's waist, preventing her from falling amidst her laughter. Soon, the Dark Lord Voldemort shall return to the world. Ha ha ha. Hermione lowered her voice, mimicking Mocha's earlier manner of speech, but halfway through, she succumbed to laughter once more. "I'm going to die laughing." Mocha stroked his chin, I believe my acting is quite commendable. Hermione, stifling her laughter, nodded in agreement. To be fair, Mocha's performance was indeed impressive. At least Harry and Ron were thoroughly frightened. Yet, Hermione, being so familiar with Mocha, perceived his movements and expressions as unmistakably his own, especially knowing in advance that he was unharmed. Their subsequent interactions only served to confirm her suspicions. Having seemingly laughed enough, Hermione placed her hands on Mocha's shoulders, her lively eyes darting across his face, even reaching out to pinch his cheek. How did you transform into Tom Riddle? Did you use Polyjuice Potion? The Polyjuice Potion is an advanced magical elixir that, when infused with another's bodily tissues, such as hair or nail clippings, allows one to assume the exact likeness of that individual for an hour, replicating height, appearance, and voice flawlessly. Mocha grimaced in distaste. I have no intention of consuming that vile concoction. He gently lowered her hands from his shoulders, kneading them in his own. Her hands were delicate and fragile, their softness oddly addictive to him. Meanwhile, Hermione listened intently to Mocha's explanation, entirely oblivious to her own predicament. As he spoke, he transformed once more into Tom Riddle, his voice deepening slightly, and Mo Bai returned to his original form, and I couldn't help but notice your cheerful demeanor. Speaking of which, Hermione was struggling to contain her laughter. The mere thought of your fierce and brutal facade being merely an act was simply too amusing. Furthermore, your final scream was indeed a dramatic highlight, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from a young lady. And Mo Bai, visibly displeased, pouted slightly. Were it not for Professor Dumbledore's insistence, I would have no desire to partake in this charade with you all. This led the young lady to ponder a significant point. Logically, this ordeal was a trial set by the headmaster for Harry, challenging him to confront the basilisk. Yet, why was it necessary for you to assume the role of Voldemort? Well, Mo Bai tilted his head slightly. The opening of the Chamber of Secrets requires an instigator. Harry also needs an adversary to heighten his sense of urgency. Gilderoy Lockhart is already deceased, and Dumbledore could hardly attribute this blame to Draco. Although it was he who brought the ominous black notebook to school, it was evident that he remained oblivious to its true purpose. Moreover, the punishment Mo Bai inflicted upon him was more than sufficient. Earlier, he lay on the floor of the chamber, feeble and unconscious, not due to the notebook's effects, but rather because Mo Bai had employed a harmless charm. It merely involved using a reverse Patronus charm to inundate his mind with a series of horrific visions. He ought to be grateful that the basilisk failed to claim a life. Otherwise, he would be subjected to far worse mental torment. The Malfoy lineage is set to end today. However, since Draco has already faced his just deserts, and in order to provide Harry with a tangible enemy, the true culprit, Voldemort, is undoubtedly the most fitting choice. Yet, it would be unwise to allow the soul of Voldemort within the notebook to manifest. Such an occurrence would be far too unpredictable. Thus, the implementer Mo Bai stepped into the fray once more. Every word and action he had just executed was laden with significance. Dumbledore aims to make Harry aware that once Voldemort resurrects, not only will he be in peril, but those connected to him will also face death. By confronting Voldemort directly and repeatedly thwarting his schemes, Harry can cultivate the confidence necessary to stand against him. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the extent of the professor's efforts on Harry's behalf. Mo Bai scoffed, exclaiming that while the professor labored extensively, it was he who played the role of a caretaker. Hermione gently patted his shoulder in consolation. So, was the sluggishness of the basilisk's movements and its eventual silent demise at Harry's hands your doing as well? Of course, Mo Bai shrugged. The basilisk's scales are nearly immune to magic. I expended a considerable amount of energy to render its movements sluggish. Otherwise, with such a massive physique, its sheer weight could crush you all. Hermione scrunched her nose at this, prompting Mo Bai to quickly amend his statement. Nevertheless, your spellcasting skills have indeed progressed remarkably. That binding spell was executed with impeccable timing and power. Had the opponent been an adult wizard rather than a basilisk, it would have certainly ensnared him. Really? Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Absolutely, Mo Bai thumped his chest proudly. When have I ever deceived you? Hermione merely gazed at him intently, staring. Mo Bai finally realized that he had deceived the other party twice today, albeit both times were seen through. He cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Humph. Hermione also let out a small huff, her heels subtly lifting. Moreover, your ability to see through my disguise not once but twice merely underscores your remarkable intelligence and endearing cleverness, does it not? Additionally, during our encounter in the Forbidden Forest, you managed to execute a complex spell, while I had to toil for an entire year to master it. How long have you been practicing? I dare say that even students in their 5th year at Hogwarts would struggle to grasp such intricate incantations. All right, enough flattery. It makes me blush to hear it. Nonetheless, the smile gracing the young girl's lips revealed her splendid mood. You're not angry with me, are you? Mo Bai asked cautiously. Hermione shot him a sidelong glance, replying, I was never angry in the first place. She pursed her lips, adding, I am still merely a 2nd-year wizard, while I may be slightly stronger than my peers. The matters between you and the headmaster are beyond my influence. She looked at Mo Bai. I can sense that you act for my benefit. However, her lips curled into a confident smile. I believe I shall soon catch up with you. You must wait for me. Observing the girl's fervent conviction, the boy felt as though his heart had been enveloped in cotton candy, soft and sweet. Of course, I will wait for you, from beginning to end. I shall wait for you. Chapter 70, Mo Bai's Confusion. The unsettling Chamber of Secrets incident that had agitated the entire school had come to a close, culminating in a performance directed by Dumbledore, with Mo Bai playing the lead role. Yet, as another principal actor, Harry Potter wandered through the hallways of Hogwarts in a daze. He had learned that the long sword could only be drawn from the sorting hat by a true Gryffindor, and he understood that his ability to speak Parseltongue and his placement in Gryffindor were the results of his own choices. He also knew that Voldemort would inevitably return. Our nature is not dictated by our abilities, but rather by our choices. A sense of responsibility welled up within him, a responsibility to combat Voldemort. Having thwarted Voldemort once, he was determined that when the Dark Wizard returned, he would be able to defeat him once more. His pace quickened. He realized that determination alone was insufficient to confront Voldemort. He needed to strengthen his abilities. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind, Mo Bai. Hermione's performance in the Forbidden Forest was fresh in his memory, and she had mentioned that Mo Bai had taught her. Could he also beseech Mo Bai to instruct him in casting spells? However, Mo Bai was still lying in the infirmary, petrified by the basilisk. Harry sighed, only to be abruptly halted by a figure blocking his path. He looked up and instinctively frowned, stepping back upon recognizing the visitor. Malfoy? The young heir before him still held his chin high, yet his expression was not as arrogant or carefree as usual. Instead, he seemed hesitant to meet Harry's gaze. Looking away instead, he lay on the cold floor of the chamber, having recently endured an unidentifiable mental torment, yet his mind remained lucid, albeit suppressed by an invisible force that rendered him unable to open his eyes or move. He had overheard Harry's conversations and actions upon entering the chamber and seemed to grasp the truth of the matter. Astonishingly, his father's notebook contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul. In the opening of the chamber, the rampage of the basilisk and his own torment within were all orchestrated by this malevolent remnant. Ironically, it was the odious Harry Potter, who had consistently been at odds with him, that had come to his rescue. This revelation left the young master in a state of inner turmoil. After awakening in the infirmary, he hesitated for a considerable time before proceeding to the entrance of Gryffindor's common room to await Harry's arrival. Upon seeing Harry, the young master cleared his throat, expressing gratitude for everything concerning the chamber. Extending his hand, he was met with Harry's astonished gaze, as if witnessing a giant creature performing a tap dance before him. Who are you? Release Draco Malfoy, Harry exclaimed, incredulous that this wealthy young lord would actually express thanks. Nevertheless, Harry felt compelled to respond to the other's unexpectedly amiable demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped Draco's outstretched hand. I merely acted as a fellow student. Had it been someone else, I would have saved them too. With a scoff, Harry watched Draco's swift departure and shrugged before entering the common room. Inside, the young lions erupted in jubilant cheers, with Ron exhibiting an expression of pride, clearly having recounted their valorous encounter with the basilisk. Surrounded by the little wizards, Harry exchanged a questioning glance with Ron, who subtly shook his head in response. After their emergence from the chamber, Dumbledore had appeared before them, advising them to refrain from disseminating information about Voldemort to avoid inciting panic. Harry had intended to inquire about this, and while Ron relished the spotlight, he remained reliable in matters of discretion. Pushing open the door, they found Mo Bai seated on his bed, frowning at a letter in his hand, appearing quite troubled. Mo Bai, the two exclaimed joyfully as they rushed to his side. Are you all right? Mo Bai replied absently, his demeanor disconcertingly distracted, which made them uneasy. Could there be lingering effects from the basilisk's petrification? Yet, he lifted his gaze to them, the usually unflappable Mo Bai now displaying an unusual sense of confusion. If you were to gift a girl for her birthday, what would you choose? Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered looks, having assumed that Mo Bai's distress was due to the basilisk's attack, only to be met with this unexpected query. Wait, is it Hermione's birthday soon? Harry responded swiftly. Yes, Mo Bai affirmed, shaking the letter. The Grangers specifically wrote to inform me that Hermione's birthday is approaching, urging me to prepare something. Havi teasit Montauk Bai. It seems you have quite endeared yourself to Hermione's parents. Mo Bai merely smiled gracefully, yet beneath that demeanor lay a hint of confusion. Reflecting on his past 18 years, he realized he had never engaged in romantic pursuits, having scarcely exchanged more than a few words with the opposite sex, his mind solely consumed by academia. The only girl he had interacted with thus far was Hermione, leaving him utterly inexperienced in the realm of gift-giving. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both 12-year-old boys lacking any understanding of such matters. I have it. Take Hermione to witness a grand Quidditch match. Perhaps let her experience flying on a broomstick as well. She would surely be delighted. Mo Bai glanced at Ron, reminding him that Hermione did not share his enthusiasm for Quidditch. Have you forgotten? She despises flying. Oh, perhaps we should simply buy her a cake and throw a splendid birthday party. That would certainly bring her joy, Harry suggested, which was indeed a practical idea. Yet, Mo Bai found it lacking in originality. However, there was no rush, as Hermione's birthday was still 3 days away, providing ample time to devise a surprising plan. Noticing Mo Bai had neatly stored away the letter, Harry and Ron hesitated for a moment, both eager to share something with him. Well. They both began simultaneously, exchanging a knowing look. You go first. Ron gestured for Harry to speak. Harry pressed his lips together and said, Mo Bai, I have something to discuss with you. Mo Bai had approached the table beside his bed, where a complete tea set was always kept, and began skillfully brewing red tea. Speak plainly, he urged. Could you teach me how to cast the summoning charm? Ron asked, his surprise evident. He quickly added, actually, that's what I wanted to discuss as well. Mo Bai lifted his teacup, observing the earnest expressions of the two. You wish for me to teach you? He inquired, both boys nodding in unison. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Mo Bai's eyes. Evidently, their recent experiences in the Chamber of Secrets had instilled a sense of urgency in them. Very well, he said, savoring a sip of tea and relishing its fragrant essence. In 3 days, it will be Hermione's birthday. If you can orchestrate an unforgettable surprise for her, I shall teach you. Agreed. They both affirmed in unison, resolute in their commitment. As Mo Bai watched the enthusiastic duo leave the dormitory, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 71. Deep within the chamber in recent days, Hermione felt increasingly uneasy as Harry and Ron regarded her with peculiar glances, sending shivers down her spine. During class today, the two had deliberately seated themselves behind her, conspiring in hushed tones. She often sensed their gazes fixed upon her, prompting her to inch closer to Mo Bai, who found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Ever since he had promised to teach them the summoning charm if they hosted a birthday celebration for Hermione, Harry and Ron had been conspiring in secret, seemingly plotting something grand. After class, Mo Bai observed them hastily exiting the room, while the Weasley twins awaited them at the door. The twins? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. They were notorious for their mischievous antics at school. What scheme were Harry and Ron devising with them? His curiosity piqued. After all, it is Hermione's birthday, so a bit of merriment is certainly welcome. They wouldn't dare use those silly props against Hermione, would they? Following closely behind Mo Bai, Hermione hesitantly tugged at his sleeve. Tomorrow, what about tomorrow? Mo Bai asked, looking bewildered. Hermione puffed out her cheeks. It's nothing. Mo Bai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, he had not been idle in the past few days. He was determined to orchestrate a surprise for Hermione's birthday, one that he could not wholly entrust to those two clever schemers. He had long been prepared, but the revelation would have to wait until tomorrow. Noticing that Hermione was somewhat pouty as she headed towards the 8th floor, Mo Bai called out to her, We won't be going to the room of requirement today. Hermione turned around, perplexed. Why? I haven't yet mastered my Patronus charm. While it was indeed essential to practice spells, they needed to change their location. He led the bewildered Hermione to a secluded corner. Get ready. With a soft pop, they vanished from sight. When Hermione opened her eyes, she found the scenery had transformed. The headmaster is so kind to you, allowing you to apparate within Hogwarts, she mused. The young girl, using her wits, quickly deduced that this must be another favor granted by Dumbledore to Mo Bai. Mo Bai smirked. This is merely my fee for playing the actor. This remark almost made Hermione laugh, but she managed to suppress it, quickly surveying her surroundings to distract herself. They stood in the center of a vast stone chamber. Its structure laid bare before her. 2 rows of smooth stone columns supported the ceiling, and above them floated a gigantic orb of light, illuminating the entire chamber. Nearby, several bookshelves brimming with tomes lined the walls, while a round table ahead was adorned with exquisite pastries, and a tea set was automatically brewing tea. Where are we? Are we still at Hogwarts? Hermione inquired. Of course, Mo Bai replied, casting a glance her way. You've been here before. Hermione frowned, scrutinizing the chamber's architecture, her eyes suddenly widening. This is the chamber of Slytherin. It should now be referred to as Mo Bai's chamber. He corrected her with a smile. But what about the carvings? She pointed to the columns, which had previously featured lifelike serpents. They were rather unsightly, so I had them removed. So, you cleared away Slytherin sculptures as well? Behind them, the spot where the grand Slytherin statue once stood was now empty, revealing only a stone wall with a wooden door, suggesting the presence of a hidden room beyond. One of the founders of the school, what right does someone who doesn't even understand the concept of inclusivity have to claim the title of founder? Mo Bai expressed his disdain for Slytherin. Hermione nodded in confusion, though she was unaware of what he meant by inclusivity. Nevertheless, she was certain Mo Bai was right. What about the basilisk's corpse? Did you get rid of that too? Not all. Mo Bai gestured in a direction, and Hermione turned to see the basilisk's enormous body coiled into a circle, resting in the corner of the chamber. This specimen is quite rare. I thought I might keep it for further study. Hearing old Dang's words about the astonishing lethality of this creature's venom, which could silence its victims in an instant, he felt a surge of curiosity. What intrigued him even more was the palatability of the serpent monster's flesh. In his previous life, he had tasted snake meat once, a flavor that lingered in his memory. It was said that the serpent monster hatched from a rooster's egg. He wondered if its taste bore any resemblance to chicken. What lay behind that door? Oh, I can show you. I've already cleared it out, Mo Bai said, pulling her along to open the door. Hermione discovered a deep corridor within, where the candle flames flickered on the sconces adorning the walls. Did you place these candles as well? She inquired. Montauk Bai nodded, explaining that while the serpent monster could see in the dark, they could not. What do you mean? She asked. Oh, the serpent monster used to slither out of this very corridor, he replied. Hermione's skin prickled with goosebumps, and she cautiously watched her footing, fearful of stepping into any residue left by the serpent monster. Did I not mention? I have thoroughly cleaned it. Mo Bai's teasing tone caused her cheeks to flush. Yet she clutched his robe and walked with utmost care. Mo Bai felt a touch of helplessness. The girl displayed no fear when confronted by the fierce and vibrant serpent monster, yet she was apprehensive about traversing its former path. The intricacies of her thoughts eluded him. Before long, they reached the end of the corridor, where the space opened up into a slightly smaller stone chamber. Directly opposite the corridor stood a wooden door. This was once the serpent monster's lair. I have removed all the debris and disarray within, he stated. Oh, Hermione replied, her expression now one of distaste. Approaching the door, Mo Bai pulled it open, and Hermione braced herself for yet another corridor. However, peering inside, she was astonished to find a room that seemed utterly incongruous with a magical castle. In that instant, she felt a peculiar illusion of being in the Muggle world. The room was quite simple, featuring a double bed, a writing desk, a lamp, and a wooden bookshelf beside it, with a wardrobe standing at the bedside. Even the wall above the headboard displayed a faded poster depicting a smiling Andy Lau, radiating charm. Mo Bai gazed at the room with a sense of nostalgia. Everything within was an exact replica of his memories from his past life, his bedroom from his high school days. The desk and lamp were filled with recollections of late-night study sessions, where he had prepared for university entrance exams, only to find himself in this world following an earthquake on the train to school. As for the origins of these items, one could only marvel at the wonders of transfiguration. He was uncertain why he had chosen to decorate the room in such a manner. Perhaps it was merely to evoke a sense of nostalgia, or to remind himself that he ultimately did not belong to this world. Chapter 72. Mo Bai's Concerns. Hermione curiously surveyed the somewhat alien room. What is this place? She asked. Mo Bai closed the door behind them, replying, This is my home. The home I had in the East. Oh. Mo Bai's Asian features were strikingly apparent, hailing from the enigmatic Eastern realm that Hermione had long been aware of. Intrigued, she began to explore the room, observing that it bore little distinction from my own. What differences could there possibly be? I had assumed that Hermione, with a wrinkled nose, would encounter some peculiar artifacts. And Mo Bai, with a resigned shake of his head, remarked that information was still quite scarce at this hour. European nations held a limited understanding of the East, often conjuring bizarre notions. There would always be those who either deified or demonized the East, a mere reflection of their reverence for the unknown. We are all alike, possessing a nose and two eyes. You see, my daily routine bears little difference from yours. Does it not? Well, there are differences. Mo Bai wore a perplexed expression, lamenting that this country-esque cuisine, aside from its tea and pastries, was rather abysmal. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Are you implying that my parents' cooking is unworthy? Absolutely not. Mo Bai quickly refuted. Mrs. Granger's breakfast is the finest I've ever had. Really? Indeed, Hermione huffed, resuming her exploration of his bedroom. Mo Bai sighed with relief, vowing to eventually introduce the young lady to the culinary delights of the East. He pondered whether the flesh of the basilisk was even edible. His culinary skills were commendable. In his previous life, he had often cooked at home, not quite rivaling a five-star chef, yet capable of impressing Hermione, who had been raised on British fare. However, the basilisk's tough skin presented a formidable challenge for him to dissect. His thoughts wandered back to the long sword that Harry had once pulled from the hat. Perhaps he could borrow the sword from old Dumbledore for a while? Who is that? Hermione's voice interrupted Mo Bai's musings as she pointed to a slightly yellowed poster on the wall. Ah, that is Andy Lau, a star from our side. Akin to your Charlie Chaplin. Mo Bai shook his head, clarifying that he had yet to reach such heights, but it could be understood in that manner. Oh, the young lady nodded, her understanding somewhat vague. I didn't realize you were a fan. He chuckled softly. That was a long time ago. Hermione, with a discontented gaze, admonished him. Why do you always appear so melancholy? Don't forget, you are a year younger than me. Mo Bai seized her small hand that was playfully tapping his chest, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, should I then address you as sister? What was this room originally used for? Mo Bai's eyes sparkled with amusement, though he chose not to delve deeper into that topic. This space had once been the core of the Slytherin chamber, housing his tomes and research materials on spells. I cleared out all his belongings, retaining only the useful books and documents. Some are on the bookshelf outside, while others are over there. He gestured toward the bookshelf beside the desk. At the mention of books, Hermione's eyes gleamed with excitement. May I take a look? You may browse the ones outside, but the ones on that shelf are still a bit too early for you to peruse. How stingy. Hermione pouted, yet she was inclined to heed Mo Bai's words. Since he advised her against viewing them now, he surely had his reasons. After the visit, let us proceed to practice. The young girl is now entirely focused on mastering spells, claiming that her presence here is merely to satisfy her curiosity. At this tender age of blossoming emotions, she remains unaware of the profound significance of being brought to this place by Mo Bai. He has transformed this location to reflect its former glory, representing the innermost depths of his world and his greatest secret. Yet at this moment, it is fully open to the young girl. Observing her carefree enthusiasm for spell practice, Mo Bai cannot help but smile with a hint of resignation as he steps outside, casually closing the door behind him. There is no rush. Time is still on their side. As he shuts the door, his gaze fleetingly brushes over the bookshelf, disappearing into the crack of the door. The shelves are lined with several rows of black-covered books, one of which bears the title The Principles and Crafting of Soul Artifacts on its spine. As Mo Bai walks towards the common room with Hermione, he notices her little mouth pouting in disappointment. She has failed again to summon her Patronus today. You have done remarkably well, he reassures her. Today you successfully conjured a complete shield, did you not? I dare say, no wizard your age could achieve what you have. However, Hermione remains uncheered by his comforting words, still feeling a sense of gloom. But I still haven't summoned my Patronus. Besides, I have long ceased to compare myself to my peers. She looks up at Mo Bai, her determination evident. I have promised to catch up to you, yet my progress is so slow. When will I be able to stand beside you in battle? Seeing her discontent, Mo Bai understands her fierce competitiveness, but feels helpless. For Hermione, the core issue is not her lack of familiarity with spells, as she has already demonstrated the ability to conjure the shield of the Patronus charm with ease. The real challenge lies in her insufficient magical power, which prevents her from successfully summoning the Patronus. The source of every wizard's magic is derived from the soul, and the strength of the soul cannot be honed through practice. It can only be cultivated over time. Furthermore, this aspect is indeed reliant on innate talent. Although Hermione possesses considerable potential, her age remains a limiting factor. Even Dumbledore accumulated his substantial magical power through the passage of time. Mo Bai's own formidable magical prowess stems not only from his extraordinary talent, but also from the silent assistance he has received. Most importantly, the strength of his soul. Having lived 2 lives, has catalyzed a qualitative transformation of his magical abilities. While there are indeed methods to rapidly enhance magical power, such as through dark magic, certain spells can siphon the magical energy of others to augment one's own. These insidious charms carry immense drawbacks. Mo Bai, holding Hermione in high regard, would never stoop to such practices, unwilling to let her be tainted by darkness. So, what other means exist to increase Hermione's magical power without adverse effects? Mo Bai furrows his brow in contemplation. Should he consult Professor Dumbledore, or perhaps his own father? As he thinks of these two, a spark of inspiration flashes through his mind. There is indeed a way to enhance Hermione's magical abilities without any side effects. One that would also provide her with lasting benefits in the future. He seems to recall the gift he has prepared for her birthday tomorrow. However, the mere thought of that matter stirred a sense of unease within him. He gazed at Hermione's fluffy hair, which bobbed gently with her steps, as if it were softly tickling his heart. The young girl was merely 12 years old. Was it too early for her to face this? After all, one only experiences such moments once in a lifetime. Chapter 73, A Birthday Surprise. The following day, the four of them made their way to the Great Hall for their usual meal. Mo Bai wore a smile as he listened to Hermione lament about the dessert of the day, his eyes inadvertently drifting over to Harry and Ron, who appeared uncharacteristically calm, no longer whispering and casting furtive glances at Hermione as they had the day before. What had rendered these two boys so subdued today? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, preparing to observe what antics they might be plotting. Were they perhaps considering giving up? Yet, they seemed to possess a good deal of energy, indicating they had some plans in mind. Mo Bai's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had promised to grant Hermione an unforgettable birthday surprise in exchange for teaching the two of them a spell, his intent was merely to bring her joy. Whatever these two planned, as long as it was not too excessive, he would oblige, for the main event of Hermione's birthday was undoubtedly himself. At that moment, Hermione was secretly glancing at Mo Bai, her heart in turmoil. Today was her birthday. Did Mo Bai truly not know? If he did, why had he shown no sign of acknowledgement throughout the day? She felt conflicted, hesitating to inquire, fearing that doing so might ruin any surprise he might have in store for her. But what if Mo Bai genuinely had no idea that today was her birthday? Hermione's expression reflected her uncertainty. Dumbledore, observing this scene from the podium, chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head before continuing his lecture. Once class concluded, the young wizards rose in unison, preparing to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Mo Bai stood as well, and Hermione bit her lip, trailing behind him with a hint of melancholy, stealing glances at his back. Just as they were about to exit the classroom, she could no longer contain herself. "White today," she began, only to be interrupted by the resounding chorus of fireworks. The moment they stepped into the corridor, a magnificent display of fireworks erupted, startling even Dumbledore, who had just emerged. Hermione's eyes lit up as she turned to Mo Bai. "Is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Mo Bai understood the meaning behind her gaze and was about to respond when Harry and Ron suddenly burst forth. "Happy birthday, Hermione! It's you," she exclaimed. "Indeed, this is a special birthday surprise, just for you." Hermione shot a glance at Mo Bai, realizing it was not his doing. Mo Bai smirked slightly, preparing to speak when chaos ensued. Initially, the fireworks were splendid, captivating the young wizards. However, as the frequency of the launches intensified within the confined space of the corridor, the situation began to spiral out of control. Some fireworks shot upwards, bursting at the ceiling, scattering sparks that left several young wizards yelping from the heat of the residual embers. As some fireworks, which were originally intended to be quite grand, were unleashed at close range, their power rivaled that of a minor enchantment, causing the young witches and wizards to scatter in panic. The small sorcerers nearby had already fixated their gazes upon the four individuals, having faintly overheard snippets of their conversation. It appeared to be Hermione's birthday, and Harry and Ron sought to surprise her, resulting in this chaotic spectacle. It was indeed their doing. Instantly, nearly every pair of eyes was drawn to the four. Even Dumbledore glanced over, with a look that urged Hermione to remain silent. The next moment, the world spun out of control. Where had everyone gone? At that moment, Mo Bai and Hermione found themselves outside Hogwarts, at the castle side, near a vast lake. It was already evening, with the sun having dipped halfway beneath the water surface, casting a crimson hue upon the rippling waves and creating an enchanting red glow. Mo Bai pulled Hermione to sit by the shore, and together they gazed at the sky, reminiscent of an oil painting. "Was it you who orchestrated Harry and the others' antics?" Mo Bai smirked, "Sort of, but how did you know?" Hermione shot him a sideways glance. "If you weren't feeling guilty, why did you directly drag me away with apparition?" Leaning closer to him, she added, "Are you afraid of being reprimanded by Professor Dumbledore?" "Am I afraid of that old coot? Call him Professor," he retorted. "Oh, it's just that I prefer to avoid trouble." Observing Mo Bai's rare display of childishness, Hermione couldn't help but smile. "What made you think of setting off fireworks in the corridor?" Mo Bai rolled his eyes. "How was I to know those two fools would come up with such a ridiculous idea?" He pressed his forehead. "I merely wanted them to give you a birthday surprise, not expecting it to spiral into such absurdity." Hermione pouted. How did you know today is my birthday? And Mo Bai scratched his face. Your parents wrote to inform me. Hermione paused, her expression momentarily flustered, casting a quick glance at Mo Bai before shifting her gaze to the lake. If you already knew it was my birthday, why let others surprise me? Mo Bai chuckled inwardly at Hermione's fluster, caused by her parents' interference. If anyone should be anxious, it should be me, considering your actual parents. I feel like an intruder here, and you refer to your closest friends as others. Do they know? Mo Bai smiled, his gaze capturing hers. Of course not. I have prepared a birthday gift for you. Instantly, the anxiety faded from her mind, replaced by curiosity, and she slightly raised her chin with a touch of pride. Actually, I don't need it that much. Oh, really? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Truth be told, my preparations are rather lacking. As soon as he spoke, Hermione shot him a glare. Really? At this, Hermione's demeanor shifted to earnestness. Their previous banter had been lighthearted, but upon hearing those words, she understood that his birthday gift might indeed be something extraordinary. So much so that even Mo Bai felt uncertain about it. What exactly did you prepare? Yet, Mo Bai remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the lake, now tinted red by the setting sun. Hermione gazed intently at him. After a long pause, Mo Bai uttered a single word, me. Huh? Hermione tilted her head in confusion. What I mean is, Mo Bai turned his face, looking earnestly into Hermione's eyes. The birthday gift I have prepared is myself. Chapter 74. The Magical Ritual. You. Hermione stared at Mo Bai in astonishment. How can a living person be a gift to oneself? Mo Bai had intended to tease Hermione, but he realized that the young girl had completely failed to grasp the profound implications of his words. With a hint of exasperation, he sighed softly. Let me ask you a question. Go ahead, she replied, her innocent eyes fixed on Mo Bai, pure and unblemished. Suddenly feeling a bit nervous, he pressed his lips together, his palms slightly damp with sweat. If the gift I wish to give you, he said, looking seriously into her doe-like eyes, would bind you to me for all eternity. Through life and death, would you accept it? Of course, she replied. Observing Hermione's innocence, he felt a pang of guilt, as though he were a wicked man attempting to lead an unsuspecting girl astray. Don't you think about it? He asked. This concerns your entire life. What is there to think about? Hermione sat on a stone by the lake, playfully tapping her feet against the ground. She turned to Mo Bai, asking, Will you hurt me? Mo Bai shook his head. Never. Will you betray me? Absolutely not. Then what is there for me to hesitate about? The soft glow of the setting sun caressed the girl's profile as a gentle breeze stirred, and she smiled, radiant as a blooming flower. Mo Bai watched her tousled hair dance in the wind, shimmering like gold in the sunlight, reflecting in his eyes. He squinted, as if once again blinded by this golden light. Raising his hand, he tenderly tucked her hair behind her ear. The girl seemed to flutter with a newfound sensation, as an unexpected warmth spread from their brief touch, reaching deep into her heart. She fidgeted, causing a pebble to roll to the lake's edge, where it plopped into the water with a splash. The sunlight on the water shattered into fragments, ripples swiftly radiating outward. The young girl stared blankly at the surface, as if confronting her own innermost feelings. She did not yet realize that this feeling was called love. Yet, she was certain she would never leave Mo Bai, neither now nor in the future. Mo Bai looked at Hermione, his heart softened to a tender state. Very well, he said, pulling the girl up and motioning for her to raise her palm. Their eyes locked, and Mo Bai mirrored her gesture, placing his right hand against hers. Now, close your eyes and slowly concentrate all your spirit and magical energy at your brow. He gently guided her. The girl, evidently trusting him, obediently closed her eyes and began to summon her magic. Mo Bai smiled lightly at her earnest expression, also beginning to channel his own magic. However, his task was not merely to focus his energy at his brow. With his eyes slightly closed, the pebbles beneath their feet began to defy the laws of physics, slowly levitating into the air. It was as if an unseen hand were manipulating them, gradually forming a complex and arcane circular magic array beneath their feet. Mo Bai frowned slightly. This is a magical ritual, typically reserved for 2 wizards of comparable strength and considerable magical prowess. Hermione, at present, is evidently not qualified. Thus, Mo Bai must shoulder the burden of dual magical energy supply. Yet, he soon discovers that relying solely on his innate magic proves insufficient to activate the magical array. Consequently, he must draw upon the essence of Mo Ran. However, to ensure that no mishap occurs, he gently focuses his thoughts. A white light, reminiscent of mist, begins to swirl above him, and with a deep rumble, a massive, silvery entity leaps forth from the vapor. Upon hearing the sound, Hermione's eyes spring open, sparkling as she gazes upon the blue whale. Clearly, she's enamored with Mo Bai's guardian spirit. Concentrata, Montag Bai admonishes softly. The little girl pouts, casting another glance at the blue whale before reluctantly closing her eyes. There's no rush. You'll have your own in due time. Indeed, Hermione understands Montag Bai's sentiment. She will one day possess sufficient magical energy to summon her own guardian. Unbeknownst to her, a mysterious smile graces Mo Bai's face. In circumstances where their powers are comparable, a guardian spirit possesses the ability to counteract all dark forces, even that of Mo Ran. At this moment, the black mist emanating from Mo Bai is not as boisterous as usual. Instead, it flows serenely, akin to a gentle stream, gradually converging towards the magical array on the ground. As Mo Ran envelopes the entire array, Mo Bai feels a surge of certainty. It is feasible. He too slowly closes his eyes, beginning to channel his magical energy to concentrate at his brow. Hermione obediently nods, and the two stand facing each other, lost in contemplation. Simultaneously, the magical array begins to emanate an enchanting glow. Even under Mo Ran's influence, this radiance remains pristine and flawless. Gradually, as if drawn by the magnetic pull of magic or perhaps instinct, their heads draw closer until they can sense each other's breath. Finally, at the moment their foreheads touch, the magical energies they have gathered converge. The mingling of their spirits and thoughts occurs without any violent clash, though it is their first encounter. It feels akin to a long-awaited reunion. Their magical energies begin to merge and intertwine. However, the essence of this ritual is meant to be shared between two wizards of similar caliber, communicating and assimilating their powers. Yet Mo Bai's total magical energy far surpasses Hermione's. In this moment, they resemble two tanks connected by a pipe. If Mo Bai is full, Hermione barely reaches the bottom. The magical ritual's conduit simultaneously transfers energy from both tanks. However, the flow rate is determined by their magical capacities. This means that channeling Mo Bai's energy to supply Hermione's minimal reserves would swiftly deplete her. In such a scenario, the most favorable outcome for Hermione would be to revert to a mere muggle. Mo Bai grits his teeth. He certainly will not allow such a fate to befall her. Aware of this potential outcome, when he resolved to proceed, he had naturally devised a solution. Concurrently, he willingly channels his magical energy into Hermione, allowing it to undergo purification and integration through the magical array, gradually transforming into her own magical essence. At this moment, the girl experienced an extraordinary sensation. The instant their foreheads met, an inexplicable force surged forth, creating an illusion that her very soul was being drawn away. However, this feeling was fleeting. The pull dissipated, transforming into a warm current that flowed from her brow, instantly circulating throughout her body. She felt as though she were immersed in warm water, enveloped in a delightful and comforting embrace. Beside the lake at Hogwarts, the water shimmered under the setting sun, which streamed through the ripples and cast a golden hue upon the two figures standing at the shore. With their foreheads touching and their proximity intimate, their previously palm-to-palm hands had unknowingly intertwined, forming a heart-shaped shadow on the ground beneath them. In Chapter 75, The Soul Oath, Hermione seemed to drift into a beautiful dream, warmth continuously emanating from her brow, gently flowing through her entire being. She sensed her body becoming more whole and felt an inexplicable connection with Mo Bai, which deepened with the passage of time, delving into the very essence of their souls. As the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, its lingering rays enveloped the two, with their foreheads pressed together and eyes firmly shut, appeared to be cloaked in a golden mantle. Magic surged violently, causing the hems of their robes to flutter in the flowing currents like the wings of butterflies. Hermione's expression grew increasingly serene, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, while Mo Bai's complexion paled, his brow furrowed, and lips firmly pressed together. No one knew how much time had elapsed. All that was recognized was the disappearance of the sun's afterglow, replaced by a canopy of stars that blanketed the two. As the spell's radiance faded, Hermione slowly opened her eyes, her pupils reflecting a hint of confusion, her inner magic stirring within her, evoking a sensation of wanting to soar. Yet, her expression shifted instantly upon seeing Mo Bai before her, his skin ghostly pale, the bluish veins beneath barely discernible. His lips had lost their color, and beads of sweat dotted the tip of his nose. Concerned for him, Hermione disregarded her previous comfort and quickly supported Mo Bai's arm, her brow furrowed with worry. What is wrong? Is it due to the spell? Mo Bai offered a faint smile, assuring her, it's nothing, merely a bit of magic exhaustion. He snapped his fingers, and the dark mist from the magic circle swiftly flowed into his body, restoring some color to his face. Though he currently lacked sufficient magic to balance Mo, he reminded her not to forget that his guardian, the blue whale, remained outside. In the light of his Patronus, Mo could not pose a threat. Mo Bai took Hermione's hand, and they sat down together. Is this your gift to me? Hermione squinted slightly, sensing a change within herself, though the nature of that change eluded her. There is one more thing, Mo Bai revealed, unfolding his left hand, which he had tightly clasped moments before. A brilliant silver light cascaded into Hermione's eyes, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Nestled in his palm was a delicate silver ornament, shaped like a droplet, its outer layer intricately bordered with fine silver. Inside the translucent material, an unknown milky mist swirled slowly, creating an enchanting sight. From somewhere, he produced a silver chain and threaded the thumb-sized ornament onto it, gesturing for Hermione to lean closer. Hermione was already captivated by the exquisite trinket before her, eagerly leaning in to take a closer look. Once Mo Bai delicately fastened the necklace around the young girl's neck, she began to caress the pendant. What is this? She inquired. It is called the Soul Oath. Soul Oath? What a peculiar name. At that moment, Mo Bai's complexion had returned to normal, thanks to the timely replenishment of his magical energy. He gently lifted the pendant resting on the girl's chest with his fingers. This is a magical contract taught to me by my elder. It can only succeed if two wizards share a deep bond and harbor no ill intentions towards one another. He glanced at the girl. Originally, I was taught two types of contracts, the Soul Oath and the Blood Pact, but I chose the Soul Oath. Why? Hermione's curiosity was piqued once more. Mo Bai shrugged because the Blood Pact requires a cut on the palm, and I fear the pain. Oh. Mo Bai looked at her, noticing her lack of reaction, licked his lips, and continued. Once the Soul Oath is successfully established, the souls of the two individuals become intertwined. They share glory and misfortune alike. Oh, so you mean I will be unable to part from you for a lifetime? Hermione wrinkled her nose. Upon seeing her expression, Mo Bai felt a twinge of nervousness. It should be that you can never leave me. Hermione raised her chin with a hint of pride. The girl and the boy exchanged smiles. However, she extended her hand to inspect her palm. I feel somewhat different now. Indeed, the Soul Oath connects our souls and synchronizes our magical frequencies, he explained as he took her hand. This means you can now access my magical energy. Furthermore, my soul will nurture your magic, allowing it to flourish rapidly. Really? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, but her expression quickly turned serious as she scrutinized Mo Bai. This won't cause you any harm, will it? Mo Bai chuckled softly. No, I merely experience a significant drain on my energy. Are you certain? Hermione gazed at him with wide eyes. She scrutinized him closely, but the boy's demeanor remained composed, revealing no signs of weakness. It is best this way. I would rather forego this birthday than risk your well-being due to my increased magic. Rest assured, we are now bound by fate. I would never jest with my own safety, especially for yours. His words brought a sweet smile to Hermione's face. Does this mean I possess enough magical energy to successfully summon a Patronus? Hermione suddenly realized, no wonder you mentioned it would happen soon. Mo Bai smiled gently. You may certainly give it a try. Then I shall. She pulled out her wand and led Mo Bai to the edge of the lake. Casting a sidelong glance at him, her eyes sparkled as if illuminated by stars. Taking a deep breath, she waved her wand and softly uttered the incantation, Expecto Patronum. A silvery light streamed from the tip of her wand, reflecting upon the water's surface, as if a daffodil were blooming upon it. The mist was somewhat thin, and the transformation was slow. Seeing this, Mo Bai tightened his grip on the girl's hand. In the next moment, the silvery mist emanating from the tip of the girl's wand visibly thickened. Hermione flashed him a sweet smile, twirling her wand as the gathered mist rapidly expanded and transformed. A silvery figure leapt forth, leaving a shimmering trail across the night sky. Upon witnessing this playful silhouette, Mo Bai gazed at Hermione in astonishment. A dolphin? Hermione focused intently on her Patronus, nodding with delight. Isn't it adorable? She inquired. Indeed, dolphins have always embodied intelligence, which suits you perfectly, though secretly pleased by the compliment. Hermione did not display any signs of pride. She merely smiled at Mo Bai. The most significant aspect was this: the slender, spindle-shaped body of the silver dolphin gracefully glided through the air, darting towards the opposite side. There, suspended in midair, floated Mo Bai's blue whale. The little dolphin was merely a quarter the size of the blue whale, playfully circling its massive form before giving it a gentle tap with its tail fin. The blue whale, appearing in good spirits, affectionately nudged the little dolphin. However, the colossal size difference caused this minor gesture to send the tiny dolphin tumbling away into the distance. Mo Bai and Hermione couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Hermione grasped Mo Bai's hand, conveying her message. I want you to know that you're truly not alone. Mo Bai turned to look at her, his eyes filled with her reflection. The two shared a comfortable silence, gazing upwards. Beneath the starry sky, the large and small figures frolicked in midair, leaving behind trails of pink light. Chapter 76. Mo Bai's guidance time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed since the events in the chamber. Harry and Ron approached the two with somber expressions, apologizing profusely, feeling that their recklessness had marred Hermione's birthday celebration. Yet, Hermione graciously thanked her two good friends, understanding that their intentions had been genuine. After all, she was not one to cling to grievances. She truly regarded these two impulsive lads as friends. Thus, the four of them embarked on a routine of attending classes by day and studying in the chamber by night. Naturally, with Harry and Ron around, it was inconvenient for Mo Bai to use apparition directly. Entering the chamber reverted to the old method of using the girls' lavatory on the 5th floor. The bewilderment and awe expressed by Harry and Ron were palpable, but Mo Bai cleverly deflected their curiosity by claiming that his guardian was Dumbledore, which only heightened their amazement. However, their astonishment was merely that Mo Bai had always been a figure of mystery in their eyes, so an additional secret mattered little. Today marked yet another day of practice, with Hermione and Harry diligently waving their wands from a distance. Hermione was solidifying her mastery of complex spells, while Harry, unlike Mo Bai and Hermione, was still grappling with the fundamentals of magic. As for Ron, he faced a more unfortunate fate. His wand had broken at the beginning of the term due to an accident, leaving him unable to cast even the simplest of spells, much less attempt new magic, and prone to injuring himself. Consequently, Mo Bai assigned him the task he loathed the most, memorization. Since practical application is not feasible, one can only commit theoretical knowledge to memory, awaiting the repair or replacement of the wand. At this moment, he sat upon a chair, hands supporting a weary visage, languidly gazing at the weighty tome of magic before him. Though each letter was familiar, the assembly of words eluded his comprehension. His face contorted into a frown. If one were to seek the lavatory, the ladies' room awaited upstairs. Ron lifted his gaze, meeting the amused expression of Mo Bai, who sat directly across from him. I didn't mention needing the restroom, did I? Mo Bai's lips curved into a smile, observing Ron's constipated demeanor. Books, he exclaimed, slapping the tome spread out on the table in frustration. It's all due to these cursed books. Mo Bai lifted his teacup for a sip, raising an eyebrow at Ron's outburst. You ought to treat these books with respect. Why? Ron stared blankly at Mo Bai. Montag bei Zeit, exasperated. These tomes were discovered in this chamber. So, Ron continued to gaze at him, puzzled. Mo Bai, slightly incredulous, rubbed his forehead. These books are relics of Slytherin himself, over 1,000 years old, and extraordinarily precious. Unbeknownst to Ron, he had missed the latter part of Mo Bai's statement. Upon hearing the name Slytherin, he flung the book from his hands as if it were tainted with disease. Mo Bai frowned, deftly twirling his fingers to summon the book back to him mid-air. Didn't I mention? You should handle them with care. But it's Slytherin's book. It might contain some malevolent curse. Ron shouted in dismay. Montag Bai, with a languid demeanor, regarded him with an expression of incredulity. The very chair you sit upon was once his. At that remark, Ron sprang to his feet as if propelled by a spring. Mo Bai chuckled, sharing an intriguing tidbit. The castle of Hogwarts was designed and constructed by the four founders, and the essence of Slytherin permeates every corner. Are you considering dropping out? Ron's face flushed with embarrassment. But Slytherin is perceived as evil, insidious. ISNT, Ron responded, pecking like a chick. Mo Bai reclined gracefully in his chair, his right leg casually crossed over his left, coffee in hand, embodying the demeanor of a dapper gentleman. His character is of little consequence to us. After all, he lived a millennium ago. The knowledge they bequeath to us is invaluable, and that is the true treasure. Although Ron found Mo Bai's perspective compelling, he still gazed skeptically at the magical tome before him, feeling a sense of resistance. What if there is dark magic within those insidious serpent's texts? Montag Bai scoffed lightly. And what of dark magic? Ultimately, both dark and light magic are but tools. It is the wizard wielding the wand who determines their use. Mo Bai leaned back, propping his chin on his hand, tilting his head to regard Ron. his tone laced with temptation as he uttered audacious thoughts that would be deemed heretical in contemporary magical society. Employing dark magic does not inherently make one malevolent, and wielding light magic does not guarantee virtue. If a wizard were to use the killing curse to vanquish Voldemort, the scourge of the magical realm, would he be deemed a good wizard or a bad one? Ron gazed thoughtfully at the spellbook on the table. Mo Bai remained silent, savoring a sip of rich red tea, a playful smile gracing his lips as he observed Ron. A clear, melodious voice abruptly shattered the silence between them. Mo Bai turned his head, the warmth of sincerity replacing the amusement on his face. Finished with training? Yes. Hermione's long brown hair bounced behind her like a sprightly lark as she dashed to Mo Bai's side, her bright eyes filled solely with youthful exuberance. Indeed, I have completed the training task you assigned me today. As she spoke, her hand casually rested on Mo Bai's shoulder. Following last night, the dynamic between the two seemed to shimmer with an inexplicable transformation. Mo Bai regarded the girl's animated face, gently lowering her hand from his shoulder into his palm. How does it feel? Incredible, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as the magical energy within her rendered previously challenging spells effortlessly manageable. Moreover, she had finally succeeded in casting the mature fire god's path. Although its power was still modest, it no longer left her immobilized, as it had in the Forbidden Forest, where she had struggled to control the spell's fluctuations. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received. Mo Bai patted her hand, shaking his head with a smile. Life is long. There will surely be even greater gifts ahead. Hermione appeared perplexed, while Mo Bai observed the innocence reflected in her starkly contrasting pupils, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, yet he remained silent. Although Hermione could not decipher the boy's smile, she felt her cheeks warm inexplicably. Clearing her throat, she shifted the subject. What were you discussing with Ron just now? Nothing of consequence, Mo Bai replied, gesturing for Hermione to sit on the armrest of his chair. The girl candidly settled down, comfortably leaning against his shoulder and nudging him playfully, just offering him some future advice. Future advice? Harry, who had been quietly absorbing the conversation, finally seized the opportunity to chime in, glancing at Ron, who was staring blankly at the book on the table, lost in thought. Mo Bai regarded him as well. I wonder if you're aware that Ron has been feeling quite guilty about what happened in the Chamber of Secrets last week. Harry scratched his head. I know. He has been a bit down this week. I've tried talking to him. I truly haven't blamed him. The wand malfunction wasn't his fault, was it? Mo Bai poured Hermione a cup of red tea and stole a glance at Harry. You may not blame him, but he has been harsh on himself. So what is he doing now? I merely provided him with a perspective. Mo Bai's cryptic words left Harry and Hermione somewhat bewildered. Harry hesitated to ask for clarification, but Hermione felt no such reservations in Mo Bai's presence. She lightly tapped the boy's shoulder. Could you be a bit clearer? Mo Bai offered a faint smile, meeting Hermione's gaze as he began to speak. Ron. Suddenly, a brilliant flame erupted around them without warning, the fire crackling and scorching the air. In a flash, a white-bearded old man materialized before them. Professor Dumbledore. Hermione and Harry gasped, and Hermione, realizing her posture was somewhat unbecoming, blushed and leaped to the ground. Mo Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Dumbledore, what brings you here? Given that Dumbledore had inadvertently come to his aid, he decided to refrain from calling him Old Dumbledore for the time being. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Come with me. Why? What is it? Mo Bai sensed something was amiss from Dumbledore's demeanor. The latter's gaze swept across the group, lingering momentarily on Ron, with a glimmer of light flashing behind his half-moon spectacles. Yet, his countenance remained serious. It's about Grindelwald. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, and Ron abruptly looked up, turning his attention to Mo Bai. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, well, Old Dumbledore. Chapter 78. Lucius's Conspiracy, Ron's Contemplation. Lucius Malfoy sat elegantly in a chair, surveying the furnishings of the headmaster's office with disdain. Compared to his estate, everything here appeared antiquated and worn. The walls of the office were adorned with portraits of former headmasters of Hogwarts, all of whom gazed coldly at the two men within the room. Malfoy. Fudge turned to him, scrutinizing him closely. Is your source of information reliably credible? Of course. Lucius leaned on his ornate, serpent-headed cane, pausing momentarily. His icy, slate-blue eyes brimmed with skepticism and contempt. Current reports suggested that he had taken in students sent from Nurmengard. This raised undeniable questions about his potential illicit connections with the Dark Lord and the truth behind the so-called legendary war of years past. However, Fudge hesitated, his indecisive expression igniting frustration within Lucius. In truth, Dumbledore had indeed thwarted the Dark Lord, and he remained the most powerful wizard of the present day. Lucius sneered. That is all ancient history. He has aged fudge. As long as I can prove that the boy named Mo Bai is associated with Grindelwald, I can ensnare him. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Lucius's lips. Even if Dumbledore were not connected to Grindelwald, it would demonstrate his failing faculties, allowing the descendant of the first Dark Lord to attend Hogwarts. This would place innocent, vulnerable students in peril. With this alone, I could report to the board and have him impeached as headmaster. When a Ministry of Magic takes over Hogwarts, you will be the greatest minister of magic in history, accomplishing feats that your predecessors could not. As for Dumbledore, once this information circulates within the magical community, he will no longer be regarded as the greatest wizard. He will merely be seen as a senile former headmaster, lacking clarity. Fudge, feeling the weight of the insinuation against him, did not appear particularly pleased. Though inept and foolish, he was not so naive as to be beguiled by Lucius's grandiose visions. Should this endeavor succeed, Lucius would undoubtedly hold the greatest influence among the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Once the ministry established a presence at Hogwarts, he could even intervene in the ministry's actions within the school. At that point, Fudge would be rendered a mere figurehead. However, the time had not yet come to reveal their true intentions. He fixed his gaze on Lucius. How can you prove that this Mo Bai is connected to Grindelwald? Lucius sneered, slamming the documents onto the table with a resounding thud. I have traced the origins of this Mo Bai. He was smuggled into England through an illicit portkey, which upon investigation by my subordinates, has been identified as a two-way transfer point between England and Germany. As for the individual in possession of the portkey, his smile widened, rendering him akin to a sinister vulture. It belongs to the Rosier family. We all know that 40 years ago, the Rosier family was among the most fervent followers of the Dark Lord, with Vita Rosier being one of Grindelwald's most competent accomplices. He wields a serpent-headed wand, and is a little dark wizard who arrived in England via Grindelwald's secret passage. This array of evidence unequivocally indicates that he is inextricably linked to Grindelwald. Regardless of the truth, should he be accused based on this irrefutable evidence, that little rascal will be deemed guilty, even if he is not. This thought he harbored silently, a venomous growl echoing in his mind. At this moment, Fudge, still holding a modicum of respect for Dumbledore, observed the advantage Lucius had over him and silently muttered to himself, "You're still one of Voldemort's old guard. Do not think that your charm can truly deceive anyone. Had it not been for your family's wealth back then, you would now be languishing in Azkaban." Nevertheless, he keenly grasped the sensitive term, his brow furrowing in concern. Is that Mo Bai truly a dark wizard? He was certain of it. The malevolent magic he sensed almost led him to believe he had encountered a wizard possessed by Voldemort. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. This power, while inferior to Voldemort's, seemed purer and more sinister, as if it contained the very essence of destruction and death. After that day, he began investigating the boy named Mo Bai. Initially, as the head of a notoriously opportunistic family in the magical world, he merely perceived the boy's potential. If this individual were to rise as the next Dark Lord, he could very well cultivate a relationship before the boy matured. It is worth noting that during Voldemort's reign, the Malfoy family flourished in the magical community, and even now, they retained considerable influence, navigating the undercurrents of the Muggle world to secure lucrative enterprises. Upon learning that his son was at odds with Mo Bai at school, he chastised his most cherished youngest son in a letter. However, when he discovered Mo Bai's close association with Dumbledore, the matter was ultimately shelved, though he remained hopeful. After all, Voldemort had once counted Dumbledore as one of his most promising students. Yet, after the failed attempt to impeach Dumbledore following the Chamber of Secrets incident, he redirected his focus onto Mo Bai. Since Draco had already become adversarial with him, why not exploit this to undermine Dumbledore? During this week, he meticulously investigated Mo Bai. Although he could not uncover the young man's origins, there were strong indications of a connection to Grindelwald, coupled with an unsettling mastery of dark magic. These two revelations alone could warrant Mo Bai's expulsion from Hogwarts and simultaneously tarnish Dumbledore's reputation. His gaze fixated on the grand chair at the center of the headmaster's office. Lucius could even dare to envision himself seated there in the future, should he succeed in impeaching Dumbledore. His esteemed standing among the Board of Governors and his rapport with Fudge would seemingly pave the way for him to ascend to the position of Hogwarts headmaster. Just as Lucius was lost in these aspirations, the door to the headmaster's office swung open. His brooding eyes bypassed Dumbledore, who walked ahead, and landed squarely on the boy who followed. The youth lifted his gaze, his onyx-like eyes meeting Lucius's with an unwavering clarity and a poised smile that held no flaws. Lucius was momentarily taken aback, sensing a mocking tone in the boy's composed demeanor, as if he were silently taunting him. Wasn't this the pure-blood aristocrat I had so easily felled in public? Though the boy spoke not a word, Lucius felt as if he could truly hear those words echoing in his mind, igniting a surge of fury within him, even as a sinister smile crept deeper upon his lips. I hope he can still smile after this. Meanwhile, Fudge had already approached. In the depths of the chamber, Harry and Ron remained in a state of shock, gazing at each other after witnessing Dumbledore and Mo Bai's recent departure. Grindelwald? Wasn't he the first Dark Lord? Why would Mo Bai be implicated in matters concerning him? Could it be that Mo Bai had some connection to this dark wizard? Their eyes instinctively turned towards Hermione. In the school, if anyone knew Mo Bai best, it would undoubtedly be the girl who was nearly inseparable from him. At that moment, Hermione was also deeply anxious. Biting her lip, her eyes filled with concern. Professor Dumbledore must be aware of the ties between Mo Bai and Grindelwald, and it seemed evident that his relationship with the Dark Wizard was rather ambiguous. Otherwise, he would not have sought to become Mo Bai's guardian. Thus, his sudden visit to find Mo Bai could not have been the professor's desire. The young girl's thoughts raced, quickly sifting through the circumstances of the magical world as she had read. Soon, she arrived at a conclusion. Someone from the Ministry of Magic had arrived. With this realization, her worry intensified. As a mere second-year witch, how could she possibly assist Mo Bai? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Without time to bid farewell to her friends, she dashed towards the exit of the chamber. Harry looked at Ron, expressing his belief in Mo Bai and in Professor Dumbledore's discernment. Surely, he would not allow anyone associated with the Dark Lord to enter the school. Not necessarily, Ron quipped, momentarily forgetting last year as Professor Quirrell. The two fell into a sudden silence. In their first year, Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, had been in league with the Dark Lord, nearly leading to Harry's demise. Fortunately, it was Harry's mother who, with her life, unleashed the ancient magic that granted him escape from peril. How coincidental it is that this year's defense against the dark arts professor is rather inept, yet Mo Bai serves as the teaching assistant. One cannot help but ponder whether each year, those associated with this course have some link to the Dark Lord. Meanwhile, Ron gazes at the spellbook on the table. If Mo Bai is indeed connected to the malevolent Dark Lord, can his words be trusted? He recalls the harrowing scene from last week in this very chamber, where his best friend nearly met his demise at the hands of a serpent's kiss. If only he had mastered a few more spells, even dark ones. Harry speaks up, asserting his belief that Mo Bai cannot possibly be affiliated with the Dark Lord. He is clearly a good person who has assisted them greatly. Otherwise, Professor Dumbledore would not have uttered that name in their presence. Indeed, the two make their way out of the chamber, while within, various teacups begin to clean themselves autonomously, arranging themselves neatly within the cupboard. Meanwhile, the spot where the spellbook once rested is now devoid of any object. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sits composedly in his chair, while Mo Bai and Lucius face each other across the desk. Mo Bai adeptly pours himself and Dumbledore a cup of red tea, seemingly oblivious to Lucius and Fudge. The two, feeling disregarded, were expressions of displeasure. Lucius fixates on Mo Bai with a venomous tone. Mr. Mo Bai, do you have anything to say regarding this matter? It appears that Mo Bai has only just noticed Lucius. What? What did you just say? Do not overstep your bounds. Despite Mo Bai's blatant rudeness, Lucius maintains an elegant demeanor, though his words are laced with barely contained fury, as if each syllable is spat from between clenched teeth, reminiscent of a hissing serpent. Fudge, standing behind Lucius, observes their exchange with a cold eye, scrutinizing the youth known as Mo Bai. It is rather striking that the Minister of Magic is the only person standing in the room, positioned like a mere attendant. Mo Bai casually rests his hand on the arm of his chair, twirling his fingers as the silver spoon in his cup stirs the tea. With legs crossed, the youth reclines comfortably against the backrest, lifting the teacup to take a sip. He raises his eyebrows in delight at the exquisite taste, once again disregarding Lucius entirely. Observing Lucius's pale countenance turn a shade of ashen gray, Dumbledore's eyes glint with amusement, and he clears his throat as if to diffuse the tension. Mr. Malfoy, I understand your point. However, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, I believe that inviting a distinguished wizard from Germany to our school should not be deemed unlawful, correct? Lucius casts a direct gaze at Dumbledore, yet in the presence of the greatest wizard of all time, his intimidation wanes slightly. How do you explain the fact that you used a key belonging to the Rosier family? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore and Mo Bai exchange a fleeting glance. Indeed, suspicions regarding Mo Bai's connection to Grindelwald begin to arise. Mo Bai presses his lips together, Therefore, when the old man ordered to be escorted out of the castle, was it indeed the Rosier family? In retrospect, those extraordinary and constantly scrutinizing wizards did not appear to be benevolent individuals. Dumbledore, with his hands interlaced before him, let the gleam of his half-moon spectacles flicker. It seemed that the Ministry of Magic had not prohibited wizards from utilizing portkeys, and as the headmaster of Hogwarts, I seemingly possessed the authority to accept students across borders. Indeed, that is the case. Fudge chuckled, interjecting. Lucius shot a fierce glare at Fudge. Whose side are you on, you old coot? He then adjusted his silver hair, draped over his shoulders. While there was no issue with the headmaster using a portkey, the problem lay with the ownership of that portkey. He rose and approached the desk, regarding Dumbledore from a superior vantage point. The Rosier family is a vassal of Grindelwald, remaining loyal to the first Dark Lord to this day. Dumbledore calmly met his gaze, looking at Lucius as one would at a petulant child, which incited Lucius's ire. I simply wish to know, Headmaster Dumbledore, are you connected to this Dark Lord Grindelwald, or is it this young man? The corner of McNair's mouth curled upwards, as he was pointed at by the serpent-headed wand. Quite coincidentally, both are intertwined. However, such a truth could not be uttered. Naturally, Lucius pivoted his stance, asserting that he believed the hero who vanquished the Dark Lord would not collude with the Dark Lord himself. He adjusted his collar, speaking with a veneer of elegance, yet failed to notice the slight twitch at the corner of Dumbledore's brow. However, it appears that your judgment may be somewhat flawed, Lucius. It is rather revealing that you have admitted a descendant of the Dark Lord, a dark wizard, in a Hogwarts. I believe it is imperative to report this to the Board of Governors, as it may raise certain discrepancies regarding your position as headmaster. He turned to McNair. As for you, Minister Fudge, you represent the Ministry of Magic here, and I must question the intentions of a dark wizard's descendant who has deceived the headmaster to infiltrate Hogwarts. Fudge, standing behind him, appeared somewhat flustered, lacking a decisive stance. Nevertheless, he coughed lightly, attempting to exude authority while glaring at McNair. McNair raised an eyebrow. Is this indeed the purpose of old Malfoy's visit today? Having discovered his background from an unknown source, he seeks to exploit it as leverage to undermine me and simultaneously implicate Dumbledore? Huh, but is this all? He calmly set down his cup, adjusted his robes, and rose gracefully. It seems that the esteemed pure-blood aristocrat, Mr. Malfoy, harbors a profound misunderstanding regarding both myself and Headmaster Dumbledore. Upon hearing the term pure-blood aristocrat, Lucius's pale face immediately flushed a deep shade of liver. He had not forgotten the words spoken by this young brat in Diagon Alley. Only a dog emphasizes pure bloodline. You, he nearly shouted, but then caught sight of the boy's slightly narrowed eyes. Had he truly been intimidated? Intimidated by a second-year wizard? Once he regained his composure, he was filled with furious embarrassment, ready to unleash his anger. You, Mr. Malfoy, may I infer from your earlier statement that I arrived in England via the key to the Dark Lord's former followers, thus aligning myself with his cause? Of course. A subtle smirk tugged at Mo Bai's lips, for, to my knowledge, one among us in this chamber was once Voldemort's most intimate subordinate. Lucius's already pallid face drained of color. How could you possibly know? Mo Bai's peripheral gaze collided with Dumbledore's, their eyes meeting briefly before parting. Both reached an identical conclusion. These two were here for amusement, and naturally, Lucius's predicament was divulged to him directly by Dumbledore. Perhaps this man had basked in comfort for too long, forgetting that he himself was of a dark lineage and dared to threaten them in such a manner. They were not fearful of Lucius resorting to mutual destruction. Their family was notoriously known for being subservient and fickle. The only way he could enact such a drastic measure would be if he were to be called Lucius Potter instead. Lucius forcefully composed himself, declaring, "The Ministry has long since concluded my innocence. Do not attempt to distort the truth and deceive us." Montauk Bai chuckled, the youth's elegant smile causing a weight to settle in Lucius's heart. By the way, you may be unaware that during the chamber incident, a black notebook was discovered, one that still bears traces of Voldemort's presence. I wonder, Mr. Malfoy, if you can guess whose possession it was found in? Lucius's heart plummeted at once, a singular thought racing through his mind. Draco, you troublesome child. Chapter 79, Lucius's Obsession. He refrained from contacting his son due to his guilty conscience. Unbeknownst to him, Draco, having been saved by Harry Potter in the chamber, felt a flicker of gratitude towards his sworn enemy. Thus, he did not collaborate with Lucius's plan to force Dumbledore's resignation, leading to the failure of the scheme. Now, due to the disparity in information, he found himself ensnared in this predicament. Under Mo Bai's seemingly amused gaze, Lucius was drenched in cold sweat. He was acutely aware that the Black Notebook was a remnant of dark magic left by Voldemort at his home, seemingly connected to the opening of the chamber all those years ago. The original plan involved slipping this notebook to that little Weasley girl amidst the chaos in Diagon Alley, not only to incite turmoil at Hogwarts, but also to frame the Weasley family, a perfect twofold scheme. Little did he expect it to be discovered by the impudent youth before him, left with no alternatives. He had instructed Draco to carry the notebook and to casually dispose of it to anyone at school, although the chamber had been opened, successfully driving Dumbledore away from Hogwarts for a time. If Draco were to be revealed as the instigator, the consequences would be catastrophic. Lucius held a deep affection for his son. His eyes darted rapidly, forcing a smile as he settled back in his chair, cold sweat dampening his silver hair, a strand clinging to his cheek, which he irritably brushed aside. You mustn't speak so carelessly. As far as I know, the true instigator of the chamber's opening was that inept fool, Lockhart. Mo Bai's lips curled into a smile, seemingly indicating that Mr. Malfoy was well informed. Indeed, the Chamber of Secrets had been activated by Lockhart. He tilted his head slightly, resting one hand on his temple, his gaze fixed intently on Lucius. Under the clarity of his eyes, Lucius felt as if he were utterly exposed, devoid of any secrets. However, I seem to have a notion of how this Black Notebook made its way into Hogwarts. This Black Notebook, I feel as if I have encountered it before. Nonsense. Faced with Mo Bai's relentless pressure, Lucius's heart plummeted. This filthy little wretch. Lucius's eyes darkened, his expression turning sour, observing the pallor of his opponent's face. Mo Bai elegantly shifted his crossed legs and leaned forward, his youthful presence surprisingly overwhelming Lucius, the head of the family, to the point of insignificance. Mr. Malfoy, do you still stubbornly believe that my use of the Rosier family key has any connection to Grindelwald? With the conversation reaching this point, Lucius was already convinced that this cunning little brat undoubtedly knew about the Black Notebook, the very source of the Chamber's awakening, which stemmed from their Malfoy lineage. He could sense the probing gaze of Fudge behind him. The Ministry of Magic was well aware of his early association with Voldemort. However, he had managed to absolve himself with the use of the Cruciatus Curse and had generously provided substantial funding to the Ministry, allowing the matter to be hastily brushed aside, becoming an unspoken secret between them. Yet, with the resurfacing of old grievances, the Ministry now had an excuse to target the Malfoy family once more. Lucius was all too familiar with the Ministry's corrupt nature, led by Fudge, a mere swarm of parasites. Their insatiable greed for wealth made even the vampires, as dark creatures, appear modest in comparison. All his efforts within the Ministry over the years would be rendered futile, and his family's reputation would suffer a significant blow. Gazing at the young man before him, Lucius felt a surge of apprehension. This individual was merely of the same age as Draco. Was he truly a prodigy? Or perhaps he shifted his gaze to Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the magical realm at present. Was this old man as directive? His thoughts raced, and he managed to form a forced smile. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. I hope both of you do not take offense. After all, Grindelwald's heinous crimes were notorious, and in our efforts for peace within the magical community, to prevent the resurgence of the Dark Lord's influence, we may have been overly sensitive. I believe Professor Dumbledore can understand. Both Mo Bai and Dumbledore raised their eyebrows, questioning the abruptness of this supposed misunderstanding. However, such official rhetoric effectively silenced Dumbledore. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, each of his actions bore significant consequences. Given that the other party had spoken thus, it would be unwise for him to press further. After all, Lucius was merely seizing the opportunity to speculate boldly. Yet both men were acutely aware that this maneuver was merely a fortunate misfire. Their connections with Grindelwald were indeed somewhat intimate. Delving deeper would benefit no one. Mo Bai understood this principle. Thus he simply regarded Lucius with a faint smile, his gaze akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. However, Lucius abruptly shifted the conversation, inquiring whether the two had any explanations regarding the allegations that Mr. Mo Bai was a dark wizard. The irritation within Mo Bai surged. Lucius was indeed relentless, akin to a bothersome fly, impossible to swat away, yet persistently vexatious. Were it not for Minister Fudge's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to impart the sting of the Cruciatus Curse upon Lucius. Dumbledore, sensing the boy's agitation, cast him a calming glance. Mr. Malfoy, your words are excessive. Mo Bai is merely a second-year student at Hogwarts. We both know that while dark magic is indeed nefarious, the spells contained within are profoundly intricate, far beyond the grasp of a mere second-year wizard. To label Mo Bai as a dark wizard is rather ludicrous. Lucius sneered, asserting that the exceptionally malevolent and pure magic he sensed in Diagon Alley was no mere fabrication. Though somewhat alarming, I must prioritize the safety of the magical world and therefore request verification. His confidence returned, and he gestured to Minister Fudge, who appeared displeased by the command in Lucius's eyes, but considered that it might serve to remove Dumbledore from his position. From his robes, Fudge produced a small white stone. This is the magic stone, a relic from ancient times that could detect the nature of a wizard's magical essence when infused with magic. He placed the stone upon the coffee table before him. I have complete faith in Professor Dumbledore's judgment. He would never allow an evil dark wizard to infiltrate Hogwarts. He elevated Dumbledore's reputation, aware that innocent students were present. His vulture-like, gray-blue eyes fixated on Mo Bai. "So, Mr. Mo Bai, please." Mo Bai frowned at the stone on the table. Although his magic had been effectively refined through the Patronus charm, ancient artifacts were notoriously mysterious and potent. He questioned whether this little trinket could detect his darker magic. Should it do so, not only would he risk expulsion from Hogwarts, but Dumbledore's authority would undoubtedly come into question, and the Ministry might very well seek to impeach the headmaster. The Patronus charm? A spark of realization illuminated Mo Bai's mind, instilling him with confidence. The furrows in his brow smoothed, and he leaned back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Is it merely a matter of detection? There is no need for the esteemed minister to resort to ancient magical artifacts. I can demonstrate that I am not a dark wizard myself. His respectful address of Fudge softened the minister's gaze towards him, as he was the first to use such a title since entering the room. Such a polite young wizard, and quite astute as well, Fudge mused, his allegiance to Lucius wavering. Maintaining the status quo seemed appealing. Although he harbored some trepidation regarding Dumbledore's dominion over Hogwarts and its implications for his own position, their coexistence had been largely untroubled over the years. "How do you intend to prove it?" Fudge spoke, provoking Lucius's ire. "Which side are you on? How can you deliver messages at this moment?" Fudge disregarded Lucius's glare. Absurd. He was the Minister of Magic and, by all accounts, the most esteemed individual in this room, fully entitled to express his opinions freely. The expressions of the two men fell into Mo Bai's view, prompting a smirk to grace his lips. It appeared these two were not united after all. He crossed his arms before him, contemplating the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a faint surge of magical energy emanated from the direction of the window, drawing their attention simultaneously. Outside the headmaster's office, a flicker of silver light caught their eyes. A petite dolphin frolicked outside, playfully nudging the window with its delicate snout, seemingly striving to capture the attention of those within. A Patronus? Both Lucius and Fudge were taken aback, surprised that a Patronus would manifest at this moment. Who had summoned it? A glimmer of realization passed through Dumbledore's eyes as he turned to Mo Bai. In response, Mo Bai displayed the first genuine smile since entering the room. His gaze softened by the sight of the dolphin outside. No doubt, it was my girl, who had synchronized her thoughts with mine. In the distance, atop a tower adjacent to the headmaster's office, Hermione bit her lip in concentration, her wand pointing skyward, its tip shimmering with silver light. Chapter 80. I am with you. Throughout her journey, Hermione pondered what criteria the Ministry of Magic employed to associate Mo Bai with Grindelwald. Reflecting on the past, she recalled the incident at Diagon Alley at the beginning of the term when Mo Bai had fiercely defended her parents, reprimanding the arrogant and impotent head of the Malfoy family. Though he had masked his actions with a display of magic, it was highly likely that Lucius Malfoy had sensed Mo Bai's dark magic, thus directing his animosity towards him. She even recalled the incident in Hagrid's hut, where that Malfoy had attempted to leverage the Chamber of Secrets affair to force Dumbledore's resignation. Worry flickered in the young girl's eyes. This matter could potentially implicate Professor Dumbledore as well. It was evident why Hermione was celebrated as a know-it-all. She had nearly deduced the entirety of the situation from just a single remark by Dumbledore. However, one mystery remained unsolved. Why did Professor Dumbledore openly utter Grindelwald's name, the name of the first Dark Lord, in front of Harry and Ron? Did he believe the two could be trusted? The girl hastened her steps, her mind racing. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. She had to do something for Mo Bai, even if it amounted to a trivial gesture or proved futile. Nevertheless, inaction was not an option for her. She paused, gazing at the headmaster's office perched atop the castle. Shifting her focus, she locked onto a tower not far from the headmaster's office. Moments later, she appeared breathless at the tower's summit, her wand aloft, illuminating the corners of her tightly pressed lips with silver light. If the Ministry of Magic intends to accuse Mo Bai of being associated with Grindelwald, they must approach the matter from two angles. Firstly, they must scrutinize the channels through which Mo Bai arrived in England. while she may lack specific knowledge. It is evident that her presence is intricately linked to Grindelwald. Secondly, to allege that Mo Bai is connected to Grindelwald or even his successor. It is imperative to ascertain whether she is indeed a dark wizard, although Hermione feels powerless regarding the former. If she can prove that Mo Bai is not a dark wizard, then the prior accusations will be rendered utterly baseless. In that moment, a vivid scene etched in her memory surfaced. On her birthday, two figures intertwined by the lake, accompanied by whales and dolphins frolicking in the sky. It is a well-known truth in the magical realm that a dark wizard cannot summon a Patronus. Despite her belief that Mo Bai, with his intellect, would certainly recognize this fact, she chose to conjure her Patronus from the spot nearest to him, wishing to convey that, no matter what, she stood by his side. The silvery light illuminated the girl's face, casting a radiant glow across a corner of the night sky above Hogwarts, penetrating the windows of the headmaster's office and reaching into the boy's heart. The moment Mo Bai beheld the silvery dolphin, he instantly grasped her intention. Despite facing Lucius's aggressive demeanor, his heart softened, for that glimmer of silver reassured him that his little girl was nearby, accompanying him. Observing the bewildered expressions of Lucius and Fudge, Mo Bai smiled, assuring them, "You need not panic. This is mine." Upon hearing these words, even Dumbledore, with all his composure, could not help but blink in surprise. "You impudent child, do have some modesty. You dare to call yourself her boyfriend without any proper foundation?" Little did he know, at that moment, the two had forged an oath even more profound than that which had once existed between him and Grindelwald. Lucius raised an eyebrow as he watched Mo Bai produce a wand, entirely white, from the depths of his dark robe. The stark contrast of Mo Bai's black attire against the wand naturally drew the gaze of both men to it. Maintaining a relaxed posture on the sofa, the boy casually twirled the wand and uttered, "Expecto Patronum." What appeared to be a frail figure erupted with a formidable magic that sent chills down the spines of Fudge and Lucius. A vast expanse of milky white mist surged forth from the wand's tip, transforming the headmaster's office into a sea of white within mere seconds. The haunting call of a whale resonated through the office, seemingly vibrating the very depths of their souls. Fudge and Lucius gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly grazing the floor as they witnessed a colossal creature leap from the white ocean, its massive flippers dispersing wisps of white mist, akin to a scene from a fairy tale. As the immense tail fin swung, Lucius instinctively bent forward, shielding his head, fearing that the tail, nearly matching his own size, would reduce him to mere pulp. Yet, the magnificent white whale surged towards the window, where Dumbledore gently flicked his fingers, causing the window to swing open. The whale ascended into the night sky, with the agile dolphin following closely behind. In the night sky above Hogwarts, a large and a small guardian spirit frolicked, playfully chasing one another, while a dolphin floated gracefully, its delicate snout gently swaying. The colossal body of a blue whale twisted with surprising agility, its massive head tenderly leaning closer until it softly touched the small dolphin's beak. A sense of wonder surged simultaneously in the hearts of the young girl and boy. Hermione stood atop the tower, her crystalline eyes sparkling, a look of innocent joy gracing her face, while Mo Bai also wore a gentle smile. In the next moment, however, his smile faded, transforming into a courteous and elegant expression. He regarded the dazed Lucius and Fudge. "My apologies for the delay. Let us continue our previous discussion." He rested his chin on one hand, tilting his head toward the two. "I believe we were discussing the notion that I am a dark wizard." Fudge, roused from his stupor, now displayed a remarkable facet of his prowess as Minister of Magic, an audacious demeanor. "Certainly not. That is merely a misunderstanding. I have heard that Professor Dumbledore has enrolled an exceptionally gifted student who, upon entering, advanced to the second year and could perfectly serve as a teaching assistant for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Hence my visit." He gazed at Mo Bai with admiration, realizing that meeting him in person was far more impressive than mere hearsay. A smirk of derision played at the corners of Mo Bai's lips. "So that is how it is." "Indeed," Fudge asserted emphatically, eager to validate his claims. "I never anticipated that Mr. Mo Bai, being only in his second year, could conjure such a magnificent Patronus. Truly unprecedented. How could such a prodigy be labeled a dark wizard?" As some have suggested, following this declaration, he took a couple of steps back, seemingly to distance himself from certain individuals. Upon hearing this, Mo Bai and Dumbledore exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes reflecting a subtle bemusement. Indeed, the shamelessness of politicians seemed directly proportional to their status. Yet they chose silence, content to observe the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, Fudge's thoughts were consumed with scathing rebukes aimed at Lucius. Is this what you call having the upper hand? This young man's ability to produce such a Patronus at his age. If he were a dark wizard, I might as well be Voldemort. He foresaw that, provided this young man did not meet an untimely end, his future achievements could rival even those of Dumbledore. After all, Dumbledore had not possessed such capabilities at this age. Under Dumbledore's protection, who could possibly bring about this boy's downfall? Lucius had recklessly embroiled him with such a remarkable talent. No, he needed to take some remedial action. His mind raced, and when his gaze fell upon Dumbledore, a spark of inspiration ignited. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with Dumbledore. At this thought, the derision in Mo Bai's eyes deepened, and his perception of the current corruption within the magical world intensified. Moreover, there were those who gained notoriety solely through boastful claims, such as a certain Gilderoy Lockhart. However, since Minister Fudge extended an olive branch, Mo Bai naturally took the opportunity to descend gracefully from his stance. The objective of intimidation had been achieved, rendering further aggression unnecessary. After all, despite Fudge's ineptitude, he remained at the epicenter of power within the British magical community. Moreover, Hermione's unexpected appearance proved to be a stroke of genius, transforming Mo Bai's intended show of force into light-hearted banter among young wizards. Though the outcome remained unchanged outwardly, Fudge's dignity was preserved, resulting in a mutually agreeable situation. After all, the distinction between forcing Fudge to retreat with a spell and him retreating of his own accord was significant, one being a reaction and the other a decision. In the wake of this exchange, Fudge's perception of Mo Bai shifted dramatically. Dumbledore smiled warmly, stating that he would express gratitude on behalf of Mo Bai for the minister's recognition. Fudge, beaming, replied that there was no need for such formality. Having a prodigious talent like Mo Bai was indeed a boon for the British magical world, and as minister, he welcomed it wholeheartedly. Noticing that neither Mo Bai nor Dumbledore showed any inclination to see him off, a fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Fudge's face. However, it quickly dissipated. No need for the headmaster to escort me. I bid you farewell. With a nod, he turned and departed, not even glancing at Lucius, who remained seated in stunned silence. Chapter 81. Do not live in a shadow. Above the night sky of Hogwarts, the frolicking Patronus gradually faded. The girl cast a glance at the window of the headmaster's office, lifted her heels slightly, and turned away with a smile, content with her departure. Though unaware of the specific events within the office, she felt certain that she had aided Mo Bai. This was a connection shared between a girl and a boy. Inside the office, the once white expanse had vanished, leaving the three individuals seated in silence. The atmosphere had shifted as Mo Bai and Dumbledore observed Lucius, who sat motionless with a vacant stare. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, internally screaming three words: impossible. He felt as though the magical worldview he had constructed over decades was collapsing. He had personally sensed the boy's magic in Diagon Alley. The dark, profound aura imbued with malevolence was unmistakable. This was undeniably pure dark magic, the very source of his confidence. Faced with the ancient magical artifacts of the Department of Mysteries, he believed his identity as a dark wizard would remain undisguised. Yet, mere seconds ago, he had witnessed the youth effortlessly cast the Patronus charm, producing one of the most powerful patron uses he had ever seen. In his understanding, dark wizards were utterly incapable of conjuring a Patronus. Otherwise, they would face its inevitable backlash. He gazed at the elegantly seated boy, who regarded him with a mocking expression. A bone-chilling dread seeped into his very marrow, flooding his insides. What kind of monster was he facing? Mr. Malfoy, you must be quite perplexed at this moment. The boy playfully tapped his forehead, feigning confusion. How could he, a dark wizard, summon a Patronus? Observing the boy's brazen mockery, Dumbledore offered a faint, bittersweet smile. It appeared that Mo Bai was not as unfazed as he seemed. Leaning back in his seat, he gradually closed his eyes, allowing the youth to vent his frustrations, provided he did not overstep. Noticing Dumbledore's closed eyes, Mo Bai's smile widened as he rose and approached Lucius. Faced with this mere second-year wizard, the illustrious patriarch of the Malfoy lineage, a pure-blood aristocrat of high standing in the wizarding world, leaned back as if attempting to retreat into the sofa. His eyes reflected alarm. What was the boy about to do? He sensed a swirling vortex within Mo Bai's dark gaze. What was he planning? The boy's smile was wicked as he extended his finger, waving it before Lucius. Lucius flinched in terror. Mr. Malfoy, you are a noble pureblood. How can you be so ineffectual? With a delicate flick of his pale finger, a magical stone that had fallen from Fudge's grasp soared into the boy's palm. Did you not wish to ascertain whether I am a dark wizard? Lucius managed a ghastly smile. You have already proven that you are not a dark wizard. TSK, Mo Bai scoffed softly. Mr. Malfoy, are you not going to take another look? In Lucius's eyes, which were wide with fear, the white stone in the boy's palm visibly transformed into a deep black, with tendrils of dark mist swirling around it. As the magical stone turned black as he had anticipated, Lucius's heart sank rather than soared. The boy's nonchalance in revealing his dark wizard identity clearly indicated that he cared little about the consequences of such revelations. What was he planning? In a state of panic, he glanced at Dumbledore, only to find the powerful white wizard sitting serenely with his eyes closed, breathing steadily as if in a deep slumber. Lucius's heart plummeted into despair. It was evident that Dumbledore was turning a blind eye, allowing Mo Bai to unleash whatever he desired. Mr. Malfoy, do not panic. Look again. The darkness enveloping the magical stone receded like a tide, and in an instant, it gleamed white as clouds. The next moment, a crisp shattering sound echoed. A fissure appeared on the magical stone, as if it could no longer withstand the boy's power, and more cracks emerged, spreading like a web across its surface. In Lucius's trembling gaze, this ancient magical artifact silently disintegrated into a pile of dust within the boy's grasp. Montauk Bai exhaled softly, and the powder splattered across Lucius's face, yet he dared not wipe it away. So what do you think I am, a white wizard or a dark wizard? Lucius's worldview, akin to the magical stone, shattered into oblivion. His expression was one of utter bewilderment. Was he truly rendered speechless? The boy rolled his eyes, bored, and straightened up, looking down at Lucius, who was slumped in his chair. With but a hint of magical suggestion, the patriarch's psychological resilience appeared to be even weaker than that of his son. Mr. Malfoy, I simply wish to be an ordinary student at Hogwarts. I care not for your petty dealings with the Ministry of Magic, nor do I concern myself with whether you are a minion of Voldemort. Just remember this, never. He locked his gaze on Lucius's eyes, emphasizing never. Do not provoke me. I am averse to complications. Do not forget. He casually fiddled with his fingers. The black mist at his fingertips danced with an almost sentient grace. Your son, I see him every day. Upon hearing what mentioned Draco, Lucius's bewildered gaze instantly sharpened. He sprang up, glaring at Voldemort with a facade of ferocity. This is my affair. It has nothing to do with Draco. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, perceiving Lucius's evident concern for his son. Then remember my words and hold them tightly. With a contented sigh, he glanced at Lucius. Mr. Malfoy, I shall not see you off. Lucius trembled, wishing to glare, but refraining, resorting instead to a cold huff as he turned toward the door. He must ensure Draco is distanced from this demon. By the way, Mr. Malfoy, do not entertain thoughts of transferring Draco. Voldemort's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, reached Lucius from behind, freezing him in place. Hogwarts is a fine institution. I hold a rather favorable impression of it, and would not wish to lose such a rare friend. The youth, holding a teacup, moved with the grace of a noble prince, yet in his eyes, the boy before him was shrouded in a swirling black mist, grinning malignantly. He hastily departed, as if fleeing from a chilling abyss. If necessary, he wished never to encounter the boy again. The sound of the door closing restored tranquility to the headmaster's office. A deep sigh resonated as Dumbledore slowly opened his eyes, his aged gaze filled with complexity as it fell upon the youth. You truly resemble him. Voldemort was sifting through confections on the coffee table, vexed by the leaping roaches, and if Lucius were to return at that moment. Witnessing the boy frowning in battle with the sweets, he might indeed question his very existence. Losing his patience, as fingers danced, and the bouncing candies leapt into his grasp. He swallowed one with satisfaction, turning to Dumbledore, his mouth still filled with sugar as he spoke in a muffled tone. You cannot truly believe I would do anything to Malfoy, right? I merely sought to intimidate him. He spread his hands, feigning innocence. You saw. I didn't even touch him, though I was furious and wished to cast a piercing curse. I held myself back. Dumbledore nodded, recognizing that this was your most significant distinction from him. You understand what should and should not be done. I hope you can maintain this resolve and not live in a shadow. Recalling the splendid scene outside the window, the elder's brow relaxed. Moreover, you genuinely care for your friends. However, you do display a degree of hypocrisy, old Dumbledore. The youth chewed on the candy, wiped his hands, and seemingly nonchalantly remarked, You admonish me not to dwell in a shadow and claim I have friends. Yet, he looked at Dumbledore. Why did you utter the old man's name before my friends? Dumbledore fell silent. Chapter 82, The Eve Before the Holidays. Yet Voldemort was acutely aware. In the Chamber of Secrets, the other party had clearly seen the magical tome laid before Ron. a book belonging to Slytherin. Was it your intention to prevent the students of Hogwarts from engaging with dark magic? Or perhaps you are wary of him forming a faction at Hogwarts? Much like the previous two Dark Lords? Old Dumbledore, you have indeed made a grave miscalculation. Bai, have you succumbed to slumber? On the opposite bed, Harry rose and exchanged a cautious glance with Ron, who was equally awake, before tentatively directing his gaze towards Mo Bai. Is something amiss? Mo Bai remained still, his eyes fixed on the canopy above his bed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Ron also rose, looking towards Mo Bai, hesitating to speak. The two engaged in a fervent exchange of glances, silently urging the other to inquire first. Clearly, a multitude of questions plagued them, yet they remained unvoiced. Ultimately, it was Harry who broke the silence, asking, "What did Professor Dumbledore want with you?" In the darkness, Mo Bai curled his lips into a subtle smile. Are you perhaps wondering whether the Grindelwald mentioned by old Dumbledore is indeed the fabled first Dark Lord? Harry and Ron exchanged furtive glances once more. Their silence indicated their tacit agreement. Indeed, he refers to that Gellert Grindelwald, the Dark Lord who sought to overturn the international statute of wizarding secrecy and enslave muggles. Although they had anticipated this revelation, Mo Bai's nonchalance surprised them. Then why did Dumbledore seek you out? Harry inquired cautiously. Is it akin to Neville's situation? Have your family also suffered at the hands of the Dark Lord? Mo Bai paused, taken aback that they had arrived at such a conclusion. He sat up, intrigued by their line of thought. Why would you think that? What if I were a descendant of the Dark Lord, summoned to hear news? Don't try to scare us. Ron scoffed, his expression one of disbelief. You asked Professor Spinnet about Grindelwald's life in history of magic. If you were his descendant, how could you possibly be unaware of your ancestry? Oddly enough, I truly was unaware at that time. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Furthermore, Harry interjected, Grindelwald, the notorious dark wizard, held muggles in utmost disdain, viewing them as slaves he sought to dominate. Hermione, being of muggle descent, is an obvious connection. Harry teased Montauk Bai, a descendant of Grindelwald, wanting to associate with the offspring of muggles? How fantastical! Mo Bai chuckled softly and shook his head. Strangely enough, the reality is indeed quite fantastical. No one could have predicted that the once malevolent Dark Lord would engage in self-reflection in his later years. Moreover, to my knowledge, even in his time, Grindelwald supported the idea of wizard-muggle unions. However, he felt no need to correct their assumptions. Observing the two naive lads, he shrugged. You've seen through me. Upon Mo Bai's admission, Harry and Ron did not exhibit joy at their successful guess. Instead, they exchanged worried glances, concerned for their friend, as they had inadvertently uncovered a sensitive topic. Are you all right? Mo Bai shook his head, maintaining an air of tranquility. It's merely the affairs of the previous generation. I truly feel ill about it. Both individuals pondered the fact that Grindelwald's era had elapsed some 4 or 5 decades ago, during which time Mo Bai's parents were likely of a similar age to them. This matter pertained more to his grandfather's generation. They did not press further for details, and Mo Bai was relieved not to have to fabricate a poignant tale of resistance against the Dark Lord. Thus, the matter was swiftly set aside. As days turned into weeks, Mo Bai's life at Hogwarts unfolded in a tranquil and heartwarming manner. He attended classes, spent time in the library with Hermione, and watched Harry and Ron cause mischief, occasionally joining them in their antics out of sheer curiosity. Professor Snape, however, maintained a perpetual disdain for them. Yet Mo Bai's impeccable conduct in both academics and daily life left him with no target but the unfortunate Ron and Harry, who lamented their plight. It appeared that their life at school mirrored that of other young wizards, yet subtle differences persisted. For instance, after a day of lessons, they would converge at the girls' lavatory on the 5th floor, where Harry would unlock the secret chamber for their spell practice. Ron's wand remained broken, yet he no longer complained, clutching a spell book with a seriousness that even surprised Hermione. Mo Bai would sit at his designated table, surrounded by an array of desserts and tea, scribbling incomprehensible lines in his notebook. When questioned about his activity, he would respond with a mysterious smile, assuring them they would know in due time. Harry and Ron also noticed that Mo Bai would mysteriously vanish for a day each month, and Hermione appeared particularly anxious on those occasions. However, upon his return the following day, she would greet him with a radiant smile. Thus, 2 months passed in unremarkable fashion. Today, the four of them opted not to visit the secret chamber. Instead, they arrived early at the Great Hall, taking their seats at the Gryffindor table. The end of their first term at Hogwarts was imminent, signaling the arrival of their holiday. After all, this day marked a celebration in the Muggle world for the birth of a certain saint, who, in the magical realm, was merely a Muggle. Perhaps he was a wizard? The truth remains uncertain. This notion stirred a twinge of jealousy in Hermione, who felt that in the hearts of the Grangers, Mo Bai was regarded as their own flesh and blood. The young girl sulked beside Mo Bai, her cheeks puffed up as she glared at him. Mo Bai chuckled helplessly, wondering if she was secretly casting a soul-binding charm on his parents, who treated her with such kindness. With a gentle demeanor, he brewed tea for Hermione, perhaps attributing his parents' affection to his virtuous character and handsome appearance. How vain! Hermione scoffed, adeptly accepting the teacup he offered and turning her head away to ignore him. She resolved to sever their friendship for a minute. Mo Bai gazed at the girl's back, his eyes filled with a profound affection. Harry and Ron sat opposite, their expressions betraying their overindulgence. The sound of a cup being tapped drew their attention. Dumbledore stood at the center of the hall, his gentle gaze surveying the young wizards. Mo Bai narrowed his eyes, recalling that since that fateful night, old Deng had not sought him out for quite some time. However, as his gaze shifted to the person beside him, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why was Fudge here? Chapter 83. Who received the Merlin Medal? Dumbledore wrapped his cup to capture everyone's attention. I am aware that you are all eagerly anticipating the holiday and are not particularly interested in the ramblings of this old man. Dumbledore chuckled, prompting a ripple of laughter from the young wizards in the hall. However, before we break for the holidays, Minister Fudge wishes to announce something to you all. At this moment, Mo Bai began to comprehend why Fudge had unexpectedly arrived at Hogwarts. After months of silence, he had not given it much thought. Fudge's sudden appearance was not a pleasant surprise, but rather a source of anxiety. All he desired was to attend school quietly and perhaps cultivate himself, without drawing any unnecessary attention. Unbeknownst to the prominent figures on stage, Dumbledore briefly delivered an opening remark before yielding the podium to Fudge. With his disheveled blonde hair, topped with a dark green bowler hat, Fudge appeared amiable. He straightened his suit and adjusted his red tie, exchanging nods of acknowledgement with Dumbledore. As he spoke, he adopted the familiar tone of a politician. I am Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic. It is a great honor to be here at Hogwarts today and to see all of you young wizards who represent the future of the magical world. This fills me with immense joy. The young wizards responded with applause. Ron, spotting one of his brothers, Percy, Dumbledore's prefect, clapped enthusiastically, his face flushed and complimenting his characteristic red hair. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Percy dreamed of working at the ministry. If he weren't my brother, I would suspect Fudge was his father. Harry found it amusing, while Hermione and Mo Bai struggled to suppress their laughter. Nevertheless, why had the Minister of Magic come to Hogwarts? There was no precedent for official speeches at the end of a term. Harry, not fully understanding the intricacies of the magical world, remained silent. However, Hermione glanced at Mo Bai, who wore a calm expression, sensing that Fudge's arrival was likely connected to him. Meanwhile, Fudge continued his lengthy discourse, his bureaucratic rhetoric causing most young wizards to appear drowsy, except for Percy, who listened intently. Dumbledore, evidently disinterested in the tedious formalities, cleared his throat to remind Fudge to get to the point. Fudge momentarily faltered, but his political resilience quickly masked his embarrassment. What I wish to convey is that several months ago, during my friendly meeting with Headmaster Dumbledore here at Hogwarts, I unexpectedly discovered a remarkably talented young wizard. At such a tender age, he effortlessly mastered the Patronus charm, a spell that many adult wizards struggle to comprehend, and successfully summoned a complete Patronus. The younger wizards were left in a state of bewilderment, while the older students and those hailing from magical families were in an uproar, their faces adorned with astonishment. Even the professors exchanged glances. Being educators, they possessed a deeper understanding of the intricacies involved in the Patronus charm and the challenges it presented. They began to survey the older wizards seated at the long table. For the younger students, let alone successfully casting the spell, might not even be aware of its existence. Which sixth-year student had conjured the Patronus? Among the faculty, only Snape's penetrating gaze fell upon the quiet Asian boy seated at the Gryffindor table. He recalled the Patronus charm that had resonated throughout Hogwarts and the familiar surge of magical energy. Could it be this lad? Hermione, too, immediately turned her attention to Mo Bai, and unlike the others who were filled with uncertainty, she was certain that it was indeed him, for she had witnessed it firsthand and was a participant in the event. She nudged Mo Bai's side, cautiously inquiring in a tone audible only to the two of them. It was you, wasn't it? At that moment, she found herself gazing into Mo Bai's striking eyes, the familiar glint revealing that he harbored mischievous thoughts. The boy smiled, a playful notion blossoming in his mind. He merely shook his head, raising an eyebrow as an exceedingly subtle wave of magical energy surged toward Dumbledore. A flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's eyes as he regarded Mo Bai. Bai nodded in acknowledgement. A hint of amusement glimmered in Dumbledore's eyes as he curtailed his effusive praise of the young wizard, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. Fudge was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Mo Bai, who met his gaze with a calm demeanor and a faint air of intimidation. He swallowed hard, his eyes darting over the speech in his hands, clearly conflicted. Observing this, Dumbledore leaned in once more to utter something, prompting Fudge to cast another hesitant glance at Mo Bai before finally stammering. This young wizard is. He again turned toward Mo Bai, his lips moving slightly as he finally spoke the name. Hermione Granger of Gryffindor House. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon the bewildered young girl. The mixture of admiration, astonishment, skepticism, and jealousy sent shivers down her spine, her mouth agape, her mind a blank slate. Harry and Ron, equally astonished, looked toward Hermione. "You're incredible," they exclaimed. After a brief moment of shock, their faces lit up with excitement and pride, for she was their dearest friend. They held no doubt whatsoever. Hermione was undeniably the top student among the young wizards, even ranking first in the school's history when comparing the achievements of her peers. Yet, Harry couldn't resist casting a sidelong glance at Mo Bai, still expecting it to be him. Finally, emerging from her stupor, Hermione's gaze fixated on Mo Bai, her eyes brimming with skepticism. Mo Bai easily deciphered the look in her eyes. "You were behind this, weren't you?" Faced with her adorable visage, Mo Bai resisted the urge to pinch her cheek, his eyes shimmering with encouragement. Chapter 84. Hermione's Patronus. Hermione, under the scrutinizing gaze of the entire school's faculty and students, nervously approached the front of the hall. This would not only embarrass the Minister of Magic, but could also jeopardize Mo Bai's affairs. Moreover, she could simply pretend the award was meant for him, and she was merely accepting it on his behalf. The little girl thought with a touch of pride as her tension gradually dissipated, feeling the collective gaze of onlookers. A sense of pride blossoming within her like a tender sprout. After all, who does not relish the feeling of being in the spotlight? As she reached the side of Fudge, Hermione pondered secretly. Then, she caught the glimmer of a smile in Dumbledore's gaze. All right, that individual was not fond of such displays. She turned to face the students, locking eyes with Mo Bai through the sea of faces. That peculiar fellow, Mo Bai smiled, nodding at her with encouragement in his eyes. The girl scrunched her nose at him, her lips pressed tightly, before turning her attention back to Fudge. Prior to announcing the name, Granger Hermione, Fudge had not recognized the girl, but upon noticing her rise from beside Mo Bai, he quickly made the connection. This must be the little witch who conjured the dolphin Patronus outside the headmaster's office. He had initially assumed she was a senior student, only to discover she was of the same year as Mo Bai. How many talents does Hogwarts possess this year? Coupled with the illustrious Harry Potter, Fudge's resolve to avoid offending Dumbledore solidified, recognizing them as future assets to the Ministry of Magic. His gaze softened as he looked at Hermione. Ultimately, the aim was to ease the relationship with Dumbledore and Mo Bai. It mattered little to whom the honor was bestowed. With a kindly smile, he affectionately drew the girl closer, embodying the image of a benevolent grandfather. "Miss Granger, we meet again." The little girl secretly rolled her eyes. "When have we ever met? I saw you at Hagrid's hut, but you didn't see me." Yet she maintained a smile on her face, perhaps influenced by her proximity to Mo Bai, for her smile bore a striking resemblance to his. "It is my honor, Minister Fudge." Was this genuine? After all, she was merely a muggle-born witch. How could she possibly perform the Patronus charm? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the somewhat hushed hall from the Slytherin table, standing out starkly. Everyone turned to see the speaker, a girl with black hair and a face akin to a lion dog, sitting arrogantly beside Draco, her chin raised defiantly. Her gaze at Hermione filled with disdain, though her features twisted slightly from jealousy. "Pansy Parkinson, shut your dog-ass mouth." It was well known that Pansy shared a close bond with Draco, much like Mo Bai and Hermione, the two almost inseparable. Mo Bai gazed at him with profound meaning. Sensing their attention, Draco's expression shifted, subtly shifting his body away from Pansy. "Pansy, be quiet," observing Draco's demeanor as if he had no part in the matter. Harry was utterly bewildered. Is this still the same Draco, arrogant and biased against muggle-born wizards? Mo Bai observed with amusement, realizing that the event in the Chamber of Secrets had indeed altered Draco's perception of his two saviors, Harry and Hermione. This young man now appeared far more agreeable than his father. However, even though Draco had promptly silenced Pansy, her words had sparked considerable chatter among the students from other houses. After all, despite Hermione's exceptional academic prowess, she was still quite young. As previously mentioned, Most second-year wizards likely had little knowledge of the Patronus charm. As more questioning glances were cast in their direction, Ron grew somewhat anxious. He turned to Mo Bai, uncertain if Hermione truly knew the Patronus charm, having never witnessed her use it. Harry, however, was more perceptive. It should be you who knows the Patronus charm, right? Mo Bai maintained his composure, retrieving the tea set he carried, pouring cups of red tea for Harry and Ron. Just watch. Hermione is a genius. Her talent in charm surpasses even mine. Is that true? The two boys accepted their cups, seemingly emboldened by Mo Bai's calm demeanor. Mo Bai was not merely offering platitudes. In terms of charm studies, Hermione's innate ability indeed exceeded his own. This was evident from her progress in learning the Patronus charm, which had far outpaced his own. It was merely her physical magical limitations that prevented her from conjuring a tangible Patronus. After the two completed the soul oath ritual, he believed it would not be long before her strength matched his, barring any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Fudge, sensing the scrutiny from those around him, wore a displeased expression. His concern was not for Hermione, but rather for the audacity of these young wizards to challenge his authority as Minister of Magic. Was this questioning Hermione? No, this was an affront to his power. He faced the students sternly, demanding silence. As the murmurs gradually faded, Fudge turned his attention back to Hermione, his demeanor softening once more. The swiftness of his transformation would have left masters from the ancient lands of Shu in awe. Seemingly fearful of being misunderstood by the young girl, he hastily added, "I certainly believe in you. I merely need to demonstrate your abilities to your classmates." Observing the somewhat obsequious Minister of Magic, the girl cast a doubtful glance at Mo Bai below. What had this fellow done to instill such fear in the minister? Nonetheless, she was inclined to proceed, clearing her throat with a serious air as she stepped forward. As she drew her wand, a hush fell over the great hall, all eyes fixated on Hermione, including those of the professors seated behind her. They had never witnessed a second-year student cast the Patronus charm. Feeling the weight of so many gazes, the young girl nervously gripped her wand. "Calm yourself." A gentle voice resonated in her ear. Hermione glanced at Dumbledore, who offered her a reassuring smile, calming her heart considerably. Once more, she cast a glance at Mo Bai, and the girl gradually closed her eyes, conjuring the memories of that birthday night in her mind. A sweet smile graced her lips as she gracefully waved her wand, clearly and resolutely uttering the incantation, Guardian of the Spirit. Chapter 85, McGonagall's Attention and Honors. A silvery magical light flowed through the hall like water, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the four house tables. Hermione sported a confident smile as she gently waved her wand. The silvery light gradually transformed into a mist, and a high, clear call resonated from within the vapor. In the next moment, Hermione's guardian dolphin leapt gracefully from the mist, its body shimmering with silver, dancing elegantly in the air. "Wow, cool," Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, while Harry shared the same gleam of pride. This was the Patronus conjured by their dearest friend, filling their hearts with an overwhelming sense of pride. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, observed Hermione's petite figure with a mixture of surprise and delight from a staff table. Beside her, Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with joy, gently nudging her shoulder. "As a professor of charms, I had no idea you were teaching Hermione the Patronus charm. Were you planning to surprise us?" McGonagall, sensing a misunderstanding, shook her head with a wry smile. "I did not teach her." "Not you?" Flitwick adjusted his glasses in astonishment. "I never teach students spells beyond their curriculum, as some charms can be perilous for the young ones." "Then who could it be?" Flitwick's face bore a look of confusion. McGonagall appeared to have a glimmer of insight as she directed her searching gaze towards Dumbledore, who stood beside Fudge. Having worked alongside the headmaster for decades, McGonagall understood him more deeply than most and was privy to many of his secrets. For instance, the enigmatic connection he shared with the infamous Dark Lord, as well as the child sent by that very Dark Lord who now sat at the Gryffindor table. Although she had her reservations, Dumbledore had repeatedly emphasized that Mo Bai was a good child who required their proper guidance. Consequently, her attention towards him had intensified. She was also aware of Dumbledore's clandestine lessons for the two youngsters, despite such actions being against school regulations. However, given that both Mo Bai and Hermione were Gryffindors, the seemingly fair yet secretly protective old cat lady turned a blind eye. McGonagall's suspicions were solidifying. Hermione as Patronus had undoubtedly been taught by Dumbledore. Wait a moment. Professor Flitwick furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "McGonagall, do you recall the surge of magical energy that enveloped Hogwarts a few months ago?" Immediately, McGonagall recalled the extraordinary magical disturbance that had astonished all the professors a powerful and unfamiliar magic that had captured their attention. Yet, while Hermione's Patronus was indeed impressive, it paled in comparison to the terrifying sensation of that day. Flitwick's keen eyes were fixed upon Hermione. That day, it couldn't have been this young girl, could it? McGonagall shook her head. However, he directly gazed at the young boy at the Gryffindor long table, who wore a serene smile. Is this little fellow the one? It seems that he is even more worthy of attention than I initially anticipated. Mo Bai did not expect that. Having relinquished his honor to Hermione and refrained from seeking the spotlight, he would still catch the eye of his headmaster. He merely observed the young girl on stage, bathed in silver light, utterly captivated. He did not wish to bask in glory, yet he could allow his girl to shine brightly in the world. Hermione is an exceptionally talented witch. He certainly did not want her to merely follow in his wake as a subordinate. His girl must not be overshadowed by his brilliance. Fudge also looked on in astonishment. The young girl before him had successfully cast the Patronus charm at such a tender age, undeniably a prodigy. As for Mo Bai, a flicker of dread passed through his eyes. The vast ocean of magical power had haunted him like a nightmare since that day. That was a monster, incomparable to any other. The dolphin gradually vanished into the air, and Hermione took a deep breath. Although she benefited from Mo Bai's magical support due to the soul oath, casting the Patronus charm still posed a considerable challenge for her at this moment. Nevertheless, proving herself was sufficient. At this time, Hermione resembled a queen, proudly surveying the wizards in the hall who were awed by her abilities. I hope Miss Granger will join the Ministry of Magic in the future. As minister, I eagerly anticipated. This politician was perpetually focused on expanding his own influence. Hermione graciously nodded. I will consider it. No one knew what thoughts occupied the girl's mind at that moment. They could only see her finish speaking, turn to the young boy below, and smile brightly, exuding determination. Harry and Ron clapped their hands until they turned crimson, their faces brimming with excitement. Ron was so thrilled that his voice cracked. The look in the girl's eyes signaled to Mo Bai that her inquisitive nature had resurfaced. Hermione's cheeks flushed, yet she did not shy away. Did you not hear Minister Fudge say it? Gifted, extraordinary, mastering the Patronus charm at such a young age. Our very own Hermione Granger. Hearing the boy's teasing voice, Hermione rolled her eyes. That clearly, realizing her voice had risen a bit too high, she leaned closer to the boy. He too complied and lowered his head, feeling the faint brush of her soft lips against his earlobe. It should have been meant for you, right? It applies to both of us. Hermione was persuaded. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Mo Bai's eyes. He was simply being lazy. However, if he were to articulate this truth, he would likely find himself resigned to a life of solitude. Harry and Ron watched as Hermione sat down, engrossed in whispers with Mo Bai, their ears perked up, striving to catch snippets of their conversation. Yet, they were met with two curious gazes. What are you two up to? The two exchanged awkward glances and smiled sheepishly. Nothing. Chapter 86. The Knocking on Christmas Eve. Heavy snow fell gently, swirling in the night sky. This was a Muggle community in London, where countless lights shone brightly, adorned with festive decorations. Decorated Christmas trees, resplendent in their finery, stand at nearly every doorstep, heralding the significance of this day. For the British, it marks the conclusion of one year and the dawn of another. Today is Christmas Eve. Mrs. Granger, beaming with delight, placed a vast platter at the center of the table. The turkey has arrived. Yet, neither Hermione nor Mr. Granger deigned to glance her way, both fixated on the kitchen behind her. Observing the distracted pair, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Mrs. Granger's eyes, though she placed her hands on her hips, feigning jealousy. What are you two staring at? Is my cooking unpalatable? Delicious, Mr. Granger responded, his gaze still directed towards the kitchen. What is White preparing? It smells divine. The last dish was simply exquisite. Father, that was Longjing shrimp. Hermione corrected him earnestly in her articulate Mandarin. Mrs. Granger, cutting the turkey, shot him a glance. So, when you said it was delicious, you were referring to White's cooking, not mine. Mr. Granger's instinct for self-preservation kicked in. He cleared his throat and pretended to read the newspaper. Everything is delicious, truly. Mrs. Granger huffed lightly, granting him a reprieve. However, as the sounds of sizzling grew louder, the distinctive aroma of Eastern cuisine wafted from the kitchen, causing the three in the living room to swallow in unison. Hermione touched her nose, declaring, I'll go help White serve the dishes. I see you just want to sneak a taste. Hermione grinned at her mother before darting into the kitchen. That child. Mrs. Granger sighed with a smile, exchanging a glance with her husband. Their daughter was likely to be whisked away right before their eyes. Upon entering the kitchen, Hermione spotted Mo Bai, clad in an apron, deftly maneuvering the frying pan. As the pan flipped, A sudden burst of flames startled the young girl. "Oh!" Hermione inhaled sharply. The air grew thick with a tantalizingly sweet and sour scent, unmistakably inviting. "What are you making?" "A signature dish from my hometown. You'll see shortly." As she beheld the vibrant and aromatic dishes, Hermione stealthily glanced at Mo Bai, noticing he was engrossed in his cooking, entirely oblivious to her presence. Surely, a little taste wouldn't be too much to ask. Her little hand reached for the largest bowl, where the enticing sweet and sour ribs lay. "Careful, it's hot." Did this fellow have eyes in the back of his head? Hermione pouted and boldly snatched the piece that looked the most delectable. Ouch! Indeed, the fiery sensation surged through her fingertips, causing her to lose her grip, and the rib plummeted to the floor. "I warned you to be careful." The voice behind her was laced with playful exasperation as she felt a hand grasp her fingers. Her fingertips, already reddened from the heat, were brought gently to his lips, where he blew softly. The cool breeze replaced the searing heat, bringing a soothing, tingling sensation. "I'm fine," she replied, her voice unwittingly tinged with a hint of innocence. "If you want to eat, just ask me directly instead of sneaking bites." Mo Bai gazed affectionately at the young girl, playfully pinching her nose. His fingers moved subtly, and the rib that had been on the verge of falling to the ground was instead suspended in the air, held deftly in his grasp. "Here, don't waste it. Eat up." After all this fuss, it must have cooled down by now. Hermione shot him a charming glare, obediently opening her mouth for the boy to feed her. "Is it delicious?" The ribs, expertly prepared by Mo Bai, were tender and succulent, and Hermione effortlessly extracted a bare bone from her mouth, having been simmered to perfection. "Delicious," she nodded, her gaze returning to the ribs, expressing her desire for more. Observing the little gourmand, Mo Bai gave her hand a gentle pat. "Dinner will be served soon. Let us first bring out the dishes." Oh, however, if one were to disregard the roasted turkey at the center of the table, the array of dishes could easily be mistaken for a Lunar New Year feast in the East rather than Christmas Eve in England. After all, this banquet was entirely prepared by Mo Bai himself. In his previous life, he often cooked for his family, and upon arriving in this world, he had spent several years preparing meals for the old man. Had he not become a wizard, he felt he could have run a restaurant quite successfully. Watching the Granger family eagerly grasp their knives and forks, he pondered, what if I opened a restaurant in Diagon Alley after graduation? Let these Brits experience the exquisite delicacies from the East. The delightful aromas wafting from the table had already stirred the Granger family into action. Mr. Granger's gaze was firmly fixed on the dish Mo Bai had personally recommended, the tender shrimp glistening under the light like white jade, translucent and inviting. Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger's attention was drawn to another dish, golden, battered morsels piled on a plate, gleaming with oil, garnished with shredded carrots and onions. The enticing fragrance permeating the table could not completely mask the dish's slightly pungent sweet and sour aroma, which tantalizingly awakened her appetite. "What is this dish?" Mo Bai had settled beside Hermione. "Ah, this is a classic dish from my hometown. Here, they've named it French-style syrup-glazed crispy pork chops." "Is this pork chop?" She poked at it with her knife, finding the crust rather hard. "Yes, I'm not particularly fond of that name. I prefer its original name, Guobao Ro." Mrs. Granger repeated, struggling with the pronunciation of the somewhat convoluted Chinese name. Mo Bai smiled. "You can give it a try. I believe you will enjoy it." Indeed, as the knife sliced through the hard crust, the crisp sound revealed the tender, juicy pork within, perfectly cooked by Mo Bai. As Mrs. Granger took a bite, the delightful contrast of the crispy exterior and tender interior elicited an involuntary gasp. "Wow, this is amazing, Bai. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Mo Bai, undisturbed by the praise, smiled modestly. "Thank you for your kind words." He then cut a piece of the roasted turkey prepared by Mrs. Granger and placed it in his mouth. For a fleeting moment, he stiffened, struggling to chew, his brow furrowing as he swallowed the dry and flavorless roasted chicken. Mrs. Granger's turkey is indeed splendid. At that moment, Hermione, her mouth stuffed with food, suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter. She quickly covered her mouth to prevent any food from spilling out. Mr. Granger, who was in the midst of lifting shrimp to his plate, cast a surprised glance at Mo Bai. Only Mrs. Granger beamed with delight, remarking, "I knew that excellent chefs would surely appreciate one another, unlike these two ungrateful ones, who never cook and are so picky." The corners of Mo Bai's brows twitched slightly. Indeed, Mrs. Granger continued to chastise her husband and daughter, lamenting how every year the roasted turkey went untouched, despite her dedicated efforts to prepare it all day. Thankfully, this year there was Bai. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding suddenly grew in the young man's heart. "Bai, since you like it, this turkey is all yours." Hermione, stifling her laughter to the point of trembling, her cheeks flushed, looked at Mrs. Granger's beaming face. Mo Bai felt an internal resistance, but could only resign himself with a nod. Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Good child. Mrs. Granger smiled benevolently, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Just as Mo Bai was contemplating what to do with the enormous turkey before him, he suddenly stiffened, turning his gaze toward the entrance. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated from the door. Chapter 87. The Steward of the Vandenheim Family. While the Granger family was enjoying a moment of warmth and harmony, the knock at the door interrupted the tranquility. Mr. and Mrs. Granger exchanged surprised glances, wondering who might be visiting on Christmas Eve. Perhaps it's a neighbor? Mrs. Granger wiped her hands on her apron and stood up to answer the door. I'll go. Hermione stood up directly, but Mo Bai swiftly pulled her back, leaving the young girl puzzled. Mo Bai's lips were pressed tightly together, his entire being tense. The atmosphere outside the door sent silent warnings coursing through him. Sit down. Hermione noticed his unease, swallowed hard, and obediently took her seat. Mo Bai stood and positioned himself protectively in front of Hermione, not advancing a step, merely moving his fingers, which caused the door to open with a creak. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, and the cold air rushed into the room, stealing away its warmth. Behind the door stood a tall figure clad in a black steward's uniform. Upon seeing the door open and no one standing behind it, he found Mo Bai in the hall, exchanging a distant gaze with him, a hint of amusement flickering in his crimson eyes. Seeing this man, Mo Bai recognized the source of his unease. He stood at the threshold, exuding no hostility, instead wearing an elegant smile, akin to that of an ordinary steward. This smile bore a resemblance to the one Mo Bai had encountered from Lucius, yet the peculiar, dark aura enveloping the man stirred a restlessness within him. Unlike the aversion he felt when facing a guardian spirit, this time it was a sense of resistance, filled with animosity, as if he had encountered a sworn enemy. Mo Bai steadied his magical energy, suppressing the turmoil within, for he had identified the individual before him. Before the commencement of the school year, in a fit of rage after witnessing Hermione being abducted before his very eyes, he ruthlessly dispatched 2 muggles. In that moment, a figure emerged like a specter behind him, unharmed by the malevolent curse unleashed in his fury. This revelation piqued his interest in the other's perceptive abilities. As for the silent animosity, he remained indifferent. It was merely a facet of his strength, and his own volition could never be governed by his power. Just as he was a master of dark magic, he would never engage in malevolence without cause. He would not allow the quiet hostility to breed subjective enmity towards this man. However, today was Christmas Eve. What purpose did this man have in coming here at such a time? Noticing Mo Bai's gaze upon him, the gentleman, known as Sebastian, placed his hand over his heart and offered a courteous bow. It has been a while, Mr. Mo Bai. Hermione, having never encountered this individual, looked at Mo Bai with curiosity. Mo Bai gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain in place as he approached the butler. Sebastian, is it? On this remarkable day, what brings you to my door? Not so much to impart wisdom. I am merely an ordinary butler, Sebastian replied humbly, maintaining his composure. From the pocket of his butler's attire, he retrieved a letter. I come bearing a missive from my young master. His young master? A noble youth with blue eyes, akin in age to him, flashed through Mo Bai's mind. As he accepted the letter, he noted the elegant script on the envelope, identical to that on the box from that day. To the esteemed wizard, for your eyes only. Upon seeing Mo Bai take the letter, Sebastian bowed politely once more. The letter has been delivered. I shall not intrude upon you and your family's Christmas Eve. As soon as the words left his lips, Mo Bai looked up to find the man had vanished, leaving only swirling snowflakes outside the door. Glancing at the scene beyond, Mo Bai raised an eyebrow and closed the door with a casual motion. The wintry tempest of Christmas Eve was barred from entry, with snowflakes gently settling on the ground, blanketing it in a thick layer of untouched snow, devoid of any footprints, as if no one had ever trodden there. Returning to his seat, the Granger couple remained astonished by the earlier spectacle. Though they had come to accept the reality of their child being a wizard and had visited the marvelous Diagon Alley twice, Mo Bai's display of opening a door from afar and the appearance of such peculiar individuals still left them in awe. Only Hermione noticed the tension that had enveloped Mo Bai prior to his opening the door, watching him carefully as he opened the envelope and read its contents. Who was that man? She inquired. A friend from my past, Mo Bai replied. A friend? Hermione regarded him with skepticism. That reaction didn't seem very friendly. Mr. Granger, intrigued, added, which friend might possess such an air of nobility, dressed as a butler? Mrs. Granger shot her husband a reproachful glance. What use is it to inquire about wizard matters, as if you possess any knowledge? He mentioned he serves the Van Denheim family. The Van Denheim family? Mr. Granger exclaimed, prompting the attention of the three present. Hermione immediately pressed for clarification. Father, do you know of this family? Certainly, Mr. Granger felt the gaze of the three upon him, as if he had momentarily assumed the mantle of a family patriarch, shaking the newspaper in his hands. Although I'm merely a dentist, I've always been concerned with significant matters both domestically and internationally. He straightened his posture and addressed Mo Bai and Hermione in a didactic tone, stating, even though you are wizards, it is essential to pay attention to the lives of ordinary people. This will benefit you in the future. The two nodded humbly in acknowledgement. Let him speak. Why must you ramble on about so much irrelevant nonsense? Mrs. Granger remarked, not indulging him, casting him a disapproving glance. Oh. Mr. Granger cleared his throat awkwardly. The Van Denheim family, a lineage that has endured since the last century, stands as the largest toy manufacturer in England and is quite renowned in the business world. Manufacturing toys? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, recalling the small contraptions he had recently been researching. It appeared he had found a potential avenue. However, Mr. Granger's tone shifted, lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. There are rumors that since the reign of Queen Victoria, the head of the Van Denheim family has secretly served the royal family, specifically managing some peculiar incidents. He glanced at the two children, seemingly contemplating something, then abruptly changed the subject. But these are merely rumors. They are just wealthy toy makers. Yet Mo Bai absorbed this information. The noble youth had claimed that they had served the British royal family for generations. It seemed that many of those strange incidents bore the fingerprints of wizards. As he concluded reading the letter, he turned to Hermione. Would you be interested in accompanying me tomorrow to visit this wealthy toy maker's residence? What? The three at the table gazed at him in astonishment. Mo Bai shrugged nonchalantly. This letter is an invitation from the head of the Van Denheim family for me to visit his home tomorrow and attend a Christmas ball. I am permitted to bring companion. He casually forked a piece of turkey and swallowed. So will you go? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Chapter 88, Christmas Gifts. Early the following morning, Mo Bai arrived at the Granger household. When Hermione opened the door, she was still half asleep, clad in a white robe, adorably stifling small yawns. What brings you here so early? Mo Bai gazed at the charming face before him, unable to resist his mischievous, uncle-like demeanor, and pinched the girl's rosy cheek. Ugh! She protested, shooting him a playful glare. Mo Bai chuckled. Who was it that insisted I come make breakfast for her yesterday? Hermione's cheeks flushed. It seems that was indeed my suggestion. Who could blame her for wanting to indulge in his culinary delights? She swatted Mo Bai's teasing hand away and rolled her eyes playfully. If you didn't want to cook, you didn't have to. I wasn't forcing you. Ah, but as my heartfelt desire to offer my culinary skills and everything else to the esteemed Miss Granger, Mo Bai declared, placing his right hand on his chest, extending his left arm, and kneeling on one knee before her. The girl blushed deeply, tugging on his arm. Stop fooling around, come inside. He had already noticed the fleeting glances of a neighbor who jogged in the morning. Upon entering the house, the girl dashed upstairs, instructing him to head to the kitchen while she attended to her morning routine. Very well, Mo Bai proceeded directly to the kitchen. Retrieving the dough prepared the previous day and other ingredients from his inconspicuous stretch bag, he arranged them on the cutting board alongside a rolling pin. Last night, the Granger family had lauded his Chinese New Year feast, prompting Mo Bai to offer to prepare breakfast, which elicited enthusiastic agreement and cheers from Hermione and Mr. Granger. This, however, drew a sharp gaze from Mrs. Granger, who seemed to sense a hint of rivalry. Are you two already beginning to disdain my culinary skills? She inquired, though it must be said that Mo Bai's culinary prowess was indeed remarkable, and the exotic flavors from the mysterious East were utterly irresistible to her. As the true matriarch of the Granger household, she graciously accepted Mo Bai's proposal. Rolling up his sleeves, Mo Bai commenced rolling the dough. Simultaneously, the surrounding elements began to spring into action. Vegetables and pork floated obediently into the sink. The faucet turned on magically, and the ingredients washed themselves with remarkable diligence. After their cleansing, they lined up on the cutting board, while a floating knife poised itself, ready to chop the ingredients into pieces. Sounds of stirring could be heard from the living room, indicating that the Granger couple had awakened. Wow! Good morning, Mrs. Granger. Are you cooking? He asked, displaying a neatly rolled dough. Please wait a moment. Breakfast will be ready in half an hour. All right. Mrs. Granger observed the utensils dancing about the kitchen, her eyes betraying an envious glint. Cooking is indeed quite convenient for wizards. Wow! Another exclamation broke the morning air as Hermione, now dressed and with her tousled hair neatly braided and secured at the back of her head, appeared looking polished and lovely. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. In a typical wizarding household, the scene before her would be utterly ordinary, yet they belonged to a quintessential Muggle family. All the wizarding tools were enchanted, meaning they operated autonomously, sparing the wizard from any effort. However, their home possessed the most ordinary of utensils, indicating that the bustling kitchen was solely a result of Mo Bai's intense multitasking. Moreover, he was employing various spells simultaneously, all without the use of a wand. The feat he was currently performing was one that only a select few in the magical realm could achieve. The sheer mastery of such magic was truly astonishing. Admiration sparkled in the young girl's eyes, and Mo Bai consistently managed to surprise her in delightful ways. The boy, noticing the girl's admiring gaze, found her attention rather gratifying, even though such tasks held little significance for him. "Are you ready?" he inquired. "Yes." She nodded, her brown braids dancing behind her. "Let us have some tea first. Breakfast might take a while." "Oh, I'm not rushing you," she remembered, realizing the reason she had sought out Mo Bai. "Bai, I found your Christmas gift under the Christmas tree." "Mine?" Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Having traversed this world for many years, he had never once received a Christmas gift. To his astonishment, this year marked a delightful exception. Contemplating this, he immediately turned his gaze towards Mrs. Granger. "Thank you ever so much, madam." Aside from the Granger couple before him, Mo Bai could scarcely conceive of another soul placing a gift beneath the Granger family Christmas tree. Mrs. Granger beamed gently, "Merry Christmas, dear child." However, Hermione's expression bore a hint of awkwardness. "Actually, I wasn't referring to my parents." "Not the Grangers?" Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, pondering who else might have bestowed upon him a Christmas gift, especially one delivered to the Granger residence. Curious, he wiped the flour from his hands and strode into the living room. As he released his grip, the rolling pin behind him continued methodically to flatten the dough into sheets. It was only then that Hermione noticed a shadowy figure, indistinguishable from Mo Bai, had materialized in his absence. Mrs. Granger merely cast a curious glance, but said nothing further. Yet, Hermione stared at the diligent shadow preparing the meal, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Is that Mo Ran?" "Indeed," Mo Bai replied with a glance that seemed to convey what a rare sight. Hermione was taken aback. "Why is it so well behaved?" Mo Bai shrugged. "Aside from a few days each month, it generally behaves quite well." Hermione smacked her lips at a loss for words. Though she had only encountered Mo Bai's shadow once before, she dared to assert that this young man was undoubtedly the first in history to wield such a shadow with such diligence. Whatever happened to the most sinister and perilous force in the entire magical realm? How could it be so docile while cooking? At that moment, Mo Bai had already reached the living room, where an array of brightly wrapped gifts adorned the base of the Christmas tree. He turned to Hermione, who had followed closely behind. "Which one is mine?" All of them." Montauk Bai. Did he truly know so many people? Moreover, why would gifts be sent to his friend's house rather than his own? Observing Mo Bai's furrowed brow, Hermione instinctively surmised the source of his confusion. "Is it possible that the gift giver was unaware of your address?" Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, casually selecting a gift box and lifting it to inspect the name inscribed upon it. "It's also plausible that they know I would certainly be at your home." Upon reading the name, Hermione inexplicably felt her cheeks flush, for it bore the name of the greatest wizard in the magical realm and Mo Bai's guardian, Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 89. The Brooch of Selene. As he unwrapped the gift, Mo Bai stared quizzically at a pair of woolen socks nestled within the box. What do woolen socks signify? Is old Dumbledore truly this frugal? Noting Mo Bai's bewilderment, Hermione offered an explanation. "While I'm unsure what woolen socks represent in the East here, they symbolize familial affection." Hermione's eyes curved into crescent moons. "It appears Professor Dumbledore truly regards you as his own." "Familial affection?" Mo Bai scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Yet he carefully folded the woolen socks and tucked them into his pocket. Hermione smiled silently. Mo Bai gazed at the colorful array of boxes before him, pressing his forehead with a sigh. "Could you assist me in unwrapping these? I shall continue with my culinary endeavors." "Is that acceptable?" "It's nothing. We are not strangers," Hermione replied, a smile gracing her lips as she delightedly tore into Mo Bai's gifts. Clearly, the phrase "not strangers" uplifted her spirits. Each time she unveiled a present, she would call out to Mo Bai in the kitchen. "Hermione, I sent a bag of Christmas candies," he would respond from within. "Really, Ron is lacking in creativity. He gave me the same thing as Harry," she remarked. Indeed, Draco actually gifted you something? The sun must be rising in the west. Certainly, their exchanges were simple. Yet a gentle warmth flowed between them, despite the lack of profound dialogue. Mrs. Granger was tidying up in the living room, observing the pair, and she faintly recognized the reflections of herself and her husband in their demeanor. Momentarily taken aback, she chuckled softly and shook her head. After all, they were still quite young. Contemplating such matters was perhaps premature. However, in the next instant, the warmth dissipated. The young lady eyed the gift before her, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she scrutinized the name on the box. She approached the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe. Meanwhile, Mo Bai had magically wrapped several dumplings simultaneously, the plump white morsels flying dutifully into the prepared steamer, the lid closing automatically as the stove ignited. What's wrong? Nothing. Though she uttered this, the expression on her face suggested otherwise. I merely came across a rather peculiar gift. Yours or mine? Of course it belongs to you. Hermione shot him a glare, gesturing with the box in her hand as she pronounced the name. Celine Victoria. This is her gift to you. She emphasized the pronoun she. Selena Victoria? Mo Bai echoed the name, pondering whether he knew this individual. Do you know her? He inquired of Hermione, for how else would the young lady discern that she was Asian, not Ahi? Hermione rolled her eyes. How would I know her? If she weren't female, she wouldn't be sending you such a gift. What gift? Upon noticing Hermione's discontent, Mo Bai appeared bewildered. The young lady tossed the gift box to him. You look for yourself. Also, there's a letter inside that I haven't opened. Mo Bai caught the small box, which perfectly contained a palm-sized black velvet case, alongside a letter resting atop it. He regarded Hermione, whose emotions were evidently askew. What's the matter with you? Nothing. Just look at your gift. Mo Bai rubbed his nose, feeling that her agitation rivaled his own calm demeanor. Yet she insisted she was fine. Gazing down at the box, he surmised this gift was the source of her unease. So, who exactly was this Celine? He swiftly opened the letter, scanning its contents, and a look of realization crossed his face. Simultaneously, a figure materialized in his mind, a silhouette clad in leather, accentuating her curves, complemented by a pair of icy blue eyes. He finally recalled that while searching for another entrance to the secret chamber in the Forbidden Forest, he had rescued a female vampire named Celine from a few werewolves. However, he furrowed his brow tightly. How did this woman know that he would receive gifts sent to Hermione's home? Had she been investigating him? As he gazed at the black velvet gift box in his hands, Mo Bai frowned, but then his eyes brightened upon opening it. Inside lay a splendid men's brooch, shaped like a black mandala flower, its petal edges encased in crystal, reflecting a hint of blue under the morning sunlight. The sight of that blue hue reminded him of the woman's icy blue eyes. As he toyed with the understatedly luxurious brooch, a look of satisfaction crossed Mo Bai's face. Clearly, this gift pleased him greatly. A cold huff broke the silence, and Mo Bai met Hermione's fierce gaze. Now you know who it is? He briefly recounted the events in the forest to Hermione. She looked at him in astonishment. Vampires and werewolves? Although she had become a witch, her previous impressions of vampires and werewolves stemmed from novels and films in the Muggle world. As a witch, her knowledge was confined to textbooks and literature, which felt distant and abstract. Her curiosity quickly surged. What do vampires look like? Quite beautiful, he had said. Quite beautiful. Hermione's gaze shifted to the brooch in Mo Bai's hand, and the anger that had been subdued by curiosity flared up again. Is this a female vampire? This is clearly a female fox spirit. The girl let out a heavy cold huff. It was then that Mo Bai realized the implications of his earlier words. Clearing his throat, he stammered, purely in appreciation. An appreciation. With one hand on her hip and her eyes narrowed, Hermione tilted her head to scrutinize Mo Bai, reminiscent of the way he had once confronted Lucius. The brooch, he exclaimed, gazing at the exquisite ornament. What about the brooch? Mo Bai looked utterly bewildered. Seeing that the young man seemed genuinely unaware of the brooch's significance, the nameless fire of anger within Hermione diminished somewhat. After all, if he didn't even understand the meaning of wool socks, how could he possibly grasp the meaning behind a brooch? He was indeed somewhat innocent in this regard. If it weren't for that female vampire gifting Mo Bai the brooch, Hermione would have been less vexed. Puffing her cheeks, she contemplated the implications. A brooch is an ornament worn close to the heart. When a woman gifts a man a brooch, it is tantamount to a declaration of love. Yet, this fellow seemed truly oblivious to it. With a mix of embarrassment and anger surging within her, Hermione attempted to voice her thoughts, but ultimately fell silent. After a moment, she stamped her foot in frustration and turned to leave the kitchen, leaving Mo Bai standing there, gazing at the brooch and then at her retreating figure, utterly perplexed. Chapter 90. The Vandenheim Family. Amidst the bustling streets of London, the crisp sound of hooves captured the attention of passers-by. A finely adorned carriage stood out conspicuously against the backdrop of the motorized traffic. A man clad in a butler's uniform sat in the driver's seat. Even while holding the reins, his elegant demeanor could not be concealed. Inside the carriage, Hermione gazed in astonishment, her eyes darting around. This is the first time I've ever ridden in such a carriage. I could only admire them in museums before. Indeed, Mo Bai replied nonchalantly, seated opposite Hermione, observing the throngs of people and vehicles outside. Noticing Mo Bai's apparent distraction, Hermione puffed her cheeks. What are you thinking about? Could it be that vampire named Celine? Amused, Mo Bai grasped the finger she was poking at his chest. How could that be? If I were to think of anyone, it would undoubtedly be our delightful Hermione. Nonsense, she retorted, her cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare, though her lips betrayed a suppressed smile. I was contemplating the fact that Sebastian, as the butler of a prominent family, has been waiting at our doorstep since early morning, without urging us even after breakfast, and personally driving the carriage. What does that signify? Hermione understood Mo Bai was testing her, her brow furrowing in thought. It indicates that his stance is quite humble, and he is eager to invite you over. It suggests they seek your assistance. Precisely. Mo Bai rested his hand against the carriage window, peering through the gaps between his fingers at the swiftly passing buildings. Mr. Granger mentioned yesterday that the Vandenheim family is a well-known noble family in London. What could they possibly want from a wizard as insignificant as myself? You are not insignificant. You are destined to be the greatest wizard of the future, Hermione earnestly countered. Mo Bai affectionately tapped her nose, eliciting a playful pout from her. He was well aware he was not an ordinary wizard. He was a powerful dark wizard, perhaps the strongest among his peers. Yet, the memory of that night flickered in his mind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. That young man was aware of it too. As the carriage progressed, the surrounding buildings dwindled, giving way to dense woodlands. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, a magnificent estate emerged before them. Hermione leaned against the window in awe. What a beautiful manor. Montauk Bai smiled faintly. If you desire, we could purchase one in the future. Skeptically, Hermione turned to him. Where would you acquire such wealth? All she received in response was his enigmatic smile. There will be a way. The intricately carved gates slowly swung open, and the carriage traversed the meticulously tended lawn, halting before the grand entrance. Mo Bai spotted Charles, attired in a deep blue suit, standing at the door, evidently awaiting his arrival. The carriage door was opened from the outside by Sebastian, who wore his customary smile. Welcome to the Vandenheim estate. Mo Bai disembarked and approached the young man, who removed his hat and inclined his head respectfully. My lord, he greeted, it has been a while. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Charles Vandenheim, president of Vandenheim Enterprises and head of the Vandenheim family. His unmasked left eye fixated on Mo Bai as he extended his right hand. The queen's lapdog, Hermione thought, staring incredulously at Charles. On the journey here, she had imagined the head of a noble family to be an elderly gentleman with white hair, much like Professor Dumbledore. To her surprise, the youth before her appeared to be of similar age to Mo Bai, the very head of the family. Moreover, who among the queen's sycophants would introduce themselves in such a manner? Yet, Mo Bai simply met his gaze with calmness, his eyes revealing no emotions as he grasped the other's hand. Mo Bai, a second-year student at Hogwarts, noting that Mo Bai had no intention of elaborating further. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xia Er's eyes. He then turned his attention to Hermione, who must certainly be Miss Granger. Hermione cast a glance at Mo Bai and graciously accepted his handshake. How rare it is to have visitors. Allow me to show you around the estate, if you please. The four proceeded down the spacious corridor, with Mo Bai and Xia Er walking side by side in the front, while Hermione marveled at the exquisite paintings and artworks surrounding them. These appear to be authentic masterpieces. Naturally, my young master has a wide range of interests, with studies in both art and literature, patiently explained Sebastian, who brought up the rear. Hermione nodded, acknowledging the prestige of a noble family. Meanwhile, the two in front exchanged no words, seemingly aware that this was not a place for conversation. Suddenly, a loud crash accompanied by the sound of shattering glass erupted from ahead. Hermione jumped in surprise, while Mo Bai looked on with intrigue. Both Xia Er and Sebastian, however, reacted in unison, their expressions dark as they pressed their foreheads in exasperation. A mouse! Catch it quickly! The cacophony continued, accompanied by frantic shouts. A mouse emerged first from around the corner, fleeing in a panic. Following closely was a young man clad in gardener's attire, a straw hat on his back, whose slender frame surprisingly bore a massive stone pillar, which he hoisted and swung towards the mouse, sending its shavings flying in all directions. It seemed as if the weight of the stone pillar were but that of a mere stick. Yet, the hollow left in the floor indicated that the pillar was indeed quite real. Despite the chaos, the mouse remained unscathed. A man behind the young gardener, smoking a cigarette, appeared incongruous in his pristine chef's attire, carrying a flamethrower. "Finny, wait, let me roast it." A wave of heat surged forth, but the tenacious mouse continued its escape. "What should we do?" The maid trailing behind, her thick round glasses slipping down her nose, appeared flustered as she shielded her face. Hermione watched in astonishment as the trio of peculiar characters dashed past. Amused, Mo Bai extended his hand and snapped his fingers. The trio froze in place, astonished to see the mouse suddenly levitate, struggling as it soared forward. Following its path, they locked eyes with Xia Eyre's menacing glare. "Finny, Boludo, Merlin, did I not instruct you to behave today, given that we have guests?" The voice, laced with fury, rendered them speechless. Observing the trembling trio, Xia Eyre let out a resigned sigh. "Sebastian, it's in your hands now." "Very well." He first bowed toward Mo Bai as the mouse floated before him, flailing its limbs and squeaking in distress. "The esteemed wizard finds this amusing. I would be most grateful if you could handle it. There is no need for such formality. You may call me Bai." Observing the faint smile on Mo Bai's face, Seabass was momentarily taken aback. "Very well, Mr. Bai," he acknowledged. Montauk Bai chuckled softly, refraining from correcting him as he placed the mouse into Seabass's hands. With the mouse in his grip, Seabass approached the trio with a smile. Yet to their eyes, that smile bore the semblance of a demon, causing them to shrink back, striving to diminish their presence. Finny, the youth adorned with a straw hat, immediately straightened, shutting his eyes tightly, unable to meet his gaze. "You, ensure the floor is repaired before tonight. Do you understand?" "Yes." Baruto, the elder, pressed his hand to his head, reluctantly responding. "You should be preparing for the banquet now, given there is a mouse in the kitchen." As Seabass's eyes narrowed, his voice trailed off. "No flametrovers. If you char the food again, you will have a problem on your hands." "Understood." The butler's gaze shifted to the last individual. "Merlin." The maid grasped the hem of her skirt, replying, "I'm here, Mr. Seabass." The butler sighed, "Prepare snacks and desserts, and deliver them to the reception room shortly." "No oversights, do you comprehend?" "I understand." The trio hurriedly departed, and Seabass turned, his smile re-emerging. "Mr. Bai, Miss Hermione, please proceed to the reception room." Chapter 91. The Architect of the Kidnapping. The midday sun streamed through the sheer curtains into the reception room, illuminating the floating dust particles in the air. Mo Bai rested his hands on the armrests, gazing at the lord of the manor seated across the table. "Mr. Charles, what brings you to me today?" With an air of elegance, Charles crossed his legs, stating, "I have come to invite Mr. Bai to tonight's Christmas banquet." A subtle smile graced Mo Bai's face. "I believe it would be best if you spoke plainly." "Indeed," Charles began, but then fell silent, casting a glance toward Mo Bai's side. Hermione sat beside him, curiously examining the room's decor. Mo Bai chuckled. "Mr. Charles, feel free to speak. There are no secrets between Hermione and me." At this, Charles leaned forward, inquiring, "Including the fact that your teacher is Grindelwald?" Initially, Charles intended to leverage this information to gain an upper hand in their forthcoming negotiations, yet he was met with disappointment. Mo Bai maintained his calm demeanor, and Hermione showed no signs of distress. Of course, it must be noted that upon hearing the name Grindelwald, Charles felt a fleeting moment of shock. However, he quickly recalled the man standing behind him. With the formidable power that man possessed, such matters should not pose significant issues, especially considering he was a pawn of the queen. Mo Bai smiled. "The fact that you were able to uncover such information while I remain comfortably seated here, without the Ministry of Magic troubling me, suggests that you indeed have a request of me." Charles's gaze deepened. The first round ended in a stalemate. Suddenly, the door to the reception room swung open with a bang, as Merlin rushed in, a tray in hand. "Young master, the guests, the tea and snacks are here." In an instant, she lost her footing, causing the tray, along with the teapot, dishes, and pastries, to soar into the air, teetering perilously on the brink of disaster. Charles raised an eyebrow. "Daily, I find myself exasperated by the antics of the servants in my household. Fortunately, I have Seabass by my side." With an air of resignation, Seabass swiftly positioned himself before Merlin, one hand supporting her while the other reached for the tray, only to grasp at empty air. Good things should not be wasted. Succumbing to his inner gourmand, he deftly seized a delicately crafted pastry and savored it. "Delicious," he declared, offering another piece to Hermione. "You should try this. I've tasted it." The young girl blushed and shot him an admonishing glance, noting the presence of others, yet still opened her mouth to indulge. Exasperated by the display, Charles sighed. "Merlin, you may leave now." "My apologies, Master Charles," Merlin replied, bowing in a flurry, only to be gently ushered out by Seabass. "Naturally, my interests are rather limited. Gourmet food, Hermione, and the pursuit of magic. Everything else holds little allure for me." Mo Bai smiled faintly, disregarding the bashful girl, who was pinching his sides in a playful manner. The implication was clear. "You seek my assistance, yet I remain indifferent." As for threats, the spells he had just cast were executed with such ease, as natural as breathing. Though Charles was a muggle, his service to the Queen had acquainted him with the wizarding world, and he recognized that such magical prowess was exceedingly rare. He certainly did not wish to antagonize such a formidable wizard. Furrowing his brow, he proposed, "Since Mr. Bai enjoys fine cuisine, Seabass's red tea is quite exceptional. Would you care to sample it?" "Thank you, but my little lady is accustomed to my tea." It was then that Mo Bai produced an exquisite tea set, manipulated by unseen hands, releasing an aromatic fragrance that filled the air. "Mr. Charles, would you like to experience my craftsmanship?" Charles accepted the floating teacup, contemplating deeply. Although he found himself in familiar surroundings, he felt entirely at the mercy of his host, a state of passivity he had not encountered in quite some time. However, it only reinforced his belief that seeking this wizard's assistance was a prudent choice. He resolved to be forthright. "Mr. Bai, I invited you here concerning the recent incident involving this young lady." At his words, Hermione immediately turned her gaze to Mo Bai, her eyes filled with skepticism. She had been engrossed in gossip, so how had she become part of the narrative? Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it pertained to the matter of human traffickers. He chose not to address Charles directly, but instead reassuringly grasped Hermione's hand. "It concerns that day we visited Diagon Alley." He recounted the events of that day in detail, even admitting to having taken a life, as he wished to avoid any deceit. Upon finishing, he anxiously observed the young girl's reaction. To his relief, there was no disappointment in her eyes, only concern. "You weren't hurt, were you?" "No. It's been many days since then." Only now did Charles fully acknowledge Hermione, realizing that her significance in Mo Bai's heart exceeded his expectations. He seemed to have found his direction. Setting down his teacup, he ventured to speak tentatively. "Upon my investigation, it appears that another incident of kidnapping a wizard has transpired, this time within the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, involving a certain Miss Celine." The moment her name was mentioned, Mo Bai narrowed his eyes at Xia Er, pondering the implications of this revelation. Despite having clarified the matter regarding the brooch earlier that morning, he sensed that the girl's emotions could not be easily rationalized. Indeed, the young lady cast a perilous glance in his direction. He cleared his throat softly, yet Hermione, discerning the atmosphere, refrained from speaking, merely letting out a slight hum while focusing on her tea, avoiding his gaze. He leaned back in his chair, resigned. "Mr. Xia, you are quite formidable." Although these words bore no substantial effect, they rendered all of his efforts upon entering the castle futile. "Pray, what is your intent?" Xia replied with a subtle smile. "Through our investigation, we have identified the mastermind behind the abduction and trafficking of children." At the mention of child abduction, Hermione's ears perked up instantly. However, Mo Bai boldly uttered a name, the Malfoy family. Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment, and Xia Er's gesture of raising his cup momentarily faltered. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Bai?" This was also a thought that had crossed Mo Bai's mind. He had inadvertently noticed the family crest on Draco's trunk when he had entered the dormitory to confront him. At the time, it seemed familiar, but upon Xia Er's mention, he recalled the fateful night of murder. "Is that not correct?" To his surprise, Xia Er merely smiled faintly. "Not entirely." Chapter 92. The Malfoys again? In truth, to assert that the Malfoy family is the true culprit behind the abduction of young wizards would indeed be somewhat unjust. Xia Er savored a sip of the fine tea brewed by Mo Bai, his brow imperceptibly lifting. "Mr. Mo, your tea skills are commendable." Mo Bai remained deep in thought, perplexed as to why the individuals involved in Hermione's kidnapping bore the Malfoy crest, yet Xia Er claimed their innocence. "Mr. Xia, if you have something to convey, please do so directly. Then I shall humbly comply." Xia Er rose and strolled to the window, observing the gardeners and cooks frolicking outside. "Do you recall the individual you left behind during our last encounter?" Of course. At that time, Hermione had been abducted by 3 men. In his fury, he unleashed his abilities, slaying 2 of them, while the sole survivor was left as a mere shell of a man, tormented beyond recognition. Did he finally confess? Xia chuckled, Mr. Mo, do not jest. Your dark magic is far too potent. By the time that individual regained consciousness, he had already transformed into a mute, soulless being. I would assume so, and Mo Bai nodded in agreement. However, exchanging a glance with Sebastian, he added, we employed certain unique methods to ascertain his identity. Xia Er drew the curtains, instantly shrouding the room in darkness, as if to muffle the very sounds from outside. He possesses the blood of the Malfoy family within him. Mr. Xia, are you leading me in circles? Xia Er quickly gestured with his hands in a placating manner. Mr. Mo, please remain calm. I have yet to finish my discourse. Although he bears the blood of the Malfoy family, he has long since renounced his ties to them and is currently serving another pure-blood lineage. And Mo Bai furrowed his brow, demanding an explanation. How do you know he has defected? Have you consulted that old peacock Malfoy? Of course not, Xia Er replied, casting a glance at Sebastian. Aside from certain undisclosable reasons, I can provide you with a legitimate rationale. Lucius Malfoy has maintained a close relationship with the British royal family for quite some time, acquiring vast wealth from the Muggle world each year. There is simply no need for him to engage in such unscrupulous activities that might offend the monarchy. Hermione's eyes widened in shock. Isn't that arrogant, detestable man the one who abhors Muggles most? She had a slight understanding of the interactions between the Ministry of Magic and Muggle officials, but she never imagined that a pure-blood wizard, who harbored such disdain for Muggles, would engage in such exchanges. And Mo Bai, however, displayed no signs of astonishment. He gazed into Hermione's pure pupils, which reflected his own image, and smiled while shaking his head. Money can corrupt the souls of most individuals, including wizards. The reasoning is quite straightforward. All members of the Malfoy family regard themselves as superior wizards. This type of person can be likened to societal parasites in their original world. Such individuals contribute no additional value to society, nor to their own family. They merely take and exploit without end. Yet they are still human, possessing the same needs as any other, and indeed, their standards of living often surpass those of ordinary folk. The Malfoy lineage spans nearly a millennium, and while they have amassed considerable wealth, time inevitably leads to depletion. These haughty, pure-blood aristocrats hardly seem the type to engage in labor, do they? Given the general educational level within the magical community, which barely exceeds that of elementary school, I doubt they possess the acumen for investment. The source of their lavish lifestyle must, therefore, stem from other causes. And Mo Bai had always assumed that the Malfoys were merely collaborating with ordinary families to manage their estates, never suspecting their connection to the British royal family. He regarded Xia Er with a cold gaze. So, when I speculated about Malfoy, you repeatedly denied it. It turns out he maintains close ties with your superior. Truly a loyal hound. Xia Er smiled wryly, shaking his head, while Sebastian, positioned behind him, wore an elegant yet teasing smile. It appears you have been misled, young master. Silence. Xia Er shot him a fierce glare before turning back to Mo Bai. Mr. Mo, you misunderstand. The collaboration with the Malfoy family involves merely a branch of the British royal family. Though I am indeed a loyal hound, I serve only the Queen. I have no ties to the others of the royal lineage. My defense of Malfoy is solely to ensure you do not act impulsively and find yourself imprisoned in Azkaban. You are familiar with Azkaban. You seem quite knowledgeable about the wizarding world, Mo Bai remarked, finding himself less agitated. He lifted his teacup, gesturing for Xia Er to continue. He wished to hear the entirety of the explanation before forming his own judgment. After clearing his throat, Charles revealed that he had betrayed the Malfoy family, joining another pure-blood lineage known as the Ivor family. Investigations indicated that, in comparison, the Malfoys could be considered law-abiding citizens. Mo Bai's lips twitched at this revelation. Observing his expression, Charles noted that, unlike the Malfoys, the Ivor family had maintained close ties with various violent terrorist organizations since the Middle Ages, plundering possessions from the Muggle society. According to legend, their ancestors were notorious for their nefarious deeds, including a scandalous liaison with the then Pope, leading to over 2 centuries of plunder. For the first time since entering the room, Mo Bai was taken aback. Are you alluding to the Crusades? If that's the case, the Malfoys truly seem innocent by comparison. Charles nodded in affirmation, yet other wizarding families were equally averse to such a mad lineage. Over time, compounded by the establishment of the Ministry of Magic and the enactment of the International Secrecy Act, they could only engage in their clandestine operations in the shadows, such as human trafficking. Mo Bai picked up where he left off, slowly setting down his teacup. His demeanor remained calm as he gazed at Charles. Yet tendrils of dark smoke began to manifest in his pupils, rendering his gaze akin to a swirling vortex. So where, pray tell, is this legendary Ivor family? Charles sighed. I do not know. Do not know? At this moment, the dark smoke was not only emanating from his pupils but enveloping his entire being. A hissing sound resonated as the solid wooden chair beneath him succumbed to corrosion. He smiled with a bitter irony, the corners of his mouth curling elegantly. Mr. Charles, you summoned me and Hermione from afar to your estate, regaling me with a plethora of your one-sided accounts, only to conclude with an admission of ignorance? Sebastian swiftly positioned himself in front of Charles, shielding him with a single hand. Mo Bai merely regarded him, gradually rising and producing a pallid wand. Wreathed in ominous dark smoke, the Elder Wand. I believe it would be more effective to inquire directly. Their eyes locked, and one could see Sebastian's pupils gradually intensifying, becoming a vivid crimson. Just as the tension reached its peak, a small hand suddenly grasped Mo Bai's arm. Hermione. He turned to find her brown eyes anxiously fixed upon him. Calm down. Meanwhile, Charles, positioned behind Sebastian, appeared somewhat apprehensive under Mo Bai's thinly veiled fury. His gaze fixed intently on Mo Bai. I may not know, but someone does. Who? Lucius Malfoy. Chapter 93. Please refrain from murder. As dusk descended, the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the estate's walls, rendering the manor as picturesque and dreamlike as a painted canvas. At that moment, the grand gates opened, and a carriage came to a gentle halt at the entrance. Sebastian inclined his head slightly and opened the carriage door. A girl, exquisitely beautiful, gracefully stepped out. Clad in a charming pink dress, her golden hair was styled into spiral pigtails, bestowing upon her a doll-like appearance. With her grandmother green eyes surveying the surroundings, she soon wore an adorable frown. Where's Charles? Good evening, Miss Elizabeth. Sebastian bowed slightly, explaining that the young master was upstairs entertaining distinguished guests and requested her understanding for any perceived neglect. Elizabeth puffed her cheeks, questioning what guest could possibly be more important than meeting his fiancée. I must witness this for myself, she declared. Miss Elizabeth. Sebastian sighed as the young girl boldly entered the manor, trailing leisurely behind her. In the reception room, Hermione sat by the window, engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing at the two boys seated across from each other. On the table before them lay a chessboard, now sparsely populated with pieces, as both boys remained intensely focused on the game. Was it truly possible that these two, who had clashed earlier, were now engaged in chess? She shook her head in resignation. Thankfully, her enchanted pocket was stocked with magical tomes, making a day of reading far from tedious. Charles stared at the chessboard, his lips pressed tightly together. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a wry smile. I've lost. It is the first time I have been defeated by someone my own age. He stubbornly fixed his gaze on Mo Bai. Are you certain you only learned chess today? At that moment, the head of the Vandhame family exhibited a hint of youthful innocence. Mo Bai shrugged and took a sip from his teacup. You taught me yourself. Did you not? Che. Charles scoffed in annoyance. Who knows if you're just playing the fool to catch the unsuspecting? Their conversation finally captured the essence of their youthful rivalry, akin to two boys squabbling over a game. Mo Bai chuckled lightly, setting down his teacup and shifting the conversation's direction. I'm quite curious. How did you manage to invite Lucius, that lofty old peacock, to a soiree for ordinary folk? It is almost unfathomable. Earlier that morning, when Charles had mentioned Lucius's name, he had seamlessly divulged his plan. The scheme was straightforward. Tonight, he would host a Christmas ball at the manor, attended by numerous luminaries. Somehow, he had even managed to invite the fourth prince of the current queen, along with the wizards closely associated with him, Lucius Malfoy. When the time came, he would find a way to draw the guest into this very room. Subsequently, he would personally inquire about the location of the Ivor family's estate. As for why it had to be him to approach Lucius, neither had asked nor explained. They understood each other perfectly. Charles was taken aback by the abrupt transition from chess to conspiracy. He glanced at Mo Bai, contemplating that while the Malfoy family often boasted of their lineage's honor, they likely held it in lower regard than most pure-blood families, especially when sufficient incentives were at play. Recalling Lucius's bluster in the headmaster's office, Mo Bai nodded in understanding. It was no surprise that an ordinary man like him possessed considerable knowledge of the wizarding world, especially with a butler named Sebastian at his side. With this thought, he turned his curious gaze to Charles. You know Dumbledore, do you not? Of course, the most powerful wizard in the magical realm, a wise and venerable elder. Bah, just an old fool, and yet they call him wise and great. Who is more formidable, your butler or Dumbledore? Charles blinked, puzzled by Mo Bai's somewhat juvenile inquiry. I don't know. Hey, those three words have been your most frequent utterance today. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, reclining in his chair. The esteemed head of the Vandhame family reduced to a clueless child? Charles shot him a glare, unfazed by his provocation. All I can say is, Dumbledore cannot vanquish Sebastian, and Sebastian is equally powerless against Dumbledore. Mo Bai arched an eyebrow, intrigued by this assertion. One cannot be killed, the other remains helpless. Does this relate to your previous mention that he cannot interfere in the affairs of the wizarding world? Just as Charles was about to respond, the door to the parlor swung open with a resounding bang. The gazes of the three individuals in the room immediately converged on the figure at the entrance. Upon seeing the newcomer, 3 visible lines of tension appeared on Charles's forehead. Charles! A lively and sweet voice rang out as a pink figure dashed toward him, wrapping her arms around his neck. The boy's frail body swayed from the impact, nearly toppling over, and he quickly steadied himself by gripping the table. Liz. He wore a smile that was both exasperated and indulgent, allowing the girl to nuzzle against his face. Why didn't you come to greet me at the door? I was receiving guests. Liz, please let go. Charles gently pulled her arms away, at which point the girl noticed the presence of 2 others in the room. Blushing at the sight of Mo Bai, who was grinning in amusement, she straightened up and curtsied gracefully. I apologize for the oversight. I am Elizabeth Ethel Cordelia Middlefort, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Middlefort and Charles's fiancée. Mo Bai, equally gracious, stood and performed an elegant bow. I am Mo Bai, a commoner. He gestured to Hermione, who had approached him. This is my fiancée, Hermione Granger. Hermione shot him a playful glare, but refrained from further comment, bestowing him ample respect in front of their guests. She smiled warmly and extended her hand. Hello. Hello, Elizabeth, she replied, shaking her hand. Meanwhile, Charles cast a sharp glare at Sebastian, who had followed closely behind. The butler wore a resigned smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Charles sighed, aware that Sebastian would hardly concern himself with Elizabeth. Perhaps this troublesome fellow was merely waiting to witness his embarrassment. Nevertheless, Elizabeth's arrival reminded him that their guests would soon be arriving. He stood up, adjusting his attire. I must now attend to our guests. Mr. M.O., Miss Granger, please make yourselves comfortable. He executed a graceful bow, accepted the hat from the butler, and exchanged a knowing glance with M.O. Bai before stepping outside. Wait for me. Elizabeth waved goodbye to the 2 and hurried after Charles. M.O. Bai observed their retreating figures and narrowed his eyes with a hint of mischief. He turned to Hermione, saying, I just realized that the esteemed head of the family's fiancé is of the same height as him. Though it seemed like a whisper, the sound was quite pronounced. One could distinctly observe Charles's body faltering momentarily before he continued to stride forward, albeit with noticeably brisker steps. Hermione stifled a laugh and gently patted his chest. Why do you say everything out loud? The 2 shared a light-hearted moment, but Hermione suddenly sighed softly. She gazed into the inky depths of Mo Bai's eyes and asked, if you were to uncover the location of the Evo family, what would you do? Mo Bai offered a slight smile, ruffling Hermione's fluffy hair. Hermione pressed her lips together, knowing that due to the existence of the soul oath, Mo Bai would never deceive her. Yet, he deftly changed the subject. Could you refrain from taking lives? Observing the concern reflected in her eyes, Mo Bai's smile radiated warmth. Very well. Chapter 94. Mr. Lucius, it has been quite some time. As night descended, the Vandenheim Manor was ablaze with light. Elegantly clad English gentlemen, accompanied by their partners, exchanged toasts, discussing everything from business ventures to literary pursuits, all to project an image of sophistication and erudition. Among a throng of adult men, Charles, standing at a mere 5 feet 2 inches, appeared somewhat out of place, yet he remained the focal point of the soiree. Your master certainly knows how to make an impression. At that moment, Mo Bai lounged against the railing on the 2nd floor, comfortably holding a cup of red tea while observing Charles, who navigated the crowd with ease in the grand hall below. He savored the tea in his cup, raising an eyebrow as he turned to his companion. The flavor is delightful, though it could benefit from a touch less sugar. Sebastian, whose gaze had not strayed from the young master in the distance, smirked slightly. Young Master Charles is still but a child. He prefers things on the sweeter side. Indeed, a child who has ascended to the role of head of a prominent family, Mo Bai mused, casting a glance at the youth. Throughout the day, they had engaged in casual conversation, and he had come to understand Charles better. The boy's parents had perished in a fire during his early years, and he had endured numerous hardships before encountering Sebastian. The Vandenheim family's current esteemed status in England, aside from the inherited title, was solely the result of this 12-year-old's efforts. Yet, such a burden seemed excessively wearisome. Charles was only a year older than Mo Bai, both at an age typically characterized by carefree schooling, yet he bore the weight of an immense estate and company. Moreover, he had to labor tirelessly for the royal family. Mo Bai shook his head, realizing that accompanying Hermione at Hogwarts was far more enjoyable. Matters of state were too distant from his concerns. His agreement to indulge Charles in this endeavor was simple: mutual benefit. Charles would fulfill the royal task, and he would find the perpetrator who harmed Hermione. However, he raised an eyebrow at the butler. "What are you doing here? I thought you were to remain by your young master's side." The black-clad butler tilted his head in resignation. "It was a young master's instruction. He fears I might frighten the guests." That made sense. And Mo Bai took another sip of his red tea, grimacing at its overwhelming sweetness. Just as he and Sebastian were leisurely observing the scene, Charles maintained a facade of elegance and composure amidst the crowd, while internally growing increasingly impatient with the sordid dealings of the adults surrounding him. The clamor of the banquet gradually subsided, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. And Mo Bai also glanced over, his gaze brightening. The main figure had arrived. Standing at the doorway was a man clad in an exquisitely adorned gold-trimmed suit, his flamboyant golden hair styled meticulously, and a haughty smile gracing his face as he surveyed the room. This was Prince Adam, the fourth son of the reigning queen, and her most favored. However, the focus of everyone's attention was not on Prince Adam, but rather on the man standing beside him, shoulder to shoulder. It was indeed a prince, and in all of Britain, only a few royal family members would dare to stand alongside him. Yet, this man was unfamiliar. Dressed in a black cloak with long, light golden hair, he held a cane and regarded everyone with a predatory gaze, his expression rife with undisguised disdain and loathing. "Mr. Malfoy, please." To everyone's astonishment, Prince Adam retracted his proud smile, stepped back slightly, and positioned himself behind the man, resembling a mere attendant. Who was this man that could compel the prince to stand in such a manner? Guests exchanged bewildered glances. Such an honor was typically reserved for the queen alone. Could this man possibly be the queen's paramour? As speculation swirled, Charles emerged from the crowd and offered a gentlemanly bow to both men. "Prince Adam, welcome to Vanderheim Manor." He then turned to Lucius. "Mr. Malfoy, it is an honor to finally meet you." Adam managed a strained smile. "Count Vanderheim, I have brought Mr. Malfoy, as you requested. The treasure you spoke of better be present," or he narrowed his eyes, the threat unmistakable. Lucius, with his steely blue gaze, fixed his attention on Charles. Initially, he regarded the so-called treasure with skepticism, dismissing it as mere trinkets of muggles. However, upon hearing the description of the object, a jolt of interest surged within him. A stone that could turn lead into gold. Could it be the philosopher's stone that Nicodemus had left unguarded? The prospect tantalized him. If such a stone existed, there would be no need to engage with these foolish muggles in feigned pleasantries. Yet, upon seeing Charles, an inexplicable sense of foreboding crept over him. Although it was their first meeting, he found the youth exuded an unsettling aura. The image of a devilish boy in the headmaster's office flashed through his mind, and he abruptly realized how similar their demeanors were. Even their ages seemed comparable. He furrowed his brow, attempting to dispel the thought. So what if they resembled each other? In the end, he was merely a muggle, someone he could easily crush with a flick of his fingers. "Where's the treasure you mentioned?" "I shall take you to it," Charles replied. The two men's scrutinizing gazes bore down on him, yet Charles remained calm and composed, presenting a disarming smile as he gestured with an outstretched arm. "After you." He turned, scanning the upper floor briefly. At that moment, the corner of the second floor railing stood deserted. They were soon led to the door of the reception room. "Mr. Malfoy, please enter." Lucius did not spare him a glance, merely snorting disdainfully as he pushed the door open. Just as Prince Adam was about to follow him inside, Charles blocked his path. "Your Highness, I believe you should indulge in the festivities." Adam shot a glare, daring anyone to impede him. The treasure, which piqued even the wizard's curiosity, was something he yearned to behold. With that, he boldly advanced. Yet, a sudden pain pierced his chest as Lucius thrust his staff against him, forcefully ejecting him from the room. "Do not follow," he commanded. Prince Adam watched helplessly as the two entered the chamber. A manifestation of humiliation and resentment etched upon his face. What was merely a trickster? Did he truly believe himself of significance? Sooner or later, he would seize the opportunity to eradicate these anomalies. Turning away, he was startled to discover a figure standing silently behind him. His legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. Raising his gaze, he found Sebastian smiling and extending a hand. "Are you well, Your Highness?" The prince was on the verge of fury, yet he noticed that his earlier outburst had attracted the attention of distant guests. Reluctantly, he suppressed his ire, grumbling as he rose to leave. Sebastian paid him no mind. Fixated on the firmly shut door of the reception room, his dark red pupils flickering with an elusive light. Meanwhile, as Lucius entered, he surveyed the room with a furrowed brow, urging, "The item is here." for he had encountered someone he never wished to see again in his lifetime. And Mo Bai, poised with a teacup, sat gracefully in a chair, bestowing upon him an elegant smile. "Long time no see, Mr. Lucius,"